Imagine being so addicted to a game that you spent a full 10 years just to reach the final boss room, and now when you finally get there, you discover that it was all just a test to determine whether you are worthy of stepping into this world or not. What's more, you become the barbarian character you chose to complete the game. This is the story of our MC, a guy who was always weak, spent a lot of time in the hospital, and was addicted to gaming just like me. However, he grew frustrated because good games weren't being released like they used to be. Finally, he found a forum discussing a new game. The game was said to be very different from others, requiring 100% effort from the player. The game's name was Dungeons & Stone, an indie RPG with 2D graphics. At first, our boy didn't find the game exciting because it was available only in English, but since it was free, he decided to give it a try. When it was time to select a character, there were several options: human, dwarf, elf, barbarian, and furry. There was also a mysterious option with 3 question marks, which seemed to be a random or secret character. He randomly selected the barbarian, thinking he wouldn't play the game for long. Initially, the game didn't seem impressive to him, but within minutes, he was completely hooked, losing track of time. The game featured unique classes and mechanics. Some were highly useful, while others were completely useless. You had to form alliances with NPCs, and if you died, you had to start all over again. At first, this mechanic felt exciting, but as he kept dying repeatedly, he grew frustrated. Despite this, he refused to give up. He played the game in the hospital. Then, during his time as a civil servant, through college, and even while working a job, through it all, he never stopped playing Dungeons & Stone. But despite his persistence, he kept dying again and again. 9 long years passed like this, and now he had finally reached the final boss room. After reaching the Abyss Gate, he breathed a sigh of relief and even celebrated, thinking that no one else could have dedicated 9 years to this game like he did. Now, the biggest question was whether to enter the boss room or not. When he selected yes, the game warned him that he might not be able to return and asked if he was sure. The warning felt almost as if the game itself was cautioning him, but the protagonist didn't care and confirmed his decision. As soon as he selected yes, the game began loading, and he started imagining what the final boss might be like. Then the game revealed something shocking. It told him that reaching the Abyss Gate only marked the completion of the tutorial. The protagonist was stunned. How could the game consider this a tutorial? His frustration grew even more as the game text suddenly changed to Korean. Angry, he thought about all the time he had wasted. At that moment, the game confirmed his target, and strange light began emanating from his monitor. The light engulfed him completely, and he felt a sharp pain as his body was pulled in. His consciousness started fading, and in the distance he heard a voice. The voice grew louder and louder, congratulating young warriors for stepping into a sacred realm to become true warriors. When he opened his eyes, he realized that everything had changed. Wherever he looked, there were torches, and around him stood strong, muscular barbarians. His own body felt completely different, fit, covered in hard muscles and tattoos. Above all, an old-ass jacked geezer was shouting, asking everyone to pick their weapons. That's when he realized he had become the very barbarian character he had selected in the game. The old man continued calling warriors forward to pick their armaments. The first one was Karok, the third son of Vannon, who chose a double-headed axe. As soon as he selected his weapon, it was announced that he had become a warrior. Then another warrior was called forward. One by one, everyone started choosing their weapons. The old man blessed them, saying, "May the grace of Raphonia be with you, young warriors." At that moment, the protagonist finally understood that he was truly inside the world of Dungeons & Stone. Not only had he become a barbarian, but he was also now living as the character he had chosen. As he tried to process what had happened, someone nearby muttered, "This can't be real." A terrified barbarian standing next to him said aloud that they were all inside the Dungeons & Stone game. Hearing this, the protagonist realized he wasn't the only one trapped in this strange world. Suddenly, the old barbarian shouted, "Who spoke? Was it you?" The protagonist, shocked, screamed that it wasn't him, and angrily glared at the person who had actually spoken. The old man stared at the person and said, "It was you, wasn't it?" The barbarian quickly asked, "Are we really inside Dungeons & Stone?" Without hesitation, the old man walked straight up to him and decapitated him. The old man then shouted, "Kadua's son, Orm was possessed by an evil spirit." He ordered the rest of the barbarians to erase everything the evil spirit had said from their minds and continue with the ceremony. The protagonist suddenly understood 3 critical pieces of information. First, people like him who had entered this game world were seen as evil spirits. Second, if anyone found out about his true nature, he would be killed. Third, if he had spoken earlier, his own head would now be lying on the ground. The old man then called for the 4th son of Senek to step forward. Seeing this situation, the protagonist grew increasingly anxious as people were being called one by one. Worse, those like him were being summoned as well. He devised a plan. If no one stepped forward within 2 seconds of their name being called, he would go instead. Soon, a name was announced. Bjorn, son of Jandel. The protagonist counted 1, 2. When no one came forward, he decided to step out. It was then revealed that his name was Bjorn, the son of Jandel. As the protagonist stepped forward, he noticed the old man glaring at him. The old man instructed him to choose any weapon he liked. There were several options to pick from. The weapon chosen by the protagonist caught the old man's attention. It was a shield. The protagonist believed the shield was the best option. Meanwhile, outside the game, the computer automatically updated with a notification. Object's overall level increased by +24, and this information was sent to the administrator. We were also shown the protagonist status. When he had initially chosen the barbarian class, he had picked a sword because it looked powerful. However, there was a major problem. He kept dying repeatedly, just like a noob. Even monsters seemed confused by how often he died. He tried two-handed axes, maces, hammers, everything, but the results were always the same. He would enter berserk mode and die again. One day, while wandering through a town, he came across a shield. It was different. He then realized that the barbarian class had high vitality, which made it perfect for tanking. Initially, learning how to use the shield was challenging because it took time to master the skills associated with it. But later, when he began defeating stronger monsters, he became almost invincible. In fact, the barbarian class turned out to be completely overpowered, which is why he chose the shield. With the ceremony complete, the gates to the labyrinth opened. The town housing the labyrinth was called Rafdonia. On the leader's orders, everyone rushed inside. They were all moving together, but had no idea where they were going. Suddenly, the person leading them turned around and admitted, "I've forgotten the way." Angered, everyone forced him to resign from his temporary leader position. Next, Einar, the second daughter of Fenelon, took the lead. The protagonist observed the situation quietly. A moment later, Einar announced that she too had forgotten the way. She looked dejected, and the protagonist realized this couldn't continue. However, he also couldn't afford to stand out too much. He pulled her aside and pointed toward a group that seemed to be heading toward the labyrinth. He suggested they follow that group. Einar understood his point and quickly informed everyone that she now knew the way. Shortly after, they found the labyrinth entrance. The protagonist began to wonder whether entering was the right decision. He considered leaving the barbarian group entirely. His life in the other world had been spent sick in bed. He had never fought before. Could he really defeat monsters here? At the very least, he needed to pay the game's taxes. In Dungeons & Stone, taxes were mandatory after the age of 20. Those who didn't pay were literally killed. There were two ways to earn money: enter the labyrinth to fight monsters, or take humble jobs in bars or markets. But there was a problem. As a barbarian, his reputation was that of a wild and destructive individual. This was due to the game setting. On the upside, barbarians were given weapons from the start. The downside was that the labyrinth only opened once a month, and there were just 10 minutes left before it closed. The protagonist was still stuck in his dilemma. Suddenly, Einar grabbed his hand and pulled him forward, urging him to hurry. The portal was shrinking. He told her to go ahead, assuring her that he would follow. Before leaving, she thanked him. He said there was no need, but she insisted she wanted to learn how to be as smart as him. She had never seen such an intelligent barbarian and aspired to be like him. He thought to himself that she would have to be reborn in another class to achieve that, as barbarians were inherently foolish. Not wanting to hurt her feelings, he simply said, "Just think and act like a normal person." She happily thanked him again and promised to reward him if he returned alive from the labyrinth. He wondered what kind of reward she would give and wondered whether something might develop between them. However, what stuck with him was the phrase, "if you return alive." Barbarians in this game were not afraid of death. They didn't care about it. The protagonist asked her, "Are you afraid of dying?" Einar ponders for a while and asks, "Isn't it obvious?" Yes, she is afraid, but she is a born warrior. If you don't know how to fight, you're not a barbarian. This realization makes it clear to her that she has to enter the labyrinth. So be it. Being a barbarian, she has learned to conquer her fears. Now she moves deeper inside. In the dungeon, visibility is almost zero. When we talk about dungeons and stones, our boy is a veteran. He knows there should be crystals on the walls to at least light some of the way. But here he realizes he's been thrown into sheer darkness. This has never happened before in his 9 years of gaming experience. He proceeds cautiously, feeling the walls as he moves. As he senses that his pace is too slow, he steps into a bear trap. Nearly screaming in pain, he stifles his voice, knowing that an enemy might be nearby. And guess what? Our boy is right. Hidden in the darkness is a small but sinister creature. The worst part, these creatures are cunning and only attack when you're severely weakened. Despite the pain and frustration, he chastises himself for whining. Instead, he shouts, challenging the goblin for a fight. Standing tall, despite his numb leg, which has been trapped, protagonist anger intensifies. He curses the goblin. Just then, he hears the creature's footsteps, confirming that his shouting is working. Our boy pretends to run, baiting the creature. As he walks, it walks, and he stops, it stops. Seeing this, our boy devises a new plan. He collapses entirely, playing dead to fool the goblin. The creature stands at a distance, watching to confirm if his target is truly lifeless. Then it starts throwing stones at him, testing if he's alive. This enrages our boy. He realizes that this goblin might be even smarter than the barbarian who failed to find the labyrinth secrets. As the goblin approaches, our boy makes a critical error. He misses an attack. To make matters worse, the goblin laughs at him, mocking his failure. Protagonist's blood boils. Driven by sheer rage, his body reacts instinctively, attacking the goblin repeatedly. He might have destroyed it completely. That's the true strength of a barbarian. Raw, untamed madness. After defeating the goblin, our boy gains experience points, and the creature's body vanishes, leaving behind a small crystal, the game's currency. This 9th grade magical gem is worth only as much as a piece of bread. It's now crystal clear. This is a world of dungeons and monsters, a land of familiar landscapes, and various game races. Our boy realizes this is the same game he played for 9 years. But if this is his new reality, he will only find out by dying, dragging himself, leaving trails of blood. Our boy crawls for what seems like 10 miles. At one point, he sees a light at the end of the cave. Just as he's about to give up, he notices a group of people passing. By now, our boy is on the verge of death with only 2% life remaining. Bjorn tries to speak, but his low health prevents him. The group questions how a beginner could have made it this far, as it seems impossible. Bjorn, irritated, feels an urge to punch the helpers. The group leader remains calm and asks someone named Racina to heal the barbarian, but Racina refuses without reason. The leader, expecting this, asks another member to offer a potion. The healer reluctantly agrees, explaining that divine powers might be needed later, but potions could suffice for now. The potion is poured on Bjorn's foot, which regenerates rapidly, but comes with excruciating pain. Bjorn screams in agony, but soon his foot is as good as new. He stands up, though this healing wasn't free. The group now wants information. They questioned, how did a beginner like him end up here? Bjorn honestly admits he doesn't know. He just stumbled into the dungeon. Palladino says this phenomenon only occurs once in 100 years. Bjorn laments his terrible luck. After gathering all the information, the group said that he won't need to pay for the potions because in this labyrinth, time is money. Bjorn finds it odd that these people are investing so much time in him. Still, he feels good about surviving. The group moves in the direction Bjorn came from, following a blood trail. After a while, the potion vendor remarks that Barbarian is lucky. The blonde guy agrees, mentioning he endured such trials at the beginning of the game, saying it's not something ordinary. The woman adds that the red-haired guy avoided using potions, and the leader ended up saving Protagonist instead. The potion vendor doesn't deny this, but points out that the priest also did the same. The environment becomes tense. While exchanging harsh words, they begin to speculate about how far that barbarian's blood has spread. Archer wonders whether this was truly luck for Barbarian. The group continues walking until they finally stop, facing the portal to the labyrinth's second floor. Seeing this, the group feels elated. However, as they are about to enter the portal, the woman says stop, and asks if what they see lying there is Barbarian's saddle. The old man uses light magic to illuminate the path they had traveled. The blood trail is still visible, shocking everyone. The old man asks the leader how far that barbarian managed to travel. The blonde guy estimates about 10 miles. This realization dawns on the group. If this individual managed to crawl so far alone, he must possess monstrous strength. The red-haired man shivers at the thought, wondering if he could have endured such a pain himself. He recalls seeing Barbarian extending his right hand and showing a magic gam. This means that Barbarian crawled this far, unsure if he'd survive, yet never let go of his bargaining tool as he desperately clung to life. The red-haired immediately retracts his earlier statements and even asks his teammates if they remember Barbarian's name. Until now, everyone had assumed barbarians are a mindless race, bent on slaughter. But this individual seems different. Switching back to our boy, he fights goblins, defeating them using only his shield and fists. He learns their patterns and tackles traps scattered along the way. When goblins attack from behind, he turns and beats them with a shield. However, he faces one problem: hunger. The tribe leader had given him a bag of food, but it tore apart, leaving him with only 2 out of 7 pieces of bread. Realizing he must ration carefully, he eats a bit of bread, remarking how delicious it is. But now he is thirsty, wondering where he might find water in this dungeon. He reflects on how the game didn't require drinking water. Now in this real-life scenario, the challenge feels much harder. Bjorn, frustrated, gets up to search for water. Eventually, he hears the sound of running water and spots someone drinking in a corner. As Bjorn approaches, the person leaves immediately. He then took a seat and started counting his crystals, finding he had about 40. But now a new problem arises: fatigue. He knows he needs sleep. In the dungeon, there are 2 ways to sleep. The first is simply to lie down and leave your fate to God. The second method is a bit more effective. Choose a sleeping partner. But the protagonist didn't expect that everyone would turn him down, which made him pissed off. Though he gets angry at almost anything, suddenly someone calls out to him. It's a guy who is smiling, and his name is Han. He asks if the protagonist is really looking for a sleeping partner, and explains that it's just for taking care of each other while sleeping. Bjorn quickly agrees and introduces himself, but the guy shakes his hand in a romantic manner and says, "It would have been better if there were 3 of us." Then blushing, he asks, "Are we really just the 2 of us, bro? I don't like this guy's intentions." The protagonist feels like smashing his head in, but he holds himself back because he needs some nighttime company. The 2 play rock, paper, scissors, and Han wins, so he'll sleep first. As usual, our boy gets pissed off. This time, due to his bad luck, Han says, "Here, take this watch. When the pointer reaches here, wake me up." Then Han falls asleep. Bjorn sat there thinking whether he should ask to borrow Han's sleeping bag. He also hopes no goblin will come. Time passes and finally he wakes Han up. Han thanks him for doing a good job and says it's now his turn to sleep for 2 hours. But obviously the Bjorn won't be able to sleep. How can he trust an unknown guy? So our boy pretends to snore as if he's asleep. He wonders if Han is going to betray him to appear clueless. He turns his back to him and just waits to see when Han will attack. But Han does nothing. 2 hours pass, and now it's Bjorn's turn to stand guard. Not a single moment of sleep sleep for him. He starts losing his sanity, wondering why Han hasn't done anything. Then he thinks he should have trusted him a little, and slowly, he begins to fall asleep. Suddenly, he wakes up with a loud scream, and both of them just stare at each other. Bjorn explained, "I didn't even realize when I fell asleep." Han replies, "First, clean your mouth. Lucky for us, no one attacked while we were sleeping." Bjorn apologizes and tells him that if he wants to sleep more, he can and he'll watch. But Han happily says, "No need. You can sleep now. I'll keep watch." Bjorn thanked him. Han stays with his trademark smile the whole time. Bjorn offers him a real-life deal and doesn't blame him for falling asleep. He refuses to switch shifts when the mistake was his. Our boy knows that people like Han don't exist in the Dungeons and Stone game. As soon Bjorn opens his eyes, Han asks if he is awake, and holding a giant hammer over our boy's face asks him wants to sleep a little more. But at that moment, if Bjorn hadn't dodged, he would have been crushed right there. He quickly jumps to the side, and the guy can't believe that he dodged. It seems like he triggered the anger of someone whose mind wasn't all there. Bjorn attacks him with full hatred, and the guy shouted at him to stop. Our boy strikes him with a shield, cracking his head open. Han repeatedly says to stop, claiming he can explain, but in Bjorn's mind, this guy is like a goblin who wouldn't fall with just one hit, so he strikes him again. The guy falls 2 meters away and begins to crawl. Han keeps apologizing, but Bjorn just wants to know why he did it. Han reveals that he was planning to knock him out and steal his magic stone. He then talks about taking the shield and other equipment because he could sell it for a good sum. Our boy asks, "Is that all?" The guy replies, "Yes. Now let me go." Bjorn doesn't think this will happen. This is the last chance he's given the guy to tell the truth. Fearfully, the guy admits that he wanted a heart. Our boy is confused and doesn't understand. But the guy explains that the barbarian's heart sells for a lot of money and seems to be used as raw material for magical items. In simple words, our boy was nothing more than a goblin to him. If the guy had killed him, it would have benefited him. But now the Bjorn wants to know why he acted now and not when he was asleep. The reason is that the guy also needed to sleep. He says, "Now that I've told you everything, will you let me go?" Bjorn knows that more people like him will come. So, will he keep letting them go? Han says that he's not like the others, but our boy just picks up his shield. This is the first person he has killed with his own hands. He hasn't even been in this new world for a day, and already he's taken a life. With that, our boy equips shoulder pads, increasing his item level to 13. He then equips a backpack, increasing his inventory space, and a hammer, which raises his item level to 30. He also puts on boots. This means he's equipped with all of Han's gear. I've already mentioned that Han was a true friend. He gave our boy some cool items. Let's thank him. Thank you, Han. You're a true friend. Because of him, our boy has stepped out of his primitive life. Now he has water, medicine, and even a watch to check the time. Here's the current state of our boy. He's now wreaking havoc on goblins, and the big hammer is really coming in handy. The next day, goblins start appearing in groups that he can handle, but there's a problem. They aren't the goblins. He easily takes care of them. The problem now is sleep. He leans against a wall to relax, but at that moment, the goblins arrive, thinking he's asleep. This makes him furious. He says he doesn't even get 10 minutes of rest and crushes them all. After clearing everyone out, he says, "Now I'll take a nap." But suddenly, a large goblin is stabbing a knife into his chest. He wakes up with a jolt, slaps the goblin away, and sends him flying. Another goblin, seeing his friend flying about 69 kilometers per hour, notices that the barbarian is angry and quickly runs away. Our boy thought he would wake up gradually, but now he has to heal his wounds. While healing, our boy muttered that potion stabs hurt more than the wounds themselves. It's been 14 hours since Bjorn killed Han, and now he's thinking of finding a new nighttime companion. However, unlike the previous day, everyone now wants him on their team, probably because he looks a little cleaner, who knows. But anyone who passes by invites him. However, today he himself declines and says that he will stay with his own race, meaning with the barbarians. As he walks through the dungeon, he notices an elf girl sitting in a corner. Obviously, she notices him and gets scared. He immediately asks her if she is hurt, which makes her more alert. When he looks at her closely, he realizes he didn't notice it earlier. He asks her if humans injured her. As he gets closer, the elf kneels and starts apologizing. Bjorn is completely confused, and she keeps saying that she just wants to be forgiven just this once because she needs to take care of her little brother. This makes our boy even more confused, because it's not normal for an elf to behave like this. Elves in the game are usually very cold, but still, he smiles and says, "Don't be afraid, my dear elf. I have no intention of killing you." The elf is shocked, and keeps saying that she knows he is a barbarian, but is he really going to do it? Can he really let her go this time? Now, our boy starts getting angry and asks why she is so scared. Then he gives her some items for healing and says that they will talk later. These items are healing leaves that barbarians give to their old companions. She asks her if he needs a reason for help. He says, "Do I need a reason to protect you? Take care of your wounds." Obviously, he has a reason to help her because he also needs a nighttime companion. And honestly, the wound looks pretty huge. It seems like he has never seen such a huge, if you know what I mean. But despite being so badly injured and without sleep, her appearance is still decent. This makes it even harder for her to find a nighttime companion compared to him. They introduce each other, and we learn that the elf's name is Erwin. Now, our boy wants to know why she is so scared of him. She says it's because she is an elf and he is a barbarian. She explains that barbarians are their mortal enemies, But this is different from the game where it wasn't mentioned. Soon, she regrets and says that actually the war ended 10 years ago and she doesn't have any issues with barbarians. In short, she just doesn't want to fight. Up until now, our boy thought he knew everything about this world, but now he realizes that this world is different from the game and there is a lot he doesn't know about it. Hearing this, he becomes a little worried. But the elf girl is happy when our hero says that it doesn't matter to him either. But actually, he wants her to be his nighttime companion. He is very tired, and maybe she is too. So why not cooperate? She thinks about it and remembers that barbarians value their honor above all else. So, she asks him to swear on his warrior's honor that he won't do anything to her. As usual, this makes him a little angry, but he agrees when she says she will swear as well. He swears, "I swear on the honor of my father, whose name he already forgot." Then the elf swears too, and this non-aggression vow is fulfilled between them, at least for the night. He says that he will sleep first as maybe this will make him feel safer. She says she has no problem with it, and this time Bjorn gives him a watch saying that she should take care of it because it's expensive. He lies down and thinks he will pretend to snore and sleep for about 10 minutes to confirm. But suddenly, he wakes up in shock because he had actually fallen asleep. He asks how long he has been asleep and she says 2 hours. He thinks it's because of the sleeping bag and blankets. Now he feels obliged to give them to her and she is very happy. Finally, she falls asleep and maybe she was as tired our barbarian. Bjorn feels like weeks have passed in this game, but in reality, only 3 days have passed since he arrived here. This makes him wonder what might have happened to his body in the real world. Well, as far as he remembers, his body was pulled into a monitor, but he has no idea. When he checks the watch, he realizes there are only 10 minutes left to wake the sleeping beauty. This makes him worry as he doesn't know what to do with her now. Should he join her and share all the loot from the third day because the game is now sending goblins in groups instead of singles? He says he can handle up to 4 goblins, but the problem is still sleep. Because if he joins her, he will have to divide the loot. But if he doesn't join her, he will have to find another nighttime companion the next day. Suddenly, he sees 2 humans coming toward him. They are already whispering. "Isn't this the elf we've been looking for?" One says, "Yes, this is her." Blondie comes up Bjorn and asks what his relationship with the elf is. He answers that she is his nighttime companion. But when fat-ass Blondie asks how long they will be together, Bjorn gets furious and says him to fuck off. This scares the 2 chickens and they run away. Our boy understands they are looking for the elf and realizes it's time to wake her up. When he does, she slightly says, "Just 5 more minutes," and pulls the blanket over herself. But this makes Bjorn realize she was pretending to be asleep because the blanket was loose before, and now she is holding it. Suddenly, our boy pulls her up and sits her like a child. He directly asks her why she was pretending to sleep, and she sadly replies that if she woke up, he would probably leave her, since they only made a deal for the night. Bjorn understands now why she was pretending, because as soon as she opened her eyes, their agreement would end, and she would have to survive alone again. But before that, he asks her what connection she has with the 2 men, and she firmly says that there is no connection. However, Bjorn doesn't understand how they recognized her, and she admits that she might be from the clan that tried to hurt her. At least their clothes had the symbol of the Crystal Union clan. He immediately understands that joining her might be dangerous, because the whole clan is after her. But seeing that she is only 20, he asks her to come with him so they can talk while walking. She asks if he'll help her, and he says he wants to hear the whole story first. Erwin gets excited, and she begins telling her story. She explains that she met the man on the first day of her journey, and he became her nighttime companion. But something felt off, so she opened her eyes and saw that the man had his hand in an odd position near her. He was telling her to sleep a little longer. Later, she found out that he was a manager of a clan that did business on the first floor. She continues that she somehow escaped that day, but his clan members are still chasing her and she got an arrow in her abdomen. Now, our boy wants to know how they are able to track her. She tells him that she thinks they use a message stone to keep tracking her. A message stone is a mystical device that allows communication within a range of about 300 meters once synchronized. It's like a walkie-talkie. Bjorn understands that if he leaves her, she will be captured, but it doesn't seem like she has done anything wrong. He asked her why was there such insistence on chasing her. Was it just to silence her? Hesitantly, she denied it, and with a slight blush, admitted that when she was running away for the first time, she had thrown her knife, and by mistake, it had landed there. She assumed he understood the implication. Rumors said the situation had turned so bad that even potions couldn't fix it. Well, that was more than enough reason for them to come after her. Feeling embarrassed, Erwin softly apologized. Just then, a strange sensation washed over her, and she quickly warned Bjorn not to look back. A group was following them from about 150 meters away. Our boy was impressed by her precision. This was likely an innate passive ability of the elves. Deciding they needed to move faster, he asked if her injury was fine. She assured him it was, though she knew her wounds had reopened. Despite that, she didn't complain. Even as they picked up speed, the distance between them and their pursuers wasn't increasing. Bjorn started formulating a plan. Erwin noticed his thoughtful expression and asked if something was wrong. Instead of answering directly, he asked her what she was good at. Proudly, she declared that she was skilled at washing clothes and cleaning the house. instantly ruining any hope he had for a battle strategy. Frustrated, he clarified that he was asking about combat. She then explained that she was proficient in archery and spiritual fire magic. Bjorn immediately recognized it as one of the rarest elemental abilities. However, what he truly wanted to know was whether she had ever killed someone. She shook her head but confidently stated that she could if necessary. Acknowledging her response, he then asked if she would be willing to accompany him until they escaped the labyrinth. Bjorn stated that the rewards would be divided. He would take 90% and she would 10%. Surprisingly, she accepted the deal. As the enemies closed in, now only 100 meters away, Bjorn realized he needed to change his plan. He decided to take a detour and instructed Erwin to summon her fire spirit. Without hesitation, she did as he asked. Of course, our boy hadn't expected to end up back in this place. This was the very spot where he had first spawned inside the labyrinth. Before he could dwell on it, Erwin warned him that the enemies were getting even closer. At the same time, Bjorn told her to unsummon her fire spirit. Suddenly, darkness engulfed the area. Our boy quickly understood that these people had advanced tracking techniques, even in complete darkness, as one of them had stopped right where they were. Without wasting time, Bjorn called out to the elf and told her to fire an arrow at the enemies. She drew her bow, assuming a graceful archer's stance, her expression cold and focused. With precise aim, she released an arrow that struck her target directly in the head. A thought crossed her mind. This was probably her first kill. Bjorn praised her, saying that if she had hesitated, they might have been in danger. As they approached the fallen body, a voice crackled from a message stone. The transmission was being heard by multiple people, and an immediate order followed. Everyone gather at the Goblin District. It was now clear the person tracking Bjorn and the elf was Siren. Checking through Siren's belongings, our boy found 2 daggers, a bag filled with magic crystals, and a potion attached to his belt. Meanwhile, Erwin had already put on Siren's clothes. Bjorn remarked that she looked much better now. She then taught him how to use the communication stone. It was as simple as pressing the button on its side. Just then, another message came through. Repeat, repeat. Siren is no longer responding. He was tracking the elf, but he has been defeated. She's in the Goblin District, along with the barbarian, wielding a massive hammer. Their bounty is set at 10,000 gold coins. Erwin was already in shock, but Bjorn reassured her, telling her not to worry and to summon her spirit once again. Their next move was clear. They were about to travel through the darkness and head straight for the second floor of the dungeon. After some time, Erwin addressed him as Sir and asked if they were really heading to the second floor. He confirmed it, and she hesitantly inquired if he was aware that it was far more difficult than the first floor. He reassured her, saying he knew and that there wouldn't be any problems because they made a great combination. Hearing this, she felt a little embarrassed. After all, a tank and a long-range damage dealer always formed a strong team. However, she still hesitated to proceed. Just then, an announcement rang out. A voice stated that if they managed to capture the elf, they would be allowed to keep her in exchange for 10,000 gold. Upon hearing this, she quickly agreed and declared that she would go to the second floor with Bjorn. Our boy, of course, hadn't wanted her to hear such things and follow him merely out of fear, but at least this meant he didn't have to convince her. As far as he was concerned, he always liked helping those in need, especially if it meant he could take down some villains along the way. As they continued walking, she suddenly asked if he knew the way. He admitted that he wasn't exactly sure, but if they headed north, they would eventually reach it. He knew this because he had played the game extensively. Just then, Erwin abruptly told him to wait. There was a goblin trap ahead. She assured him she would handle it. Naturally, the goblins took this moment to launch a surprise attack from behind. However, she swiftly dodged the first goblin and shot an arrow straight into its head. The second goblin charged at her, but she was already moving at full speed, swiftly maneuvering behind it and taking it down as well. This girl was incredible. With a cheerful grin, she excitedly asked how she had done. Bjorn praised her, admitting that she was even better than he had expected. Delighted, Erwin handed him some magic crystals, reminding him of their agreement. He would get 9, and she would take 1. Happily, she remarked that if they kept progressing like this, she might actually earn enough to buy a gift for her younger brother. Bjorn, slightly puzzled, simply encouraged her to keep working hard. Suddenly, the message stone rang again, announcing that the reward had now been increased to 20,000 gold coins, dead or alive. As always, Bjorn assured her that no one would be able to pursue them in the darkness. However, before they could relax, a new problem emerged. Standing before them were several ghouls. She turned to him and asked if she should fight them. This time, he firmly stated that they would fight together. In Dungeon and Stone, when someone defeats a monster species for the first time, they receive extra rewards. This means the more species of monsters they slay, the faster they level up. For them, this was a real opportunity. Bjorn stepped forward and smashed through the enemies, while those approaching from behind were easily taken down with arrows. With a reliable companion by his side, this all felt like child's play. As they continued defeating ghouls, they kept moving north, pushing forward until they reached the 3rd day of their journey. Along the way, they spotted blood on the ground. Judging by its appearance, it definitely wasn't goblin blood. But then, whose blood could it be? Nearby, Someone's foot had been almost severed, and a sandal had been left behind. This was the very spot where our boy had first set foot in the labyrinth. Right behind this location was the portal to the second floor. Recalling how close he had come to dying because of it, anger surged through him. In frustration, he slammed his hammer against the ground, cursing loudly. Erwin flinched in fear and instinctively began apologizing, assuming she had done something to upset him. But in reality, Bjorn was just frustrated with his own bad luck. If only he had arrived from a different direction, he would have already been on the second floor long ago. Meanwhile, Elf had tears in her eyes, convinced that everything was her fault. He reassured her not to worry, insisting that it wasn't her doing. That's when she finally understood the situation, and for the first time, sympathized with everything he had endured. Bjorn was surprised that she figured out on her own, but then she said something that left him baffled. She was sure his friends had gone to heaven. He had no idea what she meant by that. Finally, the moment had arrived to enter the portal to the second floor. A notification appeared, confirming that they had reached the goblin forest on the second floor. The very next moment, they suddenly plummeted down, crashing onto the ground. They had landed in the northern region of the goblin forest. Looking around, it seemed that there were no living beings within a 50 m radius. Erwin asked why she had never heard of a forest on the second floor before. In response, Bjorn explained that the first floor had 4 portals, one in the north leading to the goblin forest, another in the east leading to the beast slay zone, a third in the west opening to the land of the dead, and the last in the south leading to the Black Rocky Mountains. Among all these locations, the place they had landed in was the least dangerous. Bjorn then asked if she knew how to reach the city later, essentially how to get out of the dungeon. She explained that after a certain period, everyone would be automatically pulled out of the dungeon and transported to the city. Specifically, on the first floor, this happened after 168 hours, while on the second floor, it occurred after 240 hours. After that, they would be teleported straight to the city. Realizing this, our boy decided that when the 168-hour mark on the first floor approached, they would return and teleport out to avoid being spotted by the gang chasing them. For now, they planned to explore the area near the portal. As they moved forward, Erwin led the way, pointing out traps along the path. Our boy, however, saw nothing but leaves and stones until he threw a rock, revealing a hidden trap. She then asked how she had done, to which Bjorn simply replied that she had done her job well. After scouting for a while, they realized that no goblins were in the immediate area, so they continued exploring. The issue with the second floor was that goblins often moved in groups of 12. Worse, there were also mutant goblins, warriors, and archers, who were far more dangerous. Bjorn decided that they would clear the traps, expand their exploration area, and stay close to the portal in case they needed to make a quick escape. They followed this plan carefully, but soon Erwin felt another presence. This time, it was a group of goblins, more than 10 of them, at a distance of about 50 m. Bjorn then asked how close she could get without being detected. She estimated that without him, she could manage about 30 meters on her own. That made sense. After all, imagining Bjorn trying to hide in the bushes was almost laughable. He looked like a walking truck, whereas the elf girl could move silently without making a sound. Eventually, she spotted the goblins and signaled Bjorn. Loading an arrow, she took a powerful shot. This time, he couldn't even see if she had hit the target, but without hesitation, he stepped forward, telling her to stay behind. Walking straight toward the green creatures, he realized something surprising. Despite the overwhelming number of enemies, he wasn't afraid. Instead, his body seemed to react instinctively to the battle, as if craving it. His warrior's heart was twitching for a fight. With a mighty swing, he delivered a hammer strike so powerful that one goblin was nearly sent flying. He barely even noticed how quickly his adrenaline had surged. Raising his shield, he struck again, only to suddenly sense danger. A goblin had nearly sliced his face. If he had hesitated even a second longer, his head would have been gone. And of course, the goblins weren't giving him a moment to breathe. If he had been alone, he might have barely escaped, but he wasn't alone. Our favorite elf provided long-range support, allowing him to fight freely on the battlefield. After defeating the first group, Bjorn had earned 11 magic crystals. On the first floor, he had collected only 40 crystals throughout an entire day, so this was a significant improvement. Instead of giving her just 1 crystal, he handed her 2, because he decided to keep the goblin warrior's crystal for himself as it held more value. They continued their exploration, and as soon as they expanded their search radius to 3 kilometers, groups of goblins started appearing every 5 minutes. Among them were now stealth archers. Things were about to get even crazier. The goblins launched a full-force attack, and naturally, chaos ensued. Bjorn was holding his ground, but now he was in the goblin archer's line of sight. An arrow was about to strike him, but at the last moment he dodged. Now he had also pinpointed the archer's location. After nearly 15 hours of roaming and fighting, they finally decided to take a break. Bjorn told Erwin that she could sleep first. Of course, she had already borrowed a sleeping bag and blanket. Placing her weapons aside, she laid down to rest, perhaps feeling safer now that he was around. After hunting for over 15 hours, they had gathered plenty of rewards. As they expanded their exploration area, they encountered other groups, each consisting of more than 3 members, some even belonging to different species from another world. Though they merely passed by each other, Our boy wasn't fond of seeing other people. To him, explorers were scarier than dungeon monsters, especially now that he had a reason to be cautious. On the 4th day, inside the dungeon, they continued fighting. They rested on the 5th day, and on the 6th, they encountered more people. Finally, the 7th day arrived. The day they were supposed to escape the labyrinth. The first floor would close in 2 hours and 47 minutes. Bjorn ordered that they head toward the portal to avoid being late. The elf warned him about newly placed traps. Perhaps the goblins were respawning. She also mentioned another goblin group about 70 m away. Without hesitation, Bjorn decided they would fight again. However, this time their enemies consisted of 8 normal goblins, 2 archers, and 2 warriors, a total of 12 goblins. Like a bulldozer, my guy tore through the goblins, swiftly eliminating the warriors, while Erwin focused on the archers. His strikes seemed even stronger than before, perhaps due to all the battles he had fought up to this point. Erwin was also showing progress. She now instinctively knew where and when to shoot, as if she had become completely sync with our boy. She had initially mentioned 2 archers, yet no arrows had come her way. Of course, Bjorn praised her, but also wanted confirmation. Had she taken both archers down, he needed to know so he wouldn't have to worry about incoming arrows. She remained silent, unsure if the second archer was truly dead. That in itself was a good thing. Uncertain information could sometimes be more dangerous than the enemy itself. Her cautiousness made him feel a sense of pride in her. Suddenly, she noticed something unusual dropping from the goblin archer. What they saw was none other than a goblin archer essence. Bjorn immediately recognized it as something extremely rare. He had researched it before. According to forum discussions, essences were part of the game skill system. Each essence provided 1 passive and 1 active skill, though their attributes weren't fixed. However, there was a limit to how many essences one could absorb, making it crucial to choose wisely for the future. Its drop rate was close to 0. Bjorn felt a pang of disappointment. There was no way his luck was good enough to get something like this. Curious, the elf asked whether absorbing an essence would turn a person into a goblin. Bjorn explained that it wouldn't. It would only grant them some of the goblin's abilities. He even gave an example of a man who had consumed a wolf monster essence on the 1st floor, allowing him to track others by scent. Since he already had a specific essence in mind for himself, he let Erwin keep this one. He couldn't just pick any random essence, as that could lead to problems later. However, he made her promise something before taking it, a conversation he had intended to have back on the 1st floor. Before he could finish speaking, a group of people arrived and ordered them not to move. One of them stepped forward and asked, "What are you doing here?" The elf began explaining that they were out hunting, but Bjorn quickly warned her that she didn't need to answer them. Without hesitation, he grabbed her by the shoulders and literally threw her into the essence. As soon as she made contact, she merged with it. The man who had been watching all this unfold became desperate and furious. He shouted that the essence belonged to them. When the elf returned, Bjorn immediately challenged them, daring them to come forward if they wanted to fight, and readied his hammer to crush them. Instead of engaging, the group turned and ran at full speed toward the portal. He forced them to retreat. The problem, however, was that based on Bjorn's analysis, they were likely heading to the portal to return to the city. That meant they could cross paths again, which was best avoided. Just then, the elf warned that a group of goblins was about 50 meters away. Bjorn suggested trying to avoid them, but that plan quickly fell apart. The goblins had already detected them. At the last moment, he made a split-second decision. They needed to head in the opposite direction. The elf confirmed the plan, but just as she did, an arrow came flying straight toward her face. Luckily, Bjorn reacted instantly, pulling her back with full force. But something was off. This arrow didn't seem to belong to the goblin archers. It was likely from the same group that had just run toward the portal. Bjorn suspected that those people had deliberately attracted the goblins toward them while positioning themselves on the other side, waiting in ambush. Realizing there was no way out, he told the Erwin to use her powers. They would have to fight. She hesitated for a moment, confused, but Bjorn quickly explained that these essences had unique abilities. The one she had absorbed earlier was from a goblin archer, meaning her power had significantly increased. She had gained both a passive and an active ability. Her passive ability was Poison Arrow, which inflicted poison damage whenever she used her bow. Her active ability was Thief Steps, which allowed her to enter stealth mode. Bjorn was impressed that she could activate it just by willing it without wasting time. He handed her the bag, deciding to take on the goblins alone while she focused on the human archer behind him. She clearly didn't like the plan, but Bjorn insisted they had no time to argue. He ordered her to hide and wait for his signal before shooting at the human archer. Bjorn charged toward the goblins, launching a fierce assault. With incredible speed, he defended and attacked simultaneously, taking on multiple goblins at once. As the archers resumed their attack, a brief moment of carelessness allowed a goblin to strike him from behind. Reacting instantly, he turned and eliminated the goblin in a single blow. However, without Erwin's support, dealing with the enemies ahead became more difficult. His injuries worsened, and fatigue started setting in. Just then, he sensed 2 incoming arrows, one from a goblin archer and another from a man holding a crossbow. Realizing it was impossible to block both, he made a last-moment decision to stylishly block the crossbow bolt. As a result, the goblin's poisoned arrow struck his elbow, causing his arm's movement to weaken. Now, he had to choose between a shield and hammer. Opting to keep the shield, he reasoned that it would allow him both to defend and attack, while also protecting himself from the humans. As always, he became completely furious, and the goblins, terrified, began to flee. He knew there was no need to chase them, especially when he had other opponents to deal with. At that moment, the humans stepped forward, acknowledging that he had handled the goblins alone, which was quite impressive. Bjorn, however, already knew these were the same people he had anticipated. When they insulted the elf, his rage exploded. Without hesitation, he challenged them to attack, pressuring them into a fight, but instead of engaging immediately, they attempted to blackmail him. Despite his strength, they pointed out that he was now injured. Offering him a deal, they said they would let him go if he revealed the elf's location. Hearing this, Bjorn simply smiled, prompting them to call him crazy for laughing in such a situation. Their leader, staying cautious, ordered his men not to lower their defenses, telling them to imagine they were hunting a giant monster. But now, with one of his arms rendered useless, it was time to send a signal, one that even people in this world would understand. Without hesitation, Bjorn lunged toward the leader and struck his sword with a shield in a violent thrust. The man immediately called for reinforcements. An old samurai launched a powerful slicing attack, but Bjorn retaliated with full force. The problem, however, was that he was now surrounded. As he considered whether Erwin had managed to defeat the crossbow wielder, an arrow suddenly came flying at full force. No one knew who had fired it. All that was clear was that it was heading straight toward Bjorn and the leader. The human's tank quickly shouted for his allies to focus on attacking the barbarian while he handled the arrows. While he defended, the other two attacked Bjorn from both sides. The leader struck his shield from the front, while the samurai moved in from behind. Making a quick decision, Bjorn sacrificed his useless arm, using it as a distraction to land a devastating blow on the leader's head. The man recoiled, calling him a monster. Meanwhile, Bjorn swiftly turned to dodge the samurai's next attack, creating some distance between them. Then, something unexpected happened. Another arrow came flying in. This time, the tank managed to block it. But unlike before, this arrow was engulfed in flames. The intense heat forced the tank to discard his shield, leaving him vulnerable. In the next scene, the leader takes another arrow to the shoulder. Realizing that staying any longer would only worsen the situation, he starts running, and mutters that he'll deal with the elf later. Meanwhile, the samurai intensifies his attacks, striking faster and urging our boy to surrender. Bjorn regains some momentum, using his shield to block the view and extend his reach. He swings his shield at the samurai, who narrowly dodges, but the attack lands on the tank behind him, sending the man flying. He crashes to the ground, coughing up blood. The old samurai, now furious, wonders why such a strong warrior is even part of this group. The two engage in a fierce exchange of blows, but this time it's a fair one-on-one fight. Bjorn lifts his shield and hurls it straight at the old man's head, then grabs him by the collar and in a fit of rage, bites his neck. Bjorn remains standing firm while the other two opponents have already met their end. Suddenly, Erwin rushes toward our boy, calling him sir. She anxiously asks if he's okay and urges him to take a potion, showing genuine concern for him. After drinking it, Bjorn feels a strange sensation. His body feels like it's boiling, every vein pulsing, his skin burning and itching. After a moment, Erwin encourages him, assuring him that he can handle it. However, he is only concerned about the time. She informs him that it has been 10 minutes since he took the potion, reminding him that they have 40 minutes left before the first portal closes. Without hesitation, he tells her to take off clothes. Completely flustered, Erwin freezes, but then convinces herself that he must have a good reason for saying this. She hesitantly starts undressing, only for Bjorn to clarify. He wasn't telling her to take off her clothes, but to strip the bodies of the fallen enemies. Embarrassed, she quickly recovers and starts gathering only the useful items, leaving the unnecessary clothing behind. Without wasting time, she picks up a crossbow from one of the fallen men. With only 26 minutes left, they sprint as fast as they can. Finally, when just 8 minutes remain, the portal comes into view. As the countdown reaches 50 seconds, they dive through it as fast as possible. Bjorn crashes headfirst onto the ground on the other side, while Erwin lands gracefully. Frustrated by his rough landing, he groans. But Erwin, full of excitement, exclaims that the whole experience was so much fun. She thanks him for a job well done. He acknowledges her words, and she reminds him that he can now talk about the essence condition he had mentioned earlier. However, there isn't enough time to discuss it here, so they decide to talk about it after leaving. With only 8 seconds left, Bjorn struggles to remember the name of the tavern where they can meet later. His mind races, his head feeling like it's about to explode. Just as 4 seconds remain, the name finally comes to him. Blackwell. As soon as he utters the name, the labyrinth seals shut. The notification appeared confirming that he had been transported to Rafdonia, meaning he had finally returned to the city. Our boy was back, and it seemed like the others had also made it out. He hadn't expected so many people to return. No matter how much time one spent in the labyrinth once outside, it was always the next day at exactly noon, forcing them to readjust their clocks. Suddenly, a barbarian called out to him. Bjorn recognized him as Carrick. They exchanged greetings, and soon after, Senec arrived. Within moments, More barbarians gathered around, leaving Bjorn with the same reaction anyone would have. Where did all these barbarians suddenly come from? When he needed them inside the labyrinth, there was not a single one in sight. Before long, the group moved toward the store to count their collected crystals, betting on who had the most. Naturally, they invited Bjorn to join in on the wager. The woman in charge of counting announced that they had a total of 41,498 crystals, which left everyone impressed. Then it was Bjorn's turn. As the woman began counting rapidly, Bjorn found himself impressed. When she finally revealed the total, it was an astonishing 182,413 crystals. The crowd erupted in cheers, chanting his name as they lifted him onto their shoulders. He had set a new record. Time passed, and Bjorn wandered around with the other barbarians. That's when he spotted a familiar figure in the distance, his favorite elf. She was there, happily chatting with a group of elves, her cheerful demeanor standing out. A twinge of jealousy hit him. Why was she surrounded by all those guys? Meanwhile, he himself was stuck with a group of overly muscular men. When she noticed him, she waved slightly. He quietly indicated her to meet him at night. She confirmed with a nod, but before the moment could pass, another elf girl from her group turned to her and asked if she knew that barbarian. Caught off guard, Erwin quickly denied any acquaintance with him. At that moment, a large barbarian who had been eyeing the scene turned to Bjorn and asked if he had been looking at that elf. Bjorn casually denied it, but the man's expression darkened. With clear hostility, he declared that under no circumstances could the greatest warrior ever be on good terms with those cowardly, point-eared people. Hearing this, one of the elves visibly looked offended. Bjorn immediately sensed that things were taking a turn for the worse. A clash between the muscular warriors and the elegant, beautiful elves was just on the verge of breaking out. However, the tension eventually subsided. As he continued walking through the city, he saw families reuniting, brothers embracing, parents overjoyed, but not everyone had made it back. Some were still missing. It was a stark reminder of reality. Seeing it happen in real life was far different from watching it in a 2D game. But for now, it was time for celebration. The muscular warriors drank mug after mug of beer. Even the women were joining in. Some were even downing two at once. Bjorn couldn't help but wonder why he was here with them. Originally, he had only wanted to see if there was anything he could learn from the barbarians. But here, they were just drinking endlessly, drowning themselves in alcohol without a care in the world. Frustrated, he suddenly stood up and declared that he was leaving immediately. The moment he announced his departure, every barbarian in the bar turned to look at him. Some asked why he was leaving, but in the end, they simply wished him good luck, calling him the best barbarian warrior. After walking for some distance, he realized how peaceful the outside world was. Different races were even seen wandering together. He then headed to an inn, took a bath, and thought to himself, if things were this calm here, maybe living in this city wouldn't be so bad. After bathing, the massive barbarian lay on the bed wearing nothing but his underwear. He was so big that his legs dangled off the bed. The moment his head touched the pillow, memories of his old home resurfaced. When he woke up, it was already 9:18 at night. He had left the dungeon at noon, meaning he must have slept for around 4 to 5 hours. He inquired about a tavern only to be told that it had closed down. Apparently, the owner got caught up in a betting scheme 10 years ago, forcing them to change both the owner and the tavern's name. Curious about the new name, he was told it was now called Python, the very place he was standing in. It felt different from when he had last played. As he stepped into the bar, the lively atmosphere greeted him. Everything seemed normal until he spotted Erwin calling out to him. She was sitting with another grumpy elf. The woman immediately remarked, "So, you're the barbarian." However, he politely corrected her. "My name is Bjorn, and who are you?" She introduced herself as Erwin's older sister, Teresia. Then, suddenly standing up, she demanded to know why he called a young girl to a tavern so late at night. More importantly, why had he failed to show up after calling Erwin there himself? Without hesitation, she called him shameless. Completely confused, Bjorn asked what she meant. Teresia snapped, telling him to stop acting innocent. Panicking slightly, he turned to Erwin and asked how long it had been since they left the dungeon. Erwin casually replied, "Around 30 hours. Only then did it hit him. He wasn't feeling refreshed because he had slept for 4 to 5 hours. He had been asleep for 30 hours straight. Erwin, however, remained silent, simply observing the situation. He quickly apologized, explaining that he had been sleeping the whole time. This left Teresia completely stunned. She had never seen a barbarian apologize before, and she admitted that she hadn't expected much from him, considering she herself hadn't apologized to anyone in over 7 years. Still, she wanted to know what exactly was his business with Erwin in this place. Bjorn simply replied that he wasn't obligated to tell her anything. That response instantly made her furious, and the two began arguing in front of everyone. Suddenly, Teresia placed a bag on the table, stating that it contained 350,000 crystals, enough to compensate for the essence Erwin had consumed. She then glanced at him, wondering why he wasn't taking the money. Suspecting an ulterior motive, she even remarked that he was hiding something. Bjorn, ignoring her accusations, simply asked, "Does Erwin agree with her sister?" He then revealed the deal he had planned. He wanted Erwin to help him until he found his own essence. This revelation took Erwin by surprise. "Oh, so that's how it is?" she asked to further convince her. He even promised that this time they would split the loot 50 to 50. Hearing this, She was completely overjoyed, only to suddenly lose her excitement. With an apologetic expression, she admitted that she had already joined her sister's group. Teresia then firmly declared that she would never let Erwin again. The only reason it had happened before was because it was part of a ritual. Bjorn, as usual, was infuriated upon hearing this, but instead of arguing, she simply shoved the bag toward him and told him to take the crystals if he understood. However, Bjorn pointed out that 350,000 crystals would be about half the current price, right? She confirmed it, but he wasn't convinced. If that was the case, then 280,000 crystals were missing, as their promise split was 90-10. Laughing, Teresia admitted that she had almost forgotten and then literally picked up 280,000 crystals and placed them on the table. She had actually tried to deceive him. Now, he fully understood why barbarians and elves hated each other so much. Satisfied, he told her she could leave since he needed to speak with Erwin privately. Her sister seemed a bit confused by this, but before she could respond, Erwin suddenly grabbed her hand, thanked her for coming, and told her she could go now. She needed to thank and say goodbye to the barbarian. Her sister, impressed, felt that Erwin was finally growing up. However, before leaving, she turned toward the hour boy and made a demand. He had to swear an oath that he would not sleep with Erwin. If he swore, she would leave. Hearing this, Erwin turned completely red while Bjorn found himself wondering, was she only forbidding sleeping with her? Were the other options allowed? But Teresia kept pointing at him, insisting that he swear. Since he didn't care either way, he made the oath. And just like that, she finally left. As she was leaving, she thanked him for saving Erwin. The young elf turned crimson with embarrassment, but Bjorn remained unfazed. Once her sister was gone, Erwin hesitantly asked if she had been too rude to her. She had never said no to her sister before. Bjorn reassured her that it was fine. She then, for his previous offer, but admitted that she had already decided to work with her sister. Apologizing, she said she hoped he wouldn't mind. He simply replied, "It's fine." Without hesitation, she then pulled out a bag containing 63,000 crystals, explaining that it was part of the loot from the crossbow guy and the redhead. She had already taken her share. She also mentioned that she had left 2 backpacks at her home and suggested that he visit tomorrow to check what was inside. That was when he realized, without even being asked, she always understood his needs. Losing such a helpful companion would truly be unfortunate. Suddenly, she asked how she should repay him. She was serious about paying him back for saving her in the dungeon. Now, her sister's concerns made a lot more sense. Bjorn thought for a moment, but couldn't come up with anything. So, instead, he simply asked if she wanted to eat something. She shook her head, saying she wasn't hungry. In response, he casually said, "Then I'll just order for myself." For some reason, she blushed and suddenly had a brilliant idea. She decided she did want something to have her first post-dungeon drink, and she wanted to share it with him. The thought sparked a memory. This was a significant tradition in elven culture. She then assumed that of course this wouldn't be his first post-dungeon drink. However, before she could finish her sentence, Bjorn interrupted, asking what she meant. This was actually his first time too. She was shocked. Wait, you weren't joking. Not only that, this was also his first time even going into a dungeon. Finally, their food arrived. Erwin complimented him on how well he had performed in the dungeon, and he returned the compliment. They raised their drinks in a toast, and after a while, their conversation drifted into silly topics, like how she was wearing a skirt today while he was in a t-shirt. He kept drinking one mug after another, impressing her. Then, out of nowhere, he declared that he had figured out a way for her to repay him. She was curious. "And what is that?" she asked with a bit of pompousness. But instead of answering directly, he said they needed to go somewhere else. Otherwise, the security guard would come after them. She blushed and mischievously asked, "Could we do it in my room?" A little while later, he was completely out of breath, drenched in sweat. She too was gasping for air, tears welling up as she exclaimed, "I can't take it anymore." She had known this barbarian was a scoundrel, but in reality, our boy was just giving her a chiropractic session, since he didn't fully control his strength. He had nearly pulled her arm out of its socket. Tearing up, she cried, "I really can't take it anymore." When it was finally over, she thought about how close he had come to breaking her arm, but all he had really been doing was testing her flexibility. Furious, she demanded, "Wait, did you bring me here just to test my flexibility?" Unapologetically, Bjorn confirmed that yes, that was exactly what he had done. He simply wanted to check, since ability usage was prohibited within the city. Disappointed, she sighed as he started rambling on about game statistics and theories. After a while, she finally pulled him back to reality, complaining that she was getting sleepy, and just as expected, they ended up sleeping together, but only sleeping. Well, so much for that barbarian's so-called honor. The next day, Bjorn showed Erwin the loot he had brought back from the dungeon. She asked if he planned to sell everything since she needed leather armor and a belt. Bjorn allowed her to keep those items, stating that their cost would be deducted from her share. After that, they went around the city selling various items in different shops. Bjorn managed to earn a total of 1.4 million crystals, while Erwin was shocked to find that even she made 50,000 crystals. Bjorn mentioned that when he had first started the game, he had never earned this much. Then he brought up the idea of parting ways, which upset Erwin. She requested that he at least accompany her to the central square. Upon reaching the square, they found a crowd gathered. Curious, Erwin asked what was happening. Looking at a soldier, Bjorn explained that it was an execution. A man had been gagged and placed on the guillotine. He further clarified that these people hadn't committed any serious crimes. They had simply failed to pay their taxes. Witch's curse loomed over the city, and resources were only available through the labyrinth. Those who refused to participate in the labyrinth were executed to reduce the number of mouths to feed. As the execution took place, people rushed toward the guillotine, dipping their bread in the executed man's blood and eating it. Erwin was disgusted by the sight. Bjorn explained that according to legend, drinking the blood of an executed person brought wealth. Bjorn noted that with each passing year, the fees kept rising, which meant he had to grow stronger over time. He realized that if he couldn't return to his world or become strong enough, he might end up on the guillotine himself. If he wanted to avoid that fate, he had to reach at least the 6th floor of the labyrinth. With that in mind, Bjorn headed to a library. In the game, this place had still been under construction, but now it was complete. As he stepped inside, he noticed people staring at him. His gaze then landed on a table where Einar was sleeping with her face buried in a book, even drooling slightly. Bjorn tried to wake her up. In her drowsiness, she smiled faintly at him, but the moment she fully woke up, she loudly greeted him, causing annoyance among the other visitors. Bjorn asked her to lower her voice and question what she was doing in the library. Einar explained that she was following his advice to think before acting, so she had decided to gather knowledge, hoping to set herself apart from other barbarians. She had also realized that there were enemies beyond just monsters, but studying was still difficult for her. Standing up, Einar mentioned that she was heading to the sanctuary to learn to read and write from the elders. Before leaving, she reminded Bjorn that she had promised to repay the favor of his advice. She assured him that if he ever needed help, he could find her at the Brave Bull Inn and she would assist him. Bjorn thanked her, hoping she wouldn't forget her promise because he had a feeling he would need her help soon. Bjorn sat in the library wondering how to find the book he needed. As he scanned a room, he noticed someone slumped over a large table, fast asleep. Approaching quietly, he let out a small cough, stirring the librarian from her sleep. She blinked at him and asked what he needed. Just as Bjorn was about to say the book's name, she stopped him. With a wave of her hand, she cast a spell. Bjorn tensed for a moment, wondering if she had just cast magic on him, but nothing seemed to have changed. The librarian simply told him to take a walk. He would find what he was looking for. Before he could say anything, she had already dozed off again. As he wandered through the library, he gradually understood how her spell worked. The books related to his thoughts began glowing on the shelves. Curious, he picked one up and started reading. According to the book, no one could live in these lands due to a witch's curse. The last remaining fortress, Rafdonia, had prevented a great disaster, leading the royal family to create a pathway to an alternate dimension to ensure people wouldn't starve. This pathway was known as the Labyrinth. Bjorn found the story eerily similar to the beginning of the game. Another book he picked up mentioned magical crystals that could be transformed into bread and water. The third book detailed the war between elves and barbarians, but it was the fourth book that caught his attention. It spoke of evil spirits that came from another dimension and possessed human bodies. While there was no clear explanation for why this happened, the royal family had been trying to stop it for a long time. Bjorn realized that as long as he didn't say anything suspicious, no one could accuse him of anything. The fifth book he read described the death of a mortal king, stating that he had died 150 years ago. However, in the game, the king had only recently passed away. Another book discussed the instability of dimensions, and Bjorn immediately thought about the blonde guy he had met earlier. He must have read this book. The book also included a theory suggesting that if a portal was about to close, entering it at that moment could affect its stability. As he processed all this information, he felt a wave of unease. Deciding he had learned enough for now, he left the library and returned to the inn. Lying on his bed, he thought about when the labyrinth would open again, and concluded that he would need a partner. The next morning, a knock on his door woke him up. Thinking it might be Erwin, he opened the door only to be struck by a magic spell the moment he did. Erwin cheered, celebrating that after 10 tries, she had finally succeeded in forming a contract with spirit stones. In her hands, she held a swirling entity, most likely a wind spirit. According to her, it worked well alongside fire magic. Bjorn acknowledged her luck, knowing that the chances of forming a contract with spirit stones were only 10%, and the process was quite expensive. He asked her to undo the spell, which made her upset since she had wanted to show him something else. However, from Bjorn's perspective, she had already destroyed enough of his room. Realizing the mess she had made, Erwin quickly apologized and promised to clean everything up. After a while, Bjorn complimented her on successfully forming the contract, but also advised her to use her time wisely instead of wasting it. Though Erwin agreed, she was still a bit disappointed that he hadn't shown more excitement about her spirit. Bjorn couldn't shake the feeling that Erwin had become more attached to him, perhaps because he was her first companion. However, he believed she only saw him as a friend. He told her that he intended to stay in town and that if she ever needed anything, she could come find him. Hearing this, Erwin blushed and smiled at him, though it seemed she had misunderstood his words in some way. Later, Bjorn made his way to an inn where the barbarians usually stayed. The moment he arrived, one of them recognized him. barely having set foot inside. He was already overwhelmed by the noise. One of the barbarians approached him and asked if he planned to stay there for the night, boasting that it only cost 300 crystals per night, perhaps because the barbarians literally piled on top of each other to sleep. Bjorn dismissed the offer, stating that he had only come to speak with Einar. Before he could even finish a sentence, Einar appeared in the hallway. Upon seeing him, Einar immediately asked why he was there. Bjorn requested a favor. He wanted her to spar with her. Logically, he could have just gone to the training field where many barbarians are already fighting and practicing, but he specifically wanted to train with her. Since Einar still owed him a debt, she agreed, saying she would fight him anytime. Without hesitation, Bjorn declared that he wanted to fight now. Both prepared themselves for battle, and as soon as the match began, Bjorn charged toward her, determined not to lose. However, Einar swiftly lifted her sword and defeated him in a single strike. Looking down at him, she asked if he was okay, but Bjorn, unfazed, requested another match. He knew she was truly strong. The two fought multiple times, and by the end, Bjorn was on his knees, exhausted. Einar too had grown tired, and they both decided to take a break. Bjorn then asked if she planned to return to the labyrinth alone. Einar confirmed that she would, as she didn't have enough money to form a party. Hearing this, Bjorn invited her to join him as his companion. Einar seemed slightly surprised at the offer. When he explained that he would take 80% of the profit, but would also cover all the expenses, she didn't ask for further details. Bjorn worried that she might reject the deal, but instead, she took his hand and agreed. From her perspective, there was no point in overthinking things. She wouldn't understand the details anyway, so she decided to trust him. The next day, Bjorn and his new companion arrived at the barbarian sanctuary, where the elder asked if he had come to learn reading and writing. However, Bjorn clarified that he was searching for a spiritual seal, specifically the immortal seal, as he would need it to pass through the labyrinth. According to the elder, elves could form contracts with spirits and use their powers. Dwarves possessed the blessing of steel, which enhanced the power of their items, and demi-humans could bond with ancestral beasts. Meanwhile, barbarians had access to spiritual seals. Curious, the elder asked how Bjorn knew about the seals, since someone his age wouldn't typically have such knowledge. Bjorn explained that he had learned about them from a book, and also mentioned that the seals had been used during the war against the elves. The elder laughed, patted Bjorn's shoulder, and said he had no reason to refuse his request. Just as Bjorn was about to say something, the elder demanded 800,000 crystals for the seal. Bjorn had anticipated this, and confidently agreed to pay. He had already learned during the game that seals were expensive. He offered 500,000 crystals and 3 special coins worth 100,000 each. Suspicious, the elder questioned how Bjorn had managed to gather such a large amount. Expecting this, Bjorn explained that he had found a wounded elf on the first floor, whom he had enslaved in exchange for an essence. He had even taken money from the elf's sister, which, while not entirely true, wasn't a complete lie either. The elder burst into laughter, and soon the other barbarians joined in celebrating Bjorn's achievement. As a reward, the elder gifted him 2 additional coins worth 100,000 each. Bjorn was so excited about this easy profit that he even declared he would continue mistreating elves in the future. Bjorn understood that the seal was a type of enhancement technique that allowed the body to absorb the essence of magical ingredients and develop special abilities. Barbarians tattooed their children because their souls were pure, and this practice kept their soul's path visible even as they grew. Before granting the seal, the wizard warned Bjorn that it could not be reversed. According to Bjorn, the essence of the seal belonged to a tank. The wizard then approached with a needle ready to begin. Repeatedly, the needle pierced Bjorn's back, and judging by his expressions, the process was incredibly painful. Eventually, he managed to activate the first level of the seal, which significantly boosted his natural regeneration, and granted him an additional 13 physical points. Bjorn thanked the wizard and with a sore back stepped out of the hut. The wizard chuckled. This was the first time a barbarian had ever thanked him. Bjorn hurried away, wondering if he had said something odd. As the sun rose, he headed into town to purchase equipment. He had already realized that he was much better at using shields than swords. At a shop, the vendor showed him weapons typically favored by barbarians, but none of them matched what he was looking for, until he found a mace that seemed perfect. With this new weapon, his item level increased by 85. He also bought a customized helmet and half-plate armor, which added 47 and 57 item levels, respectively. Outside the labyrinth, Bjorn had established a daily routine. He had breakfast with Erwin, spent his afternoons in the library, and dined at different places each evening to gather information, even if the food wasn't always great. In the late afternoon, he trained with the other barbarians, relying solely on his instincts. This training significantly improved his skills, allowing him to defeat Einar multiple times, even giving her combat tips. After training, Bjorn returned home, where Erwin requested to join him for dinner. After their meal, she bid him goodbye and wished him luck for the labyrinth, which was set to open the next day. Now, Bjorn's attributes are better. As soon as morning arrived, Bjorn and Einar requested unity magic. The attendant explained that all they needed to do was place their hands on a crystal. However, Since nothing in this world came for free, the cost was 15,000 crystals, but in return, it granted them the ability to enter the labyrinth together. She further informed them that the higher the rank, the more expensive the magic would be, and it would only remain valid for 24 hours. A while earlier, inside a tavern, Einar had been left speechless in front of a lavishly set table. Before entering the labyrinth, Bjorn had ordered the best dishes available. The moment she tasted the food, she was overwhelmed, on the verge of tears because it was so delicious. The meal filled her with excitement and determination to work hard. Minutes before the portal was set to open, both of them were already waiting. Bjorn listened to the loud chatter around him and turned to see a few young barbarians fresh out of their coming-of-age ceremony, preparing to enter the portal. Einar watched them with a nostalgic expression, as if it had been ages since she had stepped into a portal herself. Finally, the portal opened, but before stepping in, Bjorn asked Einar to wait a little. He wanted to test a theory. She agreed without question and followed him. However, as soon as there was only a minute left before the portal would close, panic set in. Bjorn kept observing the portal's size until the nearby people started yelling that it was about to shut. Without wasting another second, both of them sprinted toward it. As soon as they entered the dark region, Bjorn followed through with his plan and lit a torch. Einar immediately pointed out something that caught her attention: a monument. Just as Bjorn had expected, this monument had the ability to take them directly to the second floor. The moment he touched it, light began to emanate from it, and a portal to the next floor appeared before them. Einar, still struggling to grasp what was happening, watched as Bjorn readied himself to step through the portal. The act of opening the first portal rewarded him with 2 experience points, causing his level to increase and his essence capacity to expand. Curious, Einar questioned how he had managed to take them straight to the next level. According to him, he had simply read about it in a book. If that was the case, then it seemed like they had entered the land of the dead. Bjorn turned to Einar and asked if she felt anything strange. She admitted that she sensed something filling her body. Trying to make sense of it, she explained that it was probably her spirit status adjusting. Bjorn connected the dots. It was similar to how leveling up worked in games. Just as characters gained higher stats upon leveling up, his soul power, or MP, had also increased. This was essential for using special abilities, and at the same time it determined how much essence he could absorb. Einar, however, found it odd that his level had increased without having defeated a single monster. What had happened was that normally only a small amount of experience could be obtained from undead monsters, but if someone was the first to open a portal, they could gain experience points, an easy way to level up. Bjorn had no intention of revealing this trick to anyone. In fact, he even warned Einar not to tell anyone that they had reached the second level so quickly. Experienced explorers would soon arrive, and if they were spotted, they would surely be questioned about how they had gotten there. Staying away from the portal seemed like the safest option. Securing the torch to his helmet for better visibility, Bjorn noted that the flame was magical. It neither extinguished nor emitted heat. Compared to the goblin-infested forests, the land of the dead had stronger monsters, but at least it wasn't riddled with traps, making it a more favorable place for barbarians. Just then, Einar sensed something approaching. It was a small group of ghouls. Despite this, she felt an exhilarating excitement at the thought of battle. Without hesitation, she charged toward them and swiftly took them down. It almost seemed too easy until a chilling scream echoed through the air. In that instant, fear crept into her. Bjorn calmly explained that it was likely a banshee and that it was best to leave it alone. The creature wouldn't attack unless provoked. However, Einar, still nervous, asked if it wasn't a dangerous monster. According to Bjorn, if they attacked first, they would be cursed. Moreover, the banshee would follow them until the very end of the labyrinth. That thought alone sent a shiver down Einar's spine. Another eerie scream rang out, and this time Einar instinctively clung to Bjorn's neck. Moments later, skeletons began emerging, confirming her fears. Bjorn tried to explain their weak points, but before he could finish, Einar, without even listening, eliminated all of them in an instant. The two continued heading north, walking for almost 8 hours. Along the way, they encountered ghouls and mutant skeletons wielding weapons, but defeating them wasn't too difficult. These battles helped Bjorn improve his skills as he crushed the monsters with his mace. His new armor significantly boosted his defense, and his helmet was no longer just for carrying candles. It could now withstand arrows as well. Glancing at Einar, he noticed that she was quite skilled in combat. One thing stood out though. She constantly shouted, "Vahela," the name of the ancestral goddess of the barbarians. Even she didn't seem to know why, but somehow Bjorn found himself doing the same, shouting along with her as they fought, enjoying the thrill of battle together. The continuous fights also granted him a significant amount of EXP points. Einar soon noticed that Bjorn's arm was injured, but he didn't seem concerned. To her surprise, his wound began healing on its own. Excited, she asked if it was due to the seal. Bjorn revealed that the first level of the seal enhanced regeneration and increased vigor. As they continued forward, they realized the terrain had changed, and the wails of the banshee had grown even louder. This signaled the arrival of rank 8 monsters. Suddenly, a guttural scream echoed through the area as a death demon appeared. It was said that this creature consumed the very light of the labyrinth. Bjorn reminded that the best strategy was to attack its head, and without hesitation, they launched their assault. However, The creature was no easy opponent. It blocked their attacks effortlessly, its skin as hard as stone. Bjorn took the lead, drawing the monster's attention while Einar attempted a sneak attack from behind. Yet, despite her precise strike, her blade barely penetrated. The demon turned and threw Einar aside. She got back on her feet, leaning on her sword, and shouted that the monster was far too strong. Bjorn recalled that even in the game, this monster had incredibly high defense and exceptional healing abilities. The death demon let out another roar, and this time, even Bjorn felt a chill. He knew exactly what that meant. The creature had activated its ability to summon ghouls. Within moments, 15 to 20 ghouls appeared, rushing toward the barbarians. Bjorn shouted for Einar to handle the ghouls while he focused on the demon. Gripping his shield tightly, he advanced, but the demon's attack forced him to retreat. Regaining his footing, he charged again, using his shield to block, while Einar swiftly eliminated the ghouls. Once she was done, he warned her not to get distracted before striking the monster with his mace once more. Now, both barbarians attacked in unison, finally managing to land a solid hit on the demon's head. For a moment, Bjorn thought their attack had worked, but the demon refused to go down. With a powerful strike, it sent Bjorn flying. He hit the ground hard, injured, and looked up just in time to see the wound on the monster's head almost fully healed. Bjorn analyzed the situation, trying to think of a strategy. Meanwhile, Einar grabbed the demon's leg with all her strength, attempting to unbalance it. She succeeded. The creature toppled backward. Seizing the opportunity, the barbarian struck, finishing it off before it could recover. The demon left behind a large magical crystal, but by barbarian standards, it was only worth about 100 crystals. If combined with the ghoul's remains, it would total around 300. Even though the risk was high, the reward felt small. Despite that, Einar was thrilled about hunting monsters. Bjorn, on the other hand, started thinking that hunting with her wasn't so bad. After all, Erwin had been a bit too passive. They continued battling death demons using the same tactic, knocking them off balance and delivering a decisive blow to the head. Eventually, they managed to defeat around 70 of them. Bjorn, who was searching for demon essence to synchronize with his seal, found nothing on the first day. By the second day, demons began appearing in pairs, but they still weren't too difficult to handle. The real trouble came when they took too long in one place. Soon, they found themselves at risk of being surrounded by ghouls. By noon, demons started appearing in groups of 3. That's when the barbarians realized the situation was becoming overwhelming. Just then, another group of explorers arrived. Before Bjorn could say anything, Einar interrupted and threatened them. Terrified, the explorers fled from the barbarians without a second thought. She then turned to Bjorn and said it would be better to set up camp elsewhere since humans had discovered their location, and they couldn't be trusted. As they continued on their way, Bjorn wondered if she had bad experiences with humans in the past. As they were discussing how they hadn't found a good camping spot, a desperate voice calling for help reached their ears. Moving forward cautiously, they came across several adventurers' bodies, all showing traces of poison. Both of them froze. Before they could react further, a plunderer appeared in front of them, someone who looked incredibly powerful. Unlike regular explorers, plunderers didn't hunt monsters, but instead targeted fellow adventurers to make money. This activity was punishable by death, but just as Bjorn had silenced the explorers who had abused him, if everyone here was eliminated, no one outside would ever know. The plunderer smirked and asked if this was their first time encountering someone like her. Bjorn remained silent, carefully analyzing his opponent. Judging by her stance and characteristics, she was highly skilled at her craft, so much so that he had never even heard of her before. Meanwhile, Einar was already on edge, her hand inching toward her sword. She whispered to Bjorn, saying she had a feeling this one was extremely strong. Looking at the fallen explorers, it was clear that none of them had external injuries. It seemed they had all been poisoned. Bjorn turned to the plunderer and asked if those people had been her companions. Turning her back to them, she casually admitted that they had been. Without a hint of remorse, she began gathering their belongings into a magic pouch. Uncertain about their next move, Einar hesitated and asked Bjorn if they should fight. However, after assessing her strength, Bjorn made the quick decision that running away was their best option. Before the plunderer could react, both of them bolted at full speed. As they ran, Bjorn began spotting the signs he had left behind earlier, markers to guide him back to the first floor. But before they could make much progress, they suddenly ran into a group of 4 human explorers, forcing them to stop abruptly. Einar, already prepared for battle, tensed up, but Bjorn quickly explained that they were running away and needed help. The group seemed to believe them, and their leader made an offer. If they could defeat the plunderer, they would receive the full reward. Calling them closer, the leader prepared to use his gnome ability, which could cloak them and their companions within a 3 meters radius, provided they remained still. Trusting him, Bjorn and Einar stepped forward. Lucky us, their leader mused. 2 barbarians just walked straight into our trap. A sudden wave of paralysis spread through Bjorn's body, and he finally understood. The plunderers had set them up. He had no idea how to break free from their magic. His mind raced, analyzing the effect. If they were truly immobilized, what kind of magic could this be? Then it hit him. It had to be the immobilization spell of a stone golem. That meant one thing. The person who cast this must have consumed the essence of such a creature, and the only way to break free was to take damage. As the plunderers casually discussed how much they could make from the barbarians, one of them grabbed Einar's face. Examining her closely with a wicked grin, he remarked how fortunate they were. After all, a barbarian's heart was incredibly valuable. Another plunderer turned to Bjorn, chuckling as he pulled out a knife. Too bad for you, he sneered. My eyes won't let you escape. With that, he drove a knife toward Bjorn's neck. However, Bjorn was ready. Just as the blade pierced his skin, he twisted his body, ensuring the wound was as shallow as possible. The pain was enough to break the paralysis. In an instant, he moved. Before anyone could react, he struck the plunderer directly in the face. The group gasped in shock. Bjorn, breathing heavily, yanked the knife from his neck and flung it aside. It landed dangerously close to Einar's chest. Though still in a combat stance, he was severely injured and his body could barely hold up. His legs buckled, and he collapsed onto his knees. But Einar wasted no time. Gripping her sword tightly, she lunged forward, slicing through the plunderers with swift, merciless strikes. One by one, they fell until only the leader remained. Seeing his entire group wiped out, he turned and fled. Einar barely spared him a glance. Instead, she rushed to Bjorn, who was in critical condition. Desperation filled her voice as she shouted at him to stay alive. Clutching her sword, she swore vengeance while Bjorn, barely conscious, weakly reached out, struggling to ask for a potion. Bjorn's near-death experience resulted in an increase of 3 points in his mentality. After taking a potion and with the help of the seal, his neck wound healed quickly. Einar congratulated him, joking that he was now the only barbarian with a scar on his neck. Now fully recovered, Bjorn wanted to track down the leader of the plunderers, and soon they managed to capture him. However, instead of killing him, Bjorn intended to use his ability to hide from the plunderer woman. Just then, a dart shot through the air and struck the captured plunderer directly in the neck. Both of them turned to see his lifeless body while the redhead plunderer approached. She revealed that she had been watching their fight with his group. Bjorn immediately shouted to Einar that it was time to attack, and both of them rushed toward the woman. However, despite being attacked by 2 barbarians at once, she remained eerily calm. She easily dodged Einar's strike, and even managed to block Bjorn's attack. Bjorn couldn't help but wonder how many essences she possessed. She was incredibly strong. Deciding to change tactics, he dropped his weapon and attempted to push her while shouting at Einar to attack. But suddenly, he collapsed to his knees, realizing too late that the plunderer had stabbed him with a dagger. A chilling thought crossed his mind. If she was an aura user, they had no chance. Meanwhile, Einar attempted a surprise attack from behind, but the plunderer retaliated with such speed that Einar couldn't even defend herself. She was using a paralyzing poison, leaving the barbarians immobilized. Bjorn recognized how powerful she was, far beyond what they could handle. As she pointed her dagger at his face, she unexpectedly offered him a deal. If he swore that he had never seen her, she would spare his life. She explained that she had never intended to kill the barbarians in the first place because she owed a debt to their race. Bjorn realized she was telling the truth. However, Einar warned him not to trust her, believing she was merely toying with them. Curious, Bjorn asked what would happen if he refused the offer. Without hesitation, the plunderer stated that she would kill him. Left with no choice, Bjorn swore on his honor. The plunderer, intrigued by his response, remarked that he was different from other barbarians and placed some kind of enhancement on him. It was now Einar's turn to respond. To Bjorn's surprise, she refused. The plunderer raised her dagger, ready to finish Einar off. Desperately, Bjorn urged Einar to swear the oath. Einar tried to argue about the honor of barbarians, but Bjorn reminded her that she had promised to trust him. Still hesitant, she eventually gave in. Before leaving, Bjorn asked the plunderer which floor she had come from. She answered the 8th floor. That meant the barbarians had survived purely because of her promise. As she disappeared, Bjorn made a silent vow. Next time, their encounter wouldn't end like this. Returning to the 1st floor, they stepped out of the portal. The moment they did, Einar collapsed onto the ground. Bjorn asked if she was okay, to which she weakly replied that she was no longer a warrior. Bjorn simply stated that only the strong survived. There would be another chance in the future. Einar tried to come to terms with this, knowing that one day they would get their revenge. They took a break to rest, but despite his exhaustion, Bjorn couldn't sleep. He wasn't feeling as terrible as but humiliation weighed heavily on him, just like when that blonde guy had saved him. The priestess had refused to heal him, and the swordsman had handed him a potion which he had drunk like a helpless fool. Bjorn remembered everything. The moment he had seen someone decapitated, the madness he had witnessed since entering this world. All he had done was try to survive, but now he was determined. He didn't want to live his life like this anymore. He asked Einar if she was willing to do whatever it took to become stronger, even if it was dangerous. Without hesitation, she agreed. She knew that if they didn't grow stronger, they would die. Bjorn then began explaining his plan to his companion. They would enter the rift and search for the case. But first, they defeated different monsters on the 1st floor, eventually reaching a dark area. After some time, they arrived at a stone monument. Bjorn explained that it was a memorial for those who had discovered the labyrinth. A quote was engraved on it, one that he had seen in the game. This meant that the hidden condition should be the same as well. The rift would be opened, but it was a secret. Einar promised not to tell anyone, but she was curious what exactly was the rift. Bjorn explained that it was another labyrinth within the labyrinth. To open the rift on the first floor, they needed magic crystals from the 4 types of monsters. From the second floor, they required an 8th rank magic crystal. The rift itself would open an instance dungeon with a 5-person capacity, and its difficulty depended on the number of participants. In the game, the rift had only opened 3 months in a Rift City's timeline, and people had eventually found ways to force it open. Bjorn activated it, and the 2 of them stepped inside. Narration went on to describe ruptures as something like a labyrinth hidden inside another labyrinth. In the game, they were referred to as instance dungeons, special zones that appeared randomly on each floor. However, these ruptures didn't just open freely, they operated on cooldown cycles. On the first floor, a natural reopening would take at least 3 months in city time. Since waiting around that long was clearly inefficient, explorers had come up with ways to force them open, such as the ritual Bjorn had just carried out. It was then explained that 4 different ruptures existed on the first floor, and the focus shifted to the one they had just entered. The moment they arrived, they found themselves standing beneath a sky soaked in apocalyptic red, while flocks of crows circled ominously above a massive dark fortress known as the Blood-Tinted Castle. Bjorn wasn't surprised by the sight, having anticipated this outcome after using a Death Fiend crystal. Einar, on the other hand, couldn't help but feel overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the structure. Still, he steadied himself, reminding himself that all first-floor ruptures were ultimately manageable, no matter how terrifying they looked at first glance. Bjorn's attention then moved to a more practical concern, figuring out which companions the dungeon system would assign to join their raid. Right at that moment, Einar sensed something and warned that someone else was arriving. Almost immediately, a new figure stepped out through the blood-like rift and onto the castle grounds. Both Bjorn and Einar tensed up, their minds racing as they tried to figure out who this unexpected newcomer might be. At the same time, elsewhere on the first floor of the labyrinth, Erwin was being scolded for relying on her spirit powers yet again. She tried to defend herself, explaining that fighting with just a dagger was too difficult, but her sister wasn't having it. She firmly told Erwin that she needed to be able to fight without depending on either her bow or her spirit abilities. Erwin pushed back, saying that Bjorn had advised her to focus on her strengths and trust her teammates, sticking to the role she was meant to play within the group. Tarisha dismissed that idea almost immediately, saying that while it sounded nice in theory, reality didn't work that way. She grabbed Erwin by the shoulder and warned her that teammates were just that, teammates, and shouldn't be placed on too high a pedestal. Erwin gave in reluctantly, though deep down she continued to believe that Bjorn wasn't a bad person. Shifting the topic, Tarisha proposed that they should head up to the second floor, guessing that Bjorn was probably already earning solid money there. She explained that simply hunting monsters on the second floor wouldn't be enough for rapid growth, which was why they should aim to enter a rupture as well. When Erwin mentioned that she had always thought ruptures depended purely on luck, Tarisha pointed out that many explorers went their entire careers without ever encountering one, despite their experience. She added that a rupture on their current floor had last appeared 8 months ago, meaning it should be close to opening again. In her mind, Tarisha concluded that Bjorn, being inexperienced, likely had no knowledge of this and was progressing in a highly inefficient way. A subtle smirk crossed her face as she began forming plans around that very ignorance. She then urged Erwin to trust her, confidently, assuring her that within a year, she would surpass that barbarian in strength. Tarisha suddenly caught a familiar sound, and her entire body snapped into alert. Both of them looked up just as a red rupture violently tore open above them. Without wasting a second, she shouted at Erwin to run, and the two immediately sprinted toward the forming rift. They didn't hesitate for even a moment, charging straight into the unstable opening. Tarisha reached out and physically grabbed onto the rupture itself, forcing their way inside as red energy coiled tightly around them and dragged them through. A moment later, everything disappeared. The rupture closed as abruptly as it had appeared, leaving them standing once again in the empty cave. Clicking her tongue in frustration, Tarisha wondered if they had arrived too late to be selected. Back at the blood-tinted castle, Bjorn and Einar lifted their heads as their first new party member began to materialize. A loud and energetic dwarf warrior appeared, proudly exclaiming that he had finally made it inside. Bjorn immediately recognized him as a dwarf, while the dwarf himself seemed delighted, casually remarking that having 2 barbarians in the party was a great thing. Another flash of light followed, signaling the arrival of a second recruit. A brightly dressed woman in pink stepped out, instantly recognizing the place as the blood-tinted castle. Bjorn was genuinely shocked to realize that this newcomer was a mage. He couldn't help but marvel at the fact that there were still mages operating on the first floor. As the mage approached, with the quiet man accompanying her, Bjorn assessed the situation and felt that their party composition was shaping up to be quite strong. Even the dwarf seemed surprised to see a mage here. The woman adjusted her hat with confidence, smiling as if she already belonged in control of the situation. Bjorn felt a surge of excitement, while Einar, curious, questioned whether mages were truly that impressive. Bjorn recalled that the city librarian was also a mage, and explained that the librarian was a powerful 9th rank mage. People like that were considered far too valuable to the city, and were only allowed into the labyrinth after strict verification. Hearing this, the mage laughed lightly and stated that by those standards, her mere presence here should already prove her worth. She introduced herself as Alua Raven, a 6th rank mage. Bjorn, observing her closely, felt that she carried a slightly condescending air, though she was still kinder than the mages he remembered from the game. Alua then gestured toward the quiet man beside her, introducing him as a professional carrier she had hired. The man calmly introduced himself as Tarjan. The dwarf followed with his own introduction, cheerfully stating that his name was Hikarod Murad, and that he had been an explorer for 3 years. Bjorn took note of the high-quality equipment the dwarf carried. Bjorn and Einar then introduced themselves in return, shaking hands with their new companions as the party for the blood-tinted castle raid officially came together. Even so, Bjorn quietly observed everyone, keeping his thoughts to himself. Soon, he voiced his suspicion, questioning why such a strong group was still on the first floor, and demanding to know how they had managed to get here. Both the dwarf and the mage avoided giving a clear answer, only stating that they had come because a rupture was expected to open. Bjorn immediately realized they were deliberately hiding the method, effectively shutting out newcomers like him. The mage then declared that all loot would be shared among the group, excluding Tarjan, but only if everyone agreed to follow her commands. The others accepted this condition as standard practice within the labyrinth. Bjorn reflected on the situation, understanding that with a mage present, he had little choice but to follow her lead. He remembered how even royalty relied on mages to deal with dangerous threats. At that moment, Einar suddenly spoke up, strongly objecting and catching Bjorn completely off guard. She loudly insisted that Bjorn should lead, claiming that he was an unusually wise barbarian. As Bjorn hurriedly tried to quiet her down, she continued praising him, pointing out that he even spent hours reading something unheard of for a barbarian. This only made the mage more curious. Einar didn't stop there. She passionately emphasized that Bjorn wasn't just different, but genuinely exceptional, boldly declaring him to be a great warrior. The atmosphere instantly turned awkward. Both the dwarf and the mage were left stunned by her outburst, while Bjorn covered his face in pure embarrassment, internally begging her to stop. The dwarf, amused, joked that Bjorn was lucky to have a wife who respected him so much, which immediately flustered Einar as she denied being married. The mage simply laughed it off and told everyone to calm down so they could move forward. Bjorn felt relieved that the focus had shifted away from him and noticed that Raven seemed more interested in gathering information than scrutinizing him. He silently hoped she would never direct her full attention toward him during the expedition. The dwarf then expressed concern that they barely knew each other's abilities, but Raven dismissed the need for deeper introductions. She explained that the monsters in this area were ranked 7 or lower, and that she and Tarjan alone were more than capable of handling them. This statement made Bjorn and his companions tense up slightly. Raven then added that she would personally claim all loot from the Guardian for research purposes. The dwarf repeated her statement in disbelief, clearly upset that she intended to take everything from the Guardian. Conflicts like this over loot distribution were common in dungeons. The dwarf grew angry, questioning whether she thought he was a fool. The tension escalated rapidly, and as sparks began to fly, it became clear that the argument was on the verge of turning violent. Bjorn recalled that the Guardian dropped the highly valuable rupture flower. While mages prioritized research materials, explorers like them were mainly driven by money. Sensing the rising tension, Raven quickly offered to let the others take all the magic crystals instead. Bjorn immediately recognized this as a problem she herself had created. The dwarf rejected her offer, arguing that it left them with scraps, while Raven insisted her proposal was fair given the uncertainty of the drops. Bjorn noticed that Raven seemed genuinely surprised by the resistance, making him wonder if she was simply naive. Eventually, the two reached a compromise. Raven would take the Guardian's essence, while the dwarf would claim the numbered item. Bjorn quietly observed that both he and Einar had been completely ignored during this negotiation. At that point, Bjorn stepped forward, refusing to be left out. He made it clear that he wouldn't continue without securing a share for himself. He conceded the essence and the numbered item, but demanded the rupture stone for himself and Einar. Both Raven and the dwarf immediately called him greedy. They argued that having 2 barbarians in the party was already unnecessary, and that asking for the rupture stone was excessive. Bjorn quickly realized that his initial demand had failed. Adjusting his approach, he backed down from the rupture stone and instead negotiated for 2 non-guardian essences. Raven and the dwarf fell silent for a moment, reconsidering his revised proposal. After a brief pause, Raven smiled and agreed to the new terms. Bjorn accepted that this was likely the best outcome they could get. He also noticed how quickly the atmosphere shifted back to friendliness, as if the intense conflict had never happened. The mage cheerfully suggested that they get moving, while Bjorn muttered to himself about how frighteningly ruthless explorers could be. Watching Raven demonstrate her authority once again, he strengthened his resolve to grow stronger. As the tension finally eased, Bjorn let out a quiet breath of relief. Despite dealing with experienced explorers who tried to suppress others from rising, he swore to himself that he would climb the ranks no matter what. A system message rang out, announcing that they had entered the blood-tinted castle. The narration followed by explaining that the castle was divided into 4 distinct chapters. The first chapter was the entrance drawbridge. The second was the outer castle wall district, shaped by urban-style combat. The third was the underground prison hidden within the inner walls. And the fourth and final chapter was the demon worship room, located inside the castle lord's towards chambers. As the party moved forward, they approached a massive doorway guarded by towering statues on both sides. Raven immediately identified them as gargoyles. The narration described these creatures as 8th-rank monsters that usually remained completely still, like statues, only coming to life the moment they detected intruders. True to that, the gargoyles suddenly activated and launched a high-speed attack without warning. Bjorn tensed up instantly, knowing their signature ability was petrification. The usual method to deal with them involved sacrificing one person to the petrification effect while the others fought back. As Einar panicked and shouted Bjorn's name, fearing he would be the one sacrificed, Raven simply tipped her hat with quiet confidence, already prepared to handle the situation. The narration pointed out that everything changed when a mage was present. Raven cast her spell, invoking Artena Bjar, directly countering the curse. Bjorn immediately recognized it as a curse-canceling spell, and the petrification effect on him was completely nullified. With their most dangerous ability gone, the gargoyles were reduced to nothing more than melee opponents. Bjorn and Einar rushed in together, striking hard and cutting one down with ease. At the same time, the dwarf let out a loud battle cry as he charged the second gargoyle, smashing it with a crushing hammer blow. The creature staggered, barely able to stand, before the dwarf lifted it overhead with raw strength. Its eye shattered moments later, marking its defeat. A system message confirmed both gargoyles had been slain and granted the party experience. As Raven's spell energy faded, the group took a moment to recover. The dwarf laughed loudly, praising everyone's performance, while Bjorn acknowledged that even the dwarf had fought impressively, especially noting his powerful upward hammer strikes. Soon after, a red magic crystal appeared among the remains, but Tarjin nervously pointed out that it was floating away on its own. Raven explained that it was being collected through a spell designed to gather magic crystals automatically, offering to hold onto them and distribute them later, which the dwarf gladly agreed to. The next obstacle was blown apart by a sudden explosion, clearing the path forward. The team advanced through the opening and entered the dim interior of the castle. The dwarf commented on the darkness, saying they needed light, prompting Raven to cast a light spell that illuminated the area. As the glow spread, it revealed a group of grotesque, shambling figures ahead. The narration identified them as dead men, low-value monsters that granted no experience or crystals and left behind lingering corpses unless they rarely dropped an essence. Deciding it would be a waste of mana to use magic on them, the group chose to fight physically instead. The dead men began slithering forward in a disturbing mass, releasing horrifying screams as they charged. Einar immediately rushed in, declaring they would finish them quickly, cutting through them in wide, blood-soaked arcs. The dwarf followed up by smashing another with his hammer, while Bjorn raised his weapon and joined in, noting that the fight was already nearing its end. Together, they tore through the dead men in a brutal and relentless assault. Bjorn couldn't help but watch in amazement at the sheer intensity of the carnage unfolding before him. Once the fight ended, a new item appeared identified as the Deadman Commander's blowhorn. Einar excitedly picked it up, examining its massive size and asking how it was supposed to be used, while the dwarf hinted that she would figure it out soon enough. Eventually, the group reached a reinforced steel door. The dwarf admitted his hammer wouldn't be useful against something like that, so Raven stepped forward, offering to take care of it. She began chanting a powerful incantation, Agen Daruth, before unleashing it directly at the door. The spell exploded with immense force, sending a shockwave through the area and forcing the others to recoil as Bjorn raised his guard to shield himself. When the dust settled, Bjorn peeked out, completely stunned and speechless at the sheer destructive power of the spell. The steel door had been completely obliterated. Raven, unfazed, calmly gestured for them to proceed through the smoking entrance. With a soft smile, she told the group to keep moving, while Bjorn, still processing what he had just witnessed, couldn't help but think about just how overwhelmingly powerful mages truly were. The narration marked the beginning of the first chapter, the drawbridge at the castle entrance. As the party reached the edge, Raven observed that, just as expected, the drawbridge was currently raised. She immediately instructed Einar to use the horn. Without hesitation, Einar blew into it, activating the artifact. A deep, echoing rumble spread throughout the castle as the group waited below. A system message appeared, announcing that a long-dormant magical seal had been awakened. Still holding the horn, Einar grew uneasy, clearly caught off guard by the sudden reaction. The massive drawbridge began descending slowly toward them. As the situation escalated, someone pointed out that the moat's blood-like water was rapidly rising. Einar looked closer and noticed shapes forming within the crimson liquid. The narration explained that the castle's name came from these eerie red waters and skies. Raven calmly reassured her that the figures were nothing more than dead men. Even as Einar denied being afraid, a bloody hand suddenly slapped onto the edge of the bridge, making the objective of this chapter clear. The system ordered them to endure until the drawbridge fully lowered, meaning they had to survive continuous waves of dead men. The narrator remarked that such a task would be difficult for an ordinary party, but Raven simply smirked, already prepared. She called everyone to gather around her, explaining that with a wide area mage present, this stage was trivial. Then she unleashed another large-scale spell, Utherna Daruth, flooding the surroundings with overwhelming magical force. The party stood within the spell's protective and destructive range as it tore through the incoming deadmen. By the time the light faded, piles of disintegrating bodies surrounded them, while the group itself remained completely unharmed. The dwarf stared in amazement at the devastation, but Raven brushed it off as nothing more than dealing with weak enemies. Bjorn, however, couldn't hide his shock. He had known she was strong, but witnessing this made him realize just how massive the gap in power truly was. Raven casually stated that all that remained was to wait for the drawbridge to finish lowering, which surprised Bjorn, as the stage had ended far faster than expected. Soon after, the bridge slammed into place. Raven announced that they should proceed, and the narration confirmed the completion of the first chapter of the blood-tinted castle. With his helmet lowered, Bjorn quietly reflected on how effortlessly everything had gone, feeling that the entire stage had ended almost disappointingly easily. A map-like narration followed, as the party crossed into the outer castle. Normally, this area would be filled with enemies, but Raven once again used her wide-range magic to clear the battlefield. Her spell wiped out skeletons and other undead in a sweeping blast. Bjorn observed that while she couldn't eliminate everything at once this time, her magic was still overwhelmingly powerful, as a single cast had nearly wiped out all opposition. Only the massive Death Fiend demons remained, towering over the group. Raven instructed the fighters to handle the rest, and Einar eagerly charged forward alongside Bjorn. They clashed directly with a Death Fiend, coordinating their movements seamlessly. Together, they executed a double barbarian tackle, slamming the creature into the ground with brutal force. The dwarf watched in disbelief, questioning whether this was truly how they usually fought. Raven followed up by casting another spell, surrounding the fiends in crackling purple energy that worsened their wounds and suppressed their regeneration ability, known as body preservation. With their healing disabled, the barbarians tore into the death fiends relentlessly until nothing remained but shredded flesh. As the enemies fell, glowing essences drifted into Tarjan's bag. Einar quietly admitted to Bjorn that she now understood why mages were so highly valued. The dwarf cheerfully agreed, saying that having a mage in the party opened up countless possibilities. Raven responded proudly, stating that such results came from both intense training and natural talent. Bjorn, watching her, concluded that she clearly enjoyed showing off and was deeply obsessed with her magical research, even if she tried to appear modest. Since they now had some spare time, Raven asked the group to help gather research materials, and everyone, including Bjorn, agreed. After quickly collecting specimens and loot, she thanked them and suggested they move forward. As they continued, Einar casually wondered how many cream pies she could buy with the money they would earn. Meanwhile, Bjorn silently followed, but something caught his attention. Raven had carefully searched the area, yet she had ignored a particular object. This made him suspicious. He wondered if she simply didn't know about the hidden treasure that could be revealed by breaking a nearby statue. He recalled how, in the game, players would often interact with anything unusual to uncover secrets. A familiar memory surfaced of characters discovering hidden items by pressing interaction points in odd places. Bjorn himself had shared that habit during his 9 years of playing, allowing him to uncover countless secrets. Even so, in the present moment, he chose not to reveal this knowledge. Drawing attention to it might hurt Raven's pride, or make her suspicious. Keeping quiet, he moved along with the group as they advanced deeper into the ruined, red-lit castle. Soon, they confirmed they had reached the inner castle beyond the outer walls. Raven noted that the area seemed strangely empty, with no monsters or valuable resources in sight. She suggested they move on quickly, and the group readily agreed. With Raven visibly energized, they continued forward, descending deeper with torches lighting their way into the underground section of the castle. A system message appeared, stating that they had entered the first floor of the underground prison. The dwarf asked what kind of monsters they could expect here, and Raven listed them: skull rats, banshees, death fiends, chimera wolves, ghoul lords, and corpse golems. The dwarf mentioned that he had fought all of them except corpse golems, which were unique to this castle. Raven warned them that corpse golems were dangerous, capable of causing flesh explosions with acidic fluids that could be deadly at close range. The dwarf laughed it off, boasting that there was nothing to fear as long as they had a mage. Raven responded with a flattering remark toward the brave warrior, while Bjorn quietly noted how easily everyone had moved past their earlier argument over loot, as if it had never even happened. As they moved forward, Einar suddenly noticed a group of skeletal rats and asked if those were monsters. The mage quickly identified them as the skull rats she had mentioned earlier. Just as Bjorn was about to explain further, the mage cut in, stating that skull rats were weak, rankless creatures that could be crushed underfoot without effort. That interruption immediately irritated Einar, who snapped back that she hadn't asked her. The mage's expression tightened, clearly annoyed at being spoken to like that. Before the tension could settle, Einar suddenly froze as a horrifying sound echoed through the area. Panic took over instantly as she clung tightly to Bjorn, shouting that a banshee was coming. Moments later, the grotesque figures appeared, shrieking as they rushed straight toward the group. The mage had already warned earlier that encountering a banshee would be bad, explaining that while they weren't necessarily the most dangerous enemies, facing them was an extremely terrifying experience. That explanation only made Einar more frightened. Bjorn, watching this unfold, couldn't help but feel that the mage was acting somewhat childish. Einar, still shaken, urged the mage to explain more, but the mage admitted she wasn't entirely sure. Bjorn then stepped in, mentioning that he had heard mages possessed methods to deal with banshees. The mage looked surprised at his knowledge and remarked that he was unexpectedly well informed. Dropping the casual tone, she declared that she would handle the situation herself. Without hesitation, she cast a powerful spell, unleashing a torrent of red magic toward the banshees. One of them was immediately engulfed, letting out a piercing scream. The rest swarmed toward her, their shrieks growing louder, but she responded by casting an even stronger fire spell. Flames erupted, swallowing the banshees completely as they burned and crumbled into nothing within the inferno. When the flames finally died down, she stepped out calmly and told the party to continue forward. The others could only stand there for a moment, stunned by the overwhelming display of power. Soon after, a system message appeared, announcing that they had entered the second floor of the underground prison. New enemies were introduced, a fearsome chimera wolf and a ghoul lord. The narration described the underground prison as resembling a mad scientist's laboratory, filled with grotesque creatures and disturbing objects. Bjorn observed the surroundings and felt that this was where things would finally become interesting. The dwarf praised Raven's strength and asked if she truly felt no fear in such a horrific place. Raven casually replied that she actually enjoyed areas like this, as environments like these didn't bother her at all. While speaking, she examined a section of the wall and revealed that, according to a map she had memorized, there was a hidden door there. She added that a corpse golem was waiting just beyond it. Bjorn quietly noted that she had even skipped the usual process of acquiring such a map. The group decided to leave behind their heavier gear before proceeding. Raven then asked Bjorn to light his torch so they could see clearly. Once ready, she announced that she was opening the hidden door. As the door creaked open, it revealed a chamber packed with countless corpses. The party stood at the entrance, greeted by an overwhelming stench and a seemingly endless mountain of bodies stretching deep into the darkness. As they stepped inside, Bjorn reflected on how, in the past, a sight like this would have made him faint instantly. Now, however, his barbarian body dulled the physical impact of the scene, leaving him largely unaffected. The first to react was Tarjan, the carrier, who immediately began retching from the unbearable smell. Raven followed soon after, struggling to suppress her own nausea. Bjorn realized that while she might be accustomed to gruesome sights from dissections, she clearly wasn't prepared for the stench as she began coughing and gagging. The dwarf, noticing this, felt relieved that at least the two barbarians remained unaffected and urged them to keep moving forward. They continue through the corpse-filled area, noticing another immense pile ahead. The party stops again before another towering heap of corpses. The corpse mound suddenly speaks to them, shocking the group. Many voices in the corpses cry out for help and to be saved, horrifying the party. Bjorn focuses on a glowing red point within the mass. A system message declares that the first boss, the corpse golem, has appeared while the writhing flesh screams in pain, and Bjorn recalls that it was silent in the game. Hearing their pleas, he realizes they must act immediately. He shouts for everyone to pull themselves together. He curses that the dwarf has frozen up in terror. The corpse golem's agonized voices continue to echo, amplifying the oppressive atmosphere. Raven and the dwarf are reduced to trembling wrecks, and the Bjorn thinks bitterly that they are not living up to their reputations. He concludes that, at this rate, the strong allies will be useless, and that he will have to carry the fight. The corpse golem looms before the two barbarians as they ready themselves to battle it. Dungeon and Stone is a niche game that has managed to reach its peak because of how many features it offered to different types of players. What stood out the most in his memory were its incredibly lifelike illustrations, especially the ones depicting creatures like the corpse golem. Those visuals had been so vivid that they spread across the internet as memes, even reaching people who had never played the game. Because of that, many could recognize monsters like the corpse golem without knowing anything about where they came from. But now, standing face to face with the real thing, Bjorn realized just how different reality was. No matter how detailed the game's artwork had been, it couldn't come close to the sheer horror of seeing the creature in person. The living corpse golem was far more terrifying than any drawing could ever capture. The mage, who had earlier claimed to be skilled in dissections, was now bent over, barely holding back vomit. Even the experienced dwarf looked shaken to his core, and the supposedly tough carrier was visibly trembling, drool slipping from his mouth in fear. Bjorn noticed the irony in all of this. Despite being treated like inexperienced newcomers, only he and Einar were mentally holding it together. The two barbarians were the only ones still ready to fight. As the corpse golem suddenly attacked, Einar snapped out of her shock and shouted at everyone, demanding to know what they were doing. She immediately urged them to move. Bjorn didn't hesitate, charging forward and striking one of the incoming corpse bombs mid-air. Another exploded near the dwarf, spraying acidic gore in all directions. The corrosive green fluid splashed across the dwarf's face, and he screamed in agony, shouting that his eyes were burning. Bjorn quickly realized the dwarf had been taken out almost instantly, which made him glance toward the mage. She was still too busy vomiting to even react. Understanding the situation, Bjorn gave a sharp order. Einar was to drag the blinded dwarf to safety and guard the mage while he handled the boss. He knew that if he didn't act smartly, all of them would die. Without waiting, waiting. Bjorn rushed forward alone, deliberately drawing the corpse golem's attention. He relied on his knowledge of its attack patterns. At a distance, the creature threw explosive corpses, while at close range, it hurled chunks of flesh directly at its target. If anyone got too close, it would try to pull them in and devour them. Bjorn understood that under no circumstances could the mage get near it. If the golem shifted its focus toward her while she was still panicking, it would be disastrous. So he kept his distance, using his shield and precise movements to bait every attack toward himself, buying time until she could recover. Eventually, the mage steadied herself. She forced herself upright, gripping her staff as her breathing slowed, and her focus returned. Then, without hesitation, she unleashed her most powerful fire magic. Flames erupted across the battlefield, engulfing everything in a blazing inferno. Bjorn and Einar watched in awe as the overwhelming power of the spell burned away the corpse golem's outer body in a single strike, something that would normally take countless torches and a long time to achieve. As the flames died down, the monster's inner skeletal core was revealed. Einar immediately recognized it as the second phase, where the creature transformed into a skeleton golem. Bjorn quickly reminded her that the fight wasn't over and called her to move. Both of them leaped forward at the same time, targeting the exposed core. While the corpse golem in its full form was ranked 7, once its outer layer was gone, it became manageable for 2 barbarians. Taking advantage of that, they pressed forward aggressively. Together, they smashed the skeleton core apart, and a system message confirmed the defeat of the corpse golem, awarding them experience. Catching her breath, Einar suddenly noticed something forming where the boss had fallen. A swirling light appeared, and she called out, asking if it was what she thought it was. Bjorn confirmed it. It was the essence of the corpse golem. They both understood the significance. Ruptures acted like treasure chests, and elite monsters like this, which didn't appear in normal areas, were extremely valuable sources of experience. While guardian loot was already highly sought after, rupture rewards were even more appealing due to their increased chances of dropping essences. Bjorn found it almost strange that this was their first essence so far. Standing before it, Bjorn considered their position. He and Einar had done most of the fighting, and according to their agreement, they had the strongest claim. Deep down, he had hoped for 2 essences, ideally from a death fiend for regeneration and a chimera wolf for strength. Still, obtaining a rare rank 7 elite essence like this, which could only be found in the blood-tinted castle, was an incredible opportunity. He evaluated its effects carefully. The corpse golem essence boosted pain tolerance, poison tolerance, perception, weight, bone density, strength, and appetite. While it reduced perception slightly, the increase in bone density and weight significantly improved both defense and attack power. The added strength and resistance to pain and poison were also valuable. However, the drawbacks were just as serious. One of its abilities, Flesh Explosion, dealt damage at the cost of the user's own health. Another passive effect made the user's bodily fluids acidic, which would gradually damage their equipment whenever they were injured. Bjorn quickly concluded that while the essence was powerful, maintaining it would require heavy spending on potions and gear repairs. Because of that, he decided to leave it for the moment and focus on treating the injured dwarf, knowing the essence wouldn't disappear immediately. The dwarf, clearly ashamed, admitted his failure and thanked the 2 barbarians, acknowledging that things would have gone horribly wrong without them. Einar bluntly added that he would have died if not for her. The dwarf laughed awkwardly, admitting that despite all his experience, he had never encountered something like this before. Bjorn reflected on how close they had come to dying, not because they lacked strength, but because they lost their composure. It was a harsh reminder that this wasn't a game anymore, but reality. Raven then quietly apologized, her tone subdued, and Bjorn found himself wondering if she had finally returned to her normal self. Bjorn finally spoke up, declaring that it was time to discuss the distribution since they had defeated the corpse golem. Raven agreed, remarking that she was glad she had forced herself to cast that crucial spell. Hearing that, Bjorn couldn't help but grumble internally, thinking about how selfish explorers could be, noticing how she focused on her own contribution instead of thanking them. Realizing that if he stayed silent, they would walk away with nothing, he stepped forward and firmly stated that he and Einar had saved everyone and had done more than their share. Raven acknowledged his point and asked what he was proposing. Bjorn steadied himself and made his demand, stating that he and Einar would take the rupture stone. The group fell silent as they processed his words. After a moment, the dwarf cleared his throat and spoke in support, admitting that he would have died without Einar's help. Raven hesitated, clearly conflicted, saying she wasn't fully in favor of the arrangement. Bjorn countered by promising that if they encountered another rupture stone later, he would give them a fair chance at it, presenting it as a reasonable compromise. Then, preparing to push further, Bjorn revealed that the corpse golem had dropped an essence and asked for their thoughts. Raven's reaction was immediate. She was astonished, explaining that such an essence was even rarer than a guardian's, and so uncommon that even the Explorers Guild didn't fully understand it. As she excitedly imagined researching it, Bjorn realized his prediction about her reaction had been correct, and prepared to negotiate seriously. He offered her a deal. He would give her the corpse golem's essence. In return, if they later obtained a guardian's essence, it would belong to him. He laid out the proposal clearly and waited for her decision. Raven repeated the terms, confirming that he wanted to trade the corpse golem essence for a potential guardian's essence. Bjorn reminded her that there was no guarantee a guardian would drop one, but she still chose to take the risk. Delighted, she accepted the deal, stating that she was far more interested in the corpse golem than the guardian. With the negotiations settled, the dwarf asked whether the mage intended to give the essence to one of the barbarians, since mages couldn't absorb essences themselves. Raven clarified that she only wanted it for research and produced a special test tube to store it. She explained that such tubes were extremely expensive and only worth using for essences above the 6th rank. The dwarf was impressed that she owned such a costly item, and she admitted she only had one. Bjorn realized that using her only tube on this essence meant she valued the corpse golem highly, reinforcing his belief that trading it had been a worthwhile gamble. After carefully sealing the essence inside the tube, Raven announced she was ready to move on. The dwarf happily declared it was time to leave the dreadful area, and the group quickly agreed as they began to depart. They walked through a hall filled with demonic statues and piles of skulls. The dwarf questioned whether the statues might be gargoyles, but Raven examined one and concluded it was just a lifeless sculpture with no mana. Looking around, she remarked that the castle lord's residence must have been located above them and expressed regret that they couldn't explore it. As she reached out and touched the face of one statue, something inside shifted with a mechanical sound. A hidden mechanism activated, and suddenly, a sinister book dropped from above into the statue's hands, startling everyone. Raven quickly grabbed the grotesque tome, proudly asking if anyone had known about it, while declaring that books were valuable sources of knowledge. The narration identified the book as the Necronomicon, a highly valuable dark magic tome that Bjorn had originally planned to retrieve later. Seeing this, he realized that Raven was more knowledgeable than he had expected. Internally, he couldn't help but feel frustrated as he watched her claim such valuable loot for herself. She confidently stated that since she had found the book, she would keep it, and the others accepted this, believing it couldn't be taken out of the dungeon anyway. However, noticing her slightly awkward laugh, Bjorn realized that she also knew the truth that the book could, in fact, be taken outside. He understood that the Necronomicon counted as an item, meaning it didn't require spellbinding to leave the dungeon. His attention then shifted to another statue nearby, and he found himself wondering why someone as knowledgeable as Raven seemed unaware of the hidden secret tied to the fountain outside. As he continued staring at her suspiciously, she grew slightly uneasy and quickly suggested that they move on. The group proceeded through the Devil Worship Hall, continuing their hunt. Along the way, they fought gargoyle statues once again, followed by battles against ferocious chimera wolves. Eventually, they reached their next major encounter, the second mini-boss, a skeletal knight mounted on a horse, known as the Bone Knight. Raven commented that they had been quite lucky so far, having already obtained the corpse golem essence and now encountering a desire type of Bone Knight. Bjorn silently agreed, recognizing that their luck had indeed been unusually good. The Bone Knight stood before them as a 7th rank monster, one that could possess 3 different attributes: hatred, sadness, or desire. The sadness type used madness-inducing fog, making it especially troublesome, while the hatred type wielded a level-draining ability called soul slaying, making it the most dangerous of the 3. The one they were facing, however, was confirmed to be the desire type. This variant possessed a regeneration ability known as life power absorption. Raven immediately stated that she could counter that regeneration using her injury worsening spell and told everyone not to worry as she began casting. Her magic burst forth, binding both the Bone Knight and its mount. Since desire types were considered the easiest to deal with, the fight quickly tilted in their favor. As the creature struggled under the effects of her spell, Bjorn couldn't help but think that with such an advantage, something even better might happen. Moments later, the Bone Knight fell, and just as he had hoped, it dropped its essence. Bjorn was genuinely surprised. They had already obtained the corpse golem essence earlier, and now they had another one. He began to wonder if his luck had finally turned around. The dwarf congratulated him, assuming that the frontline fighters would naturally take the essence. Instead, Bjorn surprised everyone by offering it to Einar. Even she was caught off guard. Deep down, he did want the essence, but recalling his knowledge from the game and how he used to analyze things like a player reading a wiki, he concluded that it would be more efficient for Einar to take it. Life power absorption worked best with sword users, making it a perfect match for her. He remembered how reliable she had been ever since they entered the labyrinth together and decided that she was someone he could trust. Einar gratefully promised to repay him, and Bjorn felt that her loyal nature would make her a strong, long-term ally. Rather than rushing for immediate gains, he chose to invest in her strength, believing that a stronger Einar would help him obtain an even better essence later. As Einar absorbed the essence, Bjorn suddenly realized that there was one important side effect he had forgotten to mention. The transformation completed, and Einar staggered slightly before asking if it was over. At first, She didn't feel much different, but as she looked around, something seemed off. Her eyes widened in shock as she noticed Bjorn appearing larger than before. Panic set in as she realized everyone around her looked bigger. She demanded to know what had happened. The dwarf bluntly explained that it wasn't them who had changed, she had shrunk. He even estimated her new height. Raven calmly added that the Bone Knight essence traded bone length for density, making her bones stronger and more durable while reducing her height. A status window outlined the changes improved agility, endurance, and bone density, along with reduced height and enhanced defensive abilities. Raven tried to reassure her that only her height had changed, but Einar was already breaking down. She cried out in despair, convinced that no one would see her as a warrior anymore, especially since she had already been looked down on for being a woman. Raven attempted to comfort her in her own way, saying that Einar now looked very pretty and that her softer features might even appeal to nobles. Instead of helping, that only made things worse, as Einar took it as confirmation that she no longer looked like a warrior. Bjorn quickly stepped in, firmly stating that everyone knew she was a capable warrior. At the same time, he privately admitted to himself that without her tattoos, she might indeed look like an ordinary woman, but he chose to focus on encouraging her instead. Meanwhile, the others seemed more interested in discussing the essence itself, with Raven even expressing curiosity about examining Einar later. Einar, however, felt completely hopeless, convinced that everything was ruined. Bjorn gently told her not to dwell on it so much. Just then, a massive three-eyed demon, the Death Fiend, appeared. Bjorn immediately told Einar to use this opportunity to test her new power. Even though she was still shaken by her transformation, she resolved to fulfill her role as a warrior. The Death Fiend charged forward, towering over her, but Einar didn't hesitate. She leaped forward and struck with a single, powerful swing, slicing the monster apart instantly. Both the mage and the dwarf were left stunned, unable to believe that the creature had been defeated in just one attack. Bjorn, on the other hand, was thrilled. He pointed out to Einar that she had become significantly stronger. Hearing that, Einar lit up and asked if that meant she was still a warrior. Bjorn corrected her, telling her that she wasn't just a warrior, she was now an even stronger one. The bond between the two of them stood out clearly, leaving the rest of the party impressed. As they moved ahead, the group arrived before a massive, ornate door, the entrance to the Guardian's chamber. The dwarf remarked that their journey together had been enjoyable, and admitted he finally understood why people chose to become explorers. Bjorn, reflecting on everything so far, realized just how fortunate they had been. He even found himself hoping that the Guardian might drop its essence as well. Thinking back, he counted their gains. Einar had already obtained an essence, and they had secured extra loot from the corpse golem, but that very streak of luck made him uneasy. Memories of his past life surfaced, especially moments in the hospital where hope had often been crushed. It made him question whether things had ever gone this smoothly for him before. Now, standing here in his new barbarian life, he instinctively asked himself what the worst possible outcome could be. The dwarf, still in high spirits, stepped forward and decided to open the door. As the handle turned, Bjorn's eyes narrowed. Something about it felt off. The color of the handle was different from what it should have been, and a sudden sense of danger hit him. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, shouting for the door to be shut immediately. The dwarf, confused, began to question him, but it was already too late. A system message appeared, announcing that the master of the blood-tinted castle was awakening. Bjorn cursed under his breath, realizing they had missed their chance to avoid it. An overwhelming presence flooded the corridor. The mage froze in horror, staring ahead as she struggled to process what she was seeing. Slowly, a grotesque figure emerged, a vampire seated like a king upon his throne, casually licking his lips as if savoring the moment. He spoke, remarking that it had been a long time since he had seen living beings. The mage quickly identified the creature, clarifying that it wasn't just any monster, it was a vampire, an advanced variant that normally appeared only on much higher floors. Worse, it was an intelligent, named entity. The monsters were divided into 4 categories. The first were mutants, where basic monsters gained specialized roles, like goblins becoming archers or swordsmen. The second were advanced variants, which exceeded the normal rank of their floor. The third were rare monsters, found only in special ruptures, such as the corpse golem, or even elusive mimics. The final and most dangerous category were advanced mutants named monsters that retained memories and identities, like the one before them. This creature is Vampire Duke Cambermere. The moment the realization hit, the group turned and fled. The dwarf and the mage shouted in panic, overwhelmed by the unexpected encounter, while Bjorn snapped at them to stop complaining and run. In his mind, he immediately recognized the threat. Cambermere was a 5th-rank boss, skilled in both combat and dark magic, and capable of acting independently. The mage cried out that the Guardian had never been an advanced mutant before, but Bjorn, recalling other rupture anomalies, knew that such irregularities could happen. Even after thousands of hours of gameplay, he had never personally encountered this boss, which showed just how rare it was. He had only ever seen it once before through an online gameplay stream in his previous life. As they ran, the mage demanded to know how Bjorn had sensed the danger before the door even opened. Annoyed by her timing, he told her to focus on escaping. Out loud, he simply claimed he had a bad feeling, but internally, he knew the truth. He had noticed the subtle difference in the door handle's color. He remembered how he had once tried to replicate another player's method for summoning this boss, eventually realizing that the handle color was the key indicator. He couldn't help but wonder if their recent good luck had distracted him enough that he almost missed it. The mage then argued that they wouldn't be able to escape without defeating the vampire and suggested turning back to fight. Bjorn firmly rejected that idea, insisting they needed to reach an area exposed to sunlight first. Behind them, the vampire's voice echoed, mocking them for trying to flee. Shadows spread through the corridor as it cast a spell, Spiritification. Bjorn mentally cursed the overwhelming power of magical enemies. Recognizing the attack, the mage urgently ordered everyone to close their eyes. She immediately cast a powerful holy light spell, clashing against the vampire's spirit form and forcing out a piercing scream. Bjorn squinted against the blinding light, gripping his torch tightly. When the brightness faded, the vampire was gone. Einar confirmed in shock that it had vanished. Bjorn quickly analyzed the situation. Spiritification allowed the vampire to move rapidly in spirit form, but its real body remained fixed unless it followed up with a relocation technique. Since the mage had interrupted that process, they now had a limited window, about 3 minutes. Just as he concluded that the vampire would likely reawaken in its chamber, chaos struck again. The carrier suddenly shouted that the mage had collapsed. He lifted her, calling out in alarm as she struggled to breathe, blood leaking from her mouth. Bjorn immediately realized something was wrong. This wasn't a normal side effect of vampire abilities. A strange, ominous sensation stirred within him, making him suspect that another unknown essence might be involved. He recalled the gameplay video where the player had died before revealing what essence the vampire possessed. With too many unknown variables, he decided that survival was the only priority. When the dwarf worried about navigating without the mage, Bjorn stepped forward confidently, stating that he knew the way. He admitted that he had memorized the route and took the lead, deciding that staying alive mattered more than hiding his unusual knowledge. Drawing on his countless hours of gameplay, Bjorn guided the group through the corridors with precision. He was certain of the castle's layout, and there was no hesitation in his movements. Eventually, they reached the exit, leaving the dwarf in awe at how Bjorn had remembered everything after just one real run. But just as they thought they were safe, Bjorn felt something, and his eyes widened. The vampire's spirit was pursuing them once again. He immediately shouted for everyone to hurry. The group burst out into the sunlight at the dungeon's entrance. As the vampire's shadowy form followed, it began to weaken under the light. They sprinted forward, putting distance between themselves and the dungeon as the creature's presence recoiled from the brightness. Inside the sunlight, Einar and the carrier watched in shock as the remaining shadows tried to push forward, only to be forced back. The vampire's spirit gradually dissipated, retreating into the darkness as it failed to withstand the light. Exhausted, the group finally stopped outside. Bjorn pointed out that spiritification was especially vulnerable to sunlight, silently grateful that it was still daytime. The dwarf, catching his breath, stared at him in amazement, remarking that Bjorn had truly memorized the entire route after seeing it just once. He even asked if it was true that Bjorn had completed his coming-of-age ceremony only a month ago. Einar confidently responded, praising Bjorn as a great warrior and stating that it was only natural for him to accomplish something like that. She added that she could already see him becoming someone truly exceptional in the future. As the sun began to set, Einar grew uneasy and wondered what they should do next. Bjorn immediately urged the group to move quickly, stressing that they didn't have time to waste, especially while carrying the unconscious mage. The carrier insisted that they should head toward the outer castle walls for cover, believing that Miss Raven needed proper rest. Bjorn, however, snapped back sharply, warning that if they didn't get up and move immediately, they would all die. He ordered the man to protect the mage no matter the cost, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. Though shaken, the carrier gathered his resolve and agreed. As Bjorn glanced at the setting sun, he realized this was his only opportunity, no matter how much he thought about it. He told the group he would scout the area until the mage woke up, but in reality, he had a different plan in mind to retrieve something they had passed earlier. He approached a statue and smashed its head apart, revealing a hidden object inside. The moment he saw it, he confirmed that his suspicion had been right. The system explained that the item, known as Goddess Tears, was a single-use relic capable of healing allies while also damaging evil monsters. Later, Bjorn returned and greeted the mage, who had regained consciousness. He confirmed that they had managed to escape the vampire for now, but warned that it would return once the sun fully set, something she acknowledged. He then asked about her earlier condition. She explained that it was most likely caused by a skill called pain sharing. Bjorn internally noted that it was fortunate the vampire had only possessed an 8th rank essence. He then asked how long she would need to recover. She estimated around 20 minutes, after which she would be able to cast a 7th rank spell about 5 times. Bjorn found that number far from reassuring. Without hesitation, he asked if she knew any sun-based magic. The question immediately irritated her, as she pointed out that asking a mage to reveal their spell list was considered extremely rude. Bjorn acknowledged that he knew about such etiquette from his knowledge of the game, but dismissed it, deciding that it didn't matter. He reminded himself that, as a barbarian, he wasn't expected to follow such refined rules anyway, except perhaps in front of royalty. The mage was left speechless, clearly exasperated by his blunt attitude, but eventually gave in. She revealed that she could cast a sun attribute spell called Sunspot Sphere, a 6th rank spell similar in nature to a flame sphere. Bjorn immediately followed up by asking whether she could enhance it using attribute reinforcement. She confirmed that she could, but it would require an additional 10 minutes of preparation. After thinking it through, Bjorn decided that he would hold the line alone for 30 minutes. He instructed her to conserve her mana and not interfere during that time. She began to question his authority, asking why he was suddenly taking the lead, but Bjorn dismissed the concern, stating that no one else was more suitable, and that it didn't really matter anyway. The dwarf burst out laughing at that, openly declaring that he trusted Bjorn's judgment completely. He even boasted that he was good at reading people. Bjorn simply gave a cold acknowledgement in response. Time moved forward, and night finally took over completely as the vampire duke awakened, his voice carrying an ominous tone as he remarked that something felt strange, then slowly approached the group while saying that just seeing them was enough to make his bloodlust uncontrollable, even going as far as to taunt them by asking if they could guess the reason behind it. Bjorn and the others stood firm in formation, fully aware that their only objective now was to survive for 30 minutes until the mage's spell was ready, because anything less than that meant certain death. Without warning, the vampire attacked, slashing forward with his long claws and drawing blood before releasing a feral scream as his power erupted violently, forcing Bjorn to immediately take control of the situation, as he ordered Tarjan to retreat with Raven while he and the others held the line against the charging monster. To Bjorn, the situation felt exactly like the game, where even intelligent monsters rarely wasted time talking before diving straight into battle, and just as expected, the vampire lunged at them with terrifying speed, prompting a shout of warning as it closed the distance and unleashed another lethal strike. The dwarf stepped forward and intercepted the blow with his hammer, the impact sending blood flying everywhere as he strained under the pressure but still managed to grin, even joking about how heavy the vampire felt, which made Bjorn instantly recognize that the dwarf was using his first essence, the 7th rank monster Aontro's ability called Weight Balance, a skill that enhanced stability, granted strong resistance to knockback while grounded, and absorbed shock, making it an ideal ability for a frontline tank. Bjorn didn't waste time and coordinated with Einar, telling her he would attack from the left while she struck from another angle, and as she moved first, her sudden attack forced the vampire into a defensive position, her sword flashing repeatedly as she pressured him back, creating the opening Bjorn needed to lunge forward and land a heavy midair strike that should have made an impact, yet the vampire recovered instantly and darted away with a shriek, completely unfazed. At that moment, a sharp pain surged through Bjorn's hand, making him realize that the vampire's pain-sharing ability was transferring the damage back onto him, meaning every strike came with a cost, and before he could adjust further, the vampire's body dissolved into a swarm of ominous crows that rushed toward them all at once, forcing Bjorn to shout for everyone to stop them, as the dwarf stepped forward again to hold the line. The dwarf's second essence activated at that moment, living armor's emergency restoration reinforcing him further, yet even with that, the battlefield turned chaotic as exploding blood lances rained down from all directions, tearing through the group and scattering gore everywhere, while Bjorn tried to block as much as possible, but still saw the infectious blood spreading across the ground, turning the entire area into a lethal hazard. Einar suddenly noticed a strange mark forming on the dwarf's forehead and panicked, asking what was happening, but Bjorn quickly realized that all of them had been affected and identified it as the activation of the vampire's sacrificial seal, which a system message confirmed as it declared that they had been selected as sacrificial offerings, temporarily boosting Vampire Duke Cambermere's physical power depending on how many marked targets were nearby. Bjorn immediately analyzed the situation, understanding that sacrificial seal worked alongside the vampire's passive immortality, massively increasing its regeneration as its health dropped, while another passive ability called Owner of Blood allowed it to absorb certain skills or traits from opponents whose blood it consumed, making it clear that this monster possessed 3 extremely dangerous abilities that worked together in a devastating combination. What made it worse was that this particular vampire could utilize all of them seamlessly, shifting into smoke to evade attacks, transforming into explosive or swarming crows, and using blood to summon threats, which made it overwhelmingly powerful even among high-rank bosses. And despite their efforts, the dwarf was eventually overpowered and thrown back, vomiting blood as he collapsed. Einar shouted in panic that Hikarad had gone down, but Bjorn immediately snapped at her not to lose focus, cursing the situation as he realized this level of difficulty was exactly why most players never made it past the 6th floor, then demanded to know how much longer Raven needed, only to hear that she still required 5 more minutes, which felt impossibly long given their condition. With their main tank down and both he and Einar already exhausted, Bjorn quickly concluded that continuing like this would only lead to their deaths, so he immediately changed tactics, and ordered Einar to retreat while carrying the dwarf, promising that he would hold the vampire alone and urging them to move quickly. And although reluctant, Einar obeyed while Tarjan moved to support, leaving Bjorn standing alone at the front. He steadied himself and realized that what he was about to do wasn't normal combat, raising his shield as he prepared to endure rather than fight, just as the vampire slammed into him with claws and fangs bared, tearing into his body while briefly showing surprise at something unusual about him. And in response, Bjorn began drinking healing potions continuously, mentally provoking the vampire to keep attacking him without stopping. The assault became relentless, as Raven and Tarjan watched in shock, seeing a blazing aura begin to form around Bjorn while he endured hit after hit, his body being torn apart as he staggered and bled, making Raven demand to know what he was doing, as it looked like he was trying to survive purely by consuming potions while taking damage non-stop. Bjorn himself understood how insane this strategy was, because healing potions caused extreme pain, and the worse the injuries became, the more unbearable the agony would be. Yet empty vials kept falling to the ground as he continued drinking them one after another, smoke rising from his battered body as he forced himself to stay standing. Raven realized that at this rate he might die from sheer shock, but even then, Bjorn managed to block another violent attack, leaving even the vampire stunned that he could still move in such a state. And up close, his condition was horrifying as his body was being mutilated because he couldn't stop every strike, yet he still focused entirely on protecting his vital areas, intercepting every attack that could have killed him. Blades tore into his torso again and again, blood bursting out as he blocked another fatal strike, and despite everything, he remained standing purely through willpower, which made Tarjan recall something he had once read about barbarians, that their true strength didn't lie in raw stats, but in an unyielding mentality. And seeing Bjorn now, he finally understood that truth. Tarjan urged Raven to run, but she refused immediately, saying there was nowhere to escape and that the only way out of a rupture was to defeat its guardian. And as she watched Bjorn continue fighting for them, she began questioning herself, realizing that even he, someone newly initiated, was making the best possible decisions under pressure while she hesitated. Understanding that Bjorn's death would mean all of them would die, she resolved to act and ordered Tarjan to assist the dwarf so Einar could return to the front line, reminding herself that a mage's role was not just to attack from the rear, but to analyze situations and guide the team. And once she accepted that, she took out the essence vial containing the corpse golem essence. She decided that using it on Bjorn was the best possible choice and activated her targeting magic to enhance her accuracy before calling out to him and throwing the vial toward him with magic. And as Bjorn turned in surprise, the vial struck him and shattered instantly, releasing a surge of energy that entered his body. A system message appeared immediately, stating that the corpse golem's essence was being absorbed into his soul, followed by multiple notifications showing massive increases in his pain tolerance, strength, bone density, poison resistance, appetite, and more, as overwhelming power surged through him while steam and aura erupted from his body. Behind him, the massive spectral form of a corpse golem manifested, towering over the battlefield as his transformation completed and his status updated in real time, showing Bjorn Jandel's level and combat index rising dramatically, while confirming that the 7th rank corpse golem essence had now become part of his power. Bjorn felt his mind slipping into a fog as his vision blurred, the world around him distorting while he barely made out the vampire looming in front of him, its presence pressing down like a nightmare made real. And before he could fully stabilize himself, the vampire lunged again with claws aimed to finish him, forcing Bjorn to grit his teeth and remind himself that he had to stay standing no matter what. He reacted instantly, launching a blazing counterattack upward as the vampire moved through the air, fully aware that he could no longer block every strike, and making a brutal decision to sacrifice his arms and legs if necessary, while protecting only his vital points. Their clash erupted in a violent burst of energy, blue light flashing as they exchanged heavy blows. And at that moment another system message echoed, repeating that the corpse golem essence was still being absorbed into his soul while shattered vials lay scattered across the ground nearby, remnants of what had been used on him. As the fight continued, Bjorn suddenly realized something had changed. The vampire's claws were no longer piercing through him the way they had before, his hardened bones now resisting the damage. The vampire itself seemed momentarily stunned, held in place as Bjorn pieced together what had happened, and concluded that Raven must have forced the corpse golem essence into him. He felt irritation rise at the thought, knowing this unexpected development would completely disrupt the progression path he had planned for himself, yet at the same time, he couldn't ignore the immediate advantage it gave him, because in the short term their chances of survival had increased drastically. The biggest difference wasn't just durability, but the fact that he could now move more aggressively, instead of standing there and enduring hits. And even though that might seem like a small change, it was enough to shift the flow of the battle. Bjorn refused to remain on the defensive any longer, longer and pushed forward, shouting through blood and pain as he drove himself into another exchange. The mage's advanced healing began taking effect, rapidly restoring his damaged body, and as Raven steadied herself in the back, she wondered if she had finally managed to act properly in this fight, while Bjorn realized that with this level of regeneration, he could continuously recover even in the middle of combat. That realization sharpened his focus as he rushed the vampire again, forming a reckless but desperate plan in his mind, deciding that survival was now possible if he fully committed. Throwing himself back into close combat, he embraced the madness of his strategy and mentally labeled it as an immortal barbarian mode, tearing into the vampire without hesitation, while completely abandoning any concern for his own injuries. Because even as his flesh was ripped apart, he understood that the damage no longer mattered the same way it used to. Instead of avoiding hits, he leaned into them, deliberately letting more blood spill as he realized that his now acidic blood would burn the vampire from within. He grabbed another potion, preparing to stack even more regeneration on top of his current state, and allowed the vampire to continue tearing into him while coating it in corrosive blood, convinced that anything the creature did to him would be healed within seconds, thanks to the combined effects of the essence and potions. Slowly, the vampire's expression began to change, as it started feeling the accumulated damage and strain from the exchange. Bjorn took another heavy slash that sent blood spraying, and his companions shouted his name in alarm, but he refused to back down as Einar charged forward to support him, declaring that she would not leave him fighting alone. She swung her sword with full force, landing a massive strike that knocked the vampire backward and forced it onto the defensive for the first time. Bjorn immediately followed up, driving another crushing blow into the enemy, but the vampire retaliated just as fiercely, raking deep wounds across Bjorn's back. Bjorn coughed up blood, but still refused to fall, enduring everything as Einar continued her assault, while inside his mind he cursed the situation and wondered how much longer they had to hold on before the mage's prepared spell was ready. Just as he took another hit, Raven finally announced that her attack magic, Sunspot Sphere, was complete, and Bjorn instantly recognized that the decisive moment had arrived. Something struck nearby, signaling the start of their final move as the vampire grabbed hold of Bjorn, confused by the sudden shift in momentum, while Bjorn groaned through the pain and prepared himself for what came next. With a shout, he launched himself upward while dragging the vampire along, forcing both of them into the air toward the incoming attack, and while holding onto the creature, he yelled for the dwarf to act immediately. The dwarf responded without hesitation, lightning gathering around him as he activated his skill, Expulsion, releasing a massive surge of energy that shot toward the vampire, and in the next moment, a gigantic mass of lightning crashed down, engulfing the stunned creature and electrocuting it where it stood. A system message appeared, declaring that Vampire Count Cambermere had been rendered unconscious. Seeing the opportunity, Bjorn realized it was finally time to use the item he had been saving. He pulled out the vial he had obtained earlier, recalling the statue he had destroyed to retrieve it, and identified it as Goddess Tears. Without hesitation, he pinned the vampire down and declared that he would feed it this so-called treasure, forcing the vial into its mouth before slamming a punch into it and shouting for it to take it and die. The blessing activated instantly, designating the target area for destruction as a burst of holy light erupted around both Bjorn and the vampire, and the system confirmed that the blessing temporarily sealed all of the vampire's resistances, leaving it crippled and unable to move freely. Another update followed, stating that its condition had worsened from unconsciousness to full paralysis due to the overwhelming shock. Raven shouted desperately for Bjorn to escape the blast zone, but at that exact moment, she released the fully prepared 6th rank spell, Sunspot Sphere, warning that anything caught within its range would be incinerated. The blazing sphere descended rapidly, heading straight toward Bjorn and the immobilized vampire, and as Bjorn saw it coming, he cursed inwardly, realizing too late that he should have retreated when he had the chance. The spell detonated in a massive explosion, engulfing everything in a sea of flames, and a system message followed, stating that Bjorn had been caught in the blast and rendered unconscious, while the vampire triggered its pain-sharing ability at the same moment, causing the mage, the dwarf, Einar, and Tarjan to all collapse unconscious as well. Bjorn's consciousness flickered weakly as he woke up in overwhelming agony, his body barely responding while he lay in a pool of blood, struggling to even process whether they had actually won, and as silence filled the area, he began to question if the vampire was truly dead, or if something had gone horribly wrong. Forcing himself up, despite the pain, he looked around and saw all of his allies collapsed, which made him realize he had to assess the situation alone. But the moment his eyes landed on the vampire, his expression froze in shock. The creature was still standing. Its body was horribly burned and mutilated, yet it was alive, and that realization sent a wave of panic through him as system panels appeared explaining its abilities, showing that Immortal skill drastically boosted its regeneration when near death, while Source of Darkness allowed it to survive as long as its heart remained intact. Bjorn watched in frustration as the vampire's shredded flesh began knitting back together at an unnatural speed, immediately understanding that if he didn't act now, it would fully recover and all of their efforts would be meaningless. With everyone else unconscious, he accepted that he was the only one left to finish this fight, barefoot, bleeding, and barely able unable to stand, he dragged himself forward step by step, leaving bloody footprints behind as he forced his body to move, knowing he had to kill the vampire before it regained full strength. Reaching it, he collapsed onto its body, breathing heavily as he pinned it down, noticing that everything except the heart had been completely destroyed, which made it clear to him that the heart was the true weak point. Gathering what little strength he had left, Bjorn raised his arms and realized that the vampire had instinctively protected its heart during the sunspot sphere by shielding it with its arm, and with that realization, his anger surged as he began slamming his fists into its chest repeatedly, shouting for it to finally die while recalling the last skill he could still use. Pressing his hands over the vampire's heart, he activated Flesh Explosion, and the moment it triggered, everything around the heart erupted into a gruesome crater of blood and destruction. The backlash hit him instantly, pain surging through his own body as he cursed through clenched teeth, but he understood that stopping now meant death, so he forced himself to keep going, triggering Flesh Explosion again and again, tearing apart the regenerating flesh while his own body suffered equally from the damage. Each explosion pushed him closer to his limit, his vision blurring further as the battlefield turned into a chaotic blur of gore. Yet he refused to stop, even as a warning appeared, showing that his HP had dropped below 1%. He realized that if he continued, he would die alongside the vampire, but he accepted that outcome without hesitation and unleashed another explosion directly at the heart, pushing his HP to 0 as a system message announced the start of a death countdown. Even then, he didn't stop. Despite his HP reached 0, he continued activating Flesh Explosion, driven purely by willpower, knowing that stopping now would make everything meaningless. System messages began showing his mentality points draining continuously as he pushed beyond his limits, blood covering his body as he repeated the skill again and again, telling himself that if he was going to die anyway, there was no reason to hold anything back. His mentality kept dropping with every activation, yet he remained seated over the vampire, surrounded by smoke and destruction, breathing heavily as ash drifted from his ruined arms. When he finally glanced down, he realized both of his hands had been completely destroyed. Even so, he didn't hesitate. If his hands were gone, then he would use his entire body instead. With that resolve, he triggered one final Flesh Explosion, using himself as the catalyst, and the resulting blast consumed everything in a blinding eruption. A system message confirmed that Vampire Count Cambermere had finally been defeated, granting him experience, and Bjorn recognized that the monster had truly been killed only because he had pushed himself to the very end. Additional system notifications followed, awarding bonus experience for defeating a high-ranking mutant guardian and announcing that he had leveled up, though he immediately noted that leveling up did not restore HP in this world. Then new prompts appeared, showing his spirit power increasing along with his maximum essence capacity, and to his surprise, the rare Guardian Essence, something that only had a 1/3 drop chance, had actually appeared, and before he could react, the vampire's Guardian Essence was absorbed into his soul in a burst of light. Another system window explained that due to the passive ability Source of Darkness, he could no longer die unless his heart was destroyed, while additional notifications showed that the immortal effect had rapidly restored his HP, pushing it back above 1% and canceling the death countdown entirely. An achievement message followed, rewarding him with a permanent increase in mentality for surviving even after the countdown had begun, and his updated status window displayed Bjorn Jandal at level 3, with significantly improved stats and the newly acquired Guardian Vampire Essence. Sometime later, Bjorn suddenly jolted awake, gasping for air, as he realized with shock that he was still alive, and as his vision cleared, he saw that his head was resting in Einar's lap, who greeted him happily as he tried to process what had happened. He immediately asked where the others were, and she explained that they had left 3 days ago, worried about his condition, which shocked him further as he learned he had been unconscious for 3 full days. The realization hit him hard as he exclaimed that if 3 days had passed, then it must already be the crucial 7th day, and as he tested his fingers, he was stunned to find his hands fully restored, with no visible injuries remaining on his body. Then suddenly, something else hit him, and he demanded to know where his pants had gone. Einar casually admitted that she had removed them because they were completely destroyed and getting in the way, then cheerfully told him not to feel embarrassed while praising him as a great warrior, which only made him desperately ask her to stop talking. After that, she began explaining what had happened while he was unconscious, saying that the dwarf had taken the numbered item while the mage had taken the rupture stones. Bjorn quickly pieced things together, realizing that since he was alive, he must have successfully absorbed the vampire's Guardian Essence, and from that, he inferred that the Guardian had dropped all 3 rare items, remembering their earlier agreement to decide ownership of the stones by rolling dice. Einar then recalled how the mage had refused to follow that agreement, insisting that she needed the stones to recover her losses and taking them for herself, while the dwarf had remained indifferent, saying he would accept whatever decision was made since he hadn't contributed much. However, Einar herself had protested, only for the mage to argue that Bjorn had already received the best reward possible, meaning he had no right to complain about her taking the stones. Hearing that, Bjorn realized that only the mage knew he had absorbed the vampire's essence, and he also remembered that she had given him the corpse golem essence, along with all of her remaining potions, meaning she had technically gained nothing and only suffered losses during the entire rupture. Even so, Einar remained angry, insisting that the mage had acted selfishly by taking everything and leaving without waiting for him to wake up, and Bjorn decided that it was safer to agree with her perspective. Einar immediately brightened and thanked him enthusiastically for supporting her, and he simply replied that it was obvious, since they were comrades. When Einar asked if they should leave the labyrinth now, Bjorn shook his head and said there was still one thing he needed to retrieve, thinking that even if most of the loot had been taken, that particular item should still be there. Then, remembering his current state, he awkwardly asked Einar if she had anything he could wear. Later, a system message appeared announcing that Bjorn had entered the first floor's crystal cave, followed immediately by another message stating that the labyrinth itself had now been shut down and that he was being transported back to the city of Rafdonia. When he arrived, still shirtless and marked with scars, Bjorn expected that everything they had endured would at least translate into a decent profit. At the exchange, a clerk carefully counted the earnings and reported that they had made 231,520 stone. Bjorn felt that the amount seemed underwhelming compared to the hardships they had gone through, but he accepted it since he had gained 2 powerful essences, reaching out to take the heavy pouch with quiet satisfaction. Before he could even secure it, the bag was suddenly yanked from his hand, catching him completely off guard. The clerk's tone shifted as she suspiciously pointed out that such an amount was unusually high for a 9th rank explorer and demanded to know what he was carrying in his backpack. Bjorn, confused and uneasy, questioned why she was asking, noting that no one had ever treated him like this before. Just then, a firm voice ordered him not to move, and when he turned, he found himself surrounded by armed guards with spears aimed directly at him. Shocked and cursing internally, he was informed that the discussion would continue in an interrogation room. At the same time, elsewhere in the city plaza, a group of returning explorers gathered. Among them stood a visibly exhausted Erwin, who wiped the sweat from her brow while reflecting on how unexpectedly difficult the 3rd floor had been. She recalled facing the overwhelming power of 7th rank monsters, far beyond anything she had encountered before, remembering in particular a massive armored boar-like creature that had left a strong impression. Thinking back on the expedition, she also remembered how Tarisha had fought a 6th rank monster they encountered by chance, making the entire experience feel like a true adventure rather than a desperate struggle for survival, and the thought of it made her excited to share everything with Bjorn. Later, when she returned to the Stone Exchange Center with her party, she realized that Bjorn wasn't there. Assuming she had simply misjudged the timing, she cheerfully imagined showing him the new essence she had obtained during the raid, wondering if he would test it the same way he had before. The memory of that moment, when his testing had painfully twisted her shoulder, still made her blush, yet despite that, she found herself wanting to see him even more. She approached the guild counter alone to exchange her loot, and the staff expressed surprise when they saw that she had earned 184,100 stone, despite being only a 9th rank explorer. She explained that she had been part of a group led by her sister, and when asked for confirmation, she provided Teresia's name. The clerk checked the records, verified that her sister was indeed a certified explorer, and approved the transaction, allowing Erwin to leave with her reward. Returning to their lodging in the quiet town, Erwin felt at ease and began humming softly as she took a bath after the exhausting trip. While getting dressed, she wondered whether Bjorn had already returned, and as she put on a simple white dress, she decided that she would treat him to a nice dinner using her earnings. Smiling to herself, she felt a growing sense of anticipation, eager to hear about his experiences and see him again. However, when she arrived at Bjorn's lodging and asked about him, she was told that the occupant of room 302 had still not returned. The answer caught her off guard, and a sense of unease crept in. For a moment, her thoughts drifted toward something darker, but she quickly pushed it away, convincing herself that he would return soon. Days passed, then an entire week, and there was still no sign of him. One day, she noticed an employee clearing out his room, and rushed over in alarm, demanding to know why they were taking his belongings. The staff member, already irritated, replied that they had waited long enough out of consideration for her, and pointed out that the labyrinth had closed some time ago, meaning the situation should already be clear. Erwin's hands trembled as she clutched her skirt, struggling to accept what that implied, but the answer came anyway. If Bjorn had not returned by now, it could only mean that he had died inside the labyrinth. Later, under heavy rain outside the guild, Erwin sat collapsed on the ground, completely devastated as people passed by and glanced at her. A figure approached and knelt in front of her, Teresia, calling out to her. Through tear-filled eyes, Erwin slowly looked up from her despair. Teresia told her she had heard the news and urged her to stand, asking how long she intended to remain like this. Erwin's eyes burned with grief and anger as she looked at her sister and declared that she wanted to become stronger, resolving that she would gain enough power to protect the people she cared about. Meanwhile, Bjorn had been locked up in jail, and a full week had already passed since he was imprisoned under accusations of being a plunderer. During his first interrogation, the officer questioned him about the crossbow he carried, openly mocking the idea of a barbarian using such a weapon. While Bjorn calmly explained that it was loot taken from attackers who had tried to kill him. The interrogator responded coldly that they would determine who had attacked first, which immediately made Bjorn protest that imprisoning him over this was unreasonable, especially when something about the situation felt clearly off. He reflected on how guild customs usually avoided questioning explorers without solid evidence, but the interrogator countered by saying that the rules had recently changed, allowing for stricter investigations of 9th rank explorers in order to reduce plundering incidents. That explanation made everything click for Bjorn, as he realized that someone like him, a low-ranked outsider carrying significant loot and lacking any powerful connections, was the easiest kind of target for such enforcement. The interrogator pressed him again about the crossbow, and Bjorn repeated his story about being ambushed and taking it from the attackers, deliberately leaving out any mention of the red-haired woman involved. Remembering the promise he had made, he chose to protect her identity, knowing that revealing her existence might lead others to suspect something unnatural about him. However, the questioning took a sharper turn when the interrogator asked how Bjorn had survived a stab to the neck without even leaving a scar. That question caught him off guard, making him realize that his scars had indeed disappeared, which led him to suspect that the vampire essence he had absorbed had healed even those old wounds. Despite initially wanting to stay cautious, he ended up revealing information about the rupture itself. The interrogator immediately dismissed his claims, laughing at the idea of a vampire appearing in a third-floor rupture and mocking him as a barbarian who couldn't even lie properly. Frustration boiled over as Bjorn demanded that they bring in a mage capable of verifying his memories through magic. The interrogator rejected the request outright, explaining that such procedures were reserved only for higher-ranked explorers, even if Bjorn was willing to pay for it. He added bluntly that if Bjorn were to die, they would simply take his money anyway, so there was no reason to waste resources on him. After a moment of consideration, he begrudgingly admitted that he might consider it if the mage in question was affiliated with the guild. That first day of interrogation ended in the worst possible way for Bjorn. 2 days later, they attempted to break him using mentality-based magic, but his high mentality stat allowed him to resist it completely. A guild mage failed to penetrate his mental defenses and suggested that they might need someone from the magic tower instead, while Bjorn silently cursed the entire situation. Even so, the interrogator refused to involve more important mages over what he considered a trivial matter, completely ignoring Bjorn's mentions of Raven and the dwarf. Instead, he repeatedly pressured Bjorn to give up and confess, making it increasingly clear that they were trying to force a false admission of guilt out of him. By the 7th interrogation, the situation escalated further when the interrogator burst in, claiming they now had conclusive evidence. Bjorn immediately recognized what they were referring to: the message stone he had taken during his fight with the Crystal Union. The interrogator accused him of plundering, explaining that the stone belonged to a deceased explorer, and that they had already received statements from the Crystal Union supporting the accusation. The verdict came swiftly. Bjorn would be executed in 3 hours. At that moment, Bjorn understood that the situation could no longer be resolved through words alone, yet he also knew that escaping would permanently brand him as a fleeing criminal. Even so, he realized there was no other way to survive unless he acted immediately and found a way to prove his innocence later. Gripping the bars of his cell, he made his decision. Activating his ability, Flesh Explosion, he channeled destructive energy into his own body, and in the next instant, a massive blast tore through the jail, destroying part of the structure in a violent eruption of blood and fire. When the smoke cleared, Bjorn stepped out from the wreckage, barefoot, burned, and steaming, yet still alive. He moved forward toward a terrified guard, his presence radiating pure killing intent as he advanced through the shattered remains of the cell. The guard panicked, unable to comprehend how Bjorn had survived such an explosion, and before he could even finish shouting about an escaping prisoner, Bjorn crushed him underfoot. Looking down at the lifeless body, Bjorn hardened his resolve, deciding that what he had done was necessary. With his damaged hand dripping blood and energy swirling around him, he committed fully to escaping this place. Standing over the fallen jailer, his body still steaming from the strain, he took the key ring from the guard's belt and began moving through the corridor. As he passed by the other cells, prisoners called out to him, begging him to free them as well. Bjorn briefly considered that some of them might actually be criminals, but as someone who had been falsely accused and thrown into this situation, he decided that their guilt or innocence was no longer his concern. Without hesitation, he began unlocking the cells. The prisoners erupted in cheers, celebrating both their freedom and the barbarian who had released them, as they rushed out into the chaos. On the first floor of the guild lobby, everything seemed normal as unrelated explorers went about their business, completely unaware of the chaos that was about to erupt, until the guards stationed at the main entrance suddenly heard a disturbance and reacted in confusion, only for the doors to violently burst open as bodies slammed into them from the outside. A wave of armed escapees poured into the lobby, creating instant panic as a guild official shouted in alarm that prisoners had broken loose, while staff members quickly called out that any explorers who helped subdue them would be rewarded, prompting several guild fighters to step forward and clash head-on with the rampaging prisoners in a violent melee. Bjorn observed the situation calmly and immediately understood that since the escapees lacked proper weapons, The armed explorers would eventually overpower them, so he used the chaos as cover to slip away and head upstairs, moving quickly through the stairway while hoping the disorder below would buy him at least 5 minutes, because time was something he could not afford to waste. As he ran, he made it clear to himself that his goal was not simply to escape, because what he truly wanted went far beyond running away from this place. When he reached the upper level, he saw guards scrambling to block access to the branch manager's office, and without hesitation, he activated Flesh Explosion in his hand, unleashing another devastating blast that tore through the guards and filled the area with gore, shocking those below who witnessed the explosion, while even some prisoners caught in the aftermath screamed as the acidic blood burned them, revealing the dangerous nature of his body. Immediately after, Bjorn activated Sacrificial Seal, converting the deaths around him into raw physical power as the skill amplified his strength based on the number of sacrifices within range, and as a red aura engulfed him, his presence became overwhelming, his body surging with unnatural power as he smirked and declared that his doping is complete before launching himself forward with explosive speed. He crashed into the remaining guards like a force of nature, his sheer ferocity terrifying them as he slammed one armored opponent into the ground with such force that the man coughed up blood instantly, completely crushed by the impact, while another guard charged him in anger, only to be met with a brutal counterattack that dropped him just as quickly, and one after another, the defenders fell as Bjorn tore through them effortlessly in the chaos of the lobby. Those watching were left stunned as they saw his wounds healing almost instantly, unable to comprehend how such regeneration was possible. But before they could react, Bjorn continued his assault, smashing another guard who questioned his abilities, while inside, he felt the combined effects of his skills surging and boiling within him, granting him overwhelming strength as he knocked down multiple opponents at once when they rushed him together. Even he found himself marveling at how powerful this state felt, recognizing the immense doping effect of his abilities, while the remaining guards began to hesitate, unable to understand how a mere 9th rank barbarian could reach such a level of strength, and Bjorn realized that since this branch typically dealt only with low-rank explorers, no one had ever expected someone like him to become this dangerous. He continued forward without slowing down, his attacks ripping through the remaining defenders in a relentless storm until the path ahead was completely cleared, allowing him to approach the large doors leading to the branch manager's office, which he kicked open without hesitation, only to immediately realize he had walked into an ambush as a man inside attacked him the moment he entered. The guard lunged forward and slashed at Bjorn's leg, drawing blood and confidently believing he had landed a decisive blow. But that confidence vanished instantly when Bjorn's blood splashed onto his face and the man screamed in agony as the acidic blood burned into his skin, realizing too late the true danger of his opponent. Hearing the scream, a young woman rushed into the room and called out in alarm, only to freeze in shock when she saw the situation, recognizing the intruder and understanding what was happening, while the injured man desperately warned her not to come closer, revealing that she was the district manager's daughter. Bjorn immediately recognized the opportunity, realizing that her presence could completely shift the situation in his favor, while the injured man threatened him, warning that harming her would lead to severe consequences. But Bjorn ignored the warning, knocking the man unconscious and deciding to adapt his plan around this unexpected advantage. Although he had not originally intended to go this far, he quickly concluded that taking the district manager's daughter hostage would dramatically change the balance of power, and as she reacted angrily to his calm demeanor, calling him terrible, Bjorn snapped back at her, accusing her of acting as if everything revolved around her and bluntly telling her to stay quiet, while internally questioning what was wrong with her attitude. Holding her firmly, he issued his demands to the guards, ordering them to bring the original interrogator along with a mage from the magic tower, making it clear that if they failed to comply, the woman's life would be forfeit, and without giving them time to argue, he dragged her out onto the balcony, preparing for his next move. Taking a deep breath, Bjorn raised his voice and shouted loudly enough to draw the attention of everyone outside, standing in full view with the hostage as he made his declaration, announcing that it was time for his retaliation. And as the crowd gathered and recognized him as the escaped prisoner, he introduced himself clearly as Bjorn Jandal. He declared that he was a 9th rank explorer who had been falsely accused and targeted by the guild, stating publicly that they had tried to frame and execute him despite his innocence, and he repeated his claim with conviction, making sure that everyone heard him, knowing that by turning the situation into a public spectacle, the guild would no longer be able to quietly cover up what they had done. Far away at the magic tower, a report reached the high-ranking mages that the Explorer Guild was requesting immediate assistance, and an elderly mage calmly explained that a branch manager had described the situation as a lunatic causing chaos inside the guild. Hearing that, a younger blonde mage, who was none other than Raven, frowned at the description and questioned what kind of person they were calling a psycho, prompting the elder to elaborate that the man had freed prisoners, taken the district manager's daughter hostage, and was demanding the presence of a mage, which made Raven scoff and call him both stupid and insane. Even so, Since she already had someone she wanted to check on, she accepted the request and decided to go, curious about this troublemaker. Back at the guild, the tension remained thick as Bjorn held the frightened girl firmly while the situation stalled. In front of him, Raven stood flying, immediately recognizing him and reacting with anger as she demanded to know what he thought he was doing, scolding him for recklessly risking his life again. Yet despite her frustration, she understood the urgency, and Bjorn quickly asked her to use memory verification magic to prove his innocence. Seeing the time pressure, Raven became serious and agreed, but only on the condition that he would owe her a favor in the future, which he accepted without hesitation, as long as it was within his ability. Satisfied, she stepped forward and placed her glowing hand on his forehead, casting a memory spell. But to her surprise, it failed to penetrate his mind due to his strong mental resistance, making her ask if he possessed any anti-psychological equipment, while Bjorn insisted he had nothing and urged her to try another method, leaving the hostage confused as she watched the exchange. At the same time, behind him, the staff checked on the injured branch manager, who was already shaken by the chaos spreading across the first floor, and demanded to know what had happened, while the inspector began explaining the situation, but suddenly froze when he noticed Raven. Recognizing her instantly, he immediately pointed at Bjorn and declared him responsible for everything, but the branch manager calmly stated that he was already aware and reminded the inspector that he had personally handled the case, then leaned forward and asked what actual evidence existed to prove Bjorn was a plunderer. The inspector insisted that framing was impossible, and argued that Bjorn had turned in an unusually large number of magic crystals for a mere 9th-rank explorer, adding that his backpack had been filled with what appeared to be stolen equipment, and further claimed that a message stone traced back to a Crystal Union member who had testified that Bjorn had murdered innocents and looted them. The branch manager countered that this was nothing more than an unverified statement and questioned why no magic had been used to confirm it, but the inspector shouted that magic had not been used because Bjorn had told absurd lies about surviving a fatal neck wound thanks to a vampire essence, emphasizing how ridiculous it sounded to claim that a vampire had appeared on the first floor of a rupture, and he justified his decision by saying he could not call in high-ranking mages over such an unbelievable story. At that moment, Raven calmly interrupted and stated that Bjorn had indeed consumed a vampire essence on the first floor, immediately shocking both the inspector and the branch manager, who demanded clarification, and she responded by saying she had personally witnessed it, even adding with a teasing tone that they wouldn't be able to verify her claim with magic either. The inspector tried to protest, arguing that even if she knew Bjorn, she shouldn't lie to protect him, but Raven's expression turned cold as she asked if he was accusing her of lying, which made him immediately panic and backtrack, and as she pressed him further, she accused him of looking down on mages, causing him to collapse to his knees and apologize repeatedly. The influence of the magic tower was overwhelming, with its mages holding status comparable to aristocrats, and the branch manager quickly realized that offending someone like Raven was a serious mistake, so he attempted to calm the situation and explain that without proper context, Bjorn's story had simply sounded impossible, while Raven acknowledged that a vampire appearing on the first floor had never happened before, but firmly stated that such an event was not impossible, sharply criticizing the manager for dismissing it outright and reminding him that the labyrinth still held countless unknowns. As she pressed him with that reasoning, the manager was left speechless, forced to reconsider his stance, while Bjorn watched the exchange and noted how ruthless Raven could be even towards someone of authority, proving exactly what kind of mage she was. At that moment, a new figure entered the scene, addressing Bjorn as the barbarian everyone had been talking about, and when Bjorn asked who he was, the man introduced himself as Niall Urbans, arriving alongside armored guards, calmly remarking that Bjorn had caused quite a mess, while the hostage girl cried out to him, revealing that he was her father, and Bjorn immediately understood that this man was the district manager overseeing multiple guild branches. The narration briefly explained the structure of the guild, describing how it managed clans, provided support through magic, and controlled information, with multiple branches led by branch managers, all overseen by 13 district managers who ranked just below the guild master, making Niall one of the most powerful figures present, though even he had limits on what he could do. Suddenly, another man was dragged into the room and thrown to the ground, and Niall calmly stated that he had heard they were looking for this individual, causing the inspector to react in terror as he recognized him, while Bjorn stepped forward and confirmed that the man was Hearts from the Crystal Union, then directly accused him of giving false testimony regarding the message stone. As Hearts tried to deny it, Raven immediately cast a spell that revealed the truth, declaring that he was lying, which stunned everyone present, and Bjorn realized that with a magic tower mage exposing him, Hearts had no way out. Niall confirmed Bjorn's identity, and then publicly declared that Bjorn Jandal was innocent. Bjorn immediately asked what would happen to Hearts, and Niall responded that since the situation had been caused by false testimony, a full investigation would follow before determining punishment, while Bjorn added that he wanted the entire Crystal Union clan investigated as well, which Niall agreed to, noting that the group had already been problematic diplomatic for some time. Niall then turned his attention to the inspector and informed him that he would be dismissed for mishandling the case, ignoring his desperate protests, and coldly stated that all of his past cases would be reviewed, warning that any misconduct uncovered would be punished accordingly, leaving the inspector trembling as he realized the severity of his situation. After that, Niall shifted his focus back to Bjorn and stated that it was time to discuss compensation, offering to promote him directly to a 7th rank explorer and provide new equipment, but Bjorn immediately dismissed the offer internally, realizing that a rank increase was meaningless to him since he could achieve that through essences. And when Niall mentioned his lack of experience, Bjorn openly challenged him to bring in any 7th rank explorer to prove his strength, releasing his battle aura and daring anyone to face him, while Raven quickly urged him to calm down. Raven then intervened, stating that Bjorn deserved far better compensation, directly addressing Niall and pointing out that no other explorer had survived a 5th rank vampire guardian and absorbed its essence, criticizing him for treating basic restitution as proper compensation, which left Niall with no choice but to ask what Bjorn actually wanted. Bjorn smirked slightly and declared that he wanted money, deciding to demand at least 5 million stones, even admitting to himself that the amount was outrageous but justifying it with the thought that he could play the role of a foolish barbarian. And to everyone's surprise, Niall agreed immediately to pay the full amount on the spot. Raven, taken aback by how easily he accepted, and quickly added that her own fee of 1 million stones for her assistance was separate, and Niall, clearly resigned, agreed again while asking her to pass along his gratitude to her master, a mage of even higher standing. Bjorn reflected quietly on just how immense the influence of the magic tower truly was in this world. The scene shifted to the Magic Tower, specifically to Alua Raven's personal laboratory at the Altemian school, and later, inside that cluttered and chaotic space, Bjorn found himself looking around in confusion, wondering why everything was such a mess, while Raven quietly giggled to herself as if completely unbothered by the disorder. She casually handed him a beaker filled with blue liquid and told him to drink it, which immediately made him wary as he asked what exactly it was, then cautiously took a sip and guessed that it was probably just water, while Raven, almost teasingly, offered to give him something more interesting if he preferred. Deciding that water was the safest option, Bjorn drank it anyway, all while thinking that the container had probably held some kind of strange monster fluid before. After that, he asked her directly why she had brought him to her lab in the first place, and with a small smile, Raven reminded him that he had promised to do her a favor, which made Bjorn recall that he had only agreed under pressure at the time, though he also reasoned that maintaining a good relationship with a mage was not a bad idea, so he clarified that he would help only if her request was reasonable, prompting her to finally explain her intention. With dramatic flair, Raven declared that she wanted to study the vampire essence he had absorbed, insisting that the research would benefit him as well, since no one had ever consumed such an essence before, and there could be unknown side effects that only proper study could uncover. The narration emphasized just how rare this situation was, noting that even corpse golems were already considered rare research subjects, yet a vampire guardian appearing in a rupture had never been recorded, making Bjorn's case completely unprecedented. Watching her excitement, Bjorn couldn't help but think that mages resembled obsessive graduate students, completely absorbed in their work, but at the same time, he admitted that her reasoning sounded fair, until he suddenly connected something and realized that her earlier behavior during the settlement negotiation had been linked to this very goal. A memory surfaced of Raven ensuring that the guild did not officially record his consumption of the vampire essence, something he had appreciated at the time, but now he understood that she had done it primarily to secure exclusive research access to him. Raven awkwardly admitted that he wasn't wrong, clearly embarrassed at being seen through so easily, and quickly tried to salvage the situation by proposing that he assist her in the lab only once a week for 3 hours over a period of 6 months. But Bjorn immediately rejected the duration as excessive and negotiated it down to 3 months instead, also demanding that he be allowed to see the research results. Raven protested, reminding him that he owed her for saving his life and helping him secure 5 million stones. But Bjorn remained firm, thinking that if he didn't set boundaries now, this relationship would become one-sided, and countered by saying that she should actually be the one paying him. That statement completely shocked Raven, who demanded to know why she would ever need to pay, but Bjorn reflected that anyone who failed to stand up for themselves was a fool, and stepped closer, looming over her in a way that made her visibly uneasy as he accused her of forcing the corpse golem essence on him without his consent. Raven immediately pushed back, arguing that she had given him a valuable essence for free, and even shoved him in frustration, but Bjorn didn't back down, stating that she had done it to save herself, not him, which still made it a problem, and he firmly insisted that he had never wanted that essence in the first place, then demanded 10 million stones as compensation, estimating that as the cost required to remove it at a temple. Raven reacted explosively, calling him insane for even considering removing such a rare power, but Bjorn calmly explained that the essence had interfered with his long-term plans, and that from his perspective, it had caused harm, so compensation was justified, adding that mages who couldn't absorb essences themselves tended to overvalue them without understanding their strategic impact, and suggested that she consult an actual explorer if she doubted him. Determined to prove him wrong, Raven stormed off and activated her communication crystal ball, connecting to a distant contact, and when a voice answered, she introduced herself to an explorer named Patsran, referencing his previous dealings with her mentor, before presenting him with a hypothetical scenario about someone being forced to take an unwanted essence. Bjorn watched closely as Raven listened to the response, and after thinking it through, Patsran gave an honest answer, stating that he would be very angry in that situation, which immediately satisfied Bjorn as it aligned perfectly with his own stance. Still unwilling to concede, Raven pushed further, asking whether that anger would remain even if the essence in question was an extremely rare 7th rank one. But Patsran responded that rarity didn't matter, because taking an essence that wasn't part of one's plan would only hinder progress, reinforcing Bjorn's belief that explorers understood the importance of balancing their abilities far better than mages did. As Raven absorbed this, she began to realize that forcing an essence onto someone could completely disrupt their growth path, and with growing unease, she asked what kind of compensation would be appropriate if such a mistake occurred, to which Patsran replied that he would demand money, suggesting 15 million stones as a reasonable amount. The sheer number left Raven horrified, making her comment that temples seem to value money more than gods themselves, and in desperation, she asked what someone should do if they couldn't pay, only for Patsran to answer bluntly that in such a case, he might simply break the offender's neck if they were standing in front of him. Hearing that, Raven panicked internally, while Bjorn calmly observed that people in this world often lacked imagination when it came to consequences, and concluded that Patsran was clearly a highly experienced explorer who understood essence balance deeply, noting that if she had asked a struggling low-rank explorer instead, they might have simply accepted any essence without question. Satisfied, Bjorn mentally declared that the difference in perspective had decided the argument and pressed Raven to admit that she had been wrong. A booming laugh suddenly echoed through the room, interrupting the tense atmosphere as an elderly mage stepped in, clearly amused that a barbarian had just out-argued one of his own kind. The old man introduced himself as Dayan Tevelian, Raven's mentor and the master of the Eltemian school, and while Raven immediately protested that she hadn't been crying, Bjorn quickly realized the weight behind that name, understanding that this was the powerful figure who controlled multiple floors of the magic tower, and whose authority could rival, or even surpass, that of a district manager. Dayan cheerfully admitted that he had been eavesdropping on their entire discussion and found it thoroughly entertaining, his overwhelming presence making it obvious that Raven's soundproofing had been completely useless against him, which only embarrassed her further as he casually pointed out that both her spell work and her reasoning still had clear flaws. He then explained that his curiosity had brought him here, as it was rare for him to see a living barbarian up close, since most of them usually arrived as corpses or scattered remains, and with a disturbingly amused grin, he elaborated that many of those specimens were reduced to nothing more than hearts by the time they reached him, which immediately made Bjorn fall silent, growing wary of the eccentric archmage standing before him. Dayan let out an ominous chuckle before suddenly bursting into loud laughter, telling Bjorn to relax because it had only been a joke, though the unsettling tone left Bjorn questioning whether that was truly meant as humor, and deciding to respond in kind, he made his own crude remark about cracking open the old man's skull, which instantly startled Dayan. Bjorn quickly clarified that he was joking as well, and even urged the old mage to loosen up and laugh, going so far as to casually pat his head, while Raven watched in disbelief, wondering if Bjorn had completely lost his mind. For a brief moment, Bjorn himself wondered if he had crossed a dangerous line, but to his surprise, Dayan suddenly broke into delighted laughter, praising Bjorn's boldness and claiming that he was not easily offended by jokes, even though it was obvious from his expression that some part of him was still irritated. Bjorn brushed it off by leaning into his barbarian persona, while Dayan shifted the conversation and offered an alternative to the 10 million stones Bjorn had demanded earlier. Instead of money, Dayan presented a rare artifact known as the Frost Spirit Ring, casually mentioning that it was a numbered item despite its high serial number, which immediately caught Bjorn's attention, as numbered items were extremely rare pieces of equipment that could only be obtained from Rupture Guardians, each possessing unique and powerful abilities. Bjorn was genuinely surprised that such an item was being handed over so casually, and asked what made the ring valuable, to which Dayan explained that it could seal one ability from an essence Bjorn had already consumed, specifically suggesting that it could suppress the inconvenient acidic blood trait from the corpse golem essence. However, as Bjorn listened, he realized something important despite being such a renowned mage. Dayan himself did not fully understand the ring's true hidden potential. Recognizing this, Bjorn accepted the ring as payment without hesitation. As he prepared to leave, Raven reminded him of his promise to assist with her research on the corpse golem essence twice a week, and he agreed, while she worried whether he would actually remember their arrangement. After he left, Raven apologized to her mentor for making him give away such a valuable item, but Dayan dismissed it with a smug expression, claiming that the ring was practically unsellable and only worth around 1.5 million stones on the market, secretly thinking that the barbarian would be furious once he eventually discovered its real value. Bjorn stepped out of the grand doors of the magic tower into the bright daylight, reflecting on how mages were supposed to be the smartest individuals in the world, yet Raven herself had not even known how to obtain something as simple as goddess tears, and that realization led him to a firm conclusion that compared to his accumulated knowledge from the game, even powerful mages were like inexperienced beginners, completely unaware of the true value of certain items like the Frost Spirit Ring. As night fell, Bjorn returned to the inn where he had previously stayed, only to find the innkeeper shocked to see him alive, having already assumed he was dead, and the man awkwardly admitted that he had cleared out Bjorn's room in his absence. Bjorn immediately demanded to know what had happened to his belongings, only to be told that they had been thrown away, which caused his anger to flare as he stepped closer and reminded the man that he had already paid for extra time. The terrified innkeeper quickly tried to calm him down, promising compensation, but Bjorn found himself pausing mid-anger as a strange thought crossed his mind. He began to question when violence had started feeling so natural to him, recalling how he had witnessed brutal killings without hesitation, how his own first kill had come far too easily, and how even escaping from prison had not shaken him the way it should have. Images of his blood-covered self in battle flashed through his mind as he realized that even the way he had spoken to Dayan earlier was something his former self, a 29-year-old office worker, would have never dared to do, and while he had initially blamed his surroundings, he now understood that something deeper was changing within him. He concluded that his new body, along with its battle instincts, was gradually reshaping his personality, making him more aggressive, more direct, and far more comfortable with violence, and as he thought about it, he couldn't help but wonder if he was slowly becoming a true barbarian himself. In the end, he accepted this change, recognizing that such a mindset was better suited for survival in this harsh world. Letting go of his earlier anger, Bjorn decided to settle the matter if the innkeeper paid him 30,000 stones, though the man protested at the amount and accidentally revealed that he had actually sold some of Bjorn's belongings instead of discarding them, which only made Bjorn narrow his eyes and point out the contradiction, reminding him of his earlier claim. After receiving compensation, Bjorn moved into a much better and more expensive inn, enjoying the upgrade as he took in the comfort of a proper room, appreciating the presence of windows and even a private bathtub, and as he lay back on the bed, he noted that the location was closer to the city square, already planning to meet Einar the next day to divide their earnings. The next day, Einar came running toward Bjorn while calling his name, tears in her eyes, and the moment she reached him, she was overwhelmed with relief that he was alive, immediately scolding him for disappearing for so long while insisting that she always knew he would survive anything, while Bjorn awkwardly tried to respond, saying that a lot had happened. She then asked if he had heard the major news spreading across the city, and before he could answer properly, another barbarian jumped in excitedly and began talking about a so-called hero known as the Barbarian of Freedom, who was causing a massive uproar. Hearing that, Bjorn quickly realized they were talking about him, but he forced himself to act clueless and casually asked what that barbarian's name was, and when the man replied that no one actually knew the hero's identity, Bjorn felt a wave of relief, concluding that the guild had intentionally kept his name hidden. The surrounding barbarians cheered proudly, celebrating the mysterious figure as one of their own, while recounting how he had single-handedly fought off countless enemies, cleared his false accusations, and led prisoners to freedom, praising him as the greatest barbarian and warrior, which only made Bjorn internally uneasy as he considered the possible consequences of such fame. Soon after, Bjorn and Einar made their way into the bustling middle-class district of Kommelby, which Einar visited for the first time with visible excitement, as the narration described the area as districts 2 to 5 surrounding the capital's first district, known as the center of the free market, where the middle class resided. After selling the loot taken from plunderers along with his old equipment for a total of 800,000 stones, Bjorn met Einar outside a shop and handed her share over, while mentally calculating that he had already earned an additional 500,000 stones before exiting the rupture. He gave Einar 300,000 stones, insisting it was a fair division, which left her completely stunned by the amount before she happily thanked him. But her attention was soon drawn elsewhere when she noticed people eating cotton candy, describing it in wonder as clouds on a stick, while Bjorn immediately recognized it and found her reaction amusing. Einar stared at the treat with sparkling eyes, clearly tempted as she clutched her pouch of money, and later, at a restaurant, she eagerly devoured cotton candy with amazement at human creativity, even joking that she could buy countless portions with her earnings, while Bjorn internally noted that she was starting to treat it like currency and reminded her to focus on actual food first. In a quieter moment, Einar softly thanked Bjorn for continuing to treat her the same way as before her transformation, catching him off guard, and she explained that ever since her appearance had changed, other barbarians no longer saw her as a warrior, and had begun avoiding her, while humans now constantly approached her with unwanted attention, something she had never experienced before, leaving her flustered as she called his name again. Suddenly, she slammed the table and anxiously asked if she had become ugly, completely confusing Bjorn, and before he could even respond, she made a firm decision and declared that she would no longer enter the labyrinth with him. Although her altered appearance seemed like the reason, the truth was different, as an elder from a shrine renowned for swordsmanship had taken interest in her, and she had decided to undergo training under that master. Bjorn had asked if she could still spare even a single day for dungeon runs, but she explained that the training would confine her to the shrine for 6 months, which made him realize she was referring to a harsh training method he remembered from the game, and while he understood that this was an incredible opportunity for her, she made it clear that she would not ask him to wait or take her back later, promising instead to return one day as a warrior strong enough not to burden him. Now left alone, Bjorn sat drinking, processing her departure and acknowledging that he had no right to stop her from pursuing her own path, while memories surfaced of her struggles, including how she had once been forced to submit to a plunderer and had been left beaten and humiliated, and even during their recent battle, she had been unable to contribute as much as she wanted, making him realize that all those frustrations had likely driven her decision. Determined to move forward, Bjorn resolved to find a new party member, though he also considered continuing alone for the time being, reminding himself that he was far stronger now than he had been just 2 months ago, especially after absorbing both the corpse golem essence and the guardian vampire essence, which had drastically increased his stats and regeneration, making it unlikely that any enemy on the second floor could match him. Even so, he understood that higher floors required teamwork, as the system of the labyrinth was designed around party-based combat, and lacking certain roles could become fatal as difficulty increased. With that in mind, he decided it would be best to recruit companions of a similar level, and headed toward the magic tower to meet Raven, thinking that having a 6th rank mage like her on his side would significantly accelerate his progress. Though as he entered her lab and saw the strange, torture-like chair, he couldn't help but feel that surviving her experiments might be his first challenge. When he proposed forming a party, Raven immediately rejected the idea, bluntly stating that a mage like her would never join a small barbarian team, and insisting that any group she joined must be high-ranked and include a priest. Conditions that Bjorn silently accepted as unrealistic for now, while she added that it would take him at least 3 years to meet those standards, confirming his expectation that she would refuse. Shifting the conversation, Raven presented him with a report analyzing the vampire essence, and while Bjorn found the analysis somewhat crude, he didn't care much, since he already knew his exact stats, though he still acknowledged how impressive the listed bonuses were, recognizing that guardian essences not only granted high stat boosts, but also came with powerful abilities. The first passive skill, Source of Darkness, allowed him to resist death as long as his heart remained intact, while another active skill, Sacrificial Seal, increased his physical power based on how many living beings were affected by his blood. A third skill, Owner of Blood, enabled him to temporarily copy an enemy's ability by absorbing their blood, and the final skill, Immortal, dramatically boosted his regeneration as his health decreased. Reflecting on this combination, Bjorn realized that he had effectively stacked multiple regeneration-based abilities, making his growth rate far faster than anything he had experienced in his 10 years of playing the game, and with that in mind, he decided it was time to head out again. However, just as he turned to leave, Raven stopped him abruptly and asked what he had shoved into the vampire's mouth during the battle, explaining that she had sensed a divine power at that moment. Bjorn immediately understood she was referring to the goddess tears, but instead of answering honestly, he casually dismissed it, pretending she must have imagined it in the chaos, while even picking his nose to act indifferent. When Raven insisted that she had clearly seen it, Bjorn quickly excused himself, claiming he was hungry and needed to leave, then rushed out before she could press further, leaving her shouting after him in frustration as he switched straight into full barbarian sprint mode. Fuming, Raven became convinced that he was hiding something important and swore to uncover the truth, and later, inside the Magic Tower's library, she retrieved a large ancient tome using magic, recalling that she had once discovered valuable information about ruptures within it. As she searched through the book, she found the section describing the blood-tinted castle, though part of the text had been obscured by a stain, covering details about the golden mask and the location of the goddess Tears. Yet she remained certain that she had read about it before, and continued flipping through the pages until she located the relevant passage. The text described Goddess Tears as a consumable relic of unknown origin that released a powerful blessing when broken, and it further recorded that 150 years ago, a cardinal had used the last 3 known pieces during a dimensional crisis to save the Pope, making Raven realize with shock that the item was a genuine holy relic. As she compared the description to what she had witnessed Bjorn do, she began to question whether it could really be a coincidence, wondering how such a young barbarian could possibly know both the hidden location and the method of using such an item. And as her thoughts deepened, she found herself asking a single question: who exactly was Bjorn Jandal? The golden mask was an item obtained only by meeting special conditions after defeating the boss of the blood-tinted castle castle, and as Bjorn reviewed its properties, he recalled that it allowed the wearer to change their face for an entire month and could be used a total of 5 times. Back when he treated everything like a game, he had once sold the item for 500,000 stones without a second thought, since appearance meant nothing to him. But now, living in this world as reality, and remembering how easily he had been falsely imprisoned, he began to see its true value as a tool for survival, especially if he ever needed to escape the city unnoticed. With that in mind, he decided to keep the golden mask instead of selling it. Later, inside a lively tavern, ordinary patrons chatted among themselves, and one of them brought up recent news, asking if the others had heard what had happened, which quickly led to the revelation that the explorer clan Crystal Union had completely disbanded, a statement that immediately caught the attention of a white-haired elf woman nearby. She reacted with bitterness, commenting on how shocking it was for such a powerful clan to disappear overnight, while the narration explained that Crystal Union had rapidly grown by establishing a messaging network using magic stones, providing useful services for explorers on the first floor. However, others in the tavern dismissed the clan harshly, saying they had always disliked how Crystal Union pretended to act like proper explorers, while the elf woman reflected on how the group had originally supported commoners struggling with taxes, but had gradually become corrupt, eventually exploiting outsiders and committing repeated crimes against beginners. She remembered what they had done to her own sister as one of their many atrocities, and admitted that without Bjorn's intervention, something terrible would have happened during that incident. She had once considered taking action against the clan herself, but now she was hearing that someone else had already destroyed them, which made her listen more carefully as the story unfolded, and when she heard that their downfall was caused by a barbarian, her interest sharpened immediately. The gossipers went on to describe how this barbarian had escaped imprisonment, cleared his name, and even taken the district manager's daughter hostage during the incident, which ultimately led to the reconsideration of the anti-plunderer law. And the most shocking detail of all was that this so-called Barbarian of Freedom was only a 9th-rank explorer who had just completed his coming-of-age ceremony. Hearing all of this, Teresia began to suspect that the rumored barbarian might somehow be connected to her, but she initially dismissed the idea as too unlikely, only for doubt to creep back in as she questioned whether that barbarian was truly dead. And when she thought it through again, she realized that if the Barbarian of Freedom really was that same person, it would explain his week-long disappearance. As she reached for a door, she hesitated, uncertain whether what she was about to do was the right choice, but eventually entered Erwin's room, where she found her sitting on the bed surrounded by flickering elemental flames, tense and guarded, silently watching her approach. Teresia gathered her resolve, troubled by how she would break the news to her. Meanwhile, at the guild hall counter, a receptionist asked Bjorn what he needed, and he stated that he wanted to recruit a party of at least 4 explorers capable of tackling the 3rd floor or higher, prompting the clerk to request his identification and details, which he provided without hesitation. As she reviewed his information, she noted that Bjorn Jandel was ranked 7th, but then suddenly paused in shock as she noticed something unusual. He had been assigned a rare 5-star rating. Confused by her reaction, Bjorn asked what that meant, but the flustered clerk quickly brushed it aside and handed him a list of suitable teams instead, making him suspect that the 5-star designation was some kind of special guild classification, though he decided not to dwell on it as long as it worked in his favor. Just then, he sensed someone approaching, and a familiar dwarf enthusiastically called out to him, recognizing him immediately despite his updated rank, confirming that it really was him. Sitting together at a tavern, Bjorn greeted Hikarad, who explained that they were waiting for one more person to join them, mentioning that the final recruit was apparently a mage, which in his mind already secured the strength of their party. Bjorn was surprised by the idea that such a rare role would join them, and as Hikarad waved toward the newcomer, Bjorn found himself wondering who it could be, still finding the situation hard to believe. Soon, a cheerful man in robes approached them with a spellbook in hand, greeting both Bjorn and Hikarad enthusiastically, and introducing himself as Lior Dwalki, stating that he had come specifically to join their party. Hikarad welcomed him warmly and asked if he was the mage assigned by the guild, while Bjorn, still skeptical, concluded that Dwalki must indeed be the one they were expecting. Hikarad introduced himself as a 6th-rank explorer, and Dwalki proudly revealed that he was an 8th-rank royal mage, which shocked Hikarad, as it meant he served the royal family of Rafdonia rather than being affiliated with the Magic Tower or the guild. Bjorn quickly understood that Dwalki operated independently and wondered why Hikarad seemed unaware of such distinctions, while Dwalki, impressed by Bjorn's composure, asked for his name, leading Bjorn to introduce himself and immediately take control of the conversation, bluntly questioning why an 8th-rank mage would choose to explore the labyrinth when most in his position preferred the safety and stability of city life. Internally, Bjorn suspected that Dwalki lacked the ability to progress on higher floors and was seeking opportunity through exploration instead, while Dwalki confidently explained that his goal was to become a renowned explorer and bring honor to Baron Martoin's family, which made Hikarad realize that he had some distant noble connection, though Bjorn quickly concluded that the relationship was too weak to hold real significance. Dwalki assured them that he had no intention of treating anyone as inferior, but Bjorn remained doubtful, privately considering him inexperienced, overly ambitious, and possibly unreliable, yet he ultimately decided to accept him anyway, reasoning that simply having a mage in the party would attract stronger recruits. As expected, more capable applicants began to show interest, and over the next several days, Bjorn and Hikarad reviewed candidates together, with Bjorn doing most of the evaluation work while Hikarad occasionally approved selections, until they finally confirmed their team lineup. With the party now complete, they also upgraded their equipment, and Bjorn proudly showcased his new armor and shield, later visiting the library where the blue-haired receptionist silently stared at his flashy gear and asked what he was wearing, prompting him to eagerly explain that it was Latinium armor along with a matching shield, even demonstrating his new expandable backpack and boasting about the increase in his carrying capacity. The receptionist, unimpressed, simply stated that there had been complaints and ordered him to remove his armor inside the library, leaving Bjorn to conclude that she clearly had no appreciation for his enthusiasm or jokes. Later, Bjorn walked through the city streets in simple, casual clothes, blending in far more easily than before, when something unusual caught his attention, prompting him to turn into a narrow alley, where he spotted a pitiful sight: a barbarian slumped against the wall, looking weak and completely unarmed. That alone was enough to alarm Bjorn, because among barbarians, even the poorest always carried a weapon, and seeing one without it was practically unheard of. He approached carefully and addressed the man, whose fearful eyes immediately locked onto Bjorn's armored figure, clearly intimidated, but Bjorn calmly reassured him that he meant no harm, and asked why he had no weapon and what he was doing there. The man stammered nervously, explaining that he had sold his weapon because he had no money left, and as Bjorn listened, he couldn't help but notice how strangely polite the man sounded for a barbarian. Connecting all the clues, Bjorn quickly reached a conclusion: this wasn't a normal barbarian, but another player like himself. He introduced himself as Jandel's son Bjorn, and the man replied hesitantly that he was Leon's son, Tarakan, which only confirmed Bjorn's suspicion further, leading him to internally label Tarakan as an evil spirit, inhabiting a barbarian's body. Later, at a tavern, Tarakan devoured the food Bjorn had bought him with desperate hunger, tears forming in his eyes as he repeatedly vowed never to forget this kindness, while Bjorn observed that Tarakan had reached adulthood only a month before him, making their circumstances oddly similar. As Tarakan explained his situation, Bjorn pieced everything together, realizing that despite entering this world, Tarakan had never even stepped into the labyrinth, instead getting lost and avoiding it entirely. Bjorn immediately assumed the truth that Tarakan had fled out of fear of monsters, reasoning that slipping away from the crowd of excited barbarians on the first day would have been easy, and from there, Tarakan had likely tried to survive in the city, but failed to find work due to discrimination against barbarians. This led Bjorn to question whether players were truly the ones capable of opening the Abyss boss room, because someone strong enough to achieve that should have understood these hardships and still chosen to face the labyrinth. Pressing him further, Bjorn asked what Tarakan had done afterward, only to learn that he had continued avoiding the labyrinth entirely, which shocked him, leading him to scold Tarakan for skipping it again. While Tarakan argued that he couldn't fight monsters without a weapon, Bjorn snapped back, pointing out that he should have entered when he still had resources, wondering whether he had even played the game at all, and eventually learning that Tarakan had been kicked out after running out of money. Everything after that matched Bjorn's expectations: months of suffering through cold, hunger, and illness, all while being rejected even by other barbarians. And as he listened, Bjorn couldn't help but wonder how someone so helpless had even survived for 3 months, realizing that if he himself had run away in fear on the first day, he might have ended up exactly like Tarakan. After finishing his story, Tarakan anxiously asked if Bjorn felt enough pity to help him, insisting that he still had knowledge of the labyrinth and could be useful as a guide, but Bjorn flatly rejected the idea of entering the labyrinth with him, and when Tarakan began to panic, Bjorn clarified that he would help in a different way. He handed Tarakan 150,000 stones, and told him to buy a weapon and enter the labyrinth on his own, and although Tarakan was deeply moved and promised to repay him someday, Bjorn cut him off coldly, telling him to leave because he was tired. As Tarakan cheerfully agreed, and tried to say he would visit again, Bjorn stopped him firmly, calling him by his full name and warning him that no matter what happened with the money, whether he wasted it or became rich, he was never to seek him out again. He made Tarakan confirm that he understood, and later, alone in his room, Bjorn reflected on the encounter, admitting to himself that his behavior had been harsh, and as memories of his past surfaced, he began to question whether they had influenced his decision. He considered that a purely logical person would call his actions foolish, while an emotional person might say he hadn't done enough, and in the end, he accepted that both perspectives were valid, even acknowledging that his actions might have been hypocritical, yet still believing that it was the best choice he could make. Time passed, and eventually the day came for entering the labyrinth once again, as the party stepped into the first-floor crystal cave, where Dwalki Dwalki looked around in amazement and asked what they should do next, while Bjorn internally referred to him as an inexperienced 25-year-old 8th rank mage, silently judging his excitement. Braun Rottmiller, a 34-year-old 7th rank human explorer with 8 years of experience, suggested that they pause and assess their surroundings first, which Bjorn agreed with internally, considering Rottmiller the most balanced and sensible member of the group. Hikerod, the 6th rank dwarf explorer, stood as the team's leader, while Bjorn himself took on the role of the 7th rank barbarian tank. The final member, Misha Karlstein, a 25-year-old 7th rank beast human explorer with 5 years of experience, spoke in a peculiar way, ending nearly every sentence with Nia, claiming it was simply part of her nature, making her unlike anyone Bjorn had ever met. Hikerod jokingly referred to her as a princess, which she immediately rejected while threatening him in annoyance, and as Bjorn watched the interaction, he vaguely recalled that she might actually be the 13th princess of some tribe, though he couldn't remember the details clearly. Rottmiller soon signaled that it was time to move, instructing everyone to stay close together as they advanced through the cave, his focus fixed on the guiding instrument in his hand as he carefully led the way. Thanks to Rottmiller's navigation skills, they managed to reach the portal to the 2nd floor in just 10 hours, which was an impressive pace. But upon arrival, Rottmiller noticed that another party had already reached it before them, leaving him slightly frustrated despite knowing they had moved efficiently. Bjorn, on the other hand, considered their time more than acceptable and silently appreciated Rottmiller's guide-type ability that allowed him to sense the direction of portals, finding himself pleasantly surprised by the ranger's competence before giving the order for the team to proceed through the portal. Even so, he couldn't help but feel a slight regret at missing the experience reward for being the one to open it, recalling how he could have exploited a known trick he once used with Einar to gain extra experience, but deciding against using it now since he didn't fully trust his current teammates yet, resolving to save that method for a time when he could rely on his party completely. As they stepped through, a system message announced their arrival in the beast lair on the 2nd floor, and the group entered a foul-smelling valley filled with decay, where Bjorn immediately recognized that this region connected to the eastern side of the 1st floor and was dominated by beast-type monsters. The stench hit them instantly, and Hikerod checked on Dwalki, who was already struggling, gagging and begging him not to talk while he tried to hold himself together, while Misha loudly complained about how filthy everything was. Bjorn himself noted how overwhelmingly disgusting the environment was, the smell alone making it difficult to endure, and he briefly checked on Rottmiller, wondering if his smell-based essence made things worse, but Rottmiller calmly replied that he was used to it, and warned everyone to stay close, due to the many hidden waste puddles scattered throughout the terrain. As they moved forward, their boots squelched through the muck, the party navigating the maze-like valley where there were no traps, but where a skilled pathfinder like Rottmiller was essential. And although the monsters here were relatively weak compared to their combined strength, the team easily cut through them, slaughtering packs of great razor-mane wolves and steadily gaining small amounts of experience. They continued their advance, taking down various beasts, such as werewolves, saber-toothed tigers, and wall moles, accumulating more experience with each encounter, and by nightfall, they established a routine thanks to Dwalki's alarm spell, which allowed them to rotate 4 guards while he himself enjoyed a full 6 hours of uninterrupted sleep. Even so, Dwalki questioned why such precautions were necessary when his alarm magic was already active, but Hikerod explained that the spell only detected monsters, not other dangers, emphasizing that in the labyrinth, other explorers were often far more dangerous than any creature they might face. Hearing that, Dwalki grew uneasy and asked if it was really true, but Hikerod simply told him to rest, assuring him that he didn't need to take a watch. While nearby, Bjorn silently observed the exchange, forming a quiet conclusion in his mind that this expedition might very well be their last one with Dwalki. On the 2nd day, shortly after midday, Rottmiller pointed ahead and informed the group that the portal to the 3rd floor was just up ahead, where they planned to begin hunting 7th to 8th rank monsters. Bjorn reflected on what awaited them, recalling that the 3rd floor, Pilgrim's Passage, was a massive shared map that connected multiple 2nd floor routes into one central area, and he knew that their starting position would depend entirely on where they entered from, silently hoping they would land in a favorable location. Misha, curious, asked Bjorn if he had ever been to the 3rd floor before, and he confirmed that he had, which prompted her to mention that it had taken her an entire year to reach that level, leading Bjorn to ask how long it had taken her to reach the 4th floor. She estimated around 2 years, and Hikerod casually remarked that his own progression had been similar, which annoyed Misha, who pointed out that Bjorn had already reached a high level much faster despite having less experience, while Hikerod jokingly attributed it to her background. Before the exchange could escalate, Rottmiller sharply told them to stop arguing, and both Misha and Hikerod quickly apologized, though Bjorn could sense that Rottmiller was more irritated than usual, understanding that as the only pathfinder in the group, he was carrying a heavy responsibility and had little patience for distractions. A system message soon announced that they had entered the 3rd floor, Pilgrim's Passage, and as they emerged from the portal into a region known as Steelstone Valley, Rottmiller suddenly sensed danger and raised an alarm. Bjorn reacted instantly, shouting for Rottmiller to retreat, while rushing forward himself with his shield raised, just as a massive horned beast charged straight toward them. Bjorn braced himself and intercepted the monster's attack, his shield absorbing the crushing force as he struggled to hold his ground, shocked to realize that multiple monsters had gathered right in front of the portal, an extremely dangerous situation. The impact nearly overwhelmed him, and he understood just how close he had come to being crushed, especially when he noticed a nearby dwarf who had failed to withstand a similar blow, his shield shattered under the force. Though Hikarad immediately activated his emergency recovery skill to stabilize himself. Recognizing the enemy, Hikarad identified the creatures as 7th rank monsters called Iantro, and ordered Bjorn to hold the line so they wouldn't be pushed back toward the portal. And as Bjorn steadied himself, he watched Hikarad recover and internally reassured himself that he wasn't envious of the dwarf's resilience. He recalled that the Iantro possessed an ability called weight balance, which gave them strong resistance to knockback, and as Hikarad planted his foot firmly into the ground, a system message confirmed that he had activated the same skill, anchoring himself against the charging beast. At the same time, another message appeared announcing that Dwalki had cast an 8th rank curse spell, Corruption, which immediately took effect, causing the affected Iantro to howl in confusion as dark energy wrapped around it. Dwalki, surrounded by swirling cursed power, focused intensely on maintaining the spell, earning praise from Hikarad, who seized the opportunity and charged forward, declaring that he would finish the monster. With Dwalki preparing additional support, the battered creature was overwhelmed and blasted away by their combined assault. Meanwhile, Misha suddenly warned that one of the monsters was still alive. She leapt into action, launching herself from above while calling upon her essence, diving toward the remaining Iantro and delivering a powerful slash across its flank. The beast let out a final scream before collapsing under the attack, and a system message confirmed its defeat, along with the experience gained. As the fight ended, Bjorn began to question why such monsters had been waiting right at the portal, and he immediately asked Rotmiller if he could detect any other people nearby, prompting the ranger to activate his body warmth detection skill. A system notice confirmed the search, and the thermal scan revealed no one in the immediate vicinity, leading Rotmiller to report that the area was currently clear. However, he added that faint traces of human presence remained, indicating that others had been there just moments earlier and had likely retreated after observing the battle from a distance, which led Hikarad to worry that they had been deliberately set up, though Rotmiller clarified that the trap was probably not aimed specifically at them. He explained that plunderers often use this tactic, luring monsters toward portals, so that newly arrived explorers would be attacked immediately upon entry, leaving them weakened and easy targets for ambush. Misha, hearing this, suggested that they should hunt down those plunderers for profit, since eliminating them would also bring rewards, but Rotmiller cautioned that without clear evidence, pursuing them could backfire and result in their own party being accused instead. Misha countered bluntly that dead plunderers couldn't testify, while Hikarad nervously suggested that it would be safer to simply leave a warning at the portal and move on, choosing not to take unnecessary risks. And meanwhile, Dwalki listened to the conversation with unease, clearly shaken by the reality of how dangerous other explorers could be. As they continued walking, Misha casually praised Rotmiller's knowledge, admitting she had never even heard of such a tactic before, and mentioning that encounters with plunderers were actually quite rare, which immediately caught Bjorn off guard because it completely contradicted his own experience. Curious, he asked her how often she had encountered plunderers, and she calmly replied that it had only happened around 8 times over the past 5 years, which made Bjorn blurt out in disbelief that the number was ridiculously low, revealing that he himself had already run into plunderers 5 times in just the last 3 months, including the incident from earlier that day. The group reacted with amusement, joking that Bjorn's luck must be absolutely terrible, even comparing his situation to the chaotic and dangerous era from centuries ago, when plunderers were far more common. And although such incidents had declined significantly in recent times, they teased that Bjorn's misfortune alone might have attracted the plunderers they had just encountered, leaving him internally sinking into frustration over how absurd his situation felt. Seeing this, Rotmiller scolded the others for making fun of him, pointing out that Misha herself was unusually lucky, and then sharing his own experience of encountering plunderers only once every 3 months or so, which Bjorn noted was still far less frequent than his own encounters, making the gap feel even more ridiculous. When the others noticed his gloomy reaction, Bjorn simply brushed it off and told them to keep moving, unwilling to dwell on it further. As they advanced, they encountered and defeated various monsters along the way, including Wormstones, Iron Falcons, and Steel Valley Guardians, steadily progressing through the area until Rotmiller eventually decided that they would set up camp near the edge of the region for the night and continue to the next area the following day. Bjorn quickly realized that the seemingly awkward campsite had been deliberately chosen because it had a relatively low concentration of monsters, reinforcing his impression of Rotmiller's reliability. Around the campfire, Hikarad checked on Dwalki, noting that he had seemed unwell for some time, and while Dwalki remained silent at first, Bjorn observed that the usually talkative mage now looked completely drained and dejected. Sitting quietly by the fire, Dwalki finally spoke, admitting that his romanticized vision of exploration had been completely shattered, and he worried that the others now saw him as naive, acknowledging that his thoughts might sound childish. He reflected on everything he had witnessed, especially the existence of plunderers, and how the reality of explorers killing one another had shaken him deeply, realizing that some people in this world murdered without hesitation, while others spoke casually about profiting from such acts. Dwalki admitted that the world he had stepped into was nothing like the heroic fantasy he had once imagined, and he confessed that if he continued down this path, there might come a day when he himself would have to kill another person. He revealed that throughout the journey, he had been mentally preparing himself for that possibility, and when Bjorn asked if he truly felt ready, Dwalki's eyes hardened with determination as he listened, eventually answering that he was prepared, yet still admitting that he wasn't sure whether he could actually go through with it when the moment came. Bjorn noted that his resolve was clearly mixed with fear and uncertainty, while Hikarad felt a quiet sympathy for him. Even so, Bjorn thought that Dwalki was still better than the kind of people who boasted loudly only to collapse when faced with real danger, and Rottmiller added that it was actually a good sign that Dwalki wasn't arrogant, explaining that such honesty made him more reliable than someone who was blindly overconfident. After a moment, Rottmiller asked the group to give him some time, saying there was something he wanted to show them, and as they followed him to a higher vantage point, they were left speechless by the sight that unfolded before them. A breathtaking night landscape stretched out in the distance, filled with floating lights and a glowing tower far away, creating a surreal and mesmerizing view that captivated everyone present. Rottmiller explained that this phenomenon could only be seen at this specific time, and Misha openly admired its beauty, while he added that no one truly understood why it occurred only on the third floor, a mystery that made it even more fascinating. Hikarad agreed that the view was incredible, and Dwalki, blushing slightly, admitted that understanding the reason didn't matter when the sight itself was so breathtaking. Rottmiller then asked Dwalki if witnessing something like this gave him the courage to continue exploring, and as Dwalki gazed out at the glowing scenery, he quietly contemplated his answer, lost in thought, until the lights eventually faded away, and the labyrinth returned to its usual darkness. That night, as the others rested around the campfire, Bjorn remained on watch duty, observing the group in silence, and while doing so, he noticed something subtle. Dwalki stayed awake longer than the others, clearly troubled by his thoughts, before eventually his breathing steadied, signaling that he had finally fallen asleep. The next day, as they continued traveling deeper into the third floor, Bjorn quietly calculated his progress and realized he had earned just over 50 experience points so far, noting that he needed a total of 150 experience to reach level 4, and since he was currently level 3, he could absorb up to 3 essences. Having already absorbed 2, he recognized that he still had 1 slot available, which led him to decide that there was no need to rush leveling up, instead resolving to reserve that final slot for a truly valuable essence rather than wasting it on something mediocre. Their movement came to a halt when Rottmiller suddenly raised his hand and announced that they had reached their destination, pointing ahead to a fortified palisade and explaining that everything beyond it was classified as the orc habitat. This region contained the highest density of monsters on the third floor, and that only creatures of 8th rank or higher appeared within it, making it one of the most dangerous yet rewarding hunting grounds available before attempting the 4th floor. Accepting the risk, the party moved forward, understanding that although the area ranked 2nd in difficulty, it offered the best opportunity for efficient hunting, and Hikarad suggested that they work together here first and adjust their long-term plans based on how well they performed. Not long after entering, Rottmiller spotted a group of incoming orcs and immediately alerted the team, and as the lead orc growled in response, the entire group of enemies charged toward them with weapons raised. Hikarad quickly rallied everyone, ordering them to follow their practiced formation, and the orc warriors advanced aggressively, wielding axes, bows, and even preparing spells. Dwalki responded by casting an 8th rank offensive spell, Ice Spear, causing massive spears of ice to form and launch forward, impaling the charging orcs from a distance while Rottmiller supported him with ranged attacks, and at the same time, Bjorn and Hikarad held the front line as tanks, bracing themselves against the incoming assault. The two of them clashed head-on with the orc warriors, blocking heavy strikes with their shields while absorbing the pressure of the assault, and according to their strategy, Misha moved swiftly through the battlefield, targeting enemies that slipped too close and cutting them down with her twin blades in rapid succession. However, the situation suddenly escalated when an orc witch doctor appeared and unleashed a swirling red aura, casting a berserk enhancement on its allies, instantly tripling the physical resilience of the affected warriors for 10 seconds and making them far more dangerous. The empowered orc's eyes glowed red as it locked onto the party and charged forward with overwhelming force, and despite Bjorn and Hikarad striking it repeatedly, the monster pushed through their defenses. Recognizing the danger, Bjorn immediately shouted that one had broken through, and Rottmiller reacted at once, ordering Dwalki to stay behind him as he stepped forward to intercept the charging orc, raising his shield to block the massive blow while protecting the mage from harm. The berserk warrior snarled in frustration as its momentum was halted, and Misha seized the moment, precisely timing the end of the 10-second buff before rushing in to finish the weakened enemy. System messages confirmed the defeat of the orc archer and the berserk warrior, granting the party experience, and as the final enemy dissipated into smoke under Misha's strike, the remaining orc witch doctor attempted to retaliate, only for Bjorn to close the distance instantly and decapitate it in a violent spray of blood. Another message confirmed its defeat along with the experience gained, bringing the battle to an end. Afterward, the group relaxed slightly, commenting on how intense the fight had been, and how their hearts were still racing, while Bjorn analyzed the encounter and estimated that it had taken around 8 minutes to complete. He concluded that although their formation provided strong defense and stability, their overall damage output was somewhat lacking. Yet despite that, he felt satisfied with the team's composition and found himself growing comfortable fighting alongside them. As they continued deeper into the labyrinth, they steadily battled through multiple groups of orcs, with Hikarad leading the charge at the front, while Rottmiller provided precise crossbow support from behind, and as the groups of enemies grew larger, their coordination continued to hold. At one point, they even faced a 7th-rank Great Orc warrior, a significantly stronger variant, but even that opponent was defeated without much difficulty due to their teamwork. Even so, as everything seemed to be progressing smoothly, Bjorn couldn't shake a familiar thought, realizing from experience that misfortune had a habit of appearing precisely when things started going too well. Suddenly, an unfamiliar older mage appeared and began chanting a strange incantation, and before anyone could react, a massive explosion erupted nearby, blasting the area with fire and debris as the shockwave tore through the surroundings. Bjorn instinctively raised his shield in panic, realizing that if that attack had landed directly on them, their entire party would have been wiped out instantly. As the smoke slowly cleared, a lone figure stood calmly before them, and the old mage declared that the orc habitat belonged to the Jarwi clan, ordering them to leave immediately. Bjorn immediately recalled from his knowledge of Dungeon and Stone that while it was originally a single-player game, clans in this world could claim regions of the labyrinth and restrict access to hunting grounds, though such territorial control required significant power and effort and was usually reserved for boss zones or areas with rare monsters. Because of that, he couldn't understand why a powerful clan would bother claiming a relatively ordinary third-floor field. Hikarad, clearly surprised, pointed out that the Jarwi clan was known to operate on the 6th floor and demanded to know why they were here, but the elder coldly replied that he had no obligation to explain anything. Hikarad muttered that while strong clans could legally control parts of the labyrinth, he had never heard of this particular habitat being officially assigned to them, and then bluntly questioned whether they were even who they claimed to be. The elder's expression hardened at the accusation, calling it an interesting claim as both sides tensed, the atmosphere turning hostile as they prepared for possible conflict. Bjorn thought Hikarad was being a bit too aggressive, but he understood that it came from his responsibility as the team's leader, and before things could escalate further, Misha suddenly moved behind Bjorn, clutching him tightly as she trembled, clearly trying to avoid someone. Bjorn immediately noticed her fear and wondered what had triggered such a reaction, and at that moment, the elder called out, asking if the halfling among them was someone he recognized. Misha froze, her eyes widening with fear, and quietly revealed to Bjorn that the red-haired scout standing among the opposing group was her brother, Talon. The moment she acknowledged him, Talon snapped at her angrily, telling her not to call him her brother in public, forcing her to hurriedly apologize. The elder then turned to Talon and asked if she was indeed his sister, which he confirmed without hesitation, but he immediately cut off any attempt at leniency, stating that the matter was purely familial and that their father wouldn't care what happened to her. Accepting that stance, the elder finally explained their situation, stating that the clan urgently needed the essence of the Great Orc warrior for their own purposes, and asking Bjorn's group to leave the area for the time being. Bjorn found this reasoning suspicious, silently questioning why a powerful 6th-floor clan would go to such lengths for an essence that wasn't even considered rare, suspecting that there was likely another hidden motive behind their actions. The elder added that since they were already actively hunting in the area, there would be no monsters left for Bjorn's party anyway, making it clear that even if they stayed, their efforts would be sabotaged, and Bjorn quickly understood that this was less of a request and more of a warning. He knew that within the labyrinth, strength dictated everything, and pushing back against a clan of that level would be suicidal, even as both he and Hikarad internally cursed their helplessness. Bjorn sympathized with Hikarad's frustration, but also recognized the importance of knowing when to retreat, realizing that survival mattered more than pride, and just as Hikarad seemed ready to back down, the situation took an unexpected turn when Dwalki suddenly stepped forward. Bjorn was caught off guard as Dwalki moved ahead, clearly intending to intervene and resolve the situation himself, and the mage cheerfully introduced himself as an 8th-rank mage devoted to magic, addressing the elder respectfully as a senior. However, instead of acknowledging him, the old mage immediately dismissed him harshly, calling him garbage garbage and shocking everyone present. The elder's tone turned openly hostile as he rejected being called a senior, ridiculing Dwalki for only knowing basic spells and relying on cheap tricks, going as far as to say that his shamelessness was disgusting and that he had no right to call himself a mage. The brutal insults left Dwalki stunned and speechless, his confidence collapsing instantly as Bjorn felt a twinge of sympathy for him. Hikarad angrily protested, saying the elder had gone too far, while Bjorn grew visibly nervous, clearly wanting to leave rather than escalate the situation. But the elder remained unmoved, insisting that he had only spoken the truth. Enraged by this, Hikarad activated his lightning ability, his body crackling with energy as he prepared to attack, and before anyone could stop him, he charged forward recklessly toward the members of the 6th floor clan, screaming as he led with his shield. Bjorn's heart dropped at the sight, fully aware that engaging such powerful opponents here would be a death sentence. The elder stood completely calm, his expression sharpening as he prepared to respond, and just as the clash seemed inevitable, Bjorn shouted Hikarad's name and rushed forward, grabbing him mid-charge and slamming him forcefully into the ground to stop him. The sudden intervention stunned everyone, with Dwalki and Misha watching in horror at how close they had come to disaster, while Rottmiller stood tense and sweating, fully aware of how badly things could have gone. Bjorn pinned Hikarad down firmly, ordering him to regain control as the dwarf coughed from the impact. And Bjorn was still shaken by how close they had come to provoking a fatal fight. The elder simply looked on with a mocking expression, remarking that they had nearly died and that they should be grateful to their barbarian teammate for stopping them in time. After being driven away, Hikarad lowered his head and sincerely apologized to the team, admitting that he had lost control of himself and acted impulsively in the heat of the moment. Rottmiller responded firmly, pointing out that Hikarad's reckless action had nearly gotten all of them killed, and Hikarad apologized once again without resistance. Bjorn, watching this, silently approved of Rottmiller's scolding and even wished he would push harder, though Rottmiller ultimately chose to forgive Hikarad since nothing irreversible had happened. He added that while the action had been rash, he still respected the fact that Hikarad had stood up for a teammate, which caught Bjorn off guard, as he privately thought Rottmiller was far too soft to be a proper leader, and that he himself would have torn Hikarad apart verbally for such stupidity. Misha then stepped forward and apologized as well, saying things might have gone more smoothly if she hadn't been there, but Dwalki immediately objected, insisting that the only reason they were let off with a warning was because of her presence. The atmosphere shifted unexpectedly as Misha became emotional, calling out to the mage with gratitude, while the others watched the exchange with mild confusion. Bjorn internally cringed at the sudden emotional tone, wondering if he was the odd one out for finding the entire moment awkward and slightly unbearable. Misha began explaining why she avoided talking about her family, revealing that she alone had failed to form a spirit beast contract, which was a defining trait among therianthropes. It was explained that therianthropes could form contracts with ancient spirit beasts that manifested in various ways, some summoning their beasts to fight alongside them, others becoming possessed to enhance their physical abilities, or receiving blessings that granted unique powers. However, only a select few were chosen, and since Misha belonged to the prestigious Karlstein bloodline, her inability to form such a contract brought shame upon her entire family. She recalled how things had once been different, remembering her childhood when she played happily with her siblings, but everything changed once she reached adulthood, without forming a contract, as her family began to ignore her and treat her as an outcast. Her relatives labeled her a halfling, accusing her of being of mixed blood, and she remembered her brother glaring at her with contempt, while others branded her an illegitimate child. With her mother gone and no way to defend herself against those accusations, she eventually fled her home to escape the discrimination and learned to fight on her own, which ultimately led her to become an explorer. Hikarad listened with sympathy and thanked her for sharing something so personal, while Misha in turn expressed her gratitude for him standing up for the team earlier, acknowledging him as a true comrade. Inspired by the moment, Hikarad decided to share his own story, explaining that his original dream had been to become a blacksmith, but he had lacked the talent to succeed, spending 10 years without even graduating from training. Eventually, needing money to survive, he abandoned that dream after turning 30 and became an explorer instead. Dwalki then joined in, admitting that he might be the least talented among them, revealing that he had only entered the world of magic due to his family's status, but had failed to qualify for the magic tower. He recalled standing before the towering structure, unable to enter, painfully aware of his limitations, and reflected that if he had been a true mage, the earlier confrontation with the elder mage might have turned out differently. He remembered the elder's furious expression as a symbol of his own inadequacy, and believed that he might have earned at least a little respect if he had been more capable. Hikarad immediately rejected that way of thinking, declaring that the elder mage was the real problem and that Dwalki himself was a good mage, which moved Dwalki to tears as he thanked him. Rottmiller then spoke, admitting that despite working with many teams over the years, he had never experienced this kind of emotional bonding before, while Bjorn internally thought the entire situation was making him sick. To his shock, Rottmiller then confessed that he also had something to apologize for, explaining that he had felt irritated earlier when Hikarad and Misha spoke about age and experience, realizing that his frustration stemmed from envy. He admitted that he had resented them for complaining despite being born into non-human races without fully understanding their struggles, and Misha gently responded by pointing out that humans also had their own advantages, noting that talented humans could become extremely powerful. Bjorn silently agreed with that, but kept his thoughts to himself, recognizing that such opportunities were limited to the exceptionally gifted. Hikarad then lightened the mood by joking that their group was basically a team of misfits or halflings in their own way, suggesting that they should look out for one another, and everyone agreed, resolving to support each other as they continued their journey together. Then, as if on cue, all eyes turned toward Bjorn, silently expecting him to share something as well, and he immediately felt cornered, internally panicking as he tried to come up with something to say, completely unaccustomed to this kind of group confession. After a moment of hesitation, he abruptly blurted out that he had no mother, which made everyone pause awkwardly, unsure how to react, while even he wondered if that statement alone was enough. Doubling down, he loudly added that his mother had died right after giving birth to him, and that his father had disappeared in the labyrinth when he was still a child, declaring that even now, as an adult, he would never be able to see his parents again. Breathing heavily, he finished his hastily constructed tragic story and asked himself how that compared to the others, leaving the group visibly affected. Misha tearfully apologized for complaining about her own family without knowing his past. Dwalki reacted with sympathy, believing Bjorn had been quietly carrying this pain all along, and Hikarad reached out to comfort him, but Bjorn immediately rejected their attempts, raising his voice and insisting that he was completely fine. Despite his resistance, the group now saw him as the youngest and most pitiful among them, and resolved to treat him with even greater care, while Bjorn internally brushed it off, knowing that his story had been exaggerated. He reminded himself that regardless of everything, he had become a powerful barbarian who reached 7th rank in just 3 months, even if that journey involved being thrown into a brutal, game-like reality where he had died countless times. Just then, Misha suddenly noticed something off about him and called out, assuming he was still affected by thoughts of his mother, while Bjorn inwardly sighed at how absurd his situation had become. Rotmiller quickly shifted the conversation, asking what their next move should be, and suggesting that they head toward the witch's forest. Bjorn immediately reacted internally to that suggestion, while Misha proposed an alternative route, only for Rotmiller to point out that it would take 6 days to reach. Dwalki then suggested that they could simply advance to the 4th floor, though he admitted it might not be ideal for close combat fighters, and Hikarad firmly opposed the idea, insisting that it was too early, and warning that many teams underestimated the 4th floor and ended up dying because of it. Bjorn recalled from his own knowledge that the witch's forest was not an efficient hunting ground, and was typically visited only when necessary, realizing that Hikarad's true concern was the danger of the 4th floor. The narration elaborated that while the 4th floor mostly contained 7th and 8th rank monsters similar to the 3rd, it also had the potential to spawn extremely dangerous 6th rank creatures, which were rare but almost guaranteed to be encountered eventually if one spent enough time there. Bjorn remembered how often he had died on that floor in the game due to lack of preparation, which made him understand Hikarad's caution. Even so, Bjorn stepped forward and stated firmly that they should challenge the 4th floor, arguing that their current team, with 2 strong tanks, was capable of handling it. He believed that with his newly acquired vampire essence and their overall composition, they could at least survive an encounter with a 6th rank monster, and although he acknowledged that their damage output was not ideal, he trusted that the mage and the experienced members could make up for that weakness. Misha and Dwalki exchanged uncertain looks, clearly nervous about following a barbarian's judgment, but after some discussion, they admitted that his reasoning made sense, which prompted Bjorn to snap that he could hear everything they were saying. Hikarad still looked uneasy, but eventually suggested settling the matter with a group vote, and as the narration skipped ahead, it was revealed that a decision had been reached. In the end, the party agreed to take the risk and move forward together to challenge the 4th floor. On the 3rd day inside the labyrinth, Rotmiller told the group it was time to make camp for the night, but Hikarad suggested pushing forward, since they still had energy left, only for Rotmiller to explain that a better campsite was still hours away, making it more efficient to rest where they were. Bjorn noted the time was exactly 9 p.m., the same as the previous nights, and realized that Rotmiller had been carefully pre-planning each stop by calculating distance and travel speed in advance, which impressed him deeply. Later, when Bjorn asked about the plan for the next day, Rotmiller replied that they should reach the witch's forest before noon, and Bjorn mentally compared him to a human GPS, finding his consistency and experience reassuring, as Rotmiller advised everyone to get proper rest before the difficult day ahead. Around the campfire, Misha volunteered to take the first watch and wished everyone good night as the rest of the group settled down. Sometime later, Bjorn was suddenly awakened by Rotmiller calling his name, and still half asleep, he assumed it was his turn for watch. But Rotmiller immediately clarified that wasn't the case, and warned him that trouble was approaching, not just from monsters, but from other people as well. As Bjorn focused, he realized that both monsters and explorers were indeed drawing near, and faint screams for help echoed through the forest as if someone was fleeing from danger. Rotmiller acknowledged that the situation might seem genuine, but reminded Bjorn of the earlier incident near the portal, where monsters had been used as bait, implying this could be another trap, and a quick flashback reinforced the memory of how plunderers had staged such a scenario before. Rottmiller then confirmed that the scents he detected now were identical to those from that previous encounter, concluding that whoever was approaching was deliberately targeting their party and pretending to be victims in order to infiltrate them. As the sounds grew closer, Misha began to panic and asked what they should do, but Bjorn quickly made a decision, seeing this as an opportunity to act on his own plan, and stepped forward alone to intercept the approaching group. Standing firmly in their path, he ordered them to stop and warned that he would crush their skulls if they took another step, completely blocking their advance. The approaching explorers immediately claimed that all their companions had been killed and begged for help, promising rewards as a group of orcs loomed behind them, but Bjorn ignored their pleas entirely and instead ordered them to drop their weapons, carefully observing their reactions. He noticed that the orcs behind them weren't attacking and were simply watching, likely reassessing the situation now that more people were present, which only made Bjorn more certain of his suspicions and simplified his strategy. He gave the group a final ultimatum: disarm or leave, and after a moment of tense hesitation, the leader panicked and agreed, quickly throwing down his sword and pleading for assistance. Bjorn calmly instructed Rottmiller to collect all their weapons, and Rottmiller complied without hesitation, while one of the orcs clicked its tongue in visible frustration before the entire group of monsters began to withdraw silently into the forest. Shortly after, a blonde, beautiful woman stepped forward and formally thanked them, introducing herself as Elisa and claiming that Bjorn had saved their lives, while the artist highlighted her revealing outfit as Hikarad awkwardly cleared his throat in response. Hikarad introduced himself politely and expressed sympathy for their situation, clearly affected by her presence, while Bjorn internally noted that the dwarf had already fallen for her appearance. The two men accompanying her introduced themselves as Tayson, Irita, and Hans Argot, and upon hearing the name Hans, Bjorn recalled that a plunderer from his very first labyrinth expedition had shared the same name, finding the coincidence unsettling. Hans casually remarked that his name was common, and asked if Bjorn had known someone else with it, and Bjorn simply replied that he had, while thinking to himself that the man he once knew was already dead. Elisa then thanked Bjorn again with emotional sincerity, claiming that they would have died without his help, and attributing their survival to the protection of the god Leetless, which caught Rottmiller's attention as he asked if she was truly a priestess. She proudly confirmed that she served the light goddess, who governed exploration and relationships, speaking confidently about divine guidance. But despite this, Bjorn remained unconvinced and inwardly dismissed her as a plunderer, pretending to be something she wasn't. Hans then politely asked Elisa to examine his injury, and she readily agreed, and as Bjorn watched the scene unfold, he was shocked to realize that she was genuinely using divine healing magic, something that immediately threw the group into confusion. Misha panicked, wondering if they had misjudged her, while Rottmiller insisted that his earlier assessment had been accurate, though even Bjorn acknowledged that in this world, priestesses were regarded as truly sacred figures, making the situation far more complicated than expected. Elisa, smiling confidently, stated that her healing should be proof of her innocence and asked for their confiscated weapons to be returned, but Bjorn bluntly refused, leaving her visibly stunned. He explained that her status as a priestess might matter to humans, but barbarians followed their ancestors and were not bound by the same reverence, making it irrelevant to him. Instead, he demanded that they pay the reward for being saved first, seeing no reason to change his stance, even if she truly possessed divine power. And when Elisa nervously asked how much he expected, Bjorn calmly declared that their lives were worth 2 million stones. When she protested that they didn't have that kind of money, he forced her to promise repayment after leaving the labyrinth, making it clear that he trusted no one outside his own kind. He then added that if they lacked money, they could repay him with valuable items instead, specifically demanding the high-quality armor worn by her male companions, which left them visibly shaken, and after a moment of hesitation, Hans reluctantly agreed, admitting that their armor was worth far less than their lives, and accepting Bjorn's terms. After stripping the defeated enemies of their armor and weapons, Bjorn decided he had taken enough for now, clenching his hand as a reminder to himself that no matter how much he gained, he needed to stay sharp and alert in this world where danger never gave warnings. Nearby, Elisa calmly turned to the others and offered to heal anyone who was injured, her voice steady as if nothing was wrong. But in the very next instant, Bjorn moved. Without hesitation, he swung his mace down from behind in a lethal strike, following the most basic battlefield doctrine: eliminate the healer first. His eyes burned with cold, murderous focus as the blow landed, crushing Elisa's head completely and sending her body flying several meters away, smashing into the ground with such force that it left a crater as blood and debris scattered in all directions. Hikarad gasped in horror at the sight of Bjorn's blood-soaked weapon, while Dwalki and Misha screamed his name in shock, unable to process what had just happened, and Tayson and Hans panicked as well, demanding to know what he was doing. Bjorn, still splattered with Elisa's blood, turned toward them with an unsettling smile and calmly claimed it had been a mistake, saying he acted out of fear that they might be plunderers. His explanation only made things worse, as Tayson and Hans broke down completely, convinced they were about to be killed by lunatics, but Bjorn suddenly noticed something strange. Their fear wasn't directed at him anymore. Their eyes were fixed on something behind him. As he turned, he saw Tayson's face twist unnaturally as blood began to leak from his features, and in the next moment, dark purple energy erupted from his body, causing him to collapse lifelessly to the ground. Hans screamed in terror, while Hikarad immediately demanded to know if Dwalki had cast something, but the mage insisted in panic that he had done nothing at all. Then, from the shattered remains of Elisa's body, something impossible happened. Her corpse, mangled and broken, began to move as dark energy surged through it, and a warped, unnatural voice echoed from her, expressing surprise that Bjorn had recognized her as an enemy. Bjorn stared at the grotesque sight, realizing instantly that something had gone terribly wrong, and as Elisa's broken form rose again, twisted and soaked in blood, she demanded to know how he had discovered her true nature. Her body convulsed with dark power as she shrieked that it was already too late for them, and Bjorn could only grit his teeth in frustration, thinking bitterly that nothing in his life ever went smoothly. Rotmiller and Misha stood frozen in fear at the horrifying scene, but Bjorn quickly snapped at everyone to calm down, declaring that he would handle it, before immediately stepping forward and smashing Elisa's head again with even greater force. Her body collapsed once more, lying motionless as smoke rose from it, but Hikarad shouted in disbelief, accusing Bjorn of desecrating a corpse, unable to understand his brutality. Bjorn, still tense, admitted that he had acted out of fear, and argued that sometimes the best defense was overwhelming offense, knowing that if she came back again, there would be no room for hesitation. At that moment, a narration revealed the truth. Elisa belonged to a hidden class known as Karui's Priest, a rare class that could only be obtained by priests who reached the 5th floor. This class granted access to both divine abilities and cursed magic, but came with severe consequences, as Karui was an evil god, and anyone discovered to be his priest was executed immediately. To maintain such power, the user had to regularly sacrifice living beings, which explained why Elisa had become a plunderer, hunting others within the labyrinth. As if to confirm this, Elisa rose once more, her body now fully enveloped in dark energy, and she retaliated by casting a curse on Hans, black energy wrapping around him and choking the life out of him as he collapsed dead at her feet. Standing there with a distorted face, partially fused with a skeletal mask of dark power, she lamented the loss of her 2 trusted subordinates, blaming Bjorn for their deaths. Bjorn responded coldly, mocking her even in that state, saying she was still blaming others for her own actions and concluding that her parents must have raised her poorly, then angrily pointing out that Hans and Tayson had died because of her and that she should have stayed dead the first time he crushed her skull. At the same time, he theatrically declared that he would avenge them as if they were comrades, even while internally feeling a twisted excitement at the thought of looting their gear afterward. Elisa then activated another ability, Death's Calling, causing the corpses of Hans and Tayson to twitch and rise once again, reanimated as undead servants. Hikarad panicked as he watched the transformation unfold, and the narration explained that while this skill usually summoned weak undead, using the bodies of her own subordinates created far stronger minions. With dark energy swirling around her, Elisa gave her command without hesitation, ordering the resurrected corpses to attack Bjorn's party, as the situation spiraled into a far more dangerous battle than before. One of the undead lunged forward, instantly forcing the battle into motion as Misha reacted without hesitation, darting in with glowing daggers, while Bjorn braced behind his shield and felt the sheer weight of the creature crashing into him like a relentless wave, and at the same time another undead slammed into Hikarad from the side, splitting their formation under pressure. Misha activated her poison attribute and carved through one of them with precise, flashing strikes, while Dwalki followed up with Ice Spear, launching sharp spikes that pinned an enemy in place, and for a brief moment, Bjorn noticed how smoothly the team was coordinating without even speaking, everything flowing naturally in the chaos. That brief confidence shattered immediately as Bjorn realized the problem and called it out, understanding that undead were highly resistant to both poison and ice, which meant their main sources of damage were being heavily reduced, and even clean hits were barely making a difference. He shouted to Rotmiller for support, and Rotmiller responded that he was almost ready before suddenly yelling for everyone to get back, then hurled a flaming bottle forward that smashed directly into Tayson's face and ignited him instantly, flames spreading across his undead body. Bjorn recognized at once how effective fire was against undead as the enemy burned, but before they could capitalize, Elisa calmly absorbed all the surrounding flames into herself, dark fire spiraling around her as she activated Fire of the Dead, and Bjorn watched in disbelief as every trace of fire vanished into her spell, instantly realizing their strongest counter had just been neutralized, and worse, Divine power wasn't an option either, leaving them in a far more dangerous situation. He immediately switched tactics, ordering everyone to focus attacks on the priestess, while he and Hikarad held off the resurrected subordinates, knowing their earlier move of stripping the enemy's gear was the only reason they could even stall them now. Misha rushed past them toward Elisa, while Bjorn and Hikarad locked down the undead, their bodies straining under the pressure, and Elisa responded by summoning more magic to block Misha, but she kept advancing anyway, refusing to slow down. Then Elisa raised her hand and summoned a shadow guardian, causing dark, shifting forms to rise from the ground as Bjorn shouted a warning, his instincts flaring as the shadows began moving like living creatures, and Elisa's twisted voice commanded them to bring her enemies' heads as the mass surged forward. The battlefield turned chaotic as Misha slashed through shadows. Rottmiller fired supporting magic to weaken them, and Dwalki struggled behind an ice barrier trying to hold the line, while Elisa laughed and unleashed even more cursed power, and suddenly, Misha froze for a split second as her expression twisted in shock, realizing she had been cursed, while multiple shadow beasts converged on her at once. Before they could overwhelm her, Hikarad stepped in with lightning bursting from his weapon, cutting through the shadows and saving her, while Bjorn continued holding off both undead almost entirely on his own, pushing his body to its limit as Elisa, now furious, lashed out wildly and screamed the names of Hans and Tayson, blaming them even in death as her rage spiraled further. Bjorn mocked her coldly in the middle of the fight, pinning one undead and choking the other while telling her subordinates were too busy being restrained by him to help, which only deepened the hatred burning in her eyes. Her expression twisted into something venomous as she swore she would never forget this humiliation, and in the next moment she began casting spiritification, and Bjorn's eyes widened in horror as he realized she was escaping. But it was already too late as she vanished upward in a pillar of dark energy, leaving behind a final curse that they would never leave the labyrinth alive. The battlefield fell into an uneasy silence as Bjorn cursed under his breath, knowing they had been just moments away from finishing her, yet she had escaped while leaving something far worse behind. System messages began flooding in immediately, listing curse after curse affecting his body: energy decrease, decomposition, stamina drain, tracking effects, vengeful spirit walking stacking rapidly until they exceeded 15, and Bjorn's expression darkened as he realized Elisa hadn't just fled, she had crippled him. He turned sharply to Dwalki and demanded the curses be removed, only for the mage to hesitate and admit he could cast curses but not dispel them, and for a moment Bjorn just stared in silence, before rage exploded inside him as warnings continued flashing that his stats could suffer permanent damage. Without wasting another second, Bjorn began running, forcing his weakened body forward despite the constant drain on his stamina, brushing off Hikarad's concern while privately feeling close to collapse, realizing he had already been running for over 5 hours under these conditions, and that only the vampire essence was keeping him alive through its resistance to dark effects. While the others were only lightly affected, he alone carried the full weight of Elisa's curse, more than 15 stacked effects draining him relentlessly, and he calculated he had maybe 30% stamina left before his body would give out entirely. Rottmiller urged him to hold on, saying they were almost there, and through his blurred vision, Bjorn finally saw their destination ahead, a corrupted region marked by faint purple lights and an eerie atmosphere, with an ominous crow perched nearby as if watching them, and the boundary revealed itself as the Witch's Forest. A memory from earlier resurfaced, back when they sat at the campfire and discussed Elisa, when Bjorn explained that a Kurui's priest possessed power comparable to a fifth-floor explorer, and could have wiped them out if not for their earlier preparation, and he had already concluded then that she would come after them again before they could escape. He had warned them about the danger of being ambushed from behind while fighting monsters, and made his decision without hesitation, and now, with curses eating away at his body, and no time left to hesitate, that decision became reality. They had no choice but to move forward into the Witch's Forest. The narration explains that the Witch's Forest near the portal to the 4th floor is filled with high-rank monsters, mostly spiritual types, making it poorly suited for a warrior-heavy party like theirs, yet it is still their best option at the moment. As they step into the area, a system message appears stating that all status effects except field effects are removed. Misha reacts immediately in surprise, saying her body suddenly feels lighter, and Rottmiller confirms that the previous curse has completely disappeared. Rottmiller admits he did not expect Bjorn to use the forest terrain so effectively, and questions how he could know about this place on his first visit to the Brath 3rd floor. Bjorn casually claims he studied it in the library, while internally noting how perceptive Rottmiller is. Misha and Dwalki laugh at the excuse, openly mocking the idea of a barbarian reading books, but Bjorn simply ignores them and stays focused. Even though the priest's curse has been removed, Bjorn quietly reflects that a field effect is now active in the forest, meaning the danger has only changed, not disappeared. A new abnormal status effect is announced, and Misha is the first to feel it, her body tensing as panic creeps in. The forest suddenly erupts with voices screaming for them to die, the surroundings twisting under a purple glow as the environment distorts unnaturally. Bjorn hears a constant barrage of murderous insults insults and slurs echoing around him, but he quickly judges the effect to be relatively weak as a mental attack on himself, even though the same cannot be said for the others. He notices his companions struggling, especially Misha, who breaks down and asks how he can endure such relentless abuse, and he casually replies that it is still tolerable. He observes that the three members who have prior experience in the witch's forest manage the harassment better, but Dwalki is in far worse condition, vomiting in response to the overwhelming sensory distortion. Bjorn, instead of being shaken, finds the field strangely fascinating, analyzing how the hallucinations and warped perception make the world bend like a convex mirror, distorting both direction and depth. Even so, he checks whether Dwalki can still cast spells, and the mage weakly insists that he can, though Bjorn can't help but internally complain that mages always seem to have fragile stomachs. Rotmiller suggests they take a short break to adjust and recover, since they are already exhausted from the previous night, and Hikarad offers to stand watch while the others rest. As Bjorn lies down, he curses under his breath at how rough the situation has become, only for Hikarad to hesitantly bring up Elisa, whom Bjorn immediately refers, "Bitch Elisa." The dwarf awkwardly agrees the insult and begins explaining, recalling that when he went to the Explorers Guild to recruit teammates, a woman had persistently questioned him, and now he realizes that woman was likely Elisa. He reveals that during a previous rupture with Bjorn, he had obtained a valuable numbered item called the Guardian's Wrist Guards. This is a rare high-level item from ruptures above the 4th floor, and suspects Elisa overheard him mentioning it. Hearing this, Bjorn inwardly fumes, thinking about how he struggled for essences while Hikarad casually walked around with something worth a fortune, and demands to know why he failed to recognize Elisa earlier. Hikarad explains that her different priest outfit confused him, and then awkwardly admits that she had been wearing a revealing outfit at the time, implying he had been too distracted by her appearance to properly notice her face. Bjorn bluntly summarizes that Hikarad was too busy staring at her body instead of paying attention, and the dwarf lets out a guilty laugh, which only irritates Bjorn further. Putting the pieces together, Bjorn realizes that their earlier planning session at the bar must have allowed Elisa to eavesdrop and set up the ambush using other explorers. Hikarad sighs that treasure always brings trouble, but Bjorn sharply states that the real problem was Hikarad's carelessness. The dwarf defensively insists he couldn't have predicted this and urges everyone to get some rest, while Bjorn silently trembles with irritation, thinking the dwarf is pathetic and questioning whether this party is truly reliable. Suddenly, someone shouts for Bjorn to wake up, and Rotmiller tells him he somehow slept deeply despite the constant noise of the forest, clearly amazed that a barbarian could rest under such conditions. Still groggy but unfazed, Bjorn immediately asks where the monster is, and Rotmiller points it out. Bjorn sharpens his gaze and prepares for combat, spotting glowing winged spirits hovering ahead and identifying them as fairies. Fairies are 9th-rank non-combat monsters that release stimulant-laced poisonous dust. Hikarad quickly warns that such a large gathering means a stronger creature they follow must be nearby. Hikarad decides to draw the hidden enemy out. A system message appears as he casts lightning, unleashing powerful electricity, then follows it with unleash, amplifying the attack as lightning rains down on the fairies, making them shriek as they're struck. Somewhere unseen, something watches the scene and reacts, and moments later, the hidden monster charges toward them through the forest. A massive deformed hand slams into the ground as it approaches, revealing itself as a 7th-rank half-troll, a creature known to appear only in the witch's forest and often stalk groups of fairies. The half-troll rushes in with its claws and club raised, and its weapon crashes down near Hikarad, the impact shaking him as he groans in pain. Bjorn immediately notices how much more it affects Hikarad compared to himself, and the forest's field effect amplifies pain for frontliners, making it especially difficult for warriors, while many monsters here resist physical attacks and rely on mental abilities, further complicating things as Dwalki continues casting. Finally, Dwalki completes his support spell, Freeze, Intensify, greatly boosting his next attack before casting an 8th-rank Ice Spear. The empowered spell strikes cleanly, freezing and killing the half-troll, earning them 3 experience points. As they inspect the corpse, they're disappointed to find no essence drop despite the effort, and Rotmiller quickly urges the group to move and leave the witch's forest for the 4th floor. But just as they prepare to leave, Rotmiller notices something unusual reflected in his eye and spots another group of explorers approaching through the forest. At the front, Elisa immediately recognizes Bjorn's party and loudly accuses them of murdering her comrades, rallying her escort of priests and warriors. Bjorn curses internally as the situation worsens instantly, realizing they have no chance of winning this fight. Without hesitation, he calls out to Hikarad and orders him to use the special item, the Guardian's Wrist Guards. Hikarad activates it, power surging through his body as the item takes effect, releasing a shockwave that repels enemies, grants temporary total protection, and cancels abnormal status effects. The blast throws their pursuers back, and Bjorn immediately shouts for everyone to run, seizing the only chance they have to escape. As they flee through the witch's forest, Misha panics and asks how Elisa managed to follow them when this place was supposed to be safe. Bjorn quickly pieces the situation together in his mind, realizing that once they entered the forest, it should have been difficult to track them, which means Elisa must have recruited other explorers outside. He imagines her pretending to be a grieving priestess, manipulating them into helping her hunt Bjorn's party, and concludes that after using them, she likely planned to devour everyone involved. He snaps at Misha to stop panicking and keep running, reminding her that the Guardian's wrist guard's protection will only last 5 minutes. Soon after, a system message announces the effect ending, and the witch's forest field effect returns, pressing down on them again as they continue their escape. The scout is the first to detect enemy movements and is responsible for guiding the team along optimal paths using experience and knowledge, but such navigation is only reliable up to the 3rd floor, with the witch's forest serving as the true test before reaching the 4th. Bjorn reflects on how Rottmiller's heightened sense of smell allows him to track mana trails, even in this distorted environment, enabling him to guide them accurately toward the 4th floor portal, though he also senses that the enemy scout is just as skilled and closing the distance. Rottmiller warns that they need to increase their pace, and Bjorn realizes the situation has turned into a race toward the portal, but the entire team is already exhausted. Misha begins to struggle, clearly winded, and suddenly missteps, twisting her ankle badly before collapsing with a cry. Bjorn checks on her, and although she tries to brush it off as a cramp, he immediately realizes the injury is serious and that her ankle is broken. Without hesitation, he lifts her onto his back despite her protests and orders her to stay still, and she reluctantly agrees. Moments later, Bjorn notices that Rottmiller is no longer in sight and realizes they have become separated from the rest of the group. Misha panics, fearing they may have been split up permanently, and yells at him for not following the others, but Bjorn firmly refuses, telling her to stay quiet. He explains that in their current situation, moving blindly would only make things worse, and that it is safer to stay put and wait for Rottmiller, who will likely come back for them. Bjorn senses just how dangerous their situation has become, knowing that without a scout, navigating the witch's forest is nearly impossible. As they hide, Misha anxiously asks how long they have to wait, but before he can respond, a distant scream echoes through the forest. Bjorn immediately recognizes it as Hikarod's voice and realizes their team has been attacked. Misha begs him to go help, but Bjorn quickly shuts the idea down, reasoning that chasing the sound in this warped forest would only lead them astray, and that the others, if engaged in battle, would not be able to search for them anyway. He concludes that their priority must be survival above all else. The narration raises the question of what matters most in a catastrophic situation, listing things like food, water, stamina, and tools, only to imply that none of them are truly the most important. Bjorn arrives at the answer himself, above everything else. The one thing that determines survival is mental strength. Bjorn forces himself to keep moving while carrying Misha, pushing forward purely on willpower as she begins to despair, saying she cannot die meaninglessly after everything she has endured. He tells her to calm down and accept reality instead of denying how dire their situation is, but she tearfully blames herself for falling earlier. Bjorn snaps at her that if she truly wants to live, she needs to stop dwelling on the past, obey him, and focus on what matters now, then orders her to take a potion from his bag, drink it, and start walking on her own. She hesitates but agrees, and after some time, he finally allows a short rest. Catching her breath, Misha remarks that she thought she would die from drinking a potion while being carried by a running barbarian, and Bjorn checks whether her foot has recovered enough to fight. She says it is manageable for now, while Bjorn reflects that they are only 4 days into the labyrinth and still have many harder days ahead. He also realizes that from this point on, he will have to survive with just one melee damage dealer while acting as the tank himself, and worse, most monsters here are spirits immune to physical attacks, meaning he needs some form of elemental or attribute-based power to deal with them. After thinking through his options, he suddenly asks Misha if she is married, catching her completely off guard. Confused, she asks why he would bring that up, and he follows by asking if she holds any beliefs about not showing her body to strangers. Flustered, she denies having such views, but finds his questions strange, while Bjorn simply says that is good news for him and starts removing his helmet, which immediately makes her panic as she assumes he is making some kind of inappropriate move. She yells at him to stay away, thinking he is about to make a romantic or sexual advance, and declaring she is not ready. Instead, Bjorn calmly extends his hand and presents a ring, telling her to take it. He explains that it is a special item he has been saving for someone worthy, which leaves her stunned as she asks why he would give it to her. He tells her that in exchange, she must swear to her guardian god that she will stay by his side, and he will support her as a warrior in return. Overwhelmed, Misha becomes flustered and starts misunderstanding the situation completely, thinking it is some kind of sudden proposal, and awkwardly admits that although she does not dislike him, she has never seen him in a romantic way, and Bjorn wonders what is she talking about. about. She blurts out that she prefers skinny men, leaving Bjorn completely confused about what she is talking about, before she loudly declares she does not find him attractive and calls him a stupid barbarian, while Bjorn internally registers this as his first rejection. Realizing the misunderstanding, he quickly clarifies that this has nothing to do with romance, and that he only wants her to form a comradeship contract in exchange for the ring. Misha freezes for a moment before realizing her mistake, then awkwardly laughs it off, and Bjorn explains that such a contract could be broken later if he either replaces the ring or compensates her with something like 15 million stones. Bjorn asks if she understands the terms, but she immediately questions how a ring could possibly be worth that much. He insists the price is actually cheap, explaining that the ring has the ability to grant one of her deepest wishes. Thinking back to his experience from years of playing Dungeon and Stone, Bjorn concludes that this is the right decision, then firmly states that he will use the ring to awaken Misha, leaving her completely confused about what he means. The Frost Spirit Ring is a special numbered item Bjorn once obtained from the master of the Altamian school, and at first glance, it appears completely useless, but destroying it triggers a hidden effect. Back in his real world, our MC had tested it multiple times until he finally uncovered its conditions, learning that if a Therianthrope without a Spirit Beast contract wears it, a special event is activated. As the ring is destroyed, a system message appears, announcing that the conditions have been met, and another reveals that Skadia, a glacial magical beast, has broken free from its seal. The moment unfolds, as Skadia appears and offers a spirit contract to Misha Karlstein. Nervous, yet excited, she reaches out with the ring on her hand and accepts without hesitation, and the instant she touches the spirit, a surge of icy energy explodes outward, engulfing her in blinding light as the contract forms. A system message confirms the successful completion, and as the storm of magic fades, Misha slowly descends back to the ground, stunned at how easily it all happened. She looks at Bjorn in disbelief, asking what kind of ring could do something like this and why she had never heard of it, then bitterly wonders why her father never told her such a possibility existed. Bjorn calmly suggests her father likely didn't know either, explaining that even a mage had studied the ring for years before discovering its secret, which only makes her more curious about how Bjorn knew. Before answering, Bjorn awkwardly points out that she is still naked and tells her to get dressed first, causing her to panic as she quickly notices her state. He casually mentions that her clothes and newly looted gear are laid out nearby, and after she dresses, she realizes he has also changed equipment. Still flustered, she asks why she had been undressed in the first place, and Bjorn bluntly explains that he removed her gear to prevent it from being destroyed during the ritual, which immediately makes her lash out, bringing up his earlier strange questions on marriage. He calmly clarifies that he only asked about her personal situation because any partner might misunderstand seeing her like that. And although she yells that he should have warned her, he brushes it off, saying there was no time. Cutting through the argument, Bjorn reminds her that she owes him something, prompting her to hesitate before finally thanking him. Though he complains, it sounds half-hearted, forcing her to repeat it more properly. As she lowers her head, her tone shifts, and she calls his name more seriously before beginning to confess something personal. She reveals that she once attempted suicide, recalling the moment her father found her bleeding and saved her life. But instead of kindness, his first words were cold, telling her that if she wanted to die, she should do it in the labyrinth instead of disgracing the family. Bjorn internally judges her family as completely deranged, while Misha explains that this is why she came to the labyrinth, not to die, but to escape that toxic environment. She admits she once hoped that by becoming a successful explorer without a spirit beast, her father might finally acknowledge her, but now, looking at her new power, she feels that desire fading. Bowing deeply, she thanks Bjorn sincerely and vows never to forget what he has done, swearing by the guardian gods to stay by his side. The story then explains that spirit beast contracts usually grant one of three types of abilities: summoning, strengthening, or special power-based skills, but in Misha's case, something unusual has happened. Instead of a standard contract, her body has been permanently infused with Skadia, giving her a strengthening type ability. She demonstrates it immediately, unleashing a powerful icy punch that shatters a wraith in front of them and grants experience. Bjorn realizes that with Misha's new ice attribute, they finally have the elemental power needed to deal with spirit monsters, though she mentions that each strike feels strange, as if her body is not entirely her own yet. He understands that she is only at the first stage of her power and cannot yet channel it into weapons, meaning while she can fight, the witch's forest is still too dangerous for her alone. As more enemies begin to appear, Misha warns that their numbers are increasing, and Bjorn immediately orders a retreat. Without hesitation, the two of them sprint deeper through the haunted forest, while Bjorn grimly realizes that their real struggle for survival has only just begun. Roughly 11 exhausting hours crawl by inside the witch's forest, and the grind feels endless as Bjorn and Misha keep pushing forward without pause. During that time, they constantly engage smaller groups, carefully evade larger ones, and end up slaughtering an insane number of monsters, including witch lamps, an owlbear, a die-rotor, and several other twisted creatures, each kill giving only small bits of experience and red magic crystals that barely feel worth the effort. Eventually, Misha starts complaining about exhaustion, while Bjorn keeps moving, still stopping just long enough to gather every fallen monster's crystal, like a man obsessed with squeezing value out of pure suffering. Bjorn feels relieved they still haven't run into a 7th rank monster, notices there's been no sign of bitch Elisa, but that relief doesn't last long, because losing the Frost Spirit Ring has triggered the hidden passive from the Corpse Golem essence, and now his own acidic blood is slowly corroding his gear. His high-grade breastplate and shield are already dulled and damaged, and the thought of repair costs annoys him more than it should, especially since they haven't even found a single useful attribute essence despite all this fighting. When he looks at Misha, her breathing is getting rough, and he realizes her fatigue is becoming serious. While his own survival odds in this hellhole feel like they've dropped to barely 30%, they've now been moving for over 12 hours, and the forest itself feels worse, the field effect getting stronger, as if it's actively trying to crush them. Bjorn hands Misha a rope and tells her to tie it around her waist so they don't lose each other in the warped illusions, and she quickly understands why, securing it tightly while acknowledging the abnormal status effect she had heard about. That moment, the status Witch's Eye activates, and Bjorn immediately warns that from now on, they cannot afford to stop even for a second. The explanation is brutal and simple. If they stay still too long, a 7th rank monster called Canabaro will inevitably spawn along with flesh-hungry hounds and hunt them down, and the longer they stay in the forest, the faster that death timer ticks. Time keeps slipping, and soon the system updates again. They've been inside for over 70 hours, and the field effect intensifies even more as Witch's Eye reaches level 5. By the 3rd afternoon, Bjorn realizes it's been more than 60 hours since they got separated from the rest of the team, and despite all their wandering, they're still completely lost. Ever since Witch's Eye activated, resting became impossible, because even a short pause would get them swarmed, and worse, killing one Canabaro now takes longer than it takes for another to spawn, which means stopping equals guaranteed death. Their only adaptation has been that rope, a simple but necessary lifeline to avoid getting separated in the hallucinations. Misha begs him to slow down, and this time, he actually agrees, but as he watches her closely, it's obvious she's hitting her limit, not from injuries, but from pure exhaustion. The rope keeps tugging at her waist every time he moves, and even at a slower pace, she struggles to keep up, which makes him realize she has been carrying most of the combat burden while also enduring the mental strain. Without wasting more time, Bjorn unties the rope from her waist and suddenly lifts her onto his back despite her weak protests, telling her to just accept it and rest. She doesn't argue this time, which tells him everything, and in a soft voice, she thanks him with her usual quiet Nia. Time drags forward again, and after more than 87 hours in the forest, Witch's Eye climbs to level 6, pushing everything into an even more dangerous state. For the last 17 hours, Bjorn has been carrying Misha almost non-stop, only putting her down when he absolutely has to fight, and even he can feel himself nearing his limits as the forest keeps whispering, mocking, and attacking his mind with constant hallucinations. Then suddenly, a woman's voice cuts through everything, soft, familiar, and dangerously real, questioning why he's still dragging Misha along like dead weight. Bjorn instantly recognizes the voice, and his stomach drops as the illusion takes the form of his ex-girlfriend, speaking to him like she's always been there. She tells him he's already fixed Misha's biggest problem, and doesn't need to try anymore, suggesting he abandon her, leaning into his thoughts, exposing his fears, his habits, even mocking how he never truly opens up to anyone. The illusion feels disturbingly real. Her voice, her touch, even the way she speaks lines up perfectly with his memories, and for a moment, his guard starts slipping. She presses closer, whispering that the others don't understand him, promising comfort, tempting him to let go, and Bjorn actually hesitates, even dropping his pack as the pressure builds. The illusion wraps around him, trying to pull him deeper, and for a split second, his mind starts to bend under it. But before anything happened, an icy fist smashes straight into the illusion's face, shattering it instantly. Misha doesn't stop there. She keeps attacking, freezing and crushing the target with raw aggression, completely destroying the entity. She rushes to Bjorn immediately after, worried and slightly panicked, asking if he's okay while confirming she killed the enemy. The system message follows right after, confirming the captivation status has been removed, and identifying the attacker as a rare 8th rank monster, a dryad, the one responsible for the illusion. Another message confirms the kill and the experience gained, and Bjorn finally understands that what he experienced wasn't just the forest's field effect, but a specific monster skill designed to trap him mentally. He looks at Misha, still catching his breath, and admits that without her, things could have gone really bad this time, and for once, she looks genuinely proud hearing that. Misha suddenly spotted something in the distance and called out Bjorn's name in alarm. The two of them turned and saw a group of armored explorers, the first people they had encountered since being separated from the others. The newcomers immediately commented that seeing only 2 people likely meant they were lost. Bjorn reflected that the witch's forest was massive and rarely used for hunting, so by their 8th day, most other teams had probably already moved on. When the group asked if they had been separated from their party, Bjorn admitted it, but internally decided not to trust them so easily. Misha, filled with relief, asked if they were finally saved, but Bjorn told her to stay still. The strangers tried to ease his suspicion, claiming they were good people with children his age and inviting them over to rest. Bjorn refused outright, thinking that having children actually made people more dangerous, as it pushed them to act more desperately for money. One of the women's expressions darkened at that, silently confirming Bjorn's suspicion about their greed. Misha, still confused, suggested the explorers might help them, but Bjorn sharply told her to stay quiet. He recalled that he had originally planned to ask any explorers he met for assistance, even offering payment. Hiring them as guides to escape the forest would have been a fair deal, but he knew he had to first understand what kind of people they were. He introduced himself as Bjorn, and the bearded leader responded by introducing himself as Hans Stove, the team's pathfinder. Hearing the name, Hans immediately put Bjorn on edge, as he found the name oddly ominous and mentally docked him a point, wondering why so many people seemed to be named Hans. He quickly analyzed their formation: 2 warriors, 2 archers, and 1 pathfinder, while sweat formed as he evaluated the threat. One of the archers also seemed tense, sensing the situation. Bjorn's instincts screamed that something was wrong, repeating in his mind that this encounter was extremely dangerous. Quietly, he asked Misha if she trusted his judgment, and she confirmed that she did. Even though he considered that his fears might be unfounded, their behavior still felt off. Bjorn announced that they would be leaving, which prompted the group to remind him that he had said he needed help. He admitted that was true, but his instincts were now warning him even more strongly. Firmly rejecting their offer, he told Misha they would handle things themselves and began to move away. Without warning, an arrow shot toward them at high speed. Bjorn reacted instantly, raising his shield and blocking it. The sudden attack shocked everyone present, but for Bjorn, it confirmed his suspicions these were no ordinary explorers. The others scolded the archer, Vate, for firing prematurely, but she shut them down harshly, calling them idiots. Her eyes were filled with greed as she fixated on Bjorn's expensive Latinium equipment, already calculating how much it could be sold for. One of their teammates hesitated, pointing out that their targets were fellow explorers, but Hans coldly told him to step aside if he didn't have the resolve. He explained that Bjorn's expandable backpack alone was worth more than they could earn in a year. The hesitant archer admitted he couldn't go through with it, and Vate bluntly ordered him out of the way. One of the heavily armored warriors stepped forward, saying this wasn't his first time doing something like this, and that poverty left no room for kindness. Misha panicked, suggesting they run since it was 5 against 2 and they were already exhausted. Bjorn quickly assessed the situation and realized that with a pathfinder among their enemies, escape was impossible. They would be caught. That left only one option. He told Misha they needed to stall for time, and she nervously agreed. Bjorn raised his voice and offered to negotiate, saying he would hand over his expandable backpack and shield in exchange for their lives. But in that moment, Misha, overwhelmed by fear, betrayed him. She begged the attackers to kill the barbarian instead and spare her, claiming she was a Therianthrope princess who could pay them. Bjorn stared at her in disbelief, struggling to process what he had just heard as she broke down crying. Hans hesitated upon hearing her claim of royal status, but Vate immediately argued that it changed nothing. They would now have to kill both of them to avoid being reported. Some of the group even grew excited, assuming that a princess would be carrying valuable items worth stealing. Shouting that finders keepers justified their actions, the group charged forward. Bjorn braced himself, realizing he could no longer stall. Just as the situation reached its breaking point, something unexpected appeared. A 6th-rank monster, Canibaro, a skeletal creature with glowing red eyes, suddenly spawned between them. Hans cursed, realizing that the group's commotion had attracted it and that they had already been lost in the forest for 5 days. Bjorn immediately told Misha to hold on to him tightly. He knew that once Canibaro locked onto prey, it would chase relentlessly without stopping. Without hesitation, he lifted Misha and sprinted straight toward the monster. Instead of engaging it, he slipped past it at the last moment and ran directly toward Hans's group. Seeing Bjorn and Misha rushing toward them with the monster in pursuit, the group panicked. Bjorn swung his mace at Hans as he passed, fully committing to his plan, using them as bait. Without stopping, he dashed past them, leaving the Canibaro to redirect its focus onto the other group. As Bjorn and Misha fled, he realized the monster had now aggroed onto Hans's team, making it their problem. A system appeared, stating that Canibaro had activated a skill called Mana Mines. The creature slammed its weapon into the ground, causing glowing purple mines to spread across the area. Hans's group, already injured and in chaos, immediately realized the danger. Mines now littered the battlefield, making movement extremely risky. Hans ordered his team to ignore the other group for the moment and focus entirely on dealing with the monster, assuming Bjorn's duo wouldn't get far anyway. Meanwhile, as Bjorn continued running, he suddenly saw one of the mana mines ignite beneath his foot. He instantly understood that at his current speed, avoiding them was impossible. Making a split-second decision, Bjorn chose to keep running straight through them, deliberately stepping on the mines while carrying Misha on his back. As he did, Misha screamed in terror, warning that his foot was going to be destroyed. Meanwhile, chaos erupted behind them as the Canibaro let out a horrifying shriek and launched its attack. Purple energy gathered around the monster as it summoned hound-like creatures that immediately leapt toward Hans's team. The group tried to dodge, but but the scattered mana mines trapped their movements. One of the warriors cried out in terror, realizing he couldn't escape with mines beneath his feet. Explosions tore through the area as the mana mines detonated, shredding several members of the group. The archer woman collapsed in fear, begging for it to stop, but another blast erupted within the purple haze, ripping bodies apart. In the middle of the chaos, one snarling hound broke away and sprinted toward Bjorn and Misha, its jaws wide open. It clamped down on Bjorn's leg as more hounds closed in. Without hesitation, Bjorn activated Flesh Explosion, detonating the attackers in a violent burst of red gore. The hounds were obliterated instantly, but as the aftermath settled, he realized he could no longer feel anything below his ankle. A warning appeared, stating that without immediate treatment, the damage would become permanent. For a moment, he wondered if his foot was gone entirely and if he would even be able to run anymore. Adapting instantly, he changed his plan. Bjorn told Misha that he was now relying on her. Instead of panicking, she responded with an almost absurd confidence, telling him to throw her at the Kanabaro like a Pokemon, declaring herself as the attack. Taking her at her word, Bjorn hurled her forward. Misha flew through the air, screaming as she charged straight at the monster, her dagger glowing brightly. She struck with full force, and the impact exploded in a flash of light, blasting apart the Kanabaro's upper body. As she landed, her thoughts immediately shifted to the remains of Hans's group. Looking around, she found them either dead or fatally wounded. One woman was still alive, weakly begging for help. The surviving archer pleaded desperately, asking Misha for a potion and offering money in return. Misha simply stared at her in silence. Before the woman could finish speaking, blood splattered across the ground, implying that Misha ended her life. Later, as Bjorn treated his mangled foot, the burning pain spread through him, while Misha worried aloud that even a potion might not be enough to fix such severe damage. Bjorn, however, judged the injury as manageable. A system message explained that his life force was surging due to his skill, immortal. Bjorn understood that this meant his destroyed limb would regenerate rapidly. Misha watched in shock as his foot began to heal, even with just a basic potion. Bjorn explained that this was the result of multiple factors working together: his vampire essence, the immortal seal, and his active skill. In terms of game mechanics, he estimated his regeneration stat exceeded 150, which was enough to regrow an entire limb over time even without potions. Still shaken, Misha asked what he really was, pointing out that he hadn't even reacted to the pain. Bjorn casually brushed it off, attributing it to the mental resilience typical of a barbarian. Privately, he compared it to Einar's ability to endure pain with potions, realizing his own situation was similar thanks to his stats. Once his leg had recovered, he tested it briefly, before tying the rope, connecting himself and Misha again. He then stated they should keep moving before another Kanabaro appeared. As they continued, Misha asked how he had known the explorers were dangerous. Bjorn bluntly answered that he simply didn't like the name Hans, and that alone had been enough to make him suspicious. Misha was left completely confused by that reasoning, but Bjorn dismissed it, saying it didn't matter anymore since they had escaped. She then reflected on how the woman from earlier had seemed kind at first, yet had changed so quickly. Under different circumstances, she felt that woman might have remained a pleasant memory. Bjorn disagreed, explaining that if they hadn't appeared weak, hadn't been carrying valuable equipment, or hadn't met in the labyrinth at all, then maybe things would have been different. Even so, he pointed out that she had still been the first to attack them. He then asked Misha why she herself had entered the labyrinth. She admitted honestly that it was for money, realizing that her own motives weren't much different from the woman who had just died. Bjorn reflected that in a world where failing to pay taxes could cost someone their life, money was the only real form of protection. He guessed that the woman had likely been trying to protect more than just herself, remembering her mention of having children. As they continued walking through the forest, Bjorn felt that this dangerous journey was teaching him more than anything else ever had. Time passed, and the narration explicitly stated that they had now been lost inside the witch's forest for a total of 109 hours. At that exact point, Misha suddenly called out Bjorn's name in surprise. She had spotted a very specific tree marking, and excitedly declared that she had finally found the landmark they had been searching for. That landmark led them straight to the witch's hut, the only resting place in the forest where recovery was safe and uninterrupted. As Bjorn approached it, he silently prayed that nothing would go wrong this time. He reached out toward the entrance, and as his hand made contact, it began glowing with magic. A system message immediately confirmed that the character was entering the witch's hut. The narration explained in detail that the hut appeared randomly within the forest and stayed in one location for exactly 8 hours. Inside, it completely canceled the forest's field effects and functioned as a monster-free safe zone, although it was notoriously difficult to locate. Bjorn reflected that it had taken him a very long time to find the first hut, but this time, thanks to Misha's sharp observation, they had managed to find one much faster. At that moment, with 53 hours still remaining before the labyrinth would close, another system message appeared, again confirming entry into the witch's hut. A follow-up message stated that 5 people had already entered and that the entrance was now locked. Misha happily remarked that she had visited this peaceful place 3 times before and never got tired of it. However, while she was still talking, Bjorn abruptly told her to stay quiet. He had noticed something. He explained that others were already inside the hut as well. Since only 5 people could enter before the entrance sealed, It meant there were other individuals currently present. Misha immediately understood and agreed that they needed to locate them. As they searched, they soon found a weapon and a helmet lying among the flowers, clear signs of another group's presence. Bjorn instantly recognized the equipment and felt that something was off. Nearby, he spotted an unconscious man and identified him as the shabby-looking explorer who had previously been traveling with Elisa. Misha suggested that there must also be people inside the building and that they were likely part of the same group. Bjorn decided that before anything else, they should deal with the man outside. Without hesitation, he raised his mace and struck him brutally. Misha froze, staring at the impact in shock, realizing that the blow was far more severe than what would be needed to simply knock someone unconscious. Inside the hut, they tied the battered man up. Bjorn remarked that he was honestly surprised the man was still alive, and added that he probably wouldn't survive for long anyway. Despite that, he poured a potion onto the man's injured head. The moment it made contact, the man woke up screaming in agony as the potion took effect. Bjorn calmly asked if he was awake. The captive immediately recognized him as the barbarian from earlier and panicked. He insisted everything had been a misunderstanding and claimed that Elisa had tricked them. He began explaining that when they later chased Bjorn's group, only 3 of them remained. They had injured the person they believed to be the Pathfinder, just enough to prevent escape, only lightly wounding his shoulder. Suddenly, a mysterious light had repelled them all and knocked them unconscious. When they woke up, their real Pathfinder was already dead, killed by an ice spear that had pierced straight through his head. From this, Bjorn inferred that Hikarod's group had managed to escape and that the scream they had heard earlier must have been Rottmiller's at the moment of his death. The prisoner continued, explaining that without a Pathfinder, they had no way to continue tracking and ended up wandering aimlessly. He said the real trouble began on the 2nd day after their Pathfinder died. At that time, Elisa suddenly kissed one of their men. In the flashback he described, she drained the man's life force while clinging to him, grotesquely transforming him. It was then that they realized Elisa was actually an evil priest of Karui who had been manipulating them the entire time. The captive desperately insisted that all of their misfortune was caused by Elisa's deception. He swore that they had never intended to plunder Bjorn's group, but Bjorn coldly told him to stop talking. The man broke down, apologizing repeatedly, blaming everything on the deceiving woman, promising full compensation, and begging desperately for mercy. Misha, clearly nervous, told Bjorn that she would follow his decision and asked what they should do. Bjorn began reflecting on his past actions. He recalled that every person he had killed in this world had been when he was forced to, and they had all been people he considered irredeemable. Comparing that to this situation, he realized these men had caused trouble, but had not actually killed anyone themselves. That made this situation fundamentally different. His thoughts split into 2 opposing sides. His barbarian instincts argued that morality was irrelevant and that killing them now would eliminate future risks. His human side pushed back, saying they shouldn't be executed over what might have been a mistake, and questioning why he was even struggling with this. Bjorn found himself caught in that internal conflict, unable to decide immediately. Eventually, he concluded that those moral standards belonged to his old world, not this one. He asked Misha for her opinion, and she answered bluntly that she couldn't trust the captured men. Whether it had been a mistake or not, they had tried to kill them, and to her, that was unforgivable. Hearing her answer, Bjorn felt as if the fog in his mind cleared. He accepted that in this world, survival meant following its ruthless rules. With that realization, he raised his weapon over the pleading priest, who continued insisting it had all been a misunderstanding. Bjorn acknowledged internally that it might have been accidental that time, but he believed they would do it again. He struck. This became his 10th kill, and immediately a system message appeared, granting him an achievement that permanently increased his mentality stat. Standing over the body, Bjorn reflected that from the very first day in this body, he had already known what he was becoming. He accepted that being a killer was now part of him, something he would have to live with. If he wanted to survive, he couldn't just carry the title of a barbarian, he had to truly become one. Even as Misha noticed his hand trembling slightly, he told her he was fine and ordered her to strip the dead men of their gear. Outside the hut, Misha cried out in shock as she realized what he was doing. When she saw him dragging a bloodied corpse, she demanded to know his intention. Bjorn answered coldly that he was simply doing what was necessary and dragged the body toward the fireplace. A system notification appeared, declaring that a new sacrifice had been offered and extending the witch's hut's open duration by 8 hours. Bjorn observed that this mechanic functioned exactly like it did in the game he knew. He calculated that the remaining bodies would provide them with approximately 24 hours of safe rest. Misha, still uneasy, asked again if he was truly all right. Later, Bjorn asked why she was still standing instead of resting. He decided that he would take the bed first. He collapsed face down onto the pillow and immediately noted how comfortable it was, confirming that a real bed was far superior for sleeping. His heavily muscled body relaxed as he sank into the mattress. As he drifted into sleep, his thoughts deepened. He reflected that his situation had become so extreme that it no longer even felt ironic. The more he embraced the life of a barbarian, the more he found himself able to act like an ordinary human. The bloodied mace lying beneath the bed seemed to reinforce that idea that savagery was what allowed him to cling to his humanity. His mind wandered back to his previous life. He remembered greeting his girlfriend after work, sharing meals with her, watching her study on the floor while he played games, and sleeping peacefully beside her at night. Those memories brought a faint smile to his face even as he slept. Suddenly, he woke up, drenched in sweat. His breathing was heavy as he realized Misha was asleep beside him, leaning against his right leg. Sitting up, he tried to steady himself and wondered if everything he had just experienced was nothing more than a dream. But as he looked at his powerful hand, he reaffirmed that this was his reality now, a life where he fought monsters to survive. Burning skeletons and constant death were no longer distant concepts, but part of his daily existence. He checked the time and realized he had slept for nearly 7 hours. Hearing movement beside him, he noticed Misha cuddled against his leg and assumed the chair must have been too uncomfortable for her. He told her to wake up, but she lazily asked for 5 more minutes. Irritated, he glared at her until she yelped and got up, calling him a stupid barbarian. Bjorn then noted that there were about 24 hours left before the labyrinth closed, and only 1 hour before the hut would shut. As they ate, he felt relieved that the final day had arrived. If they could endure just one more day, they would leave the forest and return to the city. While they were eating, Misha excitedly talked about taking a bath once they got back and asked what he planned to do in town. He admitted he didn't know yet. At that moment, a system message announced that the witch's hut had closed. Another message followed, stating that the character was being moved back to the witch's forest. A third notice warned that the forest's field effects were being reapplied. Suddenly, the surroundings twisted violently, transforming into a nightmare of red thorns. Both Bjorn and Misha were shocked. Misha panicked and asked what had happened to the forest, while Bjorn remained silent, immediately recognizing the phenomenon. He cursed inwardly, realizing what it meant. At the same time, in what felt like a completely different place, a bright monitor displayed multiple system logs related to sacrifices in the witch's hut. The logs confirmed that the 5th, 6th, and 7th offerings had been completed. Another message stated that the special condition of 7 sacrifices had been fulfilled. With that condition met, a terrifying entity was summoned, the Lord of Chaos, Ryakis, who began roaming the 3rd floor. Bjorn immediately recognized what that meant. The Floor Lord had appeared. The narration explains that a floor lord is the field boss of a floor, and Bjorn recalls from the game that every floor has one such master acting as its hidden boss monster. Misha, clearly shaken, insists that the 3rd floor was supposed to have no floor lord at all, but Bjorn explains that it was never absent, only that its summoning method was kept secret. He adds that the reason it was hidden is because anyone reckless enough to summon it would cause far more than just a few deaths. Bjorn then specifies that the master of this floor is Lord of Chaos Ryakis, and he remembers exactly what happens when it appears. Once Ryakis is summoned, all other monsters on the floor hide or flee, and it begins roaming freely across the entire floor, killing everything it encounters until it is defeated. He also explains that all portals between floors are disabled while Ryakis is active, which means escape is completely impossible, and anyone on the floor has to be prepared to die. Hearing this, Misha panics and demands to know why it had to appear now. Bjorn admits that it is most likely their fault and reminds her about burning the corpses in the hut, explaining that burning bodies is one of the summoning conditions. He reflects that he believed adding 3 bodies after such a long time without a summon would not be enough to trigger it, but he did not realize that someone else had already burned 4 corpses earlier, meaning their actions completed the requirement. Misha immediately turns angry and blames him for summoning the monster, saying they are all going to die because of him. Bjorn sharply tells her never to speak about their involvement again and warns that if anyone finds out they summoned the boss, they will be in serious trouble. While she continues panicking and complaining, he notes how quickly her attitude has changed from calling him a savior to blaming him. Bjorn then shifts focus back to survival and points out that with the abnormal status effect gone, they can at least leave the cursed woods. He urges her to move quickly and begins outlining their plan, decided to head to the orc habitat. The Jarwi clan is described as a large organization active above the 6th floor with hundreds of members, and Bjorn quickly concludes that facing the floor lord alone would mean certain death, so their best chance of survival is to stay close to this clan. He estimates that around 10 of the clan's teams are currently on the 3rd floor, which is still a significant force compared to ordinary explorers. Around them, panic spreads rapidly as a Jarwi officer shouts for everyone to calm down and follow orders, but terrified explorers ignore him, pleading for powerful mages to teleport them away, while others accuse the clan of being responsible for summoning the floor master and beg not to be abandoned. Bjorn observes that the situation has already fallen into complete chaos, with fear spreading faster than any command can control. Amid this disorder, a priest begins casting a large-scale protective spell, sweating heavily as she concentrates, and her magic expands outward into a glowing barrier that surrounds the fortress area. Seeing this, the Jarwi commander steps forward and tells everyone to calm down, explaining that the priest has activated an area protection skill while scouts are monitoring the surroundings. He assures them that the labyrinth will close within a day and promises that the clan will do everything possible to help as many people survive until then. The surrounding explorers listen carefully, still tense but holding on to his words, while the commander adds a strict warning that anyone who breaks the rules or causes trouble will be punished, making it clear that such individuals will be expelled from the safe zone without hesitation. Bjorn finds the speech somewhat long, but effective enough, especially because of the priest's skill supporting it. The narration explains that the priest's skill, proclamation, destruction of evil, creates a zone where humans can enter but monsters cannot cross, effectively forming a temporary sanctuary. Sitting with Misha near a tree, Bjorn concludes that they likely will not be expelled, but he also knows that this situation is far from safe and that a bigger problem is coming soon. He asks Misha whether she is confident in her ears, and she casually boasts that people often compliment them, which confuses him for a moment, before he clarifies that he means her actual hearing ability. He then tells her to listen carefully to nearby conversations and report anything useful. Through this, he learns that it has been about 10 years since the third floor lord last appeared, and other explorers are wondering which reckless idiot summoned it, though many feel somewhat relieved that a 6th floor clan is present to help. They also admire the wide-range protection spell, attributing it to the resources of such a powerful organization. Bjorn considers that with the Jarwi clan fully preparing and reinforcing their defenses, it might actually be worth relying on them for survival, at least for now. Meanwhile, Misha ends up dozing off beside him, even drooling slightly as she leans against his arm, which irritates him enough to push her away to wake her up. She quickly sits upright and asks if something is wrong, and he replies that trouble is coming soon, then tells her to look around. He points out the sheer number of people gathered, estimating at least 500 explorers, and when she asks what will happen to them, he explains that there are only around 50 Jarwi members present, so they should pay attention to how such a small elite group manages to control such a large crowd. At that moment, the commander resumes speaking, calling for calm again as the crowd stirs, and explains that this sanctuary is the only safe place on the floor thanks to the proclamation skill. He then asks everyone to show respect to God before revealing the condition for staying inside the safe zone, stating that each person must immediately provide an offering of 1 million stones, whether in currency, magic crystals, or equipment. Bjorn immediately understands this as a calculated move, recognizing that most explorers do not carry that much money and will be forced to give up valuable items instead, which allows the clan to both collect resources and maintain control over the crowd. From the commander's perspective, the payment is presented as both a religious offering and a fee for protection, with reassurances that the clan will keep them safe. Privately, Bjorn remains skeptical, knowing that while the protection skill is powerful, it still cannot compare to the strength of the floor lord, but he also understands that they have no choice but to follow the rules. He tells Misha to take out the items they can afford to lose and use them to pay the fee, relieved that they can use looted gear instead of their essential equipment. He hands her additional items to trade and justifies the decision by reminding himself that survival matters more than holding onto every resource. Nearby, other explorers complain loudly, saying that demanding 1 million stones for a single day is outrageous, and some even decide to leave the safe zone rather than pay such a price. When Misha returns after completing the exchange, Bjorn acknowledges her effort and quickly calculates that if around 300 people paid the fee, the clan has already earned at least 300 million stones, while also reducing the number of people they need to protect. Even so, he knows that none of this will matter if the floor lord reaches this place, because everyone here would die regardless of payments or protection. He understands that many people are relying on the hope that the third floor is large enough to avoid encountering Riakis entirely, whether they stay inside the barrier or leave it. Bjorn, however, does not rely on hope, and instead prepares for the worst possible outcome, believing that assuming disaster will not happen is the fastest way to die. With about 5 hours remaining before the labyrinth closes, rain begins to fall, and as it hits his helmet, Bjorn immediately realizes that the disaster he had been anticipating has finally begun. He recognizes the strange crimson rain at once as the rain of despair, the passive aura of Lord of Chaos Riakis that spreads across the entire floor. System windows appear, reporting that all characters are taking continuous chaos damage, and that their mana resistance has been significantly reduced. Bjorn recalls that this effect damages everything within a wide area, cancels any field-type effects wherever it spreads, and can eventually inflict chaos status if exposure continues for too long. Misha trembles under the rain and calls out to Bjorn in fear, but before he can respond, the massive form of Riakis comes into view, towering over the fortress with its enormous, horned, dragon-like body. It lets out a deafening roar, revealing rows of monstrous fangs, and the surrounding explorers immediately panic, screaming that the floor lord has arrived and begging for someone to stop it. Some of them, already overwhelmed, shout angrily that they paid for protection and demand that the clan keep its promise. The Jarwi commander, however, remains composed as he faces Riakis directly, acknowledging that the situation is grim and that heavy losses are inevitable. He loudly announces the appearance of the Lord of Chaos Riakis, and orders all clan members to activate their prepared measures without hesitation. At his command, clan members begin using powerful support scrolls that enhance concentration and energy, while the commander raises a special artifact known as the Sun Lord's Flag, channeling holy power into his weapon. Bjorn quickly notices that the clan is consuming large amounts of expensive items and buffs within seconds, clearly committing all their resources to this fight. The commander continues rallying his forces, shouting that they have enough supplies and must use everything freely if they want to survive and return alive. Watching this, Bjorn is surprised that they are actually planning to confront Ryakis head-on, and for the first time, he feels some relief knowing that others had also prepared for a situation like this. He reflects that these clan members have reached this point through repeated, life-threatening battles, something that cannot be attributed to luck alone. The bearded commander orders everyone to take their battle positions and declares that they will stop Ryakis, even as the enormous creature advances through the crimson rain. Below it, terrified explorers panic, some unable to believe what they are seeing, convinced they are about to die. As Ryakis moves closer, people begin shouting warnings not to block its path and to avoid direct attacks, urging others to run instead of getting caught in its movements. Bjorn realizes that one of his long-standing questions about this battle has now been answered clearly as he observes how experienced fighters are handling the situation. In the chaos, a dwarf warrior crashes into Ryakis' leg while shouting to a mage about how long a spell will take, while Bjorn notes that melee fighters and tanks are mostly avoiding direct clashes, only blocking weaker attacks and focusing on survival rather than offense. Despite this, some reckless individuals still charge forward, ignoring warnings, and the results are immediate as wounded warriors are healed quickly and sent back into the fight, even while their bodies remain battered. Nearby, someone kneels beside a fallen comrade, grieving that the man should not have died like that, but the commander shouts for everyone to stay focused and not let emotions interfere with the battle. The situation worsens rapidly as one warrior is crushed instantly under Ryakis' force, while 3 ranged attackers are killed by a single breath attack. Observers nearby begin murmuring that multiple people have already died and question whether the fight is even possible, while others complain about losing their 1 million stone payment. Bjorn dismisses these complaints in his mind, recognizing that the clan is doing everything they can, holding the front line, while mages attempt to restrain Ryakis. Then, Ryakis begins drawing out its inherent power, signaling a dangerous shift in the battle. The commander immediately orders everyone to stop attacking the main body and instead focus on destroying the dark orbit surrounding it. As attacks are redirected toward the floating spheres around Ryakis, Bjorn understands what is happening and realizes that the clan is deliberately managing the fight to prevent the second phase from triggering. While some spectators assume the clan has stopped attacking out of confusion or poor judgment, Bjorn recognizes that they actually know the correct strategy to defeat Ryakis. Seeing this, he begins to feel a small sense of hope, thinking that if they continue at this pace, there is a real chance they might survive long enough for the labyrinth to close on its own. A timestamp shows that the current time in the labyrinth is 22:37, and Bjorn notes that there is roughly 1 hour left before the labyrinth shuts down. Standing among the tense crowd of explorers, he quickly calculates the situation and estimates that around 11 fighters, nearly 20% of the clan's force, have already died, but he judges that this level of loss still does not make victory impossible. Around him, however, panic begins to spread as explorers shout that the clan is doomed and demand to know how many more have died. Bjorn identifies the real problem not as the battle itself, but as the behavior of the explorers, who are starting to lose control. He recalls that every time Ryakis entered a rage state, protected explorers ended up dying, and he bluntly thinks that it was because they stood around watching instead of acting properly. Misha, clearly nervous, urges Bjorn to do something, but he tells her to wait while he thinks through the situation. Nearby, a group of explorers tries to take initiative, shouting that everyone should stop watching and start cooperating if they want to survive, insisting that they must protect themselves because too many people have already died. Another explorer immediately argues back that the clan confiscated all their equipment earlier, leaving them unable to defend themselves. As tension rises, the crowd's attention shifts toward a visible stash of armor and weapons, revealing where all the confiscated gear has been stored. Realizing what is about to happen, Bjorn abruptly tells Misha that they need to leave immediately, which catches her off guard. At the same time, angry explorers confront the clan guards, accusing them of breaking their promise of protection and threatening to take their equipment back by force, despite warnings that doing so would put everyone in danger. The situation escalates quickly as mob grab a guard and begin pushing forward, shouting and trying to reclaim their belongings. Bjorn tells Misha to stay behind him, already expecting this kind of riot to happen because ordinary explorers do not understand how to deal with Ryakis properly. As the crowd surges toward the clan, Bjorn and Misha move away from the chaos and start heading up the burning steps. While dodging the wandering spirits of chaos, Misha calls out directions, saying the spirits are 5-2 directly ahead, but Bjorn immediately orders her to move right, deciding that there is no time to fight anything and that escape is the only priority. They continue running, ignoring the monsters pursuing them, as Bjorn keeps urging both himself and Misha to push a little further. He focuses on a distant point and believes that once they reach it, they will be outside the central area of the forest and relatively safer. However, just as they move forward, Bjorn suddenly stops, sensing something is wrong, sweat forming as system messages begin to appear. A notification announces that Ryakis has successfully absorbed its inherent power, followed by another stating that the field effect Crevice of Evil will soon activate within a 5-kilometer radius. Darkness begins spreading across the area, and Bjorn immediately recognizes this as Ryakis' ultimate skill. He realizes that this can only happen if Ryakis has absorbed all of its orbs, confirming his worst expectation. Misha, shaken, asks what will happen to them, and Bjorn understands that the situation has become far more dangerous than before. The narration explains that Crevice of Evil is triggered only after Ryakis absorbs all 10 of its spheres, and once activated, everyone within the affected area has 45 minutes to escape. After that time limit, anyone still inside the field dies, regardless of strength. Another key effect is that everyone within the range is gradually pulled toward the center of the floor. A final system message clarifies that all characters in the affected zone will be transported to the center, and in the next moment, Bjorn, Misha, and the other explorers are forcibly relocated. Confusion spreads immediately as people look around, unable to understand what just happened, while Bjorn quickly estimates that around 200 explorers are still alive. He also observes that only about 20 members of the Jarwi clan remain out of the original 50, calculating that 11 died earlier and many more were lost in the recent chaos, making it clear how severe the situation has become while he and Misha were away. As the crowd demands answers, a clan mage responds harshly, silencing them with threats and warning that he will attack if anyone comes closer. Another clan warrior angrily blames the explorers for causing additional deaths and warns them to stay away, while the explorers shout back, blaming the clan for confiscating their equipment and begging to be allowed back under protection, even offering to pay more. The warrior responds coldly, saying they should be grateful they are not being killed on the spot, and makes it clear that the clan will not help them anymore. The mood quickly turns desperate as people begin to curse and question what they should do next. At that moment, one explorer raises a trembling hand and claims to know something about the situation. He explains that according to an old text he once read, everyone will die if they fail to leave the area within a certain time limit, but also says that escape is possible by traveling 5 kilometers in any direction despite the presence of monsters. Bjorn quietly confirms that this information is correct. However, he also understands the real problem, which is that Ryakis' clones and the spirits of chaos will relentlessly chase anyone trying to escape, making that option extremely dangerous. Even so, many explorers begin to move, deciding to take their chances. Misha points out that more than half the remaining people are already leaving, and asks Bjorn what they should do. Bjorn watches the situation carefully, and concludes that relying on that plan is too risky. Instead of following the crowd, he decides that they will attempt something with a higher chance of survival. Bjorn moves toward the Jarwi clan forces, deciding that instead of running blindly like the others, he will gamble on them as his best chance of survival. As he approaches, a clan member immediately warns him not to come any closer, but before things escalate, a Therianthrope swordsman notices Misha and is visibly startled to see her there. Bjorn casually greets him, deliberately acting like they are close, while Misha nervously whispers his name under her breath. Without wasting time, Bjorn directly asks whether the clan managed to obtain the rare orc hero's essence. The moment those words leave his mouth, the atmosphere changes. The swordsman's expression hardens instantly, and he draws his weapon, demanding to know how Bjorn could possibly know about something like that. Seeing this reaction, Bjorn quietly smirks to himself, realizing that his first calculated gamble has worked exactly as intended. At this point, the situation inside the clan is already critical. Out of roughly 23 members still alive, their forces are heavily imbalanced, consisting of 3 priests, 6 mages, 12 ranged attackers, and only 2 melee fighters left. Vice Captain Iraz Maglain repeats grimly that they are down to just 2 close-range combatants. He recalls how the earlier riot caused massive losses among their frontline fighters, and how they were forced to buy time by letting Lord of Chaos Ryakis absorb its spheres. The old geezer mage who had appeared earlier presses Iraz to make a decision quickly, reminding him that their understanding of Ryakis' behavior means they are running out of time. Iraz thinks through the situation and realizes the core problem is obvious. With only a swordsman and a spearman left as melee units, they lack a true frontline defender, someone capable of holding the line against incoming threats. He understands that without such a role, they cannot safely carve a path through the monsters surrounding them. Subordinates continue reporting that many explorers have already fled and urge Iraz to give orders before the enemy's attention shifts toward them, but the pressure makes it difficult for him to decide. The situation is slipping, and hesitation could cost everyone their lives. At that moment, Bjorn suddenly steps forward and declares that he will open a path for everyone. His voice cuts through the tension, instantly drawing attention. Iraz turns sharply toward him, surprised by the unexpected offer, while other clan members question who Bjorn even is. The red-haired Therianthrope tries to intervene, but Bjorn pushes past him, standing firm as he presents his proposal. Iraz demands an explanation, wanting to judge the situation personally. A subordinate nervously admits that they still do not know how Bjorn learned about the orc hero's essence. The clan members quickly relay Bjorn's condition, which is simple and direct. In exchange for opening a path to safety, he wants the orc hero's essence. Faced with this, Iraz activates his skill, Survival Instinct, an ability that highlights the individual most likely to increase his chances of survival. The result is immediate and unmistakable. Among everyone present, Bjorn stands out, glowing with an intensity that surpasses all others. Iraz trusts this ability completely, as it has saved him many times before. Without hesitation, he concludes that Bjorn is the key to overcoming their current crisis. Turning to his subordinates, he declares that Bjorn is essential to their survival, a statement that shocks everyone around him, especially the Therianthrope swordsman. Then, focusing fully on Bjorn, Iraz asks for his name. Bjorn understands that this moment is crucial. This is his second gamble, and just like the first one, it has worked. Iraz Maglain introduces himself as the vice captain of the Jarwi clan, and immediately questions Bjorn about how he figured out they were targeting the orc hero. Bjorn calmly answers that it was simply his own deduction, which makes Iraz narrow his eyes and ask how he reached that conclusion in the first place. Bjorn explains that a large elite clan would never monopolize something like the third floor's orc habitat unless they had a much bigger objective in mind. He points out that they did not just arrive casually, but brought a massive amount of supplies, far more than what would be needed if their goal was only to hunt great orc warriors. From that alone, he reasons that their target had to be something more significant. The orc hero is actually a 5th rank hidden boss that can only be summoned through a specific method, offering a large number of great orc warrior crystals at an altar. Bjorn connects this with what he observed earlier, and concludes that all those supplies were likely meant to prepare for the possible appearance of an even stronger entity, the Orc Lord. At the same time, he notes that since their supplies still seem intact, it likely means they have not yet encountered that higher-tier boss. Hearing this breakdown, Iraz is clearly impressed. He then shifts the topic and asks Bjorn to explain why he believes the clan needs his help so badly. Bjorn answers directly without hesitation, stating that he is a barbarian carrying the immortal effect and that he also possesses a powerful vampire essence. He continues by mentioning that he has absorbed a corpse golem essence as well, which grants him extremely high pain tolerance. Before Bjorn can continue listing everything, Iraz cuts him off and quickly summarizes the key point. He concludes that Bjorn's real advantage is his ability to keep fighting continuously while sustaining himself with potions, essentially allowing him to endure far longer than a normal frontline fighter. Iraz evaluates this and judges that Bjorn's build is exceptionally suited for the 3rd floor, even surpassing the remaining melee fighters in his clan. Excitement flashes across Iraz's face as he loudly declares that Bjorn is exactly what they need. Without hesitation, he announces that he will invest in Bjorn and support his plan. The Red Therianthrope immediately objects, reminding Iraz that the orc hero's essence was originally requested by a noble, implying they cannot simply give it away. However, Iraz shuts that argument down instantly. He states that they can just report that the essence never dropped, treating it as a calculated loss. If trading a single essence can increase their chances of survival and save even one additional clan member, then it is more than worth it. With his decision made, Iraz orders Karlstein to bring the orc hero's essence. Meanwhile, Bjorn watches all of this unfold and internally acknowledges that his first test has been successfully cleared, his gamble paying off exactly as planned. There are 3 different orc heroes that can be summoned through magic crystal sacrifices, and each of them consumes its own named monster upon appearing. In simple terms, they are advanced mutants, making their essences extremely troublesome to deal with despite being only 5th rank monsters. Because of this, even a 5th rank encounter like this normally requires a full assault squad to handle safely. These bosses are commonly known as the 3 Orc Brothers, and each one drops a different colored essence tied to a unique ability. The first is Danish, who drops a red essence imbued with the skill Shout of Passion. The second is Velta, who drops a blue essence containing Flag of Fighting Spirit. The third is Targus, who drops a green essence associated with the Gigantification skill, which is actually the basis for Bjorn's own shouting ability. As Bjorn thinks through this, he wonders which of these essences he is about to receive. Soon Bjorn got the essence. The moment Bjorn looks at it, he sees that the essence inside is green. Instead of feeling relieved, he feels a strange unease, thinking that luck this good usually comes with a price. System messages appear immediately as he absorbs the orc hero's essence. His strength, agility, fighting spirit, resistance, and bone hardness all increase significantly. Green energy spirals around his body as the essence fuses into him, and Bjorn can feel raw power boiling inside him, almost demanding to be used right away. At that point, Iraz instructs him to remove his current equipment first. As Bjorn strips off his gear, Iraz begins supplying him with additional resources, and Bjorn is honestly surprised by how generous the clan is being. He receives a large number of defensive scrolls and potions, far more than he expected. Handing his pack over to Misha, he tells her to watch their belongings while he prepares. Bjorn immediately starts activating multiple defensive and support scrolls one after another without hesitation. System messages keep stacking as he drinks strength-enhancing potions that temporarily boost his physical power. He continues consuming rare items that increase his elemental resistance and pain tolerance, layering effect after effect onto his body. At the same time, the clan's priests and mages begin casting support magic on him. Spirit protection, regeneration flames, and taunt-enhancing spells are applied in succession, amplifying his durability and drawing ability. Additional buffs further increase his regeneration and taunt level, effectively turning him into a perfect frontline tank built to endure anything thrown at him. Then Iraz gives another order. He tells Karlstein to use Owner of Blood so Bjorn can borrow his swordsmanship-related ability as well. Without hesitation, Karlstein slices his own wrist, letting blood drip out for the ritual. Bjorn drinks the blood despite the unpleasantness, and system text confirms that the skill Owner of Blood has been activated. As a result, Bjorn temporarily acquires Karlstein's passive skill, Corrupt 1. His eye glows red as the effect takes hold. Iraz observes the change and confirms that the skill is active. This ability reduces maximum stats, but significantly amplifies the power of active skills, making it extremely potent in high-risk situations like this. With all preparations complete, Bjorn suggests they start moving immediately, and Iraz agrees without delay. Bjorn then focuses inward, visualizing the new ability he just gained from the Orc Hero essence. He activates Gigantification. His body begins to expand rapidly, tearing his clothes. Muscles swell, his frame grows larger, and his presence becomes overwhelming. Onlookers stare in shock as his size increases dramatically. System messages explain that his physical stats, taunt value, and overall presence are all boosted massively. Within moments, Bjorn finishes transforming into a towering giant. Now completely stripped naked in process, he casually refers to this state as his Barbarian Hero mode. Misha and others nearby stare at him in disbelief, calling him a monster after witnessing the sheer scale of his transformation. The men watching him were amazed by Bjorn's massive pipe, wondering how he got so big. Iraz immediately orders them to bring extra capes. They rush to cover him, and Bjorn ties one around himself like a makeshift kilt. Now fully prepared, empowered, and geared for survival, Bjorn stands ready and declares that he is prepared to charge forward. Bjorn triggered his power immediately, unleashing a furious roar as his energy surged and echoed loudly through the dungeon. With that, he sprinted forward, leading the group's charge while forcing himself to believe that nothing was impossible. Iraz ordered everyone to keep up with Bjorn's pace as he dashed ahead, with the explorers rushing behind him. Behind him were 23 clan members and 43 floor explorers who had given up their gear to join. Under the vampire's sacrificial seal, Bjorn converted their equipment and even their lives into raw stat boosts. As overwhelming destructive power filled him, he felt a grim satisfaction at finally being able to unleash it. He dove forward with a battle cry, crashing straight into a horde of demonic beasts. He recognized them as miniature clones of Ryakis, each over 2 meters tall, though still small compared to his empowered form. As he smashed into them, Ryakis' hatred ability retaliated, dealing massive chaos damage. At the same time, the Crevice of Evil pattern caused the self-destructing clones to damage whoever killed them, reinforcing the need for a tank at the front. Bjorn relied on his vampire essence and source of darkness, knowing he would survive as long as his heart remained intact. He realized that fragile, high-damage classes were useless here, since they could not endure such punishment. The commander warned him not to kill too many at once, though Bjorn found it difficult to hold back. He activated Gigantification, drawing even more monsters toward himself due to his increased size. Acting as a constant source of provocation, he kept every threat focused on him, ensuring the explorers behind him remained safe. Karlstein charged in and killed a clone, only to cry out as the reflected damage struck him with equal force. Injured, he called for the priests to heal him. Bjorn immediately ordered everyone to stop taking unnecessary hits and fall back. A priest healed Karlstein while he cursed in frustration, urging the healer to hurry. Bjorn concluded that only he should remain at the front for what was coming next. He continued carving a path through the clones, and once his health dropped below half, his hero's path passive activated, increasing his resistances and tolerances. He recalled the Orc Hero whose skill functioned the same way, which was the reason he had sought that essence. His defenses increased significantly below 50% health and peaked near 20%, and he intended to exploit that advantage as much as possible. Bjorn ordered everyone to stay back while he handled the vanguard alone, pushing forward and leaving the others behind. Hernision observed that Bjorn had fully joined them and acknowledged his presence, agreeing it was wise to let him take the front in case new threats appeared behind. Karlstein, still in pain, realized that even attacking a single clone was unbearable, forcing him to retreat. Watching Bjorn, he began to question who he really was, no longer seeing him as an ordinary barbarian. As they continued running, the clan members admitted that no one matched a barbarian's courage and praised the vice captain's judgment in recruiting him. Other explorers speculated about Bjorn's identity, assuming he must be a well-known warrior whose absence would have doomed them. When someone asked Misha about him, she insisted she did not truly know. Hernision remarked that if the legendary barbarian hero Valkan returned, he would likely resemble Bjorn, whose presence now matched that myth. Bjorn soon spotted the zone exit ahead and urged everyone to move faster, pushing himself harder as he sensed their escape was near. A notification warned him that his soul power was running low, but they managed to break through and reach the outside. As Gigantification wore off, his body shrank back to normal size, leaving him panting heavily. The system confirmed that the crevice of evil field effect was ending. Outside, the survivors cheered in disbelief, though Bjorn could still hear the agonized screams of those who failed to escape as the space behind them collapsed. A massive red explosion followed, obliterating the entire area and vaporizing the orc habitat in an instant. He noted that their timing had been miraculous, escaping just as his transformation ended. The commander agreed, but warned that they were not safe yet. Bjorn also understood that the danger was not over. He recalled that after leaving the crevice of evil, the first phase of the insta-kill ultimate would select a single survivor as prey. He calculated the odds and realized there was a 1 in 15 chance that either he or Misha would be chosen. Then he saw Misha freeze in terror. System notifications revealed that Misha had been selected as the prey and was now paralyzed. Bjorn was filled with anger as he realized that fate had chosen her. Misha sensed something was wrong, and as the realization dawned on her, the surrounding explorers looked at her with quiet sympathy. Her brother stood frozen, unable to face her. Bjorn recalled Ryakis's skill, Prey, which immobilized the target and marked them for relentless pursuit until death. Iraz acknowledged the situation grimly and offered clan protection for Misha, even inviting Bjorn to join them. Bjorn refused, stating he had no intention of serving anyone. Iraz admitted that if Bjorn had been chosen, he would have had no choice. Without hesitation, Bjorn lifted Misha and secured her to his back. Ending their agreement, Iraz bid him farewell and expressed hope that they would meet again in the city. The captain showed confidence in Bjorn's survival as the clan's mage and priest cast buff spells on him as a parting gesture. System messages confirmed that Wind's blessing and sail had been applied, enhancing his speed and soul regeneration. Surrounded by the glow of these buffs, Bjorn acknowledged their support and understood they were likely low on resources themselves. He expressed his gratitude, and the captain urged him to survive, remarking that they would be blamed if he died. Bjorn accepted that and prepared to move forward once again. Only 15 minutes remained before the labyrinth would close. A massive claw stirred ominously as Ryaki's red eyes flared open, and the system announced that the Lord of Chaos, Ryakis, had awakened. Bjorn immediately broke into a run, carrying Misha on his back. She could feel the heat radiating from his burning skin and hear the roars rapidly closing in behind them, making it clear that if things continued like this, neither of them would survive. Being carried, Misha called out to him, urging him to stop running for her sake, since the monster was after her, not him. She realized that this was why everyone had looked at her with dread, recalling how even her own family had chosen to ignore her. Those memories surfaced bitterly, reinforcing the thought that her existence had always been treated as a threat. Earlier, when she had been paralyzed on the ground, she had trembled at being singled out. Now, on his back, she insisted he had already done enough and would die if he kept helping her. She pointed out that they were not even that close, and claimed she had already fulfilled her lifelong wish because of him. Bjorn immediately rejected that, stating she clearly did not want to die, and that her self-sacrificing words made no sense. As he swatted aside chaos spirits while running, he pressed her on why she was pretending to accept death. She tried to insist she meant it, but Bjorn questioned whether she was actually afraid of being abandoned. Misha argued that she simply did not want to burden him anymore. Bjorn demanded to know if that feeling mattered more than her life and told her to stop testing him with evasive words. He made it clear that if she truly wanted to live, she should ask him for help so they could fight together for even a small chance. Misha reflected on her behavior and realized she must have sounded like someone giving up instead of supporting the one risking everything to save her. Remembering how Bjorn had carried others before, she understood that he had already shown her the mindset needed to survive since the witch's forest. She accepted that surrendering and complaining was the wrong response in this moment. Finally, she asked him to save her, promising to stay by his side and support him if they survived. She even offered him all the money from the expedition as an added incentive. Bjorn responded with a faint smirk, acknowledging that this was more like it. As Wind's blessing expired, he realized that all the buffs from the Jarwi clan had run out. Feeling raindrops, he deduced that Ryakis was now directly behind them. Seeing even more chaos, spirits blocking their path, he decided to use another trump card earlier than planned. Activating Gigantification again, he enlarged his body, increasing his stats and taunt to draw everything toward himself. He noted that while all his stats increased, what mattered most was that each step now covered far more distance. Estimating he could maintain the form for 2 to 3 minutes, he asked Misha to track the time. She began counting the seconds precisely as he ran forward. Forced to fight while moving, Bjorn started smashing chaos spirits, their deaths corrupting the ground as he continued forward. As more enemies fell, Misha's voice continued counting down the remaining time. When she called out that only 120 seconds remained, Bjorn registered it grimly, followed soon after by her update of 103 seconds. Suddenly, a massive, fiery attack landed in front of them, startling him. As Misha announced that 90 seconds remained, Bjorn braced himself, realizing Ryakis's breath attack had finally reached them. The blast wiped out many of the pursuing spirits, reducing their numbers and making it easier for him to move, though it also confirmed they were well within the monster's striking range. Moments later, A colossal limb slammed down near them, nearly crushing them both. Bjorn barely dodged while still carrying Misha, gritting through the pain from the close call. Looking up, he saw Riakis's full, terrifying form looming over them. Without hesitation, he planted his foot and surged forward again. Misha insisted he could leave her behind, but he refused, telling her to stop and making it clear he would not abandon her. He reminded her of his promise and even mentioned that he still needed the money for his frost spirit ring. When she argued that dying over a promise was unreasonable, Bjorn countered that they were not going to die and declared his intention to escape alive. At that moment, his eyes widened as blood splashed, signaling sudden danger. Misha panicked upon seeing his arm severed, but Bjorn ignored it and demanded to know how much time remained. Convinced escape was impossible, she told him to abandon her, but Bjorn, furious and desperate, shouted for the exact time. Through tears, Misha reported that 60 seconds remained. Bjorn charged directly toward the massive beast, resolving that even with one arm, he had to endure for a full minute since escape was no longer an option. He acknowledged that surviving this would be extremely difficult, then launched himself forward. As Misha cried out in shock at his decision to run toward Riakis, he ordered her to keep counting. She continued, her voice trembling as she called out 53 seconds remaining. As he ran, the monster's breath struck the ground behind him. He noted that the creature could not easily attack its own legs and rushed beneath its massive limb, knowing a single mistake would mean death. He continued sprinting with Misha on his back, though another sweeping attack forced him to dodge at the last moment as she called out 44 seconds remaining. Having observed Riaki's movements earlier during the fight with the Jarwi clan, Bjorn believed he understood its attack pattern. Using that knowledge, he evaded another devastating strike. As Misha shouted that only 30 seconds remained, Riakis continued battering the ground in an attempt to crush them. Bjorn barely managed to survive each impact, exhausted and bleeding, while she updated him that 25 seconds remained. Then another blow descended, and Bjorn realized too late that he could not dodge it. The impact slammed into him, his rope harness straining as his body jolted violently. He screamed under the force as they were driven into the ground once again. As another massive strike followed, he understood that he could not avoid this one either, and accepted that their deaths seemed inevitable. At that moment, a system message announced that Bjorn had exhausted his soul power, followed by another stating that gigantification was forcibly ending. His massive form vanished as he shrank back to normal size. Looking up in shock at the incoming attack, he realized that the timing of the transformation ending had saved him, as his head would have been crushed otherwise. With Riakis's jaws descending and the timer nearly expired, Bjorn faced what seemed to be the final strike. At the last possible moment, he planted his shield and body against the attack, clinging to life as he roared and endured the force. He even bit into the monster while bracing himself, holding on as Riakis thrashed violently. Still clinging to its face, he endured the chaos as the countdown dropped to 4 seconds. Battered and coughing blood, he continued to hold on while the monster opened its massive mouth to swallow them. Facing the end, Bjorn declared that it was already too late. At that instant, a system message announced that the labyrinth had closed, followed by another stating that he was being teleported back to Rafdonia. The destination was confirmed as Rafdonia Square. In the city square, a vortex of purple energy began forming in front of the castle walls as anxious onlookers gathered around. Among the crowd, a little girl quietly wondered whether her father would return alive. Moments later, the portal erupted in a blinding flash as the teleportation completed. Screams broke out instantly as dozens of wounded explorers were thrown out into the square. Citizens panicked, shouting orders to contact the guild, move the injured, and set up shelters as they saw Bjorn and the others sprawled across the ground, bleeding heavily. Bystanders stared at Bjorn's battered body, remarking on how terrible his condition looked, with some grimly predicting that he would not survive much longer. Misha slowly regained consciousness and let out a faint sound. Realizing she was still alive, she looked around in confusion before immediately calling out for Bjorn. Around her, spectators whispered in shock, trying to imagine what could have happened on the third floor to leave even a barbarian in such a near-death state. Pushing through the crowd, Misha desperately begged people to move aside so she could reach him. When she finally got to Bjorn, she found him unconscious, his body covered in blood with dark fluid pooling around his chest. Nearby voices shouted for the temple to be contacted immediately. Misha collapsed beside him, clinging tightly to his body as she broke down, begging him not to die. As she gripped his arm, she suddenly felt a faint heartbeat and froze in shock. Relief quickly followed as she let out a tearful laugh, realizing that he had only been sleeping. Watching his weak breathing, she admitted to herself how much he had terrified her. Later, rumors spread throughout the city that the third-floor lord had slaughtered over 30 members of the Jarwi clan. In a tavern, men discussed the incident, claiming that the official numbers were far too low and that, in reality, hundreds had likely died. One survivor insisted that many had escaped only because of a single explorer's actions. The others clarified that it had not been a well-known officer, but an unknown third-floor explorer whose identity had yet to spread. That explorer was Bjorn, son of Jandel, a barbarian who had reached the third floor only 3 months after first entering the labyrinth. Testimony from a mage described him as someone who had not yet become a hero but possessed the potential to undoubtedly become one. From that, the idea emerged that someone like him deserved a title, and he was given the name Little Valken, in reference to the legendary hero known for unmatched bravery. At the same time, system messages indicated that Bjorn's fame stat was rapidly increasing. Another warning followed, explaining that such rising fame would trigger more special events around him. Elsewhere, a guild official reviewed the report, finding the nickname Little Valkan interesting as he began to take notice of Bjorn. He reflected that very few explorers had ever achieved so much in such a short time, making Bjorn's case unprecedented in his experience. The report also listed the powerful enemies Bjorn had already faced, including the Corpse Golem and the Vampire Guardian, along with the fact that he possessed the rare orc hero essence. His rapid growth and the strength of his abilities went far beyond ordinary luck. The official recalled historical figures who had shown similarly abnormal development, individuals who were often remembered as heroes due to their extraordinary destinies. However, not all such figures had followed a righteous path. As he considered this, the official questioned whether Bjorn would become a hero or something far more dangerous. For a brief moment, he even wondered if Bjorn might be an evil spirit. Sometime later, Bjorn awakened under a tent with a low groan, his eyes opening slowly as sunlight struck his face. Confusion lingered for a moment before he realized he had survived. He found himself back in the city, with Misha asleep beside him, clinging tightly to his thigh. Quietly, he acknowledged that he had made it back alive, and gently patted her head, reflecting on the fact that they had both returned together. 2 days later, the entire town was still talking about the third-floor lord and the massive casualties. In taverns across the city, drinkers eagerly exchanged stories about the brave barbarian, now known as Little Valkan. At the same time, Bjorn's interface continued to ping repeatedly as his fame kept increasing. Soon after, Bjorn and Misha reunited with their allies, who were visibly relieved to see them alive. Rottmiller apologized for getting injured earlier, but Bjorn cut him off and suggested they order food first. During the meal, Bjorn asked Hickarod what had happened to their group after they separated. The dwarf explained that after treating Rottmiller, they repeatedly used the Guardian's wrist guards to buy time. Misha was surprised at how often the item could be activated, while Bjorn suspected they had used a specific method. Hickarod laughed and revealed that emergency restoration could refresh an item's uses, which was exactly the method Bjorn had in mind. After retreating and stabilizing Rottmiller, they had attempted to find Bjorn and Misha, but failed to detect them. Misha, growing impatient, pressed for more details and learned that on the third day, they had encountered a dangerous woman. Hickarod stated plainly that they chose to run away and eventually escaped through a portal leading to the 4th floor. Rottmiller added that by carefully timing their entry, they became the only party to reach that floor due to the entry restrictions. It was explained that the Sky Tower portals changed colors and could be used strategically to block pursuit, while completed trials did not reset. This allowed them to safely camp on cleared floors. Hickarod complained that spending 10 days doing nothing on the 1st floor of the tower had been unbearable, while Bjorn silently fumed, thinking that he and Misha had endured far worse during that time. Hickarod then casually mentioned that they had been fortunate enough to obtain an essence during their first trial. He revealed that it was the essence of a 7th-rank monster, the Mimic, and admitted that he had claimed it for himself. Hearing this, Bjorn reacted internally with frustration, cursing his own bad luck. The explanation followed that the Mimic was a rare entity that granted the valuable treasure room skill rather than combat abilities. Its first activation filled a private storage space with random items. When asked what they had obtained, Hickarod listed large quantities of mana stones and high-grade potions, along with 2 highly numbered special items. This revelation shocked Bjorn. Embarrassed by Bjorn's reaction, Hickarod asked him not to curse, while Bjorn wondered how the dwarf could be so absurdly lucky. Hickarod then explained that he intended to sell the numbered items and share the profits with the group, which Bjorn estimated would exceed 10 million stones. Bjorn forced himself to congratulate him, though his frustration caused him to unconsciously bend his spoon, prompting Misha to scold him. He brushed it off by blaming the uncontrollable strength granted by his orc hero essence, but Misha pointed out that he had always managed it before. Bjorn deflected the comment, stating that she had not yet seen everything about him, which left her flustered. When the others asked what had happened to Bjorn and Misha, he decided to tell the story himself, aware that there were details he needed to keep hidden. He gave a summarized version of events rather than revealing everything, covering key moments from Misha's contract with the Beast to the desperate battle against Ryakis. The group listened in awe, fully grasping how intense the situation had been. Rottmiller congratulated Misha on forming a Spirit Beast contract and asked why she credited Bjorn for it. Embarrassed, she insisted that they would not have survived without him. Hickarod accepted her explanation and then offered Bjorn 1 million stones from their profits to compensate for the protection cost of the Orc Hero essence. Bjorn was taken aback by the gesture, internally comparing Hickarod to a rare source of generosity. The mage praised Bjorn's story, stating that the title Little Valkan now suited him perfectly. Bjorn was surprised to learn that the name had already spread so widely, and Hickarod confirmed that it had become the common way people referred to him. The narration framed Little Valkan as Bjorn's new title, likening him to the legendary barbarian hero Valken of the past. Bjorn, however, felt uneasy about gaining such recognition so quickly. He reflected that while fame had been beneficial in the original game, in this reality it only increased the likelihood of dangerous events and unwanted attention. Despite this, his companions congratulated him, confident that his new title and 5th rank essence would lead him far. Misha then shifted the discussion to how they would divide the money they had earned, including the reward for reporting the Karui priestess. She was especially pleased to hear that the bounty alone amounted to 3 million stones. The total profits and expenses were calculated, resulting in a net gain of 7.65 million stones. At that point, Bjorn reminded Misha of her earlier promise to give him everything. Instead of dividing the earnings, he claimed the entire amount. Bound by her word, Misha was left flustered and quietly regretted her decision. Later, Misha asked whether all the aftermath had finally been settled. As they walked through the city, Bjorn reflected that while the labyrinth was harsh, life outside it was not much easier. He noted that he had already taken care of most of the tasks he needed to handle, having retrieved his repaired equipment, purchased consumables, and even visited the auction house, which had clearly pleased Misha. At the same time, Bjorn found himself wondering why Misha continued to stay so close to him. He briefly suspected that she might still resent losing the money, though he ultimately decided it was better for him to manage their funds. In his mind, 7.65 million stones was only a modest amount considering his future plans. He intended to invest in essences, equipment, and most importantly, in strengthening Misha. Now that he considered her his main party member, he studied her thoughtfully, which only made her feel embarrassed. As they walked, onlookers whispered about Bjorn, referring to him as Little Valken. He eventually told Misha that he would be heading off for a while, and she mentioned that she planned to visit her family first. She spoke nervously, saying she would be gone until the next day or possibly the day after, which made Bjorn wonder why she seemed so uneasy about it. Though he felt a slight concern, he chose not to press further and simply wished her luck. Misha claimed she felt a little better, but Bjorn could tell she still seemed troubled. He encouraged her again, then suddenly punched her tail, provoking an angry reaction as she called him a stupid barbarian. Watching her respond like that, he judged that her condition had improved at least somewhat. As she prepared to leave, she promised to return and reminded him not to skip meals. He agreed, though she continued by telling him to eat more vegetables before quickly rushing off. Watching her go, Bjorn noted that she treated him like some kind of savior. At the same time, he couldn't help but think that her behavior was closer to how someone would treat a child, reminding him of how his ex-girlfriend used to act toward him. Later, while riding a wagon, he focused on his next objective, which was helping Misha grow stronger. Upon arriving at the 8th district, he considered that he now had the ability to join a stronger team, but Misha would not be able to keep up in that environment. Because of that, he decided to remain with his current group for now, allowing her time to strengthen her spirit beast contract and obtain an essence. At that moment, a public announcement declared that an execution was about to begin. Hearing the crowd's excited reaction, Bjorn cursed inwardly as he noticed that there were fewer spectators than usual. He looked toward the blood-soaked execution site, where the remains near the chopping block painted a grim picture. Some of the onlookers complained that the condemned man, labeled an evil spirit, looked completely ordinary, which caught Bjorn's attention. He soon recognized the man as Tarakan, while a nearby knight spoke disdainfully about such beings pretending to be human. Bjorn felt a pang of regret, realizing that he had not done more to help Tarakan. He recalled giving him money, and concluded that the man likely never even bought a weapon or entered the labyrinth. At that moment, Tarakan's eyes met Bjorn's within the crowd. The man reacted violently upon recognizing him, and Bjorn questioned whether he had truly been identified. Before anything more could happen, the blade fell, cutting Tarakan off mid-attempt to shout his name. Bjorn turned away from the execution, visibly shaken. Remembering that brief moment when he had handed Tarakan those coins, Bjorn realized that the man's fate could easily have been his own. From that point on, he decided he would no longer help others purely out of pity. As he walked away, a stranger suddenly addressed him as Jandel's son, Bjorn. Annoyed, Bjorn curtly told him to leave, but the blonde man hushed him, claiming they were in similar circumstances. That statement caught Bjorn off guard. The stranger casually began asking whether Bjorn came from the United States, Thailand, Europe, or somewhere else. Bjorn recalled that he had expected to encounter something like this eventually, though he had not anticipated it happening so soon. The blonde man then claimed that he himself was from the United States. Bjorn quickly decided that there was only one way to deal with someone like this, and prepared himself, mentally referring to his approach as the Einar method. Stepping closer, Bjorn loomed over the man in an intimidating manner, causing him to stammer. He demanded that the stranger stop speaking in riddles and speak clearly. The man laughed nervously, saying that Bjorn had almost fooled him and even praising his acting, assuming he had only been in this world for 3 months. Bjorn repeated his demand for straightforward answers, while the man attempted to calm him and urged him not to be so aggressive. The blonde then claimed that Bjorn was here because of something called Gwaim, which immediately triggered a sharp reaction as Bjorn internally cursed him. The man continued speaking, complimenting Bjorn for earning a title in just 3 months and comparing it to his own slower progress, which only made Bjorn more irritated. The stranger added that Bjorn did not need to reveal where he was from, since all of them were outsiders anyway. Bjorn remained silent, listening carefully. The man then began inviting him to join the Gwaim association they had formed, but Bjorn interrupted him with a question. Without hesitation, Bjorn directly asked whether the man was an evil spirit, leaving him momentarily confused. The blonde admitted that he had been speaking indirectly and finally confirmed that he was indeed one. The moment he heard that, Bjorn exploded into action, charging forward with fury. Acting on instinct like a true barbarian, he shouted the vice chief's teaching that any evil spirit he encountered must be killed. The blonde, now terrified as bystanders watched, stammered in fear at Bjorn's sudden intent. Without hesitation, Bjorn swung a powerful punch toward him. That night, at the security agency, a knight approached Bjorn and expressed his gratitude, explaining that his brother had survived the labyrinth because of him. Bjorn asked whether that brother had been part of the Jarwi clan, and the knight clarified that he had only been someone who paid for protection. Hearing that, Bjorn was surprised, realizing that only a handful of those protected individuals had likely made it out alive. Growing hungry and still irritated that he had been unable to kill the supposed evil spirit earlier, Bjorn asked how long he would be required to stay there. The captain hesitated before answering. Not long before that, guards had been shouting at Bjorn to stop, while knights restrained him as he insisted that the blonde man was an evil spirit who had tried something suspicious. The bystanders had been confused by his claim, while the captain explained that the matter was still under investigation. At that moment, a subordinate rushed in urgently, calling for the captain. The knight reported that the suspect possessed a token identifying him as an evil spirit hunter, shocking everyone present, including Bjorn. Later, Bjorn stood by as officials stated that the blonde man was not actually an evil spirit. Bjorn protested angrily, insisting that the man had clearly claimed to be one, and refusing to accept their conclusion. A high-ranking official explained that individuals who achieved rapid success were always subject to investigation, though Bjorn demanded a simpler explanation. The captain let out a nervous breath before clarifying that the authorities had, in fact, suspected Bjorn himself of being an evil spirit. This revelation caught him completely off guard. Outraged, Bjorn demanded to know who had labeled him that way, vowing to crush their skulls. As the captain tried to calm him and the superior struggled to simplify the explanation, Bjorn continued pressing for clarity until they assured him that such a mistake would not happen again. Later, as he walked through the city at night, Bjorn reflected on how much the locals seemed to know about players, far more than he had expected. He remembered how the blonde man had casually asked about Earth, proving that not everyone in this world was ignorant. The man's smiling face and deceptive manner lingered in his mind, along with the fact that he had known about the mysterious term, Gwaim. Bjorn realized he had understood it only because of its unusual pronunciation of the word game. His thoughts drifted to Tarakan's execution, which now seemed almost understandable in such a harsh world. In a city where he had no true allies, the sudden appearance of someone who knew his secrets felt deeply unsettling. The more he considered everything, the more twisted this world appeared to him. Returning to his room, Bjorn noted that at least his dealings with the security agency had ended without further complications. As he stepped inside, he noticed an envelope lying on the floor. Opening it, he found a red pill inside and sat down on his bed, reading the attached letter with growing surprise. The letter explained that it was randomly sent to explorers suspected of being players, and was intended only for those capable of reading it. It warned that anyone who could understand its contents must never reveal to others that they were a player. It further instructed that even if captured by evil spirit hunters, the letter must never be translated. The message then described a hidden community that guaranteed anonymity, stating that swallowing the pill would grant access to it. It added that refusal was acceptable, and that the pill could simply be discarded, ending with a wish for the reader's survival. The name of this community was given as Ghostbusters. A final note mentioned that Raphonia's king is Motherfucker. Elsewhere, the scene shifted to the royal family's secret security agency, where a superior reprimanded an officer for exceeding his orders. He clarified that he had instructed only surveillance on Bjorn, not provocation. The subordinate explained that their agent had underestimated Bjorn due to his mere 3 months of experience. When asked about the outcome, the officer suggested reviewing the recording and activated a crystal device. The orb displayed the earlier encounter, showing Bjorn being approached in the street. As the superior watched, he remarked on how convincingly Bjorn had acted. The projection replayed Bjorn's blunt insistence on straightforward answers and his immediate hostility toward evil spirits. The kneeling officer argued that unlike a true evil spirit, who would have fled, Bjorn had attacked without hesitation, which supported the conclusion that he was not one. The superior ultimately agreed, firmly stating that Bjorn, son of Jandal, was not an evil spirit. He reflected on how Bjorn had earned a title within just 3 months without being one, and considered the possibility that the young man was destined to become a hero. With a faint smile, he concluded that this was a good outcome, as the city was always in need of more heroes. The next morning, Bjorn visited the magic tower, believing the mysterious letter was genuine and intending to investigate it further. Inside a research lab, Raven observed that he must be quite famous to have received something like that. Bjorn questioned her, and she explained that individuals who gained recognition often received such letters, assuring him that it was nothing unusual. She added that if he had come earlier, she could have examined the writing more closely and asked whether he was not curious about the message left by the evil spirits. Bjorn repeated her words, focusing on the term evil spirits, and she clarified that the letter had indeed been sent by one. Pretending ignorance, Bjorn praised her ability to even recognize it as a letter, which pleased her, as she noted that most people would not have noticed. Raven then asked about the pill that had come with the letter, and whether Bjorn understood its purpose. He claimed that he did not, prompting her to explain that it had been crafted by a master mage skilled in psychological and dimensional magic combined with alchemy. According to her, the pill allowed the user to enter a specific spirit realm. Bjorn repeated the unfamiliar term and asked what exactly a spirit realm was. Raven described it as a separate dimension where the physical body remained behind while the consciousness was transported elsewhere. She outlined several key facts, explaining that the pill would summon the user to the spirit realm every 15 days, that evil spirits likely exchanged information there, and that many infiltrators who had attempted to enter had ended up dead. Hearing that, Bjorn was visibly shaken, realizing he would have been in serious danger if he had taken the pill without thinking. Raven firmly warned him never to consume it, reassuring him that it was not poison. This led Bjorn to question who would send something so dangerous. She objected to the idea that mages were poisoners and clarified that the pill itself was harmless. She then explained the more widely accepted theory, which suggested that entities within the spirit realm could distinguish evil spirits from ordinary people. If an intruder was detected, their soul could be severed from their body, making the pill extremely dangerous due to its revealing nature. Bjorn understood that this would place his life in the hands of unknown individuals. Raven further noted that within the spirit realm, everyone appeared in soul form, meaning their real-world identities could not be traced. When Bjorn asked whether magic could track who had taken the pill, she replied that it was impossible, otherwise evil spirits would have already been captured. With that, she returned to her experiments, casually mentioning that the next test would involve drawing his blood. As Bjorn sat under a strange machine and watched her prepare an unsettling device, he reflected on the letter's promise of anonymity within the spirit community. He considered that joining such a place could provide valuable information. At the same time, he wondered whether the spirit realm might even hold a way for him to return to his original world. As Raven cheerfully prepared the equipment, he found himself hesitating, unsure whether taking the pill is truly the right choice. Later, back in his room, Bjorn carefully weighed the risks and benefits, ultimately concluding that taking the pill was likely the best option. He reasoned that if it were truly as deadly as it sounded, such a spirit community would not exist in the first place. Even so, he decided not to take it immediately. He realized that doing so right away would make it easy for the sender to identify him as a new member. If he were the only recent recipient, his identity would become obvious the moment he appeared in the community. Because of this, Bjorn concluded that entering now would expose him unnecessarily. Instead, he decided that if he ever chose to take the pill, it should be after 6 months, when multiple new members would have joined and his identity would be less obvious. Since he was not yet desperate for information, he felt no urgency and chose to wait. 15 days after returning from the labyrinth, the scheduled time for the spirit summoning passed without him taking the pill. Elsewhere, in a high-floor research lab within the tower, a clock struck as another mage prepared to observe the spirit realm. Activating a blue crystal orb, the mage was asked by an unseen superior whether the expected newcomer had appeared. The robed alchemist reported that no such individual had entered the spirit realm. From this, the superior concluded that the chosen candidate was likely not a player after all. When discussing what to do with the remaining invitations, the mage instructed that letters should continue to be sent according to schedule. The hooded figure reflected with quiet disappointment, having held high expectations for this particular individual. In the end, he concluded that the mysterious person he had been searching for had yet to reveal themselves. The scene shifted to the Explorer Guild branch, where Bjorn was officially promoted to a 6th rank explorer. He reflected that he had been spending his days diligently handling necessary tasks such as assignments, which made time pass more quickly. His routine life in the city continued steadily as he took care of himself, maintaining his condition while time moved forward. Although he spent his valuable stones freely, he had no regrets, knowing they had been used on essential improvements. At a weapon shop with Misha, Bjorn purchased an enormous mace along with enchanted armor, leaving her visibly shocked by both the size and the cost. He then acquired magically enchanted pants with a shape-shifting ability, ensuring they would not tear apart when he used gigantification. This purchase embarrassed Misha, who commented on how difficult it must have been to find such an item. In return, Bjorn asked about her new equipment, noting that while it was smaller than average, it was still an improvement over what she had before. Flustered, Misha admitted she was unsure and felt it might be too much for her to handle. Later, at the training facility, a practice dummy lay completely destroyed. Misha trained with her new twin blades, explaining that she was gradually becoming accustomed to them, while also using expensive beast blood to strengthen her spirit beast. Bjorn observed that the beast blood allowed her to infuse her attacks with ice. Misha showed her progress with pride, but Bjorn pointed out that her movements were still clumsy and required more practice, which only frustrated her. At another point, Bjorn upgraded his spirit seal to level 2. He recalled that while the process only took 10 minutes, it compressed the agony of 12 hours from the first level. During the ritual, the shaman had even told him it was acceptable to scream, and Bjorn realized that his high pain tolerance offered no resistance against the seal's effects. A system message confirmed that his mortal seal had reached level 2, granting significant stat boosts, and the shaman expressed surprise that Bjorn had remained conscious throughout. Afterward, the shaman offered to read his fate through a stick-drawing ritual that reminded Bjorn of tarot. He selected a stick from the container, and the shaman examined it carefully, appearing puzzled. The shaman then suddenly asked for Bjorn's birthday, which caught him off guard since, as a barbarian, he did not even know it. After making a light remark about that, the shaman proceeded with the reading. Impatient, Bjorn pressed for the result, and the shaman foretold that he would repeatedly encounter all kinds of events, both good and bad, much like a hero. Later, back in his room, Bjorn dismissed the idea of fate as meaningless and resolved to focus only on what he could control. He committed himself to training so that he could endure whatever challenges lay ahead. The next morning, Misha arrived cheerfully with a basket of breakfast to wake him. Bjorn reaffirmed his determination to prepare himself as thoroughly as possible. When he returned to the shaman, the man expressed surprise, noting that no one had ever reached the stage of receiving a third seal as quickly as Bjorn had. He explained that there were 3 possible paths for the third spirit seal: flames, hard steel, or wilderness. Bjorn immediately recognized these options as identical to those from the game, and chose the spirit of wilderness. The shaman instructed him to brace himself, and after another intensely painful session, Bjorn successfully completed the third spirit seal. A notification confirmed that his immortal seal had reached level 3, granting further increases to his resistances and overall stats. Another message stated that his body had been imbued with the spirit of wilderness, significantly increasing his base threat level and granting him the skill Wild Outburst. Bjorn quickly analyzed its potential, recognizing that it greatly increased his ability to attract monster aggression, while the skill itself could temporarily triple that effect and boost his physical capabilities. Exhausted but satisfied, he concluded that provoking monsters to enhance his strength was an ideal trait for a tank. He also realized that combining this with gigantification would amplify his threat level even further. Pleased with his progress, Bjorn prepared to leave as the exhausted shaman dismissed him. However, before he departed, the shaman admitted that he had withheld part of Bjorn's fate. He warned that Bjorn would attract individuals filled with hatred. If he could resolve their grudges, it would benefit him, but if not, they would eventually bring him harm. Bjorn responded with irritation, insisting that such warnings should be phrased more simply, as something that would make his life easier rather than sounding ominous. With that, the consultation ended, and the shaman fell silent as Bjorn left. Stepping out of the tent, Bjorn reflected that with the level 3 spirit seal complete, only a few final preparations remained. As he moved through the forest, Einar suddenly called out to him while trying to stay hidden, urging him to keep quiet so she would not be discovered. She beckoned him over and excitedly congratulated him on earning the title of Little Valkan, immediately demanding to hear what had happened. Bjorn downplayed the events as he explained, while she listened closely. After hearing his story, she prepared to ask something else, her expression turning slightly mischievous. Once he finished, she seemed relieved to learn that he had joined Hikarad's team, reassured that he would no longer be alone. Bjorn observed that she looked thinner than before, and wondered whether the elder had been feeding her properly. Einar quickly defended herself, claiming she had been condensing her muscles. When Bjorn asked what that meant, she admitted that she did not fully understand it herself but accepted it anyway. Suddenly, a loud voice echoed from the village, angrily calling out Einar's name and demanding to know where she had gone. Startled, she said she had to leave, while Bjorn replied that he also needed to go. Before parting, Bjorn expressed concern about her harsh training, but Einar responded with fiery determination, declaring that she would simply train twice as hard and sacrifice sleep. Her words only increased his worry. As Bjorn began to walk away, Einar called out to him again, making him stop and turn back. She added that she was glad to see he was doing well, her bright smile reflecting genuine happiness for him. Watching her, Bjorn reflected on how much she had changed. When they first met, she had been driven purely by survival instincts, but now she seemed more at ease, likely because she had found companions she could trust. Without a formal farewell, she promised to return as a stronger and more dependable warrior before leaving. Bjorn remained still for a moment, gazing up at the sky in thought. He began to wonder whether he himself had also changed, whether he had become more relaxed without realizing it. Later, at the library, the blue-haired librarian remarked that he had become quite famous. Bjorn was slightly surprised that she initiated the conversation and wondered if she had something important to say. As he considered leaving, he thought that he no longer needed to maintain a close connection with her as a mage, since he had already reached rank 6 and gained a title. Walking away, he reasoned that he already had a mage in his party, even if that person was not affiliated with the magic tower. He continued justifying his thoughts, assuming that since she worked only as a librarian, she was likely in a situation similar to Dwalki and therefore not worth pursuing. However, he quickly realized that this line of thinking was nothing more than rationalization. Bjorn acknowledged that his focus on survival left him with little room to consider the feelings of others. He recognized that he lacked the capacity to care deeply, recalling how this mindset had led him to constantly doubt everyone and analyze their actions coldly. In the past, he had judged people solely based on the benefits they could provide. If someone appeared threatening or unreliable, he would eliminate them first, fearing betrayal. He understood that he had always acted selfishly. Yet, Misha's willingness to sacrifice herself for him continued to linger in his thoughts. That memory made him understand why Aner had commented on his recent change, prompting him to quietly curse under his breath. He realized that he had begun to feel the urge to act in ways that were unnecessarily altruistic, which made him uneasy. It felt as though he was becoming too comfortable in this world. When he questioned how he should deal with this shift, he found no clear answer. He reminded himself that regardless of any changes, he was still a barbarian. Acting on that conclusion, he turned back toward the librarian and bluntly told her to stop staring and say what she wanted. Deciding to follow his instincts and live as a barbarian, he watched as the librarian blushed slightly, before explaining that he had spoken up because her eyes looked like she had something he wanted to say. The following day, Bjorn arrives at a cafe that's completely packed with women, and he can barely force his way through the entrance. The moment he steps inside, he already starts regretting coming here, especially since the overly cute and girly name of the place should have been an obvious warning from the start. Inside, the entire cafe looks like a pink-themed dessert haven, clearly meant for women with a sweet tooth, making him feel completely out of place. While he's still taking in the situation, a woman suddenly waves at him with excessive enthusiasm after realizing he's the client she had been waiting for. She introduces herself as Shavin Emir, a blue-haired woman who turns out to be a friend of Lagna, the one who referred Bjorn to her. Despite dragging someone like Bjorn, a literal barbarian, into such a sugary, feminine environment, Shavin casually asks him what he wants to eat. Bjorn responds with heavy sarcasm, telling her to bring him beer and steak, clearly mocking the setting. Without wasting time, he shifts to the main point and directly asks what she actually needs from him. Shavin is genuinely surprised to hear that Lagna didn't explain anything to him beforehand. Deciding to skip unnecessary conversation, she gets straight to the job. She explains that she needs someone to handle patrol duty in the sewers, where a group of freeloaders who avoid paying taxes have been illegally staying. However, the situation is far from simple. None of the patrol members who were sent there previously ever returned. That's exactly why Bjorn has been called in. According to Lagna, he's the most suitable person for this dangerous task. Bjorn tries to argue that there are plenty of more experienced and qualified explorers who could handle it, but deep down, he suspects this mission is far more dangerous than it sounds, possibly involving something like evil spirit hunters, making it feel way beyond what he should be dealing with. Shavin, acting like a total nerdy otaku, dismisses his concerns and insists that he's perfect for the job simply because he's currently a trending hero on what she basically treats like fantasy Twitter. She looks at him as if his popularity alone makes him the ideal candidate. Then, without any shame, she makes a strange request. She asks him to let her pretend that he's buying the cookies she's about to order, just so she can brag to her friends that he gifted them to her. Bjorn agrees to this instantly, without hesitation. After that, she finally brings up the payment, telling him the job will earn him a solid 200,000 stones, which actually sounds pretty decent. But she adds another point, explaining that working with her organization would also boost his reputation, since they are extremely selective about who they hire. Being associated with them would increase his credibility and help him secure more opportunities in the future. Bjorn quickly dismisses that idea, thinking that no matter how strong his reputation becomes, people still wouldn't be eager to hire a barbarian. Even so, he agrees to take the job without much resistance. After he leaves, Shavin reflects on the interaction and feels that Bjorn truly is as unique as she initially thought. She's pleasantly surprised to realize that talking to him actually made her feel more relaxed. On top of that, the fact that he still doesn't know much about Lagna despite their connection makes him seem even more straightforward and genuine in her eyes. Quietly, she finds herself approving of her friend becoming closer to someone like him. Sometime later, deep underground, Bjorn, now acting like the hero leading the charge, meets up with his party right outside the sewer gate. The moment they gather there, everyone immediately starts complaining about the absolutely unbearable, disgusting smell, even though they all knew exactly what kind of job they had signed up for in the first place. Bjorn doesn't pay any attention to their whining at all. Instead, he forcefully throws the gate open and walks in with an intimidating presence, carrying full main character energy. As he leads the way inside, he warns everyone not to damage their helmets since they're equipped with GoPro cameras meant to record solid evidence. The team itself had been put together the day before. Bjorn first brought in Hikarod, who happily agreed to join without even asking for payment. Then Dwalki joined as well, mostly because doing anything at all sounded better than sitting around reading books all day. Rottmiller came along wanting to test out a newly unlocked skill, while Misha was clearly excited to slice up criminals using her brand new Lich twin blades. Looking at this lineup, Bjorn feels like an absolute genius for assembling a full team without spending anything, and in his mind, Rottmiller stands out as the real MVP thanks to his exceptional navigation skills, which are extremely useful in a place that looks like an endless, confusing maze of filth. As they proceed deeper, Dwalki casts a light spell to illuminate the pitch-dark tunnels, but Hikarod still looks tense, practically clutching his soul as he keeps worrying that some sewer monster might suddenly jump out at them at any moment. Hearing that, Misha asks the sorcerer if there's any known information about monsters in this place. Dwalki explains that mages sometimes dump magical waste into toilets, so there's a chance that some bizarre, chemically mutated creature could have been created down here. That horrifying thought nearly knocks Misha out mentally, but Bjorn casually dismisses it, pointing out that there haven't been any monster sightings reported in the last 2 years. Right then, Rottmiller suddenly comes to a halt. It's not the smell that alerts him since everything already reeks, but rather his instincts, as he senses another presence lurking nearby. Trusting his mimic essence, Bjorn immediately prepares himself for a fight. Almost instantly, Misha spots someone clinging to the wall, trying to hide like a cheap, low-effort ninja. Bjorn reacts without hesitation, grabbing the man and slamming him down so hard that whatever invisibility he had is completely broken. The man immediately starts swearing in panic and pulls out his sword, but before he can do anything, Bjorn grabs his arm and snaps it effortlessly like it's nothing. However, Bjorn stops there, realizing that the man isn't really a threat and is just desperately trying to survive. Looking down at him as he curls up on the ground crying, Bjorn questions him and calmly offers to snap his neck next if that helps him start talking. Terrified, the man breaks down even more and confesses that he's nothing more than a poor tax evader trying to get by. At that moment, Rottmiller notices a tattoo on the man's forehead and points out that it symbolizes a great sin. Hikarod adds that he's seen the same kind of mark before back when he used to work with shady individuals during his blacksmith days. Hearing all this, Bjorn starts considering whether it's worth capturing the man alive since there's a decent bounty of 5,000 stones for that. At the same time, killing him would also be acceptable as long as everything gets recorded properly. After all, in his eyes, anyone hiding in the sewers while dodging taxes probably deserves whatever punishment comes their way. The desperate man then starts begging for a deal, offering to share valuable information in exchange for his life, but that only irritates Bjorn further. Just when things seem to be going nowhere, the man suddenly mentions a name that immediately grabs Bjorn's attention. He claims there's a dangerous woman with a massive bounty roaming around, surrounded by corpses, which strongly suggests some kind of dark, forbidden magic is involved. The moment Bjorn hears this, his instincts flare up, and he realizes it might be none other than the Karui priestess Elisa. His reaction makes it obvious something serious is going on, and Misha quickly asks what they should do next. Bjorn responds firmly, saying they can't allow a violent, bloodthirsty psycho, especially one who might hold a grudge against them to keep moving around freely. He tells the group that their first step is to confirm whether it's really her, but at the same time, everyone is already prepared to jump straight into a fight the moment that confirmation comes through. Their new guide takes them along through the sewers for roughly half an hour, before finally coming to a stop at a concealed passage that does not appear on any maps. Bjorn feels a bit surprised that the man never chose to settle down in this place permanently. The man then explains that he had been constantly moving around because a crazy woman had taken over his previous hideout, and that situation was exactly when they happened to run into him. When they finally arrive at what is supposed to be the hideout, Bjorn observes that there is only a single way in and a single way out. This detail makes him smile, since it means the madwoman will have no possible escape route. Even so, he remains extremely suspicious, so he orders the man to go in first. Just outside the main chamber, the group begins to panic when they notice heaps of lifeless bodies scattered around. Despite this, Bjorn forces his trembling guide to move forward, and the unfortunate man ends up activating a trap. Instantly, a barrage of curses crashes down on both of them. Bjorn quickly shouts at the others to retreat at once, while the drug-addled man is torn apart by a revenant's curse that drains his maximum health each time it strikes, and gives him the sensation that his very soul is being sucked away. Elsewhere, Elisa immediately realizes that her curse has been triggered, and she starts wondering whether the attackers might have come from the temple. Her heart begins pounding rapidly because she has still not managed to locate the entrance to the underground city. Because of that, she turns to the voices inside her head, waiting for them to guide her toward her next sacrifice. At the same time, Bjorn receives a notification informing him that more than 100 revenants have ambushed him. However, due to his resistance to dark effects, he ends up losing only about 1/3 of his maximum health. Holding the drug addict in front of him as a human shield, Bjorn tells Misha Misha that he is somehow still alive, even though she is visibly worried about him. When he looks at the man's hollow corpse, which now has 0 maximum health, Bjorn immediately understands how that curse would have affected him, and he feels genuinely thankful that the expendable vagrant, who had no family, ended up taking the blow instead. Hikarad then notices a nameplate on the man and discovers that he is yet another person named Hans. They proceed into Hans's room, which turns out to be unexpectedly clean and well furnished, far more than one would expect from someone who had described himself as a homeless wreck. Even so, there is no trace of Elisa inside, until Dwalki senses a flow of magic coming from a specific spot on the floor. Bjorn suddenly drops to his knees, confusing everyone in the group, and informs them that he is about to break open a magically protected trapdoor using his thick metal rod. Dwalki questions whether brute force can even work against magical barriers, but Bjorn activates his gigantification ability and states firmly that if something does not break under sheer strength, then it simply means the strength being used is not enough. Everyone looks on in complete disbelief as he smashes the enchanted trapdoor, as if it were nothing more than paper, and afterward he casually throws a bit of humble pie in Dwalki's direction for having doubted him. Rottmiller then picks up Elisa's trail again and remarks that she appears to be alone, which likely makes it safe for them to proceed and check things out. Relying on his newly enhanced sixth sense, Bjorn tells the group that it is time to move. Far beneath them, in the underground city of Noark, a messenger rushes toward the vice captain and reports that the old trapdoor has just been completely destroyed. What makes it even stranger is that it does not seem to be the royal family responsible this time. The vice captain comments that no one has used that route ever since the Karui cult incident, and he orders the messenger to verify whether the temple priests are involved again. He places his trust in Amelia, the red-haired woman, to take care of the situation, while Bjorn and his group step into a section of the labyrinth that looks entirely different from the sewers they were previously navigating. Misha asks whether either Dwalki or Hikarad recognizes this place, or knows what it might be, but both of them admit that they have no idea. Rottmiller then interrupts, saying that Elisa's scent is growing stronger very quickly, which likely means she is heading straight toward them. At the same time, Elisa begins to move faster, filled with fear because she just heard the evil lord's laughter echo inside her head. The last time she heard that sound, things ended badly, and she has no intention of letting that happen again. Believing that her pursuers are agents from the temple, she runs as fast as she can to avoid being caught. When her scent suddenly disappears, Rottmiller suggests that they chase after her before she vanishes again. Right then, Elisa hears Misha's voice echoing in the distance and realizes that this is not a random encounter, it is Bjorn's party. At that moment, she decides that it is finally time to eliminate them all once and for all. The Karui priestess opens what seems like the gates of hell and releases a swarm of wraiths, but Misha cuts through them effortlessly, as if they were butter, thanks to the powerful bonuses from her elemental attack buffs. Not wanting to be left out, Bjorn activates his wild outburst ability to draw the wraiths' attention toward himself and crushes them as easily as if they were nothing more than used tissue paper. Rottmiller and Hikarad provide support from the backline, which leaves Elisa both frustrated and completely bewildered, as she cannot understand how a party she once considered trash tier has become strong enough to overwhelm her so completely. In response, she casts multiple curses, trying to ensure that Bjorn suffers the most painful death imaginable. However, Dwalki steps in at a crucial moment and uses his light magic, effectively canceling out all of her dark spells and giving her no chance to recover. Bjorn nearly smashes the priestess's head in, and then signals to Dwalki to proceed with the next step. The sorcerer looks confused at first, but Bjorn urges him to act quickly as he rushes into close range while Elisa approaches. Thinking she is clever, Elisa makes a last-second move by turning into a spirit, allowing her to evade the physical attack. But Dwalki's materialization spell activates at just the right moment, forcing her back into her physical human form. Bjorn immediately grabs her by the collar and delivers a clearly painful strike with his shield directly to her face, then continues to beat her relentlessly. He hits her with such force that the rest of the group begins to doubt whether he even intends to leave her alive to claim the 3 million reward. After battering her face until it is completely unrecognizable, he ties her up and casually tells the group that they should move on. However, when he turns around, ready to congratulate everyone on a job well done, he realizes that all of his teammates are lying flat on the ground, unconscious. At that moment, a system notification appears, informing him that he has been poisoned with basilisk venom. Fortunately, his resistance to poison allows him to remain conscious and continue moving. As a familiar red-haired figure comes into view, Bjorn experiences a flash of PTSD, as he had just been thinking that everything was going a little too smoothly. Amelia appears impressed that he is still able to move despite being poisoned, and comments that her favorite barbarian has grown significantly stronger. Seeing his entire party lying on the ground, she asks whether he is refusing to flee because of them. Bjorn, however, feels frozen in place by her unsettling aura and assumes that she is targeting him now that he has gained some recognition and she has heard about him wandering through the sewers. He calls her out as a liar, reminding her that she once promised to let him go, and demands to know why she is here. His question clearly irritates her, and she responds sharply that he is the one who intruded first, asking how he managed to find the secret entrance. Bjorn, responding in his usual blunt and primitive manner, asks what she is even talking about, which confuses her enough to make her wonder whether he somehow opened the door by accident. He then explains that he simply smashed the magical door with his mace like a caveman until it broke, leaving her stunned. She then asks why he would even do such a thing, and he honestly replies that he was only after the priestess. Amelia quickly pieces everything together, but when Bjorn suggests that he will leave peacefully, she makes it clear that she cannot allow him to walk away now that he knows about the secret entrance. He once again offers a pinky promise in an innocent manner, but she tells him that this situation is different. Realizing what that means, Bjorn removes his armor and begins explaining that there are two best ways to make someone extremely angry. He starts by saying that the first way is to stop in the middle of a sentence, and just as she waits patiently for him to reveal the second reason, he abruptly cuts himself off and hurls his mace straight at her face. As expected, Amelia easily dodges the weapon, but Bjorn immediately follows up with another attack, throwing his entire suit of armor like a forbidden version of Captain America's shield throw. She avoids that as well, just as he anticipated, but he then lunges forward and attempts to stomp on her flexible body, only for her to evade once again because the move is far too predictable. Then he finally makes his real move. Bjorn activates his gigantification ability, which causes his thick, muscular barbarian arms to extend much farther than anyone would expect, completely catching her off guard. With his fist lifted high like a massive wrecking ball, fully prepared to bring it down on her with crushing force, he shouts that the fight is over and slams his punch straight into her face, delivering it with a level of brutal equality that even Kazuma Sato would approve of. Just as he prepares to swing again, she suddenly surprises him by charging energy into her dagger. He immediately assumes that she is about to cut off her own arm in order to escape from his grip. Reacting instantly, Bjorn uses his flesh explosion ability right in front of her, blasting her with a shocking spray of acidic blood directly to the face, leaving Amelia momentarily speechless as she takes the full force of what could only be described as Bjorn's signature move. Despite enduring such a savage attack, the woman still somehow manages to counter. Realizing this, Bjorn decides to escalate things and prove his dominance. He delivers a powerful kick with his legs, which are as thick as logs, striking her hard in the ribs. As he watches her stagger and fade in and out of awareness while coughing up blood, he begins to feel that fortune might finally be turning in his favor. However, that sense of hope vanishes instantly the moment he hears her voice coming from behind him. At that point, the system casually informs him that she has just used an ability called auto-reproduction to create a clone of herself, leaving him completely stunned. Without warning, she suddenly rushes in and delivers a perfectly executed strike to his back, almost like a textbook Asura-style kick, while mockingly commenting that he should be fine if the rumors about him possessing vampire essence are true. The impact is so powerful that he cannot even properly curse before his head is cleanly knocked off his body. The only reason he is not completely dead is because his heart somehow remains intact. Even with such severe damage, the regenerative effects of his vampire essence activate at full power, rapidly restoring his body. Amelia looks genuinely impressed by how quickly he recovers, especially after she uses just a single potion. Bjorn suddenly springs back up, appearing confused and slightly irritated, and questions why she did not finish him off when she had the opportunity. She sighs and remarks that he is still as foolish as ever, pointing out that he chose to ambush her as his method of survival, even though she was clearly willing to talk. He refuses to accept that explanation and argues that he had no other option because she was giving off an unmistakable "I'm about to silence you" kind of vibe. This only irritates her further, and she reminds him that she had literally allowed him to walk away freely the last time they met. When he brings up the fact that she previously said she could not let him leave, she rolls her eyes and clarifies that she only meant she would need to question him first, not kill him. He then asks what she actually wants from him, but Amelia calmly tells him to relax, as she notices his hand subtly moving toward his mace. Bjorn pretends that he was not about to go into full caveman mode again, but she clearly understands that he is simply being cautious in case she suddenly changes her attitude. At that moment, he drops his usual line about how the best defense is a good offense. She laughs it off and pulls out a small object, explaining that it is a blessing capable of erasing the user's memories from the past hour. Naturally, Bjorn questions why she did not use such an item during their first encounter, but she explains that it is extremely expensive. He raises an eyebrow and casually asks why she would waste something so valuable on him instead of killing his unconscious party members and profiting from selling their belongings. That comment clearly strikes a nerve, and Amelia looks genuinely offended that he would think of her as that kind of person. Without saying anything further, she grabs his hand and forces the substance into his mouth, making him swallow it, and explains that it should be safe and free of side effects. She then tells him to go to sleep if he values his life, just as he begins to lose consciousness, and right before everything goes dark, when he eventually regains awareness, the system informs him that the blessing's effect has failed because it does not work on his soul, most likely because he is a player. The following day, At the administrative agency, Chauvin verifies the nameplate of Hans, the killer whose evidence Bjorn has brought in, and hands him a large pouch filled with coins as his reward. Bjorn is surprised that she does not charge him for any damages, but she explains that the higher authorities decided not to penalize him because his situation was considered extremely unusual, and he had nearly lost his life. Bjorn recalls that by the time he woke up, his own equipment was still intact, although his headlight and camera had been destroyed. Just as Amelia had said, none of the others retained any memory of what had happened after they reached Hans's hideout. This makes him wonder why his own memories remain perfectly clear, while Misha and Dwalki are completely confused, especially since they only remember Elisa mysteriously dying. Eventually, Rottmiller comes up with a surprisingly clever theory, suggesting that they must have been involved in a fight and that Bjorn's mace likely caused the severe damage to Elisa's face. He also theorizes that she probably used a curse to erase their memories. Dwalki finds this explanation believable, and Hikarad seems perfectly content with the situation, since they managed to survive while she ended up dead and they still received the reward money. When they step outside, they encounter Chauvin and Hikarad, who mention that they were considering coming in to check on him because he had taken too long. Bjorn privately doubts that the scholarly librarian and the studious woman would have been much help anyway, but he does notice that Hikarad appears to be quite wealthy, judging by her high-quality equipment. Chauvin teases Hikarad for being so concerned about Bjorn, clearly enjoying the moment. Later on, Bjorn meets a paladin who confirms that the witch they dealt with really was Elisa and assures him that their order will not forget his assistance. With that confirmation, Bjorn officially secures the bounty. The news further boosts his reputation, and now the women working at the agency cannot stop talking about him, gossiping about how he can grow incredibly large during battles, and making equally suggestive comments about him outside of combat. Hearing them whisper shamelessly right in front of him irritates him, as it makes him feel like some kind of exhibit in a zoo. Chauvin suddenly slams the table and scolds the overly enthusiastic women, ordering them to leave before she reports them for harassment. After things calm down, Bjorn tells her that he needs to meet up with his companions. Chauvin casually suggests that he should visit the library sometime, mentioning that Hikarad has apparently been preparing something special for him. He agrees, deciding that he will check it out later. When he arrives at the bar, he finds Hikarad laughing wildly, Misha nearly collapsing from laughter, and Dwalki completely passed out as if he had drunk an entire barrel of alcohol. As soon as they notice Bjorn, Hikarad greets him dramatically, while his greedy eyes remain fixed on the money Bjorn is carrying. It turns out that the bounty on Elisa was an enormous 10 million stones, so even after dividing it equally among 5 people, each of them still receives 2 million stones. While Bjorn had endured severe injuries, losing his hand, and even having his head knocked off to earn that money, the others treat it as if they simply hit the jackpot, having no idea what he actually went through. Suddenly, Misha pulls Bjorn aside, as if to share something extremely important, and quietly tells him that her father wants him to come visit their home. However, this moment is interrupted by a troublesome blonde man named Hans, who begins to bother them. Bjorn immediately tells him to go away. At that moment, 2 knights enter the tavern, and everyone wonders why the Mauslan, an elite group similar to an investigative force that only nobles can join, would be there. The knights walk directly toward Bjorn's table, making him genuinely think that he is about to be arrested for something trivial. Instead, one of them approaches the unconscious Dwalki and casually lifts him by the collar as if he were nothing more than a small animal, leaving both Bjorn and Misha confused as they watch. 3 hours later, the entire group is standing outside the city gates, waiting while Dwalki is being questioned. Hikarad looks extremely uneasy and wonders whether the poor man is being tortured, but eventually Dwalki emerges, appearing completely drained and lifeless, like a mindless zombie. Back at the tavern, Dwalki reveals that he has to leave the party because Baron Martin is actually his older brother. Bjorn is completely bewildered by this revelation, as Dwalki never gave any indication of being connected to nobility. Dwalki then explains that he is technically of noble blood, since his father was a baron, but he was born as an illegitimate child from a relationship with a maid. Because of this, he was considered a stain on the family name, and the baron's wife arranged for one of her own brothers to adopt him immediately after his birth. Despite that, Dwalki says that his life with his mother was still good. However, Hikarad asks what any of this has to do with him leaving now. Dwalki explains that his father has recently died, and the title has passed to the second son. When Rottmiller points out that it is strange for the eldest son not to inherit, Dwalki clarifies that this is exactly the problem. The new baron is ruthless and has eliminated his own brother along with any potential threats within the extended family, in a manner similar to organized crime. Because of this situation, the sudden visit from the Mauslan was likely meant as a warning to keep Dwalki out of public attention. Frustrated, Dwalki says that he had only just begun to enjoy his life, but now, due to the growing fame of their group, he has to disappear again. Bjorn asks him if he is seriously quitting simply because his older brother demands it, and Dwalki reluctantly admits that he is. Instead of accusing him of a serious offense, The Moslin have imposed a ban that prevents him from entering the labyrinth. This creates a major problem for Bjorn, as he now has only 9 days left to find a replacement mage for the team. That night, they all take the time to say their goodbyes. When Misha hears that Bjorn is planning to head to the library, she asks if she can come along because she is feeling bored, but he tells her that instead of wasting time, she should go and train. Later, inside the library, Bjorn formally introduces himself to Hikarod. When she asks why he has come to read so close to closing time, he politely but very directly asks her to quit her job and join his dungeon party. She immediately rejects the offer. Seeing her react with a slightly smug attitude, he switches tactics and remarks that it is a shame she is too weak to be of any real use. He continues to tease her, saying there is no reason for her to feel embarrassed about being weak. Hikarod quickly responds that she never claimed to be weak, and Bjorn assumes that means she must have some level of skill. Instead of continuing that line of conversation, she changes the topic and asks if he has really been curious about this all along. Bjorn pretends not to understand, and says that he cannot change her mind anyway. He then mentions that Shavan told him she had something for him, but Hikarod looks confused, and questions whether that is actually how it was said. She explains that Shavan wanted to thank him for helping her, but instead passed the responsibility of returning the favor onto Hikarod, behaving somewhat like a temperamental queen. When Bjorn asks what she intends to give him, she replies that it is books, which immediately excites him. The permission she grants allows him access to restricted, high-security books that are normally reserved only for nobles. He asks whether that is truly allowed, and she assures him that it is fine as long as he keeps quiet about it. She also mentions that hardly anyone pays attention to this place anyway, which makes Bjorn start wondering about her situation. Soon after, Bjorn immerses himself completely, entering a full nerd mode as he begins reading through the restricted materials, discovering that they are filled with extremely useful information. However, since he arrived so close to closing time, he knows he will not be able to read everything. Hikarod scolds him for staying so late, but still permits him to continue reading. He goes through a text detailing Raftonia's organizational structure for public facilities, which reveals several interesting details about various agencies. Another book describes how a secret police agent barely survived a journey into the world of evil spirits and returned in a half-dead state. The Rupture book, due to limited space, documents only 4 cases. As Bjorn reads, the content feels like a perfect wiki-style guide, aligning closely with everything he learned during his 9 years of experience playing the game. What truly shocks him, however, is the name of the author Oriel Gabus, who is also listed as the developer of Dungeon & Stone. This realization immediately raises serious questions in his mind, making him wonder whether the book was written by another player or by the actual developer. If it is the latter, then it would mean that everything happening is intentional and far more complex than he initially believed. Bjorn begins to consider the possibility that the developer might be some kind of divine entity, and he feels fortunate to have discovered such an important clue. At the same time, it reminds him how little he actually understands about his current situation. He starts to think that the Abyss Gate might be the key to returning home, and he considers that tracking down information about the author could potentially help him achieve that goal in the future. For now, he debates whether he should start asking around. He goes back through the book carefully, checking if he missed any details, becoming increasingly tense as he does so. Before he realizes it, morning arrives, and he notices that Hikarod has fallen asleep in her chair. He wakes her up and asks why she stayed there quietly all night. She replies that she did not stay because of him, and that she was simply tired from organizing books, which makes him suspect that she might be a bit strange. She denies that idea, and he simply nods while staring at her, prompting her to ask why he has not left yet. This interaction leads Bjorn to think that she might not be so bad after all. A few hours later, Bjorn knocks on Raven's door. She opens it while still half asleep and asks what he is doing there. He tries to recruit her again, but she immediately slams the door in his face. Bjorn then calls out that he has a task for her, and she reluctantly opens the door again after noticing that he is holding a torn piece of paper from the book, asking her to identify where it was made. She lets him inside, but makes it clear that her help will not come for free. Before anything else, she questions him about the relic he used on the vampire, and asks where he obtained it. He tells her that he broke a statue, which makes her suspicious. She demands to know how he knew about it, but Bjorn claims that he simply broke it out of boredom, and never read anything about it beforehand. She continues pressing him, asking how he figured out how to use it, and he insists that it was purely instinct. She asks him to swear that he is telling the truth, but eventually sighs in disappointment, thinking she might have finally gotten access to the Rupture book. For a moment, Bjorn considers telling her that the book is in the library, but before he says anything, she changes the subject. She agrees to help him, but only on the condition that he assists her seniors with their research. She promises to give him the results the following week and warns him not to show up unannounced again. Bjorn agrees to her terms. Later on, during a team meeting, Misha suddenly bursts into dramatic tears while complaining that Bjorn had not come home. He calmly tells her that he was at the library reading books, which immediately makes her suspicious. She narrows her eyes and asks him if he is absolutely sure about that, causing him to feel a bit uneasy and start sweating slightly. Trying to avoid the situation, he quickly changes the subject and asks what she had wanted to tell him the previous day, which makes her panic. Before she can respond, the rest of the team arrives, unintentionally saving her from the awkward moment, while Bjorn quietly takes note of her strange behavior and starts by addressing Bjorn, who straightforwardly suggests that they should find a new mage. The dwarf reacts angrily to this idea, but Dwalki stops him and agrees with Bjorn. Hikarad starts going on a long rant about needing to think things through carefully, but Bjorn cuts him off and tells him to get to the point. Hikarad then explains that they should try speaking to the Baron, who frequently visits a nearby tea house and is expected to arrive soon. The dwarf becomes overly dramatic, insisting that if they miss this opportunity, they might have to wait an entire month, and he even gives a pleading expression. Bjorn grumbles, but ultimately agrees to go along with the plan. After some time, the Baron arrives at the tea house, and Dwalki recognizes him as his second brother. Misha nudges Dwalki, encouraging him to go and speak with him. Dwalki approaches nervously and requests an audience, while the bald butler informs the Baron that he is the son of Lady Carolina. The Baron asks what business he has, but Dwalki becomes so nervous that he can barely speak, forcing Bjorn to step in and apologize for the awkward situation. The Baron seems intrigued by the fact that a barbarian is addressing him and remarks that it has been a long time since he last encountered one. Bjorn then explains their situation and requests that Dwalki's ban be lifted. However, the Baron coldly responds by asking why that should concern him at all. Bjorn notices a hint of confusion on the Baron's face as the butler explains that Dwalki is an illegitimate child. Upon hearing this, the Baron dismisses the matter as a waste of time, which causes Dwalki to lose all color in his face. Bjorn tries to persuade him again, but the Baron remains unmoved until the butler quietly whispers something to him. At that moment, the Baron suddenly freezes, realizing that Bjorn is actually little Valkan. His attitude immediately changes, and he praises the butler for recognizing him. Showing off his golden rings, he agrees to lift the ban, but only on the condition that Bjorn does him a favor. In return, he wants Bjorn to attend a banquet in 2 months. He even jokingly asks Bjorn to perform circus tricks, which irritates him, but then offers a payment of 1 million stones. Bjorn pauses for a moment, then smiles and agrees, saying that he will gladly do it for the sake of his team, and definitely not because of the 1,000,000 stones. The next day, the group quickly goes to check on Dwalki, who still appears completely exhausted. He explains that although he has been allowed back into the labyrinth, the entire process felt suspiciously easy. Bjorn assumes that this is due to the Baron's overwhelming influence, and quietly hopes that he might reach such a level of power himself someday. Hikarad then distributes the promised reward, but none of the others accept it out of embarrassment. He thanks Bjorn for setting aside his pride as a warrior, but Bjorn simply thinks that it would have been foolish to turn down 1,000,000 stones. The dwarf becomes emotional and vows that he will never forget this, and will repay Bjorn one day, but Bjorn brushes it off casually. Dwalki also makes a heartfelt promise, which slightly embarrasses Bjorn, while Misha laughs and teases him about it. On the day when the labyrinth opens, Bjorn leads a group of inexperienced barbarian recruits toward the portal, and they chant his name as if he were some kind of heroic figure. He gives them advice, telling them that if they follow his guidance, they will grow into strong warriors. They all agree enthusiastically and thank him for his help before heading off. The barbarians continue praising him, while Hikarad jokes that he is surprisingly kind. Bjorn shrugs it off and simply says that this approach is better than learning everything through trial and error. As he narrows his eyes, he recalls what Carrick once said about how most of their original group had died and only a few had survived. Bjorn cannot help but think that things might have turned out differently if they had received proper training. Meanwhile, Misha asks Rotmiller why he is not carrying a weapon, and he explains that he has stored it in a pocket dimension. With that, the group finally sets off. Bjorn reflects on how terrible his previous attempts in the labyrinth had been, and now that this is already his 4th run, he prepares himself for whatever challenges lie ahead. Thanks to a fortunate starting point, they manage to clear the 1st and 2nd floors quickly, hunting everything they encounter and reaching the next portal within 4 days. By the 8th day, they cut their way through the Witch Forest and arrive at the Sky Towers located on the 4th floor. The area is filled with monsters everywhere, including 6th-rank creatures along with a few rare, exclusive ones. Without hesitating at all, Bjorn rushes straight into the fight, seeing the place as a perfect opportunity to farm experience, and quickly wipes out the monsters. After spending some time hunting, they managed to earn nearly 4 million crystals in profit. While that amount is decent, it still is not enough to truly impress the group. Hikarad jokingly comments that perhaps Bjorn's curse has finally been lifted. Bjorn looks at his share of the earnings and realizes that it is actually less than what he made during his first run, which leads him to start understanding why plunderers even exist in the first place. Over the next 30 days, he spends his time reading and also gets pulled into Raven's experiments. During this period, he discovers that the Rupture Book was written 150 years ago, which coincides with the beginning of the game's timeline, as well as the death of the founding king. This realization makes it clear that many major events started happening all at once during that time. Bjorn becomes desperate to learn what exactly happened back then, but since he cannot find any answers, he decides that his only choice is to return to the labyrinth. Sometime later, when the labyrinth opens again, their profits end up being about the same as before, leaving the entire group feeling disappointed. Back in his room, Bjorn tries to reassure himself not to stress, and tells himself that things are going well, But almost immediately, he snaps out of that mindset and questions where such lazy thinking came from. He realizes that whenever things seem calm, something terrible usually follows, and he is very familiar with that pattern. Slapping his forehead, he resolves to become stronger. Anyone observing him at that moment might think he has lost his sanity, but even if he appears crazy, at least he believes he will survive. The next morning, Misha serves him food and asks if something is wrong, mentioning that he once again has that intense, almost violent look in his eyes. Bjorn realizes that he has been somewhat distant toward her lately, and although being idle frustrates him, he understands that he should not take that frustration out on others. Suddenly, Misha leans closer and asks if he wants to touch her eyes, which nearly causes him to choke on his food. She explains that this used to calm her brothers down when they were children. Bjorn's mind struggles to process this, as he wonders what kind of environment she grew up in, but he assumes that she is simply trying to be kind and does not realize how strange it sounds. He tells her not to say things like that, as others might misunderstand, which catches her off guard. He thinks to himself that if he did not already know that Misha prefers skinny men, he might have taken her words far too seriously. Misha responds by saying that he is not like most people, though she appears slightly sad. She then quickly changes the topic and offers him more meat. After that, Bjorn heads to the library and speaks with Lagna. He is about to say something, but notices her expression and tells her to go ahead and ask whatever is on her mind. She hesitates briefly before warning him that something serious may happen soon. She explains that there is a possibility of a dimensional collapse occurring inside the labyrinth, which would be far more dangerous than even a floor lord. At that moment, Bjorn realizes that this could explain why everything has been unusually peaceful lately. However, he still looks doubtful. To support her claim, Lagna adds that the warning came from a mage at the Terrapani school who specializes in studying such collapses. Bjorn thanks her and immediately begins walking away, which surprises her. She asks why he is leaving so suddenly, but he simply waves and continues on his way, now that he feels he has a new objective. At first, he questions whether this mage even exists, but soon rumors about the collapse begin spreading everywhere, and even Misha mentions it. As people throughout the town start whispering about the possibility, Bjorn becomes suspicious that someone might be deliberately spreading this information. He feels frustrated, wishing he had access to better sources of information, but being a barbarian makes that difficult. Eventually, he finds himself holding a pill that he had originally planned to use at a later time. Deciding that using it now should be fine, even if it is 2 months earlier than intended, he swallows it. As midnight arrives, the system acknowledges his presence, and his soul begins transferring to another realm. When he wakes up, he finds himself in an unfamiliar location, but now he has returned to his original body. Meanwhile, in the real world, the police are investigating the disappearance of a man named Hans. They are focusing on leads connected to his workplace and his family, although his mother appears completely indifferent to the situation. A senior officer questions why the case has been assigned to them, and his partner explains that surveillance footage shows Hans entering his room but never leaving, with all the windows still locked. As the senior officer reviews the case file, he remarks that something about the situation feels very wrong. There is no evidence of a break-in, and there has been no use of his identification card over the past month. Even the clothes he was wearing were found, as if his body had simply vanished while still inside them. This leads the officer to suspect that the case might involve a particularly unusual serial killer. He asks whether the scene has been left untouched and instructs his partner to contact the National Forensic Service. Before doing that, however, his partner shows him something unusual. The monitor in Bjorn's room is still powered on, despite not being plugged in. This detail immediately raises serious concerns, and both of them find it unsettling. Displayed on the screen are Bjorn's in-game achievements. The senior officer stares at it in disbelief, unable to understand what is happening, while his partner adds that there have been similar cases reported in other countries as well. Back in Bjorn's real world, he finds himself lost in deep thought, reflecting on the fact that it has already been 5 months since his arrival, during which he has carried out actions so extreme and unimaginable that they were solely for the sake of survival. As these memories weigh on him, he begins to question whether any trace of his humanity still remains within him. While contemplating this, his attention shifts to his old computer, which now appears within the spirit realm, and he notices that it is prompting him to enter a password. Without overthinking, he types in the only phrase that comes to mind, the one written on the note claiming that Raftonia's king is a motherfucker. The instant the password is accepted, the entire surrounding environment begins to transform. Once the change settles, Bjorn's eyes widen in disbelief as he realizes that he is now standing inside his old room. Wasting no time at all, he rushes over to the mini fridge, and just as he hoped, it is filled with cans of Coke. He quickly grabs one and starts chugging it down, but almost immediately, he notices something strange. The drink has no flavor whatsoever, and it doesn't even have any fizz. Just then, the moment is interrupted by the sound of a doorbell, followed by a voice from outside asking for permission to enter. A woman walks in and explains to him that the room he is seeing is merely a manifestation of his own thoughts. However, due to the strength of his mental defenses, she herself can only perceive it as smoke rather than a clear space. She further mentions mentions that the password he entered was not actually valid, which is why she had to come and check the situation personally. Introducing herself, she tells him that she is the Soul Queen, someone who acts as a guide for players within this realm. As Bjorn processes this, his thoughts drift toward the suit he is currently wearing, and he realizes that it originally came from his ex. Before he can dwell on it further, the woman interrupts again, informing him that he is now officially recognized as a member. He deduces that she must have alternative ways to verify his identity, and she confirms this by stating that she is no longer capable of separating souls from their bodies, meaning he is not in any danger from her. She then proceeds to teach him how to navigate and use the forums, instructing him to create a username. However, when he attempts to do so, he receives an error message indicating that the name he chose is already taken. Thinking quickly, he slightly alters the spelling, and unexpectedly, the Soul Queen suddenly asks if he is a big fan of that particular person, catching him completely off guard. Without offering any further explanation, she simply leaves, telling him that if he needs help, he should submit a request. Exploring the community turns out to be fairly straightforward, so he decides to join a random chat room to familiarize himself with the system. The moment he does, he is instantly transported to a setting resembling a campfire, where the other users greet him in a friendly manner. The leader of the room introduces himself and asks Bjorn where he is from, to which he replies, Korea. The man then apologizes for the plain setup, explaining that they did not have enough points to decorate the space properly. After that, he tells Bjorn to reveal his nickname, which initially leaves him confused until the explanation makes it clear. Once he understands, Bjorn reveals his chosen username, Elf Nuna. The entire room suddenly falls silent, and then it erupts into chaos as everyone begins fangirling in excitement. They are shocked that Elf Nuna is actually present. One person remarks that they had always suspected Elf was Korean, while another questions whether it is truly him. In reality, Elf Nuna is a highly dedicated professional gamer who had uploaded a detailed stat breakdown 3 years into the game, and he now realizes that the post must have gone viral without him ever noticing. At that moment, the earlier comment made by the Soul Queen begins to make more sense. Feeling a bit panicked, he quickly claims that he is only a fan, and points out the extra letter in his username as proof. The others immediately lose their excitement and deflate in disappointment, and Hanzu can instantly feel the impact of his lie. Following this, the other players completely ignore him, effectively ghosting him. However, after a short while, a random guy approaches him and asks how long he has been playing the game. Deciding that telling the truth could be risky, Hansu responds that he has been in the game for about a year. The man comments that he must have received his letter quite late, as most players tend to get theirs early. He also adds that Hansu must have been a convincing actor, and then mentions that in the real world, only around 70 days have passed. This statement completely catches Hansu off guard. The man then explains that time flows at a ratio of 1 to 5, meaning that for the 3 months Hansu has experienced in the game, only about a month has actually passed in reality. Curious, Hansu asks how one can return to the real world, but the man referred to as Pink Guy admits that he has no idea. Hansu then asks about the first player, and Pink Guy replies that there is someone who has been in the game for over 20 years, dating back to when the community first formed. Hearing this leaves Hansu utterly stunned, as he reflects on how even clearing the game within 5 years would already be considered an incredible achievement, something he himself would have respected. However, this realization also crushes his pride as a gamer, since it means that others had already reached the Gate of Abyss long before he ever did. Before he can continue thinking about it, Pink Guy suddenly asks him what difficulty he had played on. The question completely throws him off, and Pink Guy continues pressing, asking which remake difficulty he had managed to clear. Hansu remains completely confused, having no idea what he is referring to, but Pink Guy then clarifies that Koreans might recognize it by another name, Cheat Mode, which had been uploaded 5 years earlier. Pink Guy proudly boasts that he managed to clear the game at a difficulty that was 50 times easier, a statement that makes Hansu's mind feel like it's about to collapse under the shock. In that particular version of the game, there had been numerous adjustments, including changes to level structures, drop rates, and even the essences themselves. He once again asks what difficulty Hansu had used, and R can barely bring himself to answer 50. Pink Guy chuckles and remarks that even that level was still considered difficult, but goes on to explain that the top player managed to beat the game at a difficulty of 15 times, while the average player usually cleared it at around 60. Meanwhile, back in the real world, the chief asks his secretary whether they were able to secure the computer. She confirms that not only did they successfully obtain it, but she also wiped out every trace of its existence from memory. The chief then inquires about the man associated with it. She reports that he is fairly average in all aspects, except when it comes to gaming. The chief finds it remarkable that someone like him was able to overcome Oriel Gabus's legacy. She adds that the game itself had incredible world building, but its servers had been shut down 5 years ago because no one was able to clear it. The old man responds that he does not consider it a failure, since their boy actually managed to beat it, and now he is curious about just how far someone like him can go. Back on his side, Hansu realizes that his conversation with Pink Guy turned out to be far more helpful than he initially expected. He recalls how Pink Guy had asked him what food he missed the most, and Hansu had answered immediately that it was hot soup with rice, describing it as the most efficient meal he had ever prepared. Thinking about it again, he recognizes that Pink Guy had genuinely helped ease some of his stress. Now, as he stares at the screen, he begins to wonder whether this space will automatically close once the allotted time runs out. However, he remembers Pink Guy mentioning that the duration had been reduced from 12 hours to 7 hours. With that in mind, he decides to look into anything related to the dimensional collapse and opens the trade market. Right away, he notices numerous players offering information in exchange for money. Without wasting any time, he filters the listings to show only the highest paying requests and concludes that this is likely the most efficient method to earn a fortune. Armed with years of intense gaming experience, he begins generating money at an incredible rate, almost like a human cash machine, as he understands the game far better than most players and uses that knowledge to his advantage. The moment he posts his own request, a seller appears who has the exact same name as him. This imitation, resembling a knockoff version of Picasso, asks whether he is looking for information about the mage and the school. Han-Soo had intentionally phrased his request in that manner. Believing that asking directly about the collapse would lead many people to lie, he calmly takes a seat and confirms that he wants to know the true intentions of the mage. Picasso immediately realizes that what Han-Soo is actually seeking is information about the collapse, and when Han-Soo asks whether the circulating rumors are true, the man denies them. Han-Soo then asks for the source of this information, but the man responds that it involves individuals in higher positions of authority. In response, Han-Soo offers even more money, which works instantly. The man then explains that the Tarotane school specializes in dimensional magic, and that the headmaster is planning to conduct an experiment involving the labyrinth. He claims that the experiment itself is not dangerous, but it requires a reduced number of people inside the labyrinth, which is why the school spread false rumors to keep explorers away. Han-Soo questions whether it is really okay for him to be revealing all of this, but the man casually dismisses the concern, stating that he is only interested in making money. He further adds that the royal family will soon intervene to shut down these rumors, since having fewer explorers would result in fewer magic stones being collected. Satisfied with the explanation, Han-Soo offers to complete the payment. However, the man waves off the additional charges, saying that he had been too harsh on a fellow fan. This makes Han-Soo realize that this individual is so well established that money no longer matters to him, which explains how he has access to such detailed information. At that moment, Han-Soo firmly concludes that the difficulty level at which someone cleared the game no longer matters. This world is no longer just a game, it is reality, governed by harsh rules where only the strongest survive, and at present, he is nothing more than a beginner. Even so, he smiles, despite knowing that there is still a long journey ahead. As a sense of excitement begins to rise within him, he thinks back to all the information he sold to other players and the years it took them to reach their current level. The thrill is undeniable, and not once does the idea of falling behind cross his mind. Meanwhile, in the real world, the chief stares at Han-Soo's achievements in sheer disbelief and bluntly declares that the kid is completely insane. He points out that Han-Soo is among the extremely rare individuals who managed to reach the second floor on his very first attempt, despite being given absolutely terrible conditions to work with. The numbers in his stats don't add up at all for someone who has only been playing for 3 months. The secretary suggests that perhaps it was simply luck, but the old man immediately dismisses that idea, arguing that if it were luck, there would be many more cases like this. Instead, he insists that this is an anomaly that goes far beyond normal patterns, one of those rare instances where something seemingly impossible becomes reality. He recalls the moment when Bjorn dragged himself across 15 kilometers and still managed to defeat a vampire despite being at 0 health. As he looks deeper, he notices that Bjorn's growth rate is so absurdly high that even the system moderator took notice of it. This reminds him of the time when everyone used to call the game a failure, yet the developer remained firm and said something unusual, that even if just one person cleared the game properly and was sent through, it would be enough to shift the balance. Back in the other world, Bjorn slowly opens his eyes. In real time, only 13 seconds have passed, yet he realizes that during that brief window, he was completely defenseless. Even so, he concludes that the Ghostbusters exceeded expectations and proved to be a reliable source of information. Feeling completely drained, he decides to go to sleep and deal with the Baron the next day. By the following afternoon, he is marching through the town dressed in full barbarian gear, all the while wondering that if this isn't actually a dimensional collapse, then what exactly is going to happen? He decides that for now, he will just speed run through the day, although he can't help but think that the parade looks utterly ridiculous. At that moment, the bald man stops him and tells him to act properly in front of the crowd, prompting Bjorn to mutter under his breath that maybe they shouldn't have hired a barbarian in the first place. He ends up walking more than 6 kilometers under the scorching summer heat, all while enduring the bald man's non-stop nagging. Despite this, the Baron appears delighted and remarks that he has never received this level of attention before, promising Bjorn a generous reward. He tells Bjorn to enjoy the banquet before leaving to meet the Count. Meanwhile, the guests glance suspiciously at the barbarian and whisper among themselves, questioning whether it is even safe to leave someone like him unattended. Bjorn begins to feel a bit uneasy until a man in uniform approaches him, praises him for his work, and tells him to relax until the Baron returns. Bjorn asks why the man is not mingling with the nobles, and he replies that he used to be an explorer, which makes him unwelcome in their circles. When Bjorn asks his name, the man introduces himself as Karl, and Bjorn quickly finds himself liking him, noting that he has none of the arrogance typically seen in others. He even thinks that the butler could learn something from Karl, but almost immediately, the bald man shows up again and starts scolding them for sitting down. Karl shuts him down and explains that he was the one who told Bjorn to rest, yet the bald nuisance refuses to back off and orders Bjorn to stand up. Concerned about how this might look to others, Bjorn tries to diffuse the situation with humor, but the man keeps nagging, making him question whether the reward is even worth the trouble. Eventually, Bjorn decides to just go along with what the bald man wants, since it is only for a single day. He puts on his helmet, declares himself a wild barbarian, and lets out a massive war cry that shocks everyone nearby. The bald man yells at him, demanding to know what he is doing, and Bjorn casually responds that he simply felt like shouting. Noticing the food, he immediately dives in and begins devouring it like a true savage, leaving the butler completely stunned. The guests watch him with growing interest, and as more people gather, the butler's mood begins to shift, even forming a smile. However, Bjorn suddenly grabs the man's shoulder and, in a completely serious tone, says that he wants to crush his skull. The man instantly breaks into a cold sweat and nervously laughs, asking if it is some kind of joke, but Bjorn looks him straight in the eye and tells him that he is not joking at all. The bald man begins to panic as he recalls Bjorn's past actions, quickly comes up with a weak excuse, and runs away. Meanwhile, Karl watches the butler flee without any dignity and bursts into uncontrollable laughter. Bjorn notices this and thinks that the banquet might finally be getting entertaining. After eating a bit more, several nobles approach him, and some eccentric noble women ask if they can touch his arm. He plays along by flexing, causing them to squeal as they run their hands over his muscular, vein-covered arms. Soon, more nobles join in, asking him to shout again, and Bjorn obliges by slipping into a dramatic tone and letting out another roar so powerful that it brings some elderly nobles to tears. As more and more requests come in, Bjorn starts to feel like nothing more than a walking, talking mascot. Nearby guards begin grumbling in jealousy and make unpleasant remarks, which Bjorn overhears, causing him to grow irritated. However, before anything escalates, the Baron returns and pulls him away for a walk. The Baron proudly shows him off like a prized possession, parading him around and even introducing him to the Viscount, who has already heard of little Valkan and is curious about why he is present. Bjorn explains that he is simply repaying the Baron for a personal favor, which impresses the Viscount. The Baron continues to take advantage of the situation, making Bjorn repeat his rehearsed lines while smiling proudly. The Viscount praises Bjorn's strong sense of duty, while Bjorn internally despairs at the realization that he still has 13 more exhausting meet-and-greet interactions to endure. Even so, the outcome turns out to be quite favorable, as his fame skyrockets due to all the exposure he receives. Once all the introductions are finished, he is pushed into the role of an entertainer, where he begins bending metal bars with his bare hands while the crowd goes absolutely wild. At that moment, a familiar paladin arrives and greets the Baron, clearly surprised to see Bjorn standing in the middle of such a gathering. The Baron finds it intriguing that Bjorn knows the captain, but Kovitz humbly insists that he is not worthy of being called by such a title. The surrounding nobles strongly disagree with his modesty, while Bjorn starts wondering why a paladin captain would be involved in collecting corpses in the first place. The captain then tells Bjorn that he is welcome to visit any time, and offers his support, recalling the significant favor Bjorn once did for them. This revelation catches the Baron off guard, causing him to look at Bjorn with a noticeably intrigued expression. Around 30 minutes later, the Count finally makes his arrival, and the Baron quickly brings Bjorn over, saying that the Count has been eager to meet him, although this gives Bjorn a strange feeling. The Count greets him enthusiastically, shaking his hand with a wide grin, while Bjorn finds it unusual that someone of such high status is being so friendly toward a barbarian. The Count jokingly suggests that perhaps it is time to start calling him Big Valkan instead. Then, without any warning, he announces what he considers a brilliant idea. He plans to organize a sparring event among the knight trainees and asks Bjorn if he would like to participate. The people nearby immediately begin whispering among themselves, clearly excited at the prospect of watching the barbarian fight. Meanwhile, Bjorn recalls that the reward for winning such an event is 2 million stones, along with a numbered item known as Garpa's necklace. This item has the ability to generate random substances using a crystal, and similar to the frost ring, it also contains a hidden special event. Although Bjorn has been feeling as though something bad might be approaching, he forcefully suppresses that anxiety, realizing that trying to run away from everything would only lead to a worse outcome. He admits to himself that he is nervous, but also understands that he needs to confront his fears and move forward. The Baron asks him how strong he really is and warns him not to lose, while Bjorn confidently replies that that 10 seconds is all he needs to crush a few skulls. Hearing this, the butler nearly faints, while the Baron bursts into laughter and promises to double the reward if Bjorn wins. With renewed determination igniting within him, Bjorn stands up and declares that he will give it his all. Later on, one of the knight trainees approaches him and starts talking arrogantly, mocking him for claiming he could finish a fight in 10 seconds. Bjorn immediately recognizes this person as the same individual who had previously mocked his Little Valken. Another knight attempts to intimidate him with empty threats, and Bjorn recalls that this was the one who had insulted his pride earlier. Then, a knight with orange hair joins in, adding his own pointless remarks, but Bjorn cuts him off and bluntly asks if all of them are brain damaged. He openly calls them cowards for ganging up on a single person, stating that even toddler warriors would show more courage than they are displaying. The knights attempt to twist the situation in their favor, but Bjorn fires back, accusing them of having no honor whatsoever. Raising his voice so the crowd can hear, he loudly declares that a group of knights is bullying another participant before the matches even begin. As more people gather, murmurs spread throughout the crowd, and the knights begin to panic, shouting at him to be quiet. The surrounding onlookers gossip about how disgraceful the knight's behavior is, leaving them looking as though they wish they could disappear. Eventually, the knights retreat in embarrassment, while Bjorn stands firm and proclaims that he will knock some sense into them later. Sometime afterward, the duels finally begin, and during one match, a knight's arm is sent flying. Bjorn is pleasantly surprised that the so-called knights actually fell for his provocation, and he starts smiling like a child who has just found ice cream when he spots his favorite target, the one who insulted Little Valken. The orange-haired knight attempts to act honorable, declaring that he will fight with dignity, but Bjorn cuts him off with a savage war cry that sends the entire crowd into a frenzy. As the announcer signals the start of the match, the knight immediately uses a flashy multi-sword technique, which momentarily confuses Bjorn. Even so, Bjorn easily blocks every attack, grinning as he realizes that he has truly become a proper barbarian, although he remains aware that he should not underestimate his opponent. The knight then aims for his throat, but Bjorn swiftly leans his head back with expert timing. Caught off guard, the fraudulent knight is left vulnerable as Bjorn activates his wild outburst skill, increasing his presence and intimidation as he recalls his earlier promise to finish the fight within 10 seconds. He shouts at the knight to come at him properly, pointing out that there is still plenty of time left, which terrifies his opponent. However, although Bjorn's wild outburst skill raises his threat level, it does not have a direct effect on humans. Even so, when someone is sufficiently frightened, the effect causes them to shrink back in fear, whereas if the person is brave, it instead fuels them with even greater fighting spirit. Curious about how this would play out in Sylvania's case, Bjorn observes closely and finds that it turns out to be the latter. As the situation unfolds, Bjorn quietly wishes that he had a shield with him at that moment, while Sylvania charges in, attempting to slice open his arm with his sword. However, the attack barely manages to break the skin. The red-haired knight stares in complete disbelief, and Bjorn points out the obvious fact that he is simply far too weak. Then, as if it were nothing, Bjorn casually pulls the sword out of his own arm, causing a few drops of blood to splatter onto Sylvania's face. Trying to maintain his dignity, the redhead accuses him of using a dirty trick, while Bjorn is left wondering what exactly he had done wrong, concluding that something must be seriously off in that man's head. Bjorn then reminds him of the promise he made earlier that the next time they met, he would fix whatever was wrong with his brain. Acting on that, he grabs Sylvania by the neck with one hand and lifts him straight off the ground. Since he believes the issue lies in the head, he decides that the barbarian solution is straightforward and punches him directly in the face. Later, inside the medical tent, Bjorn asks the priestess whether Sylvania is dead. She replies that he is not, but remarks that perhaps Bjorn could have held back a little. Bjorn argues that he only used his bare hand and did not even resort to his axe, adding that he did not expect a single punch to knock the guy out completely. The priestess, clearly irritated, explains that it was not merely a knockout. Bjorn struck him with such force that some of his brain fluid actually leaked out. Bjorn quietly takes satisfaction in giving her a glimpse of what he considers barbarian-level foolishness. Suddenly, Sylvania regains consciousness and asks where he is, swearing that he had just been on his way to the duel. The priestess calmly explains that he likely suffered some memory loss due to the injury, but assures him that it will return soon, since she has already healed his body. As Sylvania thanks her, Bjorn casually steps closer and asks if he truly does not remember anything. Sylvania nervously admits that he does not, and asks Bjorn to stay back, saying that he is not comfortable with the situation at all. Bjorn can tell that he is telling the truth and says that he will leave, but before that, he wants Sylvania to do one thing. He asks him to repeat the same words he once used to mock him. The moment Sylvania says those words, everything suddenly clicks, and his memory comes rushing back instantly. However, Bjorn does not stop there. He looms over him, fully radiating intimidation, and Sylvania immediately breaks down and begins begging for mercy. Bjorn considers this a major success, believing that he has effectively fixed brain damage that even the priestess could not resolve. Shortly afterward, the Baron approaches and asks where Bjorn has been, saying that he has been searching everywhere for him. Bjorn casually shrugs and replies that he went to check on the knight. The Baron appears surprised, especially since it was Sylvania who attacked him first. Bjorn responds that if this had happened in the labyrinth, he would have used his axe instead, adding that he never expected knights to be this fragile. To his surprise, the Baron agrees, stating that it is their own fault for becoming lax in their training. Bjorn then asks whether it is truly acceptable for him to go all out against opponents who come from noble families, but the Baron reassures him that it is not a problem at all. In fact, he explains that this is the entire purpose of such events, and no one really cares even if someone dies. He adds that if any issues do arise, they can easily be covered up. All Bjorn needs to focus on is winning, and the more unrestrained and wild he acts, the more entertained the Count will be. Hearing this, Bjorn confidently promises that he will crush everyone's skulls without holding back. Soon after, the announcer declares the next match, introducing Bjorn Jandel of the Martin Baron household versus Sir Corton of the Surfia Baron household. Bjorn feels as though luck is on his side today, as he realizes that yet another member of that foolish trio is now lined up as his opponent. As the announcer gives the signal for the match to begin, Corton immediately starts going on about honor and disgrace, declaring that he will not fall easily after what Bjorn did to Sylvania. However, before he can even finish his noble-sounding speech, Bjorn delivers a single clean strike that crushes his skull, bringing the fight to an end in less than 3 seconds. Right after that, Bjorn lets out a powerful roar that echoes throughout the arena, and the crowd reacts with overwhelming excitement. They begin chanting the name Night Slayer, as if he were some legendary gladiator, clearly enjoying the spectacle of watching skulls being smashed to this extent. Observing their reaction, Bjorn quietly questions to himself who the real savage actually is. When the semifinals arrive, he introduces a new move for the audience, something like a spinefold, where he throws his opponent into the air and then slams them down across his knee, snapping their back in the process. Even so, he feels somewhat disappointed, since the final member of that foolish trio did not end up as his opponent, meaning that person missed out on Bjorn's so-called special physical therapy. Adding to the absurdity, every opponent who loses to Bjorn now goes to the priestess and begs her to convert them to her faith. The Baron, who is more pleased than ever, asks Bjorn where he learned that last move. Bjorn simply responds that he wants to rest before the next round, prompting the Baron to leave him alone. With only one opponent remaining, Bjorn assumes that it must be the Count's knight trainee. Sure enough, the announcer soon declares the final match, Sir Albatross from the Count's side versus Bjorn representing the Baron's household. As they stand facing each other, they exchange brief greetings. Bjorn has already assessed Albatross earlier during his previous match, and notes that he possesses the essences of a great orc warrior, a giant golem, and a cyclops, a fairly standard combination focused on raw strength. From that, Bjorn feels he understands enough about the kind of person the Count is. Albatross then asks Bjorn where his equipment is, and Bjorn casually replies that it felt uncomfortable, so he got rid of it. Hearing that actually gives Albatross some confidence, making him think that perhaps the fight will not be so one-sided after all. As the announcer signals the start, Albatross invites Bjorn to make the first move, but Bjorn immediately recognizes what he is trying to do. Without hesitation, he activates both his gigantification and wild outburst skills at the same time. The instant Albatross sees this, he freezes, then suddenly panics and runs away like a frightened child fleeing the field. The announcer quickly declares him disqualified, but Albatross desperately begs for another chance, claiming that it was just a mistake. At that point, the Count steps in, clearly disgusted, and demands to know how much longer Albatross intends to embarrass his household. Meanwhile, Bjorn quietly reflects on whether using gigantification might have been a bit excessive. Meanwhile, at Erwin's place, she becomes increasingly consumed by the belief that the only way to obtain everything she desires is by growing stronger. Teresia enters her room and asks if she is doing all right, but Erwin responds by questioning why she would even think otherwise. Teresia explains that it is because Erwin was talking to herself, but Erwin immediately cuts her off, saying that she is actually communicating with her spirits and that they can talk later since she is busy. After stepping out of Erwin's room, Teresia reflects that she might be the only person in the city who does not know about Little Valken and considers that it might be a good idea to inform her. However, she also recognizes that this intense obsession has significantly boosted Erwin's strength. In a remarkably short period of time, Erwin has managed to form contracts with 4 spirits and has already awakened 3 of them. Alongside that, she has improved her abilities in archery, martial arts, and dagger combat. At this point, She is even capable of hunting 7th-rank monsters entirely on her own. Seeing this rapid progress, Teresia decides that it might be better not to say anything, since Erwin is advancing so quickly. She then begins to wonder whether this unusual growth could be linked to Erwin's essences. To confirm her suspicion, she pulls out a compilation of low-tier essences and checks through it, eventually realizing that she is correct. All 3 of Erwin's essences increase her obsession stat, which explains her current behavior. Concluding that it is not worth removing an essence just to eliminate its side effects, she decides to wait until a better option becomes available. Now that she understands the cause, she believes that the situation can be managed. However, as she tries to fall asleep, she cannot help but worry about what might happen if Erwin learns about Bjorn before they manage to fix her essence. At around 2 in the morning, Bjorn finally makes his way back to the city. He reflects that quests given by nobles are always worth taking, considering how well he was paid for just a single day's work. The Baron had been extremely impressed, and even told him that he could ask for help whenever he needed it. On the other hand, the Count appeared somewhat dissatisfied, and mentioned that he would reach out to Bjorn again once he was better prepared, while also asking him to decline any requests from other nobles in the meantime. It was clear that the Count was willing to go to great lengths to ensure things unfolded according to his own plans, and because of that, Bjorn agreed to his request. Even now, Bjorn finds it hard to believe how easily he obtained the necklace, especially since he was never able to acquire it while playing the game. Lately, he feels as though luck has been on his side too often, to the point where he is now cautious even with something as simple as breathing. The following morning, he receives a flood of requests from various nobles, but due to his agreement with the Count, he is forced to turn them all down. Despite this, he still cannot figure out what the Count is really planning. However, the expression he saw in the Count's eyes left a strong impression on him. What troubles him the most is not knowing the true intentions behind why a noble would take such an interest in a barbarian like him. Determined to get some answers, Bjorn decides that he will investigate the matter during the next community meeting, especially since this is his final month assisting Raven with her research. When he asks Raven who he will be working with that day, she appears nervous, and at that moment, an old man suddenly arrives. Seeing him, Bjorn becomes annoyed and remarks to Raven that when she mentioned a senior, he did not expect an actual elderly man. The blonde girl apologizes, explaining that the old man was simply too stubborn to shake off, while the mage casually adds that there is no need to feel tense. Bjorn remains convinced that the man forced his way into the situation, and his suspicion is confirmed when the old man openly states that he came because he wanted to test whether his magical tool could detect the soul of an evil spirit. Hearing this, Bjorn realizes that he needs to calm himself down and prepare for the worst. To avoid raising any suspicion, Bjorn deliberately reacts with shock toward the magical aspect of the tool rather than showing concern about the part related to detecting evil spirits. He then questions whether the device is actually safe, especially considering all the questionable experiments Raven has already put him through. The old man becomes irritated and asks if Bjorn does not trust him, reminding him that he holds an important position at the Altemian school. He then reassures him that there is absolutely no danger involved, adding that Raven herself will personally demonstrate that the tool works. Hearing this, Raven looks visibly uncomfortable, but the old man dismisses her reaction as if it is nothing significant. She responds by saying that she is only willing to verify the formulas, nothing more. As Bjorn watches the two of them argue, he concludes that Raven, being his disciple, will naturally side with her master, which means he cannot fully trust either of them. However, the expression on the old man's face suggests that even he is not entirely confident, reinforcing Bjorn's suspicion that the device probably does not work at all. Convinced that such a tool likely does not exist, Bjorn reasons that if it actually does, then the old man has probably tricked him into becoming the first test subject. At the same time, he realizes that if he tries to back out now, he will fall straight into the old man's trap. Accepting the situation, he decides to take the loss and go along with it. The old man then asks Bjorn what he intends to do, adding that the process is not dangerous and will only take about 5 minutes. Bjorn agrees to give it a try, but suddenly the old man becomes hesitant and asks if he is truly certain. Already feeling suspicious, Bjorn questions what he means by that, prompting the old man to quickly backtrack and claim that he was merely concerned it might be risky, though he now believes it will be fine. Bjorn reminds him that he only agreed because Raven would be verifying everything and tells him to hurry up, as he wants to go to sleep afterward. After Bjorn leaves, Raven turns to the old man and asks what exactly he was trying to do. The old man casually brushes it off, saying that it may have seemed odd, but it was just an old chair. Raven gives him a sharp look and asks if he truly has no intention of explaining himself, especially after she went along with his act. When he finally responds, Raven directly asks whether he genuinely believed that Bjorn was an evil spirit, and if that is the reason he asked about the labyrinth the other day. The old man tells Raven to calm down, but she does not let it go and presses him again, asking whether his doubts have truly been resolved now. He admits that he was mistaken. Raven responds by saying she understands why he had suspicions in the first place. Bjorn does act a bit goofy, but she still insists on knowing why he chose to test him like that, instead of reporting him to the authorities. The old man replies that if he had done that, Bjorn might have ended up dead. After saying this, he simply walks away, mentioning that he is tired. Raven is left completely stunned by his words. She had always believed that he needed a living evil spirit for his experiments, but now she has no idea what that eccentric scientist is actually trying to achieve. Meanwhile, Bjorn returns to his room and collapses onto the bed, thinking about what a bizarre experience the whole situation was. He wonders why the old man seems so shaken, but ultimately decides that it is not worth worrying about. Then, completely out of nowhere, Misha slips into his room and asks if he is asleep. He is startled for a moment, until he remembers that he had given her a key. Acting like a man of culture, he grabs her hand, pulls her closer, and says that he needs her for the night. Misha becomes flustered, but before her thoughts can wander too far, Bjorn clarifies that he needs her help writing some letters, since he has to respond to various nobles. She asks whether it is really appropriate to send such replies to nobles, as it might lead to problems. Bjorn casually says it will be fine while writing that he is too busy, and that they should look for another barbarian instead. As they continue writing, the catgirl asks him to tell her about what happened the previous day. Later, during the team's regular meeting, Hikarad asks why Bjorn has not been responding, but Bjorn tells him to wait since he is still thinking things through. With only 10 days remaining before the labyrinth opens, the dwarf announces that he will not be joining this time, stating that if a dimensional collapse truly occurs, they would all die anyway. Dwalki and Rottmiller express the same opinion. Misha then asks Bjorn what he plans to do. Bjorn considers that he could try to convince them using the information he has, but realizes there is no real benefit in doing so. In fact, it might be better for him if things remain this way, as he can take advantage of the rupture to level up. Since he cannot reveal everything yet, he decides that he will only take Misha along with him. Bjorn then declares that it is decided this time. Only the two of them will go. Misha is surprised by this, and Bjorn asks if she really thought he would go alone. She hesitates, so he resorts to a bit of emotional pressure, saying that if she is worried, he will just go by himself. However, Misha pushes back, saying that he should have asked her properly first or at least spoken more nicely. Taking that in mind, Bjorn formally asks her to come with him, and she immediately responds that there is no way she would allow him to go alone. He is somewhat surprised by how easily that worked. In the end, Bjorn confirms that it is settled this time. It will be just him and Misha. The following day, news starts spreading everywhere that the royal family has officially denied all the rumors about the rupture. According to them, the magic school was the one spreading false information and creating unnecessary panic. After hearing this, Hikarad suddenly barges into Bjorn's room in excitement and tells him that everything is fine now, meaning they can safely head back into the labyrinth again. However, Bjorn immediately rejects the idea. He tells Hikarad that he has already accepted another request, then shuts the door right in his face before he can continue talking. After that, Misha asks Bjorn when exactly he accepted a request, because she never heard anything about it. Bjorn casually admits that he only said that as an excuse to avoid going with them. He then finally reveals the real reason. This time, he plans to enter the rupture itself. Hearing that, Misha quickly asks how he intends to do something like that, and wonders if he discovered some kind of method while researching in the library. Bjorn responds vaguely, saying it's something along those lines. Misha then asks why he is being so secretive about it. In her opinion, it would be much better if everyone entered together instead of him hiding things from the group. Bjorn responds by asking her a different question instead. He asks whether she has ever told anyone about the Frost Ring or about her contract with the Spirit Beast. Misha immediately says no, because he specifically told her to keep those things hidden. Bjorn then asks her to imagine what would happen if Hikarad learned the same secret. Misha says that Hikarad would probably reveal everything the second he got drunk. Bjorn continues and asks what she thinks about Dwalki or Rottmiller. Misha says she is not completely sure about Rottmiller, but Dwalki would definitely end up exposing the secret accidentally, without even meaning to. Bjorn internally agrees with her assessment. He also thinks Rottmiller would probably be capable of keeping the secret hidden, but the problem is that Rottmiller would absolutely start questioning how Bjorn learned about all this information in the first place, and that alone could create serious complications. At that point, Misha realizes what Bjorn is trying to say, and asks why he decided to tell her specifically. Bjorn thinks to himself that there are several reasons for it. One reason is that she is naturally good at keeping secrets. Another is that she is such a terrible liar that if she ever tried to hide something from him, he would immediately notice. Still, instead of explaining all of those thoughts out loud, he simply tells her that she is someone he can trust. The moment she hears that, Misha's face instantly turns red. Even though she is obviously embarrassed, she tries to cover it up by acting proud and confident instead. Meanwhile, Bjorn knows he cannot waste time because there are only 8 days left before the labyrinth opens again, and he still has an enormous amount of preparation to finish. The next day, the two of them go out together to purchase enchantments, along with various other expensive supplies they will need. Everything they buy is paid for using the money from their shared account. Then, on the 7th day, Bjorn successfully activates his level 4 seal. The upgrade significantly increases his physical stats and also allows him to remain in his giant form for a much longer period of time than before. Later, Misha asks if she can accompany him to the library. Bjorn responds sarcastically by asking whether she even knows how to read in the first place. Once they arrive at the library, Lagna casts a basic spell on both of them. Bjorn notices the difference immediately and asks her why she is using this ordinary spell instead of the usual spell she normally casts on him. Lagna explains that the other spell is something she performs specially for him, so she cannot openly use it in front of other people. Bjorn tells her that she probably should have mentioned something like that privately instead of saying it out loud. Right after that, Lagna turns toward Misha and calmly tells her to forget everything she just heard. Both Bjorn and Misha stare at her in complete surprise after hearing that response. On the 5th day, Bjorn goes to see Raven one final time before leaving. During their conversation, she tells him not to die out there while he's inside the labyrinth. Bjorn then asks her if she wants him to return the tower pass she previously gave him, but Raven tells him to keep it. She also says that if he ever needs help in the future, he should come visit her. Eventually, the long-awaited day finally arrives. Before entering, Bjorn gives several pieces of advice to the rookie barbarians, and they sincerely thank him for helping them. Hikarad jokingly comments that those rookies are lucky to have someone like Bjorn acting as their mentor. However, Bjorn brushes the praise aside and says that all he really did was point them in the right direction. Right after that, Bjorn warns the dwarf to always stay cautious around people who act excessively friendly. The dwarf immediately responds by asking whether he seriously looks that gullible or naive. Around then, Rottmiller announces that their group is heading inside. He asks whether Bjorn and the others are coming too, but Misha answers that they are still waiting for their client to arrive first. After saying that, the three of them step through the portal and disappear inside. About half an hour later, the portal begins shrinking. Misha asks Bjorn if they still are not planning to enter yet, but Bjorn tells her to wait just a little longer, because delaying their entry like this will end up doubling the amount of experience they receive. At that moment, Bjorn suddenly realizes why veteran explorers dislike rookies so much. In his opinion, the problem is simply that rookie never listen properly. A moment later, Bjorn suddenly signals Misha to move. The two of them immediately enter, and when they arrive inside, they land directly on the first floor right in front of the portal leading to the second floor. Misha is completely stunned by what just happened and asks how something like this is even possible. Bjorn gives her a short explanation, but halfway through listening, her brain practically freezes from confusion. Bjorn then admits that he honestly cannot explain the mechanism properly himself either. He simply knows how to use the method. Misha then comments that she almost feels bad for Rottmiller because if he ever discovered this shortcut, all the effort he spent scouting routes so seriously would probably feel meaningless. Bjorn agrees with her and says Rottmiller would definitely become depressed over it since he takes his role far too seriously. Soon afterward, they are transported onto the second floor, which turns out to be a massive stone desert. The moment Bjorn sees the environment, he curses their bad luck. He already knows that to obtain the magic crystal they need, they must travel east toward the beast lair, meaning they will now have to backtrack through the area. For the next 2 days, they continue traveling east while killing monsters they encounter along the way. During this time, Misha complains non-stop about having to pick up all the magic crystals after every fight. As she grumbles, Bjorn quietly thinks to himself how much easier everything would have been if Dwalki were there to help collect them. Not long later, Misha notices a group of people approaching them and asks Bjorn what they should do. Bjorn is unsure at first, but he guesses the group is probably attempting a speedrun considering how quickly they managed to reach this area. Soon, a team rushes past them at high speed. Misha notices that every member is equipped with extremely expensive-looking gear. She wonders aloud whether explorers need equipment that fancy in order to open shortcuts like the one Bjorn used earlier. Bjorn tells her not to envy them, and confidently says that one day they will also reach that level themselves. Misha asks if he genuinely believes that. Bjorn internally thinks that, of course it is possible. In his eyes, Misha has always been underestimated as an adventurer, which is why she still cannot fully believe in her own potential yet. Misha then tells him that he talks about huge accomplishments as if they are completely ordinary things, and she asks whether that mindset comes from him being a barbarian. Bjorn asks if she is making fun of him, but instead of answering directly, she lightly elbows him and says she genuinely likes that side of his personality. Bjorn becomes slightly flustered after hearing such a straightforward compliment. He quietly thinks that sometimes Misha is just way too direct with her words. At the same time, he jokingly wonders to himself whether she is slowly turning into a barbarian or something. As they continue moving through the area, passing explorers begin making comments about Bjorn's huge, thick mace, along with the magic backpack he is carrying. Bjorn is caught completely off guard by the attention. He did not realize how suspicious it must appear for explorers who look elite enough to own such equipment to still be lingering around near the entrance area of the first floor. When Misha notices Bjorn chuckling quietly to himself, she asks him what is so funny. Bjorn finds himself remembering the past, specifically the time when he survived only because elite explorers took pity on him and helped him. That memory also leads him to wonder how Erwin is doing lately, immediately, since she was the very first partner he ever had in the labyrinth. Right at that moment, Bjorn notices some ugly-looking guy glaring at him with an unpleasant side-eye. The look is so full of envy that Bjorn practically feels the jealousy stabbing into him. The man gives off such a creepy vibe that Bjorn directly tells the ginger-haired guy to stop hesitating and just say whatever he wants to say already. However, the man immediately backs down and apologizes. It is difficult for him to maintain an aggressive attitude when a massive 2-meter-tall giant like Bjorn is towering over him threateningly. Misha grabs Bjorn's arm and asks why he is acting so worked up all of a sudden. The situation makes Bjorn feel like some gangster trying to act tough in front of his wife. Even so, Bjorn still remains suspicious. He asks the man to state his name. Sure enough, the NPC introduces himself as Hans. At first, Bjorn immediately calls him a liar, but the man hurriedly explains that Hans really used to be his name in the past. He says he later changed it because he thought the name sounded far too plain and basic. That immediately explains why Bjorn felt so awful just standing near the guy earlier. Realizing the truth, he warns the rookie that no matter what happens, he should never grow up to become some filthy Hans like that. Right then, the entire floor suddenly begins shaking violently. Bjorn instantly realizes what is happening. The rupture has opened. Without wasting even a second, he grabs Misha and sprints toward it at full speed. As he runs, panic starts rising inside him because the timing makes absolutely no sense. The rupture was not supposed to open for another 3 days. That can only mean one thing. Someone triggered it manually, exactly the same way Bjorn himself had originally planned to do. Now, wondering whether another player might be involved, Bjorn drags Misha along behind him and charges recklessly straight into the portal with full Leroy Jenkins energy. Once inside, they arrive in a snowy region where 3 explorers greet them with cheerful smiles. Standing near them is a grumpy-looking old man who does not seem nearly as welcoming. Bjorn introduces himself along with Misha, but when introducing her, he intentionally changes her name to Michelle instead. Misha looks confused for a brief moment, before realizing what he is doing. Once she catches on, she tries to play along, although her expression turns into probably the worst poker face imaginable. Bjorn explains to the group that he specializes as a strong tank. After that, a girl named Jensia introduces herself and says she works as a scout using Goblin Archer Essence. Meanwhile, the harmless-looking guy casually claims that he is just an ordinary frontliner. After observing them for a bit, Bjorn estimates that most of them are probably 2nd or 3rd level explorers. The thought worries him slightly because they seem inexperienced and somewhat beginner-like. Still, when he thinks about it more carefully, it makes sense. Truly experienced professionals would never willingly enter the rupture before it naturally opened every 5 or 6 months. That means one person in the group must have forcibly triggered the rupture, while the other 2 likely entered simply because they got lucky enough to be nearby. Even while thinking through all this, Bjorn cannot shake the suspicion he feels toward the overly hairy man. The man casually mentions that his weapon is the absurdly huge crossbow strapped to his back. Then the guy complains that Bjorn is being rude for questioning others before properly introducing himself first. Afterward, he confidently boasts that he is actually a 5th-rank explorer. Bjorn immediately begins trying to interrogate him subtly, hoping he can figure out whether this man was the one who opened the rupture. However, the hairy man skillfully turns every single question back onto Bjorn instead, completely reversing the interrogation. After their exchange, Bjorn starts wondering whether an archer using a weapon like that could realistically survive alone without a team supporting him. Still, the man's aura feels heavy and intimidating enough that Bjorn cannot dismiss him completely. Meanwhile, the sweaty, loser-looking guy and the scout girl are much easier to read. Neither of them hides their abilities or personalities very well, making it obvious what kind of explorers they are. Even so, Bjorn remains obsessed with figuring out who triggered the rupture. Internally, he swears to himself that he will uncover the imposter, just like a game of Among Us. Once they finish discussing how the loot will be divided, and everyone agrees to the terms, the group officially forms a party and begins advancing deeper inside. As they travel, they soon encounter a Yeti. The monster terrifies Janessa immediately. Seeing her panic, Behrman calmly turns toward the nervous scout girl and tells her that the correct route is always the one guarded by monsters. Bjorn immediately tells the weaker members to stay back while he handles things, but Behrman suddenly shuts him down and basically tells him to hold his beer first. The huge man then pulls out his monstrous crossbow and fires with unbelievable force. The shot is insanely powerful, yet the Yeti still manages to defend itself enough to avoid being instantly killed in one hit. After firing, Behrman casually tells the others to finish the monster off themselves. That attitude surprises Bjorn because the man genuinely seems willing to share the workload instead of hogging everything. Bjorn immediately rushes forward and tanks the Yeti head-on, despite the fact that it is far from a weak monster. Watching this unfold, both rookie explorers practically start praying for his survival. While Bjorn keeps the Yeti's attention focused on him, he calls out to Misha, or rather, Michelle. She responds by performing a flashy backflip, almost like she is showing off for style points before viciously attacking the Yeti and making it regret regret ever having eyes in the first place. After the battle ends, Bjorn smugly praises Misha in front of the middle-aged man, bragging that his cat is an unbelievably strong fighter. At the same time, he internally reminds himself that whoever the imposter really is should prepare to eventually get exposed. As the party continues going deeper into the rupture, they later encounter a pack of ice wolves. Most of the heavy lifting during the battle falls onto Bjorn and Misha once again. Behrman still contributes impressive attacks of his own, although his giant crossbow can only focus on one enemy at a time, limiting how much area damage he can provide. Since nobody in the group properly steps up to become the leader, Bjorn naturally begins guiding everyone by casually choosing the correct turn whenever they reach a split path. He can do this because he memorized the map completely and engraved it into his brain through years of obsessive gaming experience. While moving deeper through the dungeon, Bjorn starts considering another possibility. He wonders whether the imposter might actually be an extremely intelligent NPC, or perhaps a player who is deliberately pretending to act stupid for some unknown reason. As the group walks down the stairs, Bjorn immediately notices something important. Whoever the imposter is, they did not bother taking the hidden item concealed inside the pillar. Seeing that, Bjorn casually decides he can simply steal it later on the way back without much trouble. Meanwhile, Carlson and Jensia become distracted by how beautiful the cave around them looks. Jensia's attention is especially drawn toward the massive, shining pillar standing in the center of the area. Curious, she walks up to it and touches it. The moment it starts glowing, she pretends to be shocked by the reaction. Behrman then throws out a theory. Guessing that the pillar is probably connected to some kind of objective, he assumes that activating it will likely summon a few monsters and then unlock the route forward once they are defeated. Hearing that explanation makes Bjorn suspicious again. However, he still does not immediately label Behrman as the imposter just yet. One major reason for that is because Behrman's assumption about a couple of monsters turns out to be hilariously inaccurate. The instant the boss encounter begins, the entire floor starts shaking violently. Then, before the boss even fully appears, a massive horde of bloodthirsty frost wolves suddenly floods into the area as though they had been waiting the whole time just to ambush the party. Behrman freezes in place for a moment, clearly unprepared for such an overwhelming number of enemies. Jensia instantly begins panicking too. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Bjorn quickly suggests that everyone fall back and establish a defensive position near the stairs, since that location will be much easier to defend against waves of enemies. The group manages to survive and eliminate the first wave, which consists of around 20 wolves. However, during the second wave, several saber-toothed tigers nearly rip Misha apart. While fighting, one tiger attempts to flank Bjorn from the side, but before he can fully react to that, he becomes even more shocked when an ice golem suddenly appears. The creature carries an extremely dangerous stacking debuff, capable of slowly melting players down if they ignore it for too long. The moment Bjorn sees that thing, he instantly enters full Valhalla mode. Without hesitation, he rushes the ice golem and smashes it apart, as if the monster had personally insulted his ancestors. Then the real mini-boss finally arrives, the mutated yeti known as Frost Lord Cthulhu. The creature immediately unleashes a suppression skill upon entering the battlefield. Bjorn recognizes the effect instantly, because he has already experienced similar abilities many times while fighting plunderers such as Amelia. The suppression hits everyone differently. Jensia and Carlson completely freeze up in the middle of combat. Misha reacts by biting her own tongue hard enough to break herself free from the effect. Meanwhile, Bjorn remains standing there entirely unaffected thanks to his exceptionally high resistance. Filled with confidence, Bjorn leaps forward at full force while screaming Valhalla directly at the enormous monster. Watching this reckless charge, Misha becomes irritated and yells at him to stop acting so insanely fearless all the time. Even so, she abandons the monsters currently chasing her just so she can rush over and support him against the mini-boss. At that point, Frost Lord Cthulhu unleashes a horrifying frost breath attack. The freezing air chills Bjorn all the way to his core, but Bjorn is not some fragile weakling who collapses from a little cold. He forces his way through the freezing attack and swings his mace directly into the yeti's skull. The mutated beast roars furiously and attempts to retaliate, but Bjorn simply roars even louder to establish dominance over it. Then he smacks the monster hard across the face without the slightest bit of restraint. Bjorn keeps going afterward too, slapping the yeti from side to side like some school bully roughing up a kid who forgot to hand over lunch money. Right in the middle of this chaos, someone suddenly yells at Bjorn to run if he values his life. At the same moment, Behrman activates a skill called Dangerous Material and begins charging his giant crossbow. The instant he fires, the bolt tears through the air surrounded by a dark and menacing aura. Unsurprisingly, the projectile strikes Cthulhu directly in the eye because apparently it is always the eye. As the boss starts collapsing, Bjorn notices something surprising. The skill does not merely damage a single target, it also fries nearby enemies caught in the blast radius. That discovery completely destroys Bjorn's earlier assumption that Behrman specialized only in single target burst damage. It turns out the guy had been hiding a ridiculously powerful AoE skill this entire time. With Behrman helping them properly now, Bjorn and Misha managed to clear 9 entire waves of monsters together. After the battles, 2 essences drop much earlier than expected. Behrman politely tells the inexperienced explorers that they can choose first when dividing the rewards. However, Bjorn immediately steps in before they decide anything. He announces that he is claiming the Yeti essence first, but generously says the others are free to take the Frostwolf essence instead. For a brief moment, Carlson looks annoyed and almost seems ready to argue about it, but the second Bjorn turns toward him with an intimidating, angry caveman glare, all of Carlson's courage immediately disappears. Misha immediately congratulates Bjorn on the new power-up, assuming he plans to use the essence himself. However, Bjorn quickly corrects her and tells her that the essence is actually meant for her instead. Hearing that completely catches Misha off guard. She nervously starts fidgeting with her thumbs and, acting all innocent, asks him how exactly he expects her to repay him because essences are definitely not cheap items. For a moment, Bjorn completely blanks out after hearing that question. Internally, he wonders just how evil she thinks he actually is. The reason the situation is such a big deal is because the Yeti essence they obtained is incredibly valuable. Not only does it greatly increase cold affinity, but it also provides extremely high-level stats overall. On top of that, they were lucky enough to get the rare blue-tier version, which comes with a powerful active skill capable of massively boosting the user's cold affinity even further. Even though Bjorn personally thinks Misha might still be a little under-leveled to fully bring out the essence's complete potential, Misha suddenly grabs onto him and starts shaking him desperately. She begs him to stop torturing her with suspense already, and just tell her what he wants in exchange for giving her something so valuable. Bjorn calmly responds that he only charges temporary party members for things like this. Since he plans on staying together with her for a very long time, she does not owe him anything at all. Misha is left completely stunned by that answer, and at the same time she becomes extremely flustered after Bjorn adds that if she also plans on remaining by his side forever, then she should stop hesitating so much. After hearing that, Misha finally gives up resisting. She says, "Screw it," and decides to absorb the essence. The moment she does, she instantly starts feeling strange from the change taking place inside her. Once that is done, Bjorn turns his attention toward the rookie duo and asks what essences they ended up choosing. Instead of answering normally, the two simply give strange little grins and reveal that they decided to pass on both essences entirely. That response immediately makes Bjorn extremely suspicious, because he cannot understand why two complete beginners would willingly refuse such valuable items. The male rookie explains that the Frostwolf essence does not really suit him. Bjorn immediately challenges him by asking what exactly he even knows about Frostwolves in the first place. The rookie casually replies that it is only a 9th rank drop anyway, so he assumes something much better will appear later on. The moment Bjorn hears that answer, quiet alarm bells start ringing in his head. Even so, he still refrains from openly accusing anyone yet. Instead, he shifts his focus toward Jensia. She also declines the essence. Her reason is that removing essences later costs a huge amount of money. Bjorn admits that she has a point, since the essence would not really suit a swordswoman like her anyway. Still, the entire situation irritates Bjorn because he had been prepared to eliminate the two rookies from his list of suspects. But now that neither of them accepted the essence, he no longer knows who the real mafia member is supposed to be. The uncertainty becomes so bad that Bjorn even starts questioning whether all of them might somehow be connected together on the same side. Meanwhile, Jensia asks whether everything is finally over now. Right after she says that, the ceiling suddenly collapses. At the same moment, Misha shouts in panic while pointing towards something rapidly approaching them from above. A gigantic ice wolf crashes down into the area, and Bjorn immediately recognizes it as Tarunbus, the final boss itself. The appearance completely shocks him, because this battle was supposed to happen much later. Apparently, however, the boss became impatient and decided to appear early. Without wasting any time, the creature instantly fires a massive ice blast directly toward the group. Before anyone can properly react, the ground beneath them suddenly begins cracking apart. Misha nervously calls out for Bjorn, but by then it is already too late. The entire party plunges straight through the collapsing ice and falls down into the 3rd chapter of the rupture. Bjorn bursts out of the freezing water with a gasp for air and immediately starts cursing the terrible reality patch the developers apparently added. In the original game version, players would simply teleport to the next stage while only losing a bit of health, but in reality, things are far worse. Instead of teleporting safely, they were violently slammed around, thrown through collapsing ice, and then dumped off an actual waterfall afterward. Groaning in pain, Bjorn finally understands why players lose health during this stage. He complains that after everything they just went through, every single part of his body hurts. Misha immediately calls out to Bjorn in panic after the fall, worried about whether he survived. Bjorn reassures her that he is fine and then quickly asks whether she is okay as well. Around the same time, the rookie explorers slowly drag themselves out of the freezing water too. Behrman then calls everyone over toward a fire he already managed to set up. Misha looks surprised when she notices that he apparently carries firewood around with him everywhere he goes. Behrman casually shrugs at her reaction and says that carrying firewood is simply common sense for someone who travels alone. Bjorn silently agrees with that reasoning in his head, because it genuinely does make sense for a solo explorer to prepare like that. Even with the fire burning, however, the rookie pair continue trembling violently like broken vibrators, while complaining that the warmth is barely helping them at all. Bearman guesses that this place must be some kind of special zone. Hearing that, Misha comments that the environment reminds her of the witch's forest. The old man admits that the freezing temperature itself is understandable, but their bodies should not be stiffening and locking up this badly under normal circumstances. Misha then casually mentions that she personally does not feel cold at all because of her resistance abilities. Afterward, she asks Bjorn whether he is freezing. Bjorn tells her that he will manage somehow. That answer confuses Misha, causing her to blink at him in surprise. So Bjorn explains further by saying that while he is definitely shivering from the cold, the sensation itself is not actually painful for him. Misha immediately calls him a stupid barbarian after hearing that. Then, without hesitation, she offers to warm him up using her own body heat. The moment she says that, Bjorn's entire face turns bright red like a tomato. Meanwhile, Mr. Bear reacts by letting out a teasing whistle after witnessing the interaction. Sometime later, the group decides that the current area seems safe enough to temporarily use as a campsite. Even so, Bjorn knows deep down that he cannot trust the others enough to truly let his guard down and sleep peacefully around them. Mr. Bear asks whether the two rookies will be fine by themselves. Misha answers that they have their own firewood supplies, so they should manage without trouble. She then tells Bjorn that he should sleep first and rest while she keeps watch. However, Bjorn stops her because there is something important he wants to discuss first. He asks her whether anyone in the group seemed suspicious or stood out in a strange way. Misha pauses for a moment while seemingly forcing her brain to work overtime. After thinking carefully, she says that one particular thing has been bothering her. Then she basically activates full gossip mode and shares an extremely useful observation with Bjorn. Hearing the information immediately makes him grin. Bjorn praises her for having such sharp eyes while quietly staring into the fire. At that moment, he finally pieces together the truth and realizes who the real imposter is. Around 6 hours later, the group resumes, exploring again. Fortunately, from that point onward, they only need to continue following the main route in order to reach their destination. As they advance, 8th rank monsters begin leaping out from the icy walls around them, but Bjorn crushes them one after another without difficulty. Misha keeps up with him perfectly, and does not fall behind either. During one battle, the rookie manages to block an incoming attack and immediately calls out to Gensia. He warns her that attacks feel much heavier and more painful in this area because of the zone's debuff effect. Meanwhile, Bjorn internally finds all of their complaining extremely annoying. From his perspective, they are not even fighting properly on the front lines and are contributing so little that they may as well disappear entirely. Several hours later, the party arrives inside a chamber filled with frozen ice orcs. Every single one of them is a dangerous 7th rank monster. Gensia nervously asks whether they are really going to have to fight all of them. Bearman does not waste even a second responding verbally. Instead, he simply locks eyes with the frozen orcs. Immediately afterward, the monsters break free from their icy prison and begin charging toward the group without giving anyone time to prepare themselves mentally. Bjorn instantly shouts at everyone to stay calm and get into formation properly. As the ice orcs rush closer, Bjorn narrows his focus. Internally, he admits that he still has no idea what the mafia member is truly planning. For all he knows, that person may genuinely just be trying to clear the rupture alongside everyone else. Even so, Bjorn refuses to lower his guard. While blocking one of the orcs' heavy attacks, he realizes that this exact moment would be the perfect opportunity for someone to betray the party. Because of that possibility, Bjorn deliberately decides not to reveal his full strength yet, and continues holding back just in case something goes wrong. The rookie explorers barely manage to dodge an incoming attack in time. During the chaos, Avman turns toward Misha and asks why she is not helping her big, strong hunk fight on the front lines. Misha casually replies that she is simply staying behind and watching for now. At that point, Bearman realizes that the rookies are basically dead weight in this battle, so he finally decides to step in seriously. His body suddenly begins glowing, and to everyone's shock, he casually summons an actual bear. Even Bjorn is caught completely off guard by the sight. The summoned beast immediately starts tearing through the ice orcs effortlessly, like it is just another normal day for it. Watching the bear fight, Bjorn finally understands how Avman managed to survive all this time as a solo explorer. At the same time, however, Bjorn realizes another problem. The summoned bear is so overwhelmingly strong that it might eliminate every monster in the room before the mafia member ever gets a chance to reveal themselves or make a move. Because of that, Bjorn immediately switches over to plan B. Instead of avoiding danger, he intentionally allows himself to take a direct hit from one of the enemies. The impact sends him flying backward dramatically. The moment that happens, Misha rushes toward him while screaming in panic, with tears filling her eyes. The orc slams Bjorn into the ground, and Misha cries out his name desperately. However, Bjorn had actually planned the entire thing carefully. He perfectly timed the hit so that his helmet and regeneration-based protection skill would absorb the damage to his head. After setting things up like that, he leaves the rest of the plan to Misha. Meanwhile, One of the rookies shouts nervously, asking whether Bjorn is okay. The rookie then screams at the orc to stop and charges toward it recklessly. Right before the monster can continue attacking, an arrow suddenly blasts straight through the creature, completely catching the rookie off guard. At the same time, an ice orc sorcerer begins casting a spell. Misha immediately yells at the rookie to get out of the way while Avman performs a combat roll like some sweaty Warzone gamer before taking aim once more. The sorcerer hurriedly creates an ice wall to defend itself, but the arrow cuts straight through the wall, like it is nothing more than butter, before burying itself directly into the orc's skull. While watching all this happen, Bjorn cannot help thinking again that the bear guy might wipe out the entire battlefield before the mafia member finally acts. He quietly curses to himself, worried that all the preparation and setup he carefully arranged might end up being completely wasted. Then suddenly, a voice interrupts everything by calmly saying that they can stop pretending now. Bjorn immediately stiffens. At the same time, Jensia smirks coldly as she activates a skill called Armor Change. Immediately afterward, she follows it up with Beastly Walk to maximize her stealth capabilities. Then she activates another ability called Revenge, which massively increases her attack penetration, while also inflicting constant bleeding effects on her target. With a twisted grin on her face, Jensia drives her weapon straight through Avman's stomach and casually announces that the essence he will drop after dying should sell for around 30 million stones. Meanwhile, Bjorn internally feels relieved because the mafia member finally exposed themselves by making a move. As Avman suffers the attack, the summoned bear begins fading away due to the collapse of the summoning. But before Jensia can fully capitalize on the situation, a vial suddenly splashes directly across her face while Misha screams at Bjorn to get back up immediately. Bjorn instantly jumps to his feet and unleashes his wild outburst shout skill with a roar powerful enough to temporarily freeze Jensia in place. Without hesitation, he swings his axe directly at her. Jensia barely manages to dodge the attack in time and immediately demands to know how he figured her out. She then tries activating her stealth ability again, only to suddenly realize that it no longer works. That is when she discovers the reason. The sneaky witch lamp potion Bjorn secretly used on her earlier had blocked her stealth completely. Bjorn continuously throws insults at Jensia, while internally thinking that if she truly wanted to hide her abilities, she should have kept her mouth shut more often. From the beginning, she had raised way too many red flags. She constantly asked questions that were strangely obvious and suspiciously specific, almost as if she already knew exactly how the zone was supposed to be cleared beforehand. Bjorn had already noticed that pattern earlier. Jensia kept pretending to be clueless while conveniently steering the group toward important steps and decisions at exactly the right moments. Then, a few hours earlier, Misha had quietly given Bjorn another critical piece of information. After everyone fell into the water, Misha noticed that Jensia's scent had changed. Before that moment, Jensia smelled like the beast lair itself. The only explanation for that was that the dirt stuck to her boots originally came from the beast lair area. That single detail immediately pushed her to the top of Bjorn's suspect list. The moment Jensia reveals herself as the traitor, Misha does not hesitate at all. She instantly charges straight toward her, trying to kill her before she can escape. Jensia barely manages to dodge the attack again, but while retreating, she accidentally moves directly into Bjorn's range. Without missing even a second, Bjorn swings his mace into her body with crushing force, making her cough up blood from the impact. Even after taking such a brutal hit, Jensia somehow manages to stay standing. She quickly jumps backward to create distance while angrily calling Bjorn a trash NPC. The moment Bjorn hears that insult, he immediately realizes the truth. Jensia is actually another player. Still, that revelation changes absolutely nothing for him. Whether she is a player or not no longer matters, because right now she is simply an enemy that needs to be dealt with. Suddenly, Misha warns Bjorn that an orc is charging toward him from behind. Bjorn casually brushes the danger aside because his wild outburst state currently makes him practically untouchable. Even so, he slowly starts regretting ignoring the orc because the creature keeps repeatedly smacking him over the head over and over again. Despite the annoyance, Bjorn refuses to properly deal with the monster because killing too many enemies or progressing too aggressively might trigger the appearance of the final boss earlier than intended. So instead, he simply continues tanking the hits. Meanwhile, Jensia attempts to escape while Bjorn is distracted. However, Bjorn is not worried in the slightest because he already knows there is nowhere she can run to. In his eyes, she is clearly still a rookie player because she apparently does not know one important mechanic of this area. Once the ice orcs awaken, the ceiling collapses and seals off the only exit available. Bjorn narrows his eyes and focuses entirely on the fleeing rat. Unfortunately, the orc behind him suddenly goes full creep mode and sneaks up behind Bjorn again, before continuing to repeatedly bonk him on the head. At that point, Misha almost pities him and offers to handle the annoying orc herself in order to keep it occupied. Soon, Bjorn and Jensia face each other once again. At that moment, Jensia suddenly tries using talk no jutsu, attempting to talk her way out of the situation and manipulate him with words. However, Bjorn immediately sees through her intentions. He realizes she is only stalling for time while waiting for her revenge skill to come off cooldown. That also tells him something important. She currently has no real method capable of breaking through his defenses. Still, out of desperation, she continues trying anyway. Bjorn shuts the whole thing down immediately. He swings his mace with full force and smashes directly into her arm, breaking her stance and knocking the sword clean out of her hand. Now that she has effectively been crippled and disarmed, Bjorn calmly asks her what exactly she was trying to say earlier. Jensia begins stammering while desperately trying to think of something convincing to tell him. But Bjorn has no intention of waiting around for excuses. Bjorn suddenly swings his mace directly across Jensia's face, and then wonders to himself how she actually managed to fall for his trap so easily. After subduing her, he takes a closer look at her equipment. From what he can tell, her gear is obviously designed specifically for direct combat. Seeing that, he briefly considers taking some of the equipment later and giving it to Misha. However, before deciding anything like that, he figures he should properly question Jensia first. Before starting the interrogation, Bjorn makes absolutely sure she cannot resist anymore. He brutally smashes all of her limbs to cripple her completely. On top of that, he even forces her to switch forms so he can confiscate her second armor set as well. At that point, Jensia begins desperately begging for her life again. Bjorn ignores the pleading at first and asks why she targeted their group in the first place. Jensia explains that she could not risk her identity being exposed. According to her, she believed it was safer to attack them first before anyone discovered the truth about her. Bjorn immediately follows up with a far more important question, asking why she opened the rupture to begin with. Jensia finally admits the reason. She reveals that an item called the Heart of Frost can only be found inside this specific zone. She originally thought clearing the rupture would be easy because the monsters here are supposedly only 8th rank creatures. Then suddenly, something clicks in her mind. Confused, she asks Bjorn how he even figured out that she was the one who opened the rupture in the first place. The moment she asks that, Bjorn freezes internally because he realizes he accidentally revealed more information than he intended to. He immediately tries pretending he does not know what she is talking about and attempts to play dumb. However, Jensia suddenly breaks down crying. Through tears, she begs him to let her live. She sobs while saying that she worked incredibly hard just to survive this long, and insists that all she ever wanted was to go back home someday. She repeatedly apologizes over and over again. Jensia then desperately explains that if she had known Bjorn was also a player, she never would have attacked him in the first place. She pleads with him not to kill an actual real person, but surprisingly, despite everything happening, he remains extremely calm. Instead of seeing her as another human being, he labels her as nothing more than an evil spirit. Even while Jensia continues crying out for her mother, Bjorn silently finishes her off without another word. Immediately afterward, the system acknowledges what he did and grants him an achievement for killing another player, which also increases his mental strength stat. Afterward, Bjorn quietly walks back through the darkness while trying to process what just happened. He keeps wondering whether he felt even the slightest trace of fear or excitement while killing her. In the end, however, he decides that none of those feelings really matter. As far as he is concerned, it was simply something he had no choice but to do in order to survive. With that conclusion, he continues making his way back toward Misha and the others. When he returns, Misha immediately asks where he disappeared to because she was worried that something bad might have happened to him. Right at that moment, one of the rookies suddenly screams for help. He barely manages to block a heavy attack from the ice orc before being violently thrown backward. Bjorn calmly tells Misha that she can handle the ice orc herself now. He also suggests that she use the opportunity to test out the new skill she gained from the essence. Misha immediately powers up her blades using several enhancement buffs. Just as the orc is about to turn the rookie into literal sushi, she suddenly rushes in and slices both of the monster's hands clean off. Bjorn carefully observes the attack and notices that her strike inflicted frostbite damage. He mentally notes that cold affinity abilities are especially effective because they suppress regeneration. However, their greatest strength lies in slowing enemies down significantly. Since the ice orc naturally possesses resistance against cold effects, the frostbite only spreads as far as its wrists. Against ordinary monsters, though, the freezing effect would have spread all the way up to the elbows and heavily restricted movement. Bjorn then tells Misha to aim for the creature's neck next time. Hearing that, she immediately charges forward again. She drives her blades into the ice orc's neck with such force and precision that it almost looks like she is climbing a mountain using the monster's body. After landing the attack, Misha eagerly asks Bjorn whether she did well. Bjorn confirms that she did, pointing out that her strike pierced directly into the orc's brain. With everything finally prepared, Bjorn asks Misha whether she is ready for what comes next. When she confidently answers yes, Bjorn immediately smashes the ice orc's head apart with a hammer-like blow, killing it in a single clean strike and officially triggering the boss battle. The wall behind them suddenly begins cracking while glowing ominously. A moment later, Tarun Boss bursts through dramatically, like some crazed wrestler making an entrance into an arena. Bjorn instantly recalls information about the monster. Compared to a normal lycanthrope, this thing is nearly twice as large and possesses equally monstrous stats to match its size. The creature wields a gigantic ice club capable of inflicting severe hypothermia effects on anyone struck by it. Even so, Bjorn confidently shouts that he can still bring the monster down in less than 10 seconds. The beast immediately swings its massive weapon in an attempt to crush him right away. Bjorn blocks the attack effortlessly and then deliberately drops his own weapon onto the ground on purpose. At the same time, the lesser monsters surrounding the area rush toward them as well. Bjorn casually consumes a lightning herb and smirks while beginning to tear open a lightning scroll. He already knows from experience that the boss is particularly weak against electricity. A huge blast of lightning erupts and strikes the oversized werewolf directly, instantly paralyzing it. Despite successfully landing the attack, Bjorn does not relax at all. He remembers that the monster possesses a backup ability, allowing it to cleanse paralysis effects through sheer fortitude. In the end, however, that backup plan changes nothing. Misha immediately joins the assault and begins throwing lightning grenades at the boss one after another. The creature turns toward her in response, but it is already too late. Another electric shock slams into the beast, causing the giant monster to collapse heavily onto the ground like a sack of rocks. Bjorn glances at the fallen boss and realizes that only 3 seconds have passed so far. Without wasting time, he moves straight into the next phase of the attack. Both he and Misha begin relentlessly pounding the immobilized boss using lightning-based weapons. Working together, the two of them defeat the floor boss with shocking ease. Meanwhile, the rookie explorer can only stand there staring in complete disbelief as the boss essence finally drops. Misha asks Bjorn whether he wants her to absorb this essence too. Bjorn reminds her that they already settled the decision earlier before the fight even started. He physically pushes her forward and tells her to hurry up and absorb the essence before it disappears. Once Misha absorbs it successfully, Bjorn immediately looks ready to continue moving onward. However, Avman suddenly begins groaning loudly in pain nearby. Misha reacts in shock because she genuinely believed he had already died earlier. Meanwhile, Avman desperately begs them for a healing potion. The two rush over to help him and even consider using one of their expensive high-grade potions. Avman impatiently tells them to stop hesitating and just pour the potion already. Misha quickly does exactly that, but to her surprise, absolutely nothing changes. Even so, Avman desperately insists that she continue pouring more. Watching this, Bjorn quickly pieces together what is happening. He suspects that Jensia's blade had likely been infused with some kind of effect specifically designed to disable regeneration. A moment later, Avman asks for an antidote instead. Misha immediately hands one over, but Bjorn already knows beforehand that it will not solve the issue. The problem is not poison at all. It is a debuff that actively worsens injuries and prevents proper healing. The rookie begins panicking after noticing that the wound still refuses to close. Misha instantly turns toward Bjorn and urgently demands that he hand over the top-tier healing potion. Bjorn narrows his eyes at her request for a moment. Eventually, though, he gives in and hands over the expensive potion. Only after using that high-grade item does the wound finally begin slowly closing. While observing the recovery, Bjorn quietly notes that the debuff must have been incredibly severe if even a top-tier potion barely managed to overcome its effects. Bjorn tells the rookie not to push himself too hard and to take it easy while recovering. As he says that, he suddenly realizes they still have not divided the loot properly yet. Without hesitation, he tosses a heavy pouch full of money toward the rookie. The guy hesitates for a moment and seems reluctant to accept it, but Bjorn insists that he keep it since he never received an essence reward anyway. At the same time, Bjorn privately thinks the rookie asks a little too many questions for his liking. Because of that, he jokingly tells him to consider the money hush money. Misha simply smiles after hearing that comment, though she does not say anything aloud. A little later, Mr. Bear finally regains consciousness. He comments that he was lucky to survive the situation. Ironically, Bjorn low-key regrets that he survived because if Mr. Bear had died, they could have made an enormous amount of profit from all his belongings. Mr. Bear then offers to repay Bjorn for the expensive healing potion they used on him. Bjorn immediately tells him the price is 5 million stones. That number visibly catches Mr. Bear off guard, because the potion normally costs only around 1 million. Bjorn casually plays dumb and says that maybe he must have gotten scammed when he bought it earlier. In response, Avman simply smirks and remarks that the value of an item changes depending on the circumstances and situation. Since he does not currently have enough money to pay the debt immediately, Avman instead hands over a numbered item as collateral. The item is extremely rare and valuable because it essentially grants its owner 3 separate second chances against death. Bjorn briefly debates in his head whether he should just keep the item itself instead of accepting money later. Before he can decide, however, Avman suddenly calls Bjorn by his real name. The unexpected reveal immediately shocks Misha. She instantly demands to know how Avman knows Bjorn's real identity. Avman simply replies that he will never forget what the two of them did for him. After saying that, he leaves through the portal. Misha then prepares to follow him through the portal as well, but Bjorn stops her and instead leads her in the opposite direction. He explains that there are still some things he needs to take care of first. Together, the two of them walk deeper into the icy cave. Later on, Bjorn hands Misha a glowing red crystal. Confused, she asks whether he found it hidden somewhere inside the ice. Bjorn explains that the crystal is something useful for him and also mentions that it increases both of their cold affinity stats. Afterward, Bjorn begins laying out blankets around the area, which confuses Misha even more. He explains that they never really got proper sleep earlier and points out that there is no place safer to rest than a rupture that has already been completely cleared. Bjorn then pretends to fall asleep. In reality, however, he remains fully awake the entire time, while his thoughts spiral endlessly inside his head. He starts wondering how differently everything might have turned out if he had entered the rupture completely alone. At one point, he had genuinely believed that the girl Gensia might eventually wake back up in the real world and somehow return there safely. But despite thinking that possibility existed, he still acted selfishly and greedily. Deep down, part of him still wanted Mr. Bear's loot badly because he wanted to use the profit to further upgrade his spirit contract. Now Bjorn is left alone with an uncomfortable thought lingering in his mind. He starts wondering whether he would have killed Avman right there on the spot if Misha had not been present to watch him. Right as those thoughts continue spiraling, Misha suddenly interrupts them by lying down beside him and asking what exactly he is thinking about. Instead of answering directly, Bjorn simply opens one of his arms and tells her to come cuddle with him since the weather is cold. Misha happily accepts the invitation without hesitation. The two of them shamelessly cuddle together beneath the night sky while cold winds brush across their faces under the stars above them. Despite all the thoughts weighing on his mind earlier, Bjorn ends up falling asleep almost instantly. By the third day, the two return to the crystal cave again. While exploring the area, Misha begins testing out her newly acquired equipment and weapons. She cuts through monsters so effortlessly that it barely even looks difficult for her anymore. Watching her performance, Bjorn quickly realizes that the equipment must actually be a numbered item. The discovery immediately catches Misha's attention, and she asks whether the item is extremely expensive. Then, without pausing even for a moment, she offers the item to Bjorn instead. Hearing that irritates him slightly because he starts wondering what kind of person she thinks he actually is. He responds by saying that he has not even decided yet whether he wants to sell the item at all. Meanwhile, Misha continues clearing monsters with little trouble and then asks whether they are planning to head down to the second floor next. Bjorn agrees, explaining that she still needs more practical combat training and experience. After several more hours of hunting monsters, Misha comments that she is slowly becoming more comfortable and accustomed to using her weapons. However, the moment Bjorn questions her about it further, she immediately backtracks and says she should probably continue practicing more first. Not long afterward, she accuses Bjorn of being lazy and avoiding fighting himself instead. The look Bjorn gives her in response is intimidating enough to immediately straighten out her attitude. Seeing her progress fills Bjorn with a strong sense of pride. He honestly never expected her to absorb another essence so quickly and adapt this well afterward. The boss essence she acquired is almost just as valuable for her as the Yeti essence, because she is fundamentally a swordswoman who benefits greatly from armor penetration abilities. The skill set granted by the essence is the kind that only becomes stronger and more useful over time. This is especially true when combined with the Yeti essence's ice affinity effects, along with combat styles focused on consecutive attacks and resistance against crowd control. Bjorn then advises her to start practicing chaining her skills together using her fists instead of relying entirely on her weapons. Otherwise, the monsters are simply dying too quickly from her blades for her to properly train the abilities. Even with that advice, however, the monsters still continue getting killed in a single hit anyway. Because of that, Bjorn finally tells her that they will perform a more serious and proper test once they reach the second floor. Bjorn gets the feeling that Misha probably thought she was finally about to get a chance to relax for once. He starts opening his mouth to lecture her, but before he can even say anything, she cuts him off and says there is no such thing as an easy path anyway. She flashes him a smug grin afterward and says they should stop wasting time and keep moving already. Bjorn quietly wonders whether she is simply that happy about successfully predicting what he was going to say. Still, instead of pointing it out, he lets it slide and goes along with it. As the two continue traveling down the path, the crystals around them suddenly begin glowing bright red. The sudden change causes Misha to freeze in place immediately, but Bjorn calmly tells her to relax because it is only the floor lord beginning to awaken. He casually tells her to keep walking. At first, Misha nods along happily. Then the actual meaning of his words finally sinks in, and she instantly starts panicking. Bjorn places a hand on her shoulder and tells her to calm down. Switching into explanation mode, he begins talking about the situation more seriously. He explains that they can still avoid direct confrontation by sneaking past the area and using the portal before the floor lord fully becomes a problem. While talking, he physically shakes Misha around like a rag doll in an attempt to calm her nerves down. Eventually, Misha asks who could possibly have summoned the floor lord in the first place. Bjorn assumes it was done intentionally. He theorizes that some powerful clan is probably attempting to hunt it down right now, especially because he previously sold information about the Floor Lord back in the spirit realm. What bothers him most is how quickly everything moved. Only 2 weeks have passed since preparations supposedly began, which feels suspiciously fast to him. Eventually, the two of them finally arrive on the second floor. Bjorn feels slightly irritated because reaching this point ended up taking an entire day. The long journey makes him miss having Rottmiller around since traveling was much smoother with him. As he looks around the area, Bjorn realizes it has been quite a while since he last came here. That thought reminds him of his old adventure alongside Einar. Unfortunately, those memories leave a bitter feeling in his mouth because they also bring back thoughts of the Plunderer incident. The recollection causes Bjorn's mood to suddenly worsen. Noticing the change in his expression, Misha asks whether he really hates this place that much. She then admits that she personally does not like it here either. Bjorn explains that he specifically chose this location for a reason. From this point onward, the route leading to the third floor simply requires heading north. On top of that, because there are only 2 people in the party right now, this setup makes it much easier to summon a Death Knight for a raid encounter. For Bjorn, that makes the area perfect. Not only can they earn a large amount of experience points here, but it is also the ideal opportunity to properly test how much Misha has improved and how far her abilities have progressed. Not long afterward, Bjorn and Misha encounter a pair of death fiends. Bjorn immediately tells Misha to focus on attacking while he keeps the monsters distracted himself. The two of them charge forward at the same time while shouting loudly. Bjorn takes the lead position and raises his shield to block the first incoming attack directly. At the same moment, Misha circles behind the creatures and starts slashing into them repeatedly. One of the death fiends quickly begins freezing from the waist upward after getting trapped between the effects of cold concentrate and icy destruction. Misha continues relentlessly attacking the creature, causing the fiend to scream violently before summoning undead minions in response. The moment the undead appear, Misha immediately yells at Bjorn to watch out. However, the zombies rushing toward him end up experiencing something far worse than expected. The instant they bite into him, they are hit by the effects of Bjorn's acidic blood. Their mouths begin burning horribly, forcing them to recoil backward in agony almost immediately. Seeing that, Misha quickly dashes over and asks whether he is okay. But the moment she gets closer, she notices his wounds regenerating and healing almost instantly, right before her eyes. She jokingly comments that he might actually be some kind of monster himself. Her remark makes Bjorn blush slightly, and he awkwardly tells her to stop getting distracted and focus on the fight instead. At the same time, he secretly wonders what kind of reaction she will have once he levels up even further in the future. Not too long afterward, the two successfully defeat the Death Fiends. By this point, Misha has finally started getting comfortable with using her newly acquired powers properly. Later on, they encounter a Chimera Wolf possessing an extremely powerful crowd control ability. Even so, Misha simply activates her fortification skill and forcefully pushes through the monster's control effects. Bjorn immediately warns her to be careful because fortification consumes a massive amount of mana. Misha casually ignores his warning completely. As expected, sometime later the consequences catch up to her. She starts collapsing from exhaustion after burning through too much mana. Bjorn ends up carrying her around by the collar like an annoyed owner dragging a grumpy cat. While carrying her, he tells the exhausted, sleepy kitten to stop overdoing things and recover her strength properly. Eventually, the two settle down near some ruins to rest for the night. While there, Bjorn overhears several unexpected explorers talking nearby. The group has absolutely no idea that a barbarian is currently resting close enough to hear every word they are saying. At first, Bjorn decides it is probably better not to bother with them, since Misha will need to wake up soon anyway. Then suddenly, one specific comment stops him cold. One of the voices starts joking about another barbarian, supposedly sleeping somewhere nearby. The group laughs while talking about stealing the barbarian's heart. The situation becomes even worse when one of them casually jokes that mages prefer their ingredients fresh. That comment becomes the final straw for Bjorn. Instantly enraged, he rises to his feet and crushes the stone he had been holding without hesitation. This was not something he could simply ignore anymore, especially because an innocent baby barbarian was involved. Bjorn suddenly drifts into a flashback and remembers that, out of the original group of barbarians he started with, only about 1/3 of them actually survived and made it out alive. What disturbs him even more is the fact that monsters were not the only reason so many of them died. After thinking about that unpleasant memory for a moment, Bjorn forces himself to shake the thoughts away and refocus on the present situation. He watches the suspicious explorers settle down to sleep and begins considering what he should do about them. For a moment, he seriously contemplates killing all of them immediately. In his mind, wiping them out right there would probably be both the fastest and safest solution possible. In the end, however, he chooses not to do that. Instead, he wakes Misha up and tells her to gear up and get ready. At the camp nearby, one of the explorers is currently standing guard while the others sleep. Then suddenly, Bjorn takes a deep breath and unleashes an enormous shout into the sky loud enough to violently wake everyone in the area. Misha immediately looks irritated and asks why he suddenly started screaming like that. Bjorn casually replies that he simply felt like doing it. Afterward, the two of them calmly walk toward the camp, while pretending to be surprised that other explorers are nearby. However, the man carrying a hammer immediately warns them not to approach any closer. He quickly tells someone named Lewis to wake up the barbarian sleeping nearby. The sleepy barbarian wakes up in confusion, looks around groggily, and asks whether monsters have appeared. When he learns that it is only other explorers nearby, he groans in annoyance and asks why they bothered waking him up for something so trivial. The hippo explorer quickly reminds him that explorers can sometimes be just as dangerous as monsters. However, the barbarian simply shakes his head and says that the man standing in front of them is one of his own people. That statement completely catches the hippo man off guard. The moment the two barbarians recognize each other, they immediately go into full bromance mode. They enthusiastically embrace each other in a huge hug, while simultaneously flexing their muscles proudly. Bjorn then introduces himself using the fake identity, Bjorn, son of Thor. Meanwhile, the rest of the group can only stare in disbelief while trying to process the bizarre scene unfolding in front of them. The barbarian named Karen then loudly tells everyone to lower their weapons because he insists that Bjorn is not an evil person. The rest of the group hesitantly starts addressing him as Bjorn. Bjorn instantly trolls them by correcting them and saying they should use his full name because they are not close enough to call him casually by only part of it. One of the explorers looks like he is seconds away from completely losing his temper and rage quitting the conversation. Even so, he forces out an awkward smile and suggests that it would probably be best for everyone if Bjorn and his companion simply moved along somewhere else and allowed their group to rest peacefully. Instead of taking offense, Bjorn reacts as though the idea sounds wonderful. He cheerfully says that they were actually searching for a place to rest too and enthusiastically offers for the groups to become overnight companions. The suggestion completely throws the explorers off. The other two members of the group look utterly confused, while Bjorn internally thinks of this as merely the first course of the meal. The man carrying the hammer tells Bjorn that he seriously needs to get his brain examined because people only bother forming temporary overnight companion groups on the first floor of the labyrinth. Bjorn then tilts his head innocently and asks whether that means they are refusing the proposal. The hammer guy visibly relaxes for a moment, believing the discussion is finally over. Then suddenly, Bjorn loudly declares that something must clearly be wrong with their heads. He explains his reasoning enthusiastically. Since their current group only has 4 people, adding 2 more companions would allow everyone to sleep longer and rotate proper guard shifts more efficiently. Karen's brain practically explodes from hearing what sounds to him like a divine revelation. He immediately announces that it is a bloody, brilliant idea. Meanwhile, the hammer wielder looks like he is genuinely about to lose his sanity. The man slowly steps forward and directly tells Bjorn to get lost already. However, the moment his eyes land on Misha, his words suddenly trail off. He begins scanning her from head to toe before biting his lip and asking for her opinion on the situation. Misha responds with a playful twirl and says she is not entirely sure what to think. Still, considering that the group contains a fellow barbarian, maybe they are not such terrible people after all. She then sighs dramatically and complains that this buffoon of a barbarian beside her somehow lost his weapon, making it impossible for her to trust him with standing guard properly. The hammer guy pretends to look shocked by the story. Bjorn immediately improvises a ridiculous explanation, claiming that some monster ran away with his weapon and equipment. To his surprise, the explorers accept the excuse without questioning it at all. Bjorn then tells them to hurry up and make a decision already. After exchanging suspicious glances with one another, the explorers finally agree to let Bjorn and Misha stay with them for the night. However, the tone in their voices carries an unmistakably sinister feeling. Later on, the explorers tell Bjorn and Misha to go ahead and sleep first while claiming that their own group will handle the final watch shift. Bjorn and Misha lie down together and pretend to fall asleep. While doing so, Misha quietly whispers with a red face, asking whether they truly have to go through with this entire act. Bjorn calmly promises that if she cooperates, he will grant her one wish later. As time passes, the explorers slowly begin creeping toward the sleeping pair with ugly grins spread across their faces. Bjorn senses their movements immediately and subtly tenses his body in preparation. Karen, meanwhile, remains completely asleep, leaving Bjorn to analyze the danger alone. It quickly becomes obvious to him that the explorers plan to kill all 3 of them simultaneously. Just as the first attacker prepares to strike, Bjorn suddenly stretches his body and lets out a fake yawn. He casually opens his eyes, greets them normally, and even asks whether they are hungry too. The explorers instantly force fake smiles onto their faces and offer him some beef jerky in response. At the exact same moment, however, the hammer wielder secretly prepares a massive downward swing and calls Bjorn a fool before smashing the hammer directly onto his head. Then the man experiences the shock of his life. The attack accomplishes absolutely nothing. Bjorn coldly asks him whether his hand accidentally slipped. Sweat immediately starts pouring down the attacker's face as he hurriedly claims that it was all just a mistake. Bjorn does not wait to hear any further explanation. He instantly drives his fist directly into the man's face with crushing force. The second explorer watches the entire thing unfold in complete horror. Meanwhile, Bjorn casually remarks that perhaps his own hand slipped too because he happened to be hungry. At that moment, Karen finally wakes up and groggily asks what is happening around him. The panicking explorer immediately screams for Louis to shoot. Karen notices the incoming arrow through the reflection visible on the surface of his axe. Reacting at the very last second, he barely manages to block the shot with his arm. Immediately afterward, he storms toward the hippo-looking explorer, grabs him by the neck, and lifts him straight into the air. Furious, Karen demands to know what the hell they thought they were doing. The terrified explorer immediately starts begging for his life, but the enraged barbarian shows absolutely no sympathy toward him. At the same time, the final remaining enemy is taken down by Misha, who knocks him unconscious using the blunt side of her sword instead of the blade. Afterward, Misha admits that earlier she had not been completely sure whether Bjorn's suspicions were justified. Now, however, she fully understands that Bjorn was absolutely correct from the beginning. These people really are nothing more than cheap, second-rate plunderers. A short while later, the hippo guy nervously begins flipping through a notepad he has with him. As he reads aloud from it, the contents reveal past conversations, where the group casually talked about wiping out barbarians, as though it were some kind of hobby. Just as he reaches a section that seems even worse, he suddenly freezes and stops talking. Bjorn calmly asks why the yap session suddenly ended. Without waiting for an answer, Bjorn tightens his grip around the man's hand. The pressure immediately makes the explorer squeal and panic in pain. Then a loud crunch echoes out as one of his bones breaks, causing the chubby man to completely lose his nerve. Realizing survival matters more than pride, he finally caves in. Tears stream down his face as he forces himself to continue reading the next entry aloud. The line describes barbarians as being worse than monsters, while also claiming they are just as stupid as monsters too. Karen can only stare blankly in disbelief after hearing that. Unable to process it properly, he asks who exactly made that statement. The answer turns out to be Victor. Bjorn does not react outwardly at all. He simply coldly orders the terrified man to continue reading. Eventually, the conversation written in the notes shifts toward discussing appearances, and Misha's name suddenly comes up. The group had apparently described her as stupid but attractive. The notes further reveal that some of the explorers were unsure whether they should really get involved with a woman who was apparently sleeping with a barbarian. The moment Misha hears that part, her entire face turns bright red like a tomato. She immediately snatches the notepad away and begins reading ahead herself. A murderous look flashes across her eyes the moment she discovers that the hammer guy was the one who originally said it. Instantly, she declares that he belongs to her now. Meanwhile, the hippo explorer continues trembling violently as he moves on to reading another section of the notebook. This next part details the group's actual action plan. According to the notes, the plan was for the group to specifically target and kill Karen. Hearing that leaves the young barbarian completely confused. He stares at Bjorn with a lost expression, clearly unsure what exactly he is supposed to do with that information. Before anyone can properly explain the situation to him, Karen suddenly acts on instinct. Without hesitation, he swings his weapon in a massive arc and instantly gives the archer what could only be described as a severe case of sudden head loss syndrome. At nearly the same time, Misha brutally attacks the leader, turning the man's family jewels into soup before finishing him off on the spot. Now only one survivor remains. The last explorer immediately starts begging desperately for his life, which makes sense, because his life genuinely depends on it. Bjorn then decides to toy with him slightly by pretending to give him some kind of moral test. He asks whether the man plans to become a good plunderer from now on. Terrified beyond reason, the man agrees with absolutely everything Bjorn says without question. Bjorn, however, has already made up his mind. While internally thinking that the only good plunderer is a dead plunderer, he grabs the man's head and twists it clean off like he is unscrewing the lid from a jar. After the fight ends, Karen uses a healing potion on himself. Bjorn notices immediately that Karen is intentionally being stingy with the potion instead of fully healing the wound. He realizes the young barbarian wants the injury to leave behind a scar, since scars are considered proper badges of honor among barbarians. Bjorn then tells Karen that he is free to loot whatever equipment or items he wants from the dead explorers. Karen hesitates awkwardly and admits that he does not really feel like he deserves the rewards. Eventually, after some thought, he chooses a battle axe. Bjorn silently approves of the decision, especially because the dual-wielding fighting style fits barbarians well. Bjorn and Misha encourage him to take more loot instead of holding back. At first, Karen still tries acting humble, but then he suddenly realizes he could simply sell the remaining gear for money later. That realization finally makes Bjorn smile. Seeing the kid come around, Bjorn offers to personally escort Karen all the way back to the first floor safely himself. Later, back inside the crystal cave, Karen tried speaking first, but Bjorn jumped in and introduced himself again. The moment the younger barbarian realized he was actually talking to little Valken, the guy almost lost his damn mind from excitement. Karen quickly accepted the earlier deal and decided he would sell the loot to finally buy proper equipment instead of running around with trash gear. Bjorn kept throwing more fatherly advice at him about becoming stronger, and every single word only pushed the kid's motivation even higher. At this point, barbarians were still treated like the weakest race around, basically walking prey in everyone's eyes, even though they had insane, untapped potential hiding underneath all that bullshit reputation. Bjorn started thinking that maybe if more talented barbarians began rising up, the whole cycle could eventually change, letting their people become strong enough to survive for the long run. Honestly, it would help him too, because stronger barbarians meant fewer useless cannon fodder deaths and way more respect for their race. In Bjorn's eyes, mages only carried such huge reputations because of the magic tower backing them up. Without it, most of those arrogant bastards would just be loud crybabies pretending to matter. Our boy fully entered dad mode after that and started dumping every useful trick he knew onto Karen, covering everything from equipment setups to mindset and attitude during fights. But then both of them suddenly froze after realizing the kind of monster they had accidentally created. Karen's voice turned ice cold as he casually said that if his next so-called human knight buddies tried any funny business again, he would crush their skulls like cracking a damn walnut. He even added that if he ever met another rookie barbarian, he would pass down the same lessons himself. Bjorn silently nodded after hearing that, already understanding that anyone dumb enough to cross this guy again was absolutely getting flattened.